a lake, a pond, a cup. Is that a conspiracy in your mind, or
No,
how do
that's
you
not a.
square
I
that?
mean, that's just a much smaller scale.
Every scale, I mean,
Like the world
yeah.
is much huge. Like he said that you dump a cup of water on a hill and it doesn't stick. It flows away. Like that's you can't
Not even the
compare a
ocean.
cup
Yeah,
of
but not
water.
even the ocean. Not even the oceans. They all have beaches. So like,
Yeah,
where is it
oceans
you
do
observed
have
it to not
beaches.
be the case where it like a cup or lateral containment was required?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Someone was trying to talk. I didn't hear the beginning.
Even the beaches, right? Like a beach is just one grain of sand higher than the surface of the water. We all know this because we got to go grab our fucking chairs when the tide starts coming up and move our chairs back to a little bit of a higher dirt, right? Like higher sand, so that then the water doesn't, is held in by that place. So even the beaches with the ocean, they say there's 7 oceans, but they're all connected as in one ocean, and every ocean we've ever gone to has a beach. So I mean,
Right.
is that just like a conspiracy that it seems that it needs a container for the water?
No, I mean, if there was more water, the beaches would be further inland. If there was less water, the beaches would be more out to sea, so to speak. So the
Okay,
amount
so
of water just determines how high or low the shores are. I don't know what you're asking.
yeah, that would be the volume is dependent upon it changes relative to the containment. So then what is required for water to remain level and at rest? What's the thing that's needed?
On
Tides
a
exist, so
global or
water's
flat
not
Earth?
level.
Oh, just in reality, what is the thing
Well,
in reality
tides
that is required for water to remain level?
tides
Well,
exist. Tides exist, so water is not level.
Well,
Yeah,
the
what's the
thing that
thing?
It's level at lakes and ponds. Okay, level.
the thing that the
And
thing that
still.
keeps the thing that keeps water level is gravity. It pulls
Okay, then what
the
are all these?
water towards. What are all these? What?
Then what are all these beaches and edges doing there? Are they just in on the conspiracy?
What do you mean? Why would
They
they be on a
contain it.
conspiracy?
Why is a beach necessary if all that's needed is gravity?
How else would you have land in water?
A,
You expect
There's
it to
no
a
be
beach.
in under the water?
The
The
planet could be
beach.
entirely
That's
covered with
fucking
water.
hilarious.
The
The beach
planet could
is
be
a
entirely covered with
byproduct.
the water.
Right. If there was enough water, the planet would be entirely covered. But because there's a middle ground somewhere, like being completely flooded and completely dry, that's why we have beaches. If it was completely
Yes,
dry, we would have no beaches, and if it was completely water, everything would be underwater. So the reason
yes,
why we have
folks.
beaches is because it's in between those.
We have
Okay,
to explain
everything
beaches.
would be underwater, right? Have you ever observed that without a beach or a?
No, because the water levels aren't that high.
Okay, so then
Why?
this is just like some kind of a belief of a maybe of a who knows kind of thing.
What do you mean that high
I'm
on
not
the
sure what you're
ball that's
asking there, Tannis.
equipotential? There is no that high on the ball that's equipotential. Stop saying the word that high or that low. The ball
What are
is
you asking? What are you asking?
equipotential.
A
The
surface of
surface
an
of the
oblate
water.
Then-
Hold
spheroid is
on,
not
man.
level.
Hold on, please. The surface, I can repeat this myself real quick. The surface of the water is supposed to be equipotential and level. The surface of a curved water. It's not supposed to be doing up and downs.
When I say high and low, I mean like
What are you
how
laughing at?
high from water level or low from water level, like the current
What's
state
that mean?
of the
What's high
water.
and low mean? Demonstrate to us what high and low means from what area of orientation and what physical object. What does high and low mean to you?
Okay.
Show us a curve
Okay.
that means high and low, and a horizontal
Okay.
line that means
Hold
high
on.
and low.
Hold on.
Please.
I'm
No,
not
not
at a
hold
beach,
on.
so I
Can I
can't
finish
show
my
you.
sentence? I got to make sure you understand what I'm saying before you keep saying, okay, hold on. I wasn't even done telling you what I need you to do. How the fuck does this work for you? A horizontal line and a curve. We need the two. Now demonstrate which one's equipotential and fucking level, please.
Are you done? Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
gonna assume you're
fine.
done. So if I was on a beach and I was looking at where the water was currently setting, that is the line where it is sitting. It's zero. Let's call it zero. That's water level. Anything that makes the water go higher or further into land would be a higher water. Anything that makes the water go below that line, it would be less water. It would make it lower. That's what I mean by higher and lower.
Yes,
That
but
didn't
the
help
stuff
anybody.
is just curving,
We still
and if it's
hold on.
curving, it's not level.
Jen, can I
Curving's
just get a
different.
person by myself, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
The water doesn't matter what you keep saying about the sand at the beach is nice to mock. We like the temperature. And then we go to the cold beach and it's cold and we have good water that's good and high and low water that's good and low. How does that demonstrate to anyone that you have any bearings in reality on what a horizontal line or a curve are that are the same size and which one's equipotential? Saying shit about the beach isn't helping you. We're talking about two physical lines and two physical attributes of things that would make a fucking conclusion of a line or a shape. One makes a shape, one doesn't. Now, can you
What shape?
demonstrate these two reality things on your fucking wall and which one means up from what and down from what? With a curve and a horizontal, which one means up and down from what?
What the fuck are you even saying?
I don't even know what
I'm
the
not
question
sure.
is.
You guys are saying you know what up and down is on a globe. Now you're saying, what the fuck am I saying for you to show me what up and down is with a curve reference? Are you okay? I'm saying,
You're
where's the
babbling,
only curve reference you
you're
have?
babbling
The only curve
incoherently,
in
and you
reality is
don't.
what you're supposed to use for your reference, not a horizontal. Now, where the fuck is your curve versus a horizontal? And show us the curve is down and up, or not down
What?
or up. You're supposed to show an equipotential curve that keeps the cups of water, doesn't change in elevation. What the fuck are you saying?
I have no idea what he's saying.
I was
You don't
talking
know what?
about adding water and taking away water and making the levels of the water different. So you could take like your cup of water, put a line where the water stops, put more water in it, and then it's higher. That's what I mean by higher. It's higher than where it
How's that
was
helping you show us
previously.
what a curve
I'm
and a
still
horizontal
talking.
line do?
That's weird that I keep talking and you talk over me, but you
Yeah, but
expect
you're not
me
making no
to not
sense.
do
We're
the
not
same.
talking about filling your
What
cup
don't
up or
you
down.
understand? Do you not
What are
understand
you
how
talking about? Join the
Demo.
conversation that we're having with a curved line and a horizontal line. You put the cups of water on either one you want. We're going to put cups all the way, much as we can, from point A to B. And they're not going to spill on your curve, right? That's what we're looking for here, buddy. I don't know what the fuck you keep talking about.
You can't even have that scale.
that makes two of
In
us?
your- Like in your backyard, you can probably demonstrate that. But when you're dealing with like mountain ridges and all this other stuff, the things that you're talking about, Demo, it just doesn't make any sense.
No, it's
Like
what you
the
guys are claiming. You guys are claiming everything's equipotential that doesn't make any sense.
Just
We're getting
saying.
you to fucking understand that you don't have an equipotential curved line. You don't make any sense because it's not demonstratable in anybody's
Yeah, it
fucking
doesn't make
reality.
sense. You can't prove one thing in one instance to be true, but be false at the same time with another concept. It's either true or it's false in both worlds.
I'm just thinking
Exactly.
like the scale of his argument, right? And it keeps coming up, which is not driving the conversation forward. I
The
mean,
whole earth is my scale. I don't understand what you're talking about. So now the earth is not its own geoid self. Now the earth doesn't follow Euclidean 360. Now 8 inches per mile squared is thrown out the window. So where is the curve that we use to show that curves are level with our water? Show me which curve to get right, because if I'm getting all these curves wrong, Verdak, you and your buddies, show me the physical curve that we keep getting wrong, and please have the horizontal as a reference.
What the fuck is a Euclidean 360, Demok?
You know what that
Nobody
is,
knows,
Purge.
Glover.
You know what it is.
He's just
Nobody
babbling
knows, Glover.
nonsense.
We're waiting to see what a curve looks like, an earth curve
What
that
the
holds
actual
water.
fuck
What's it
is a
look like?
Euclidean
Dude,
360?
don't get blue cursing, man. What's going on here?
Blue, why don't you
Can you
know
show
what
us
an
a
earth
picture
curve
of a
looks like?
Euclidean 360, please, Demok?
Listen, I got it. Listen, I got a 1 foot
I want
horizontal
a pint of
that
that
wins
In a
all
please.
lab.
bets. I
I
got a
want
2
to see a
foot
Euclidean
horizontal that wins
360 in
all
a
bets.
bucket in the lab in your
I got a
backyard.
3 foot
Demok.
horizontal that wins all bets.
Gotta
I
get a
got a
Not
pint
2
of
making
that
foot
any
please.
damn
horizontal that
sense
wins all bets.
whatsoever.
Nobody's betting their money. Blue, are you willing to
Like a
bet your
side view
money?
sunset.
Are you willing to bet your money 100 to 1 or 500 to 1 or 1,000 to 1 or 1,000,000 to 1 that I'm correct and you're not in physical reality? And every time you keep saying your claim is holding water of a curve, that when it doesn't hold the water and the water spills, who's going to be left with egg on their face? And then
Holding
who's going to
water
keep
of a
praying that
curve.
water stays on
Did
the
you
curve?
hear
Yeah,
what you
keep
said,
praying it
Demok?
does.
Do you even
You
listen to
guys
what you
pray that
say?
it stays on the curve, but it
Holding
doesn't.
water of a
Isn't
curve.
that sad? Isn't that
What
sad?
the
My
hell
cup of
is
water,
that?
my
I
bar
mean,
is
they're
not
words,
curving.
but they just don't go
Go to
together,
the bar
John.
and ask them if it
My
curves.
God.
Yeah,
Say,
it's
where's the
MoonTalk.
curved bar we can pour our water and drinks and sit them on? Ask the
Hey,
bartender where's
wouldn't it
the
have been
curved
easy? Wouldn't
bar
it have been
at.
easier for you guys to be taught that the Earth was concave rather than a globe? Because at least then you could show that water at rest can lie on the surface of a curve. At least you could show it then, and have
Yeah,
some
the
kind of
inside
like.
of a
We
curve.
we
Yeah.
can actually show it though, even on the current models. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I don't know about a model. We're talking about outside. Which outside hill holds water and doesn't let it curve when you put the cups from A to B, 1,000 cups
the-
from A to B,
I
full of water?
I can correct you right there. The globe model says that when you pour water on a hill, it flows
How
down.
would
So
you
when you
know
do
that?
that, you're proving the globe model. So we
How would
win.
you know that without any
What's
without
your
any
next
curve?
What's your next
So
point?
you just pray you know that? I pray I know the
What's
globe
your next
model that
point?
no one will present to Democ. No one will present Democ with a real Earth curve because Democ's a stupid flat earther and he doesn't know what an Earth curve looks like. But it's secret. All the globers keep the Earth curve secret. They won't show it to us. Not a 5-foot one, not a 2-foot one, not a 1-foot one, not a 2-foot.
Hey, Laurie. So on your globe model, is vertical converging to the center? Is that step one?
Vertical converging to the center. Can you explain that?
Yeah, are plumb bobs converging to the center? Is that step one? And then on step two, where you said the globe would say that the water would flow downhill, would that be towards the center? Wouldn't it flow inward on the globe model?
Yeah,
Why
it
would
would
it go downhill?
go to the center. It would go
The
to the
center.
center, but if you draw it, if you pour water on any hill, it would flow downwards.
Yeah, but shouldn't it be flowing to the center, which
The
would be
center is
kind
To
of
the
downhill.
center, yes.
inward?
To the
Yeah.
center, yes, but it would flow
Down
downhill.
to the center of your ball, not that way.
Downhill is towards the center.
Down is not
That's
that
going the
way.
wrong
It
way.
does not flow that way. Water should
No,
flow
downhill
left
is
It's
or
not
towards the
right.
going
center.
the wrong way.
Water should not flow left or right. It should flow to the center of Earth. Remember this, gravity gurus. Why do you guys keep describing fucking flat Earth?
The easiest way to explain it is
Without a
water
curve.
tries to find its lowest elevation that it can. So if it needs to move
What's the low
to the left,
elevation?
for example, because of course the hillside is gonna go down and to the left, it's gonna go down and to the left. Of that, the
Well,
model
you're trying to
isn't saying
demonstrate
that
that
it
you have
needs
globe
to go
elevation.
straight down through the hill.
We've never seen globe elevation yet. You have yet to get the curve out and show us water and elevation follows that curve. No one's shown you that yet. Because as far as I know, that curve changes elevation. It doesn't stay the same. So until you can show us a physical curve somewhere, somebody's backyard or somewhere that stays the same height as itself while it curves with a horizontal reference, a horizontal mean in the middle, and a horizontal bottom baseline, then you guys are fucking sunk. And you're fucking stupid. And none of your religious book readings are
It
going to
doesn't
help
need to
you.
change. It doesn't need to stay the same because that's
We
not
know,
what the model says.
Captain Pope with
So
nothing.
why are you
What
asking
doesn't?
us to show
What doesn't
something
need
that
to
the
do
model
what?
says isn't even? The model
What
doesn't say
doesn't,
that
Lori? What doesn't?
How-
What Earth
how-
curve
because
doesn't do
the
what?
globe model, of course, does have
What
terrain.
globe model?
So you can strawman
Demonstrate
the
it.
model by saying, "Oh, you need
Steelman
to
it.
show us
No,
a perfect ball
no, I'm
without
asking
terrain."
you to steelman it.
That
I'm
makes no
asking you all
fucking
to
sense, man.
steelman the Earth curve once and for all right now.
Chemo,
Put up or shut up.
chill out. Let him finish his point. Go ahead,
Dude.
Mustard.
Yeah, he doesn't have a point. We're looking for an
I
Earth
finished
curve.
my point. If he wants to talk over me like a bitch, then my point is that he does that. So I made my point.
Yeah, no
Blue,
glober can touch a curve. They do that.
Blue
Not
Marble
touch
Science
curves and
chimed
tell
in.
you. Yeah, they tell you. Hold on, no things. They tell you everything they know about a curve. They tell you everything they know about a globe. They tell you how planes are supposed to fly around a ball, but none of them have a ball or a plane in their hand on a fucking live video with a real 3D ball, and none of them are demonstrating fuck all. They say they don't know how, but then they tell you they know how it's happening, but they don't know how to demonstrate it to you. That doesn't make any sense. Those two things cannot go together in the same sentence. If I know how something's happening, I can demonstrate the fucking shit to you. If I'm declaring to you I live on a ball and I'm telling you how an airplane flies around a ball, I'm definitely gonna go get a fucking airplane and a ball. Definitely gonna show you how an
If you
airplane
know how
flies
to
around a ball.
demonstrate things, can you demonstrate your flat Earth? And we need the perfect
didn't
flat
make
Earth,
any
and
sense.
you
So
need to
there's
show
no
it in
globe
your
anymore, right?
backyard
So
without
there is no globe.
any bumps, without any curves.
Is everybody
And
giving
it
up
needs to be
their
occurring naturally, because if you just man-make it, then it's man-made and it doesn't show the actual reality of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I gave you the way, the method. Maybe not you specifically, but I think it was to the guy Steele. I gave the method earlier. All you do is you get two verticals, and you measure the shortest distance between two verticals, right? And along that shortest distance, that line that you establish between the two verticals, water will rise to that line. So all points along that line will be of equal elevation. The shortest distance between verticals would be a perpendicular horizontal line. Proven.
The problem with that is it would do that on a globe as well, and the water would curve slightly, and you didn't measure that it doesn't curve.
If it curves slightly in any direction, then that would be a change in elevation, and then that would not be the shortest distance between 2 points. That would be a longer line.
It wouldn't actually, because if we actually live on the globe, and that's the question, then your lines would just be different altitudes from the center of the globe.
But if
so
you
you
don't
can
live on
just
a
be
globe,
living
what
on a
happens?
globe, and you don't even realize that your test already includes that.
Yeah, and
But
it was
when you don't live on a globe and all that's garbage.
No, even on a globe, even on a globe, you have your globe. The shortest distance between 2 points is still a straight line. There's no argument. If you have an argument against that, let me know.
Right.
Yes, but how does that tie into your experiment?
So if I measure the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line, I'm talking here, and he was addressing me, sir. I'm talking. I wouldn't interrupt you. So, the shortest distance between 2 points being a straight line, that would just be the case on any world. Now, if it's the case that a water level matches the shortest distance between 2 points, then you're cooked, right? And if it's the case that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, then the surface of water would deviate from that, and you'd be able to show it. But the tool that we use to establish that is a water level. We're kind of in a tough spot.
Well, the water level, though,
nothing you said there was correct. The shortest path between 2 points on the surface of a sphere is not a straight line. That would involve passing through the interior of the sphere in order to follow the straight line between the 2 points. The shortest path between 2 points on the surface of a sphere is a geodesic. In this case, approximately a great circle arc. So none of your syllogisms are valid because your starting point is false. The shortest.
Yeah, so good thing I never started on the surface.
The shortest point between 2 points on the surface of Earth is an approximate great circle arc. It's not a straight line.
Very, very. That was a brilliant straw man of something I never said. So anyhow, so in reality, when you stand up and you're not on the surface, when you're at the top of a hill, which is you're above, I don't know, whatever you would see at another surface, some arbitrary surface, when you're not stuck to this ball, then in reality, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Just in reality, so over a ball, over a flat Earth, it's just the case. That's it. So everything he said was stupid and meaningless and wrong, might I say. It was just wrong and stupid. Didn't make any sense. So he didn't address the point. So Mustard, it's up to you or to one of the other guys to disprove, I guess, what's already been proven. I guess, and not with just saying it's stupid.
I don't actually necessarily need to disprove. I'm asking, how did you prove it? Because if you didn't actually show with any necessary degree of accuracy that the surface of the water actually conforms to a straight line, then you haven't even proven your point yet.
Yeah, shortest distance possible between 2 points, right? You could do this with any arbitrary distance right now and prove it to yourself, just so you have the proof of concept, right? You get two verticals, just start in your room, for instance, and have 10 feet, right? Get a tape measure that's 10 foot 1 inch, right? Now just measure to 10 feet, right? And so what you're going to find is if you hold the tape measure horizontally, you're going to get the shortest distance between the verticals. If you kind of tilt it up or put it on a slope or a slant, you're going to be like, oh, the tape measure is registering a larger number. Okay, and then you're going to kind of wave it down, and you're like, okay, kind of move it down. You're okay, horizontal, 10 foot, and you're going to keep going down. And you're like, oh, it's reading a longer distance again, not horizontal. So you can start
Hey,
there
Tanks.
in your room to know it to be the case, and then we can move on to the next thing, so that you understand the concept, and
Yeah.
then we can
So
move forward.
Tanks, can I ask you a question? What is the shortest distance between two towns when there's a hill in the middle, in between them?
It would still be a straight line.
It's a straight line.
Yeah, the shortest distance between any 2 points is a straight line, provably, every time.
Right. So
But
between
it's 100.
between two
sorry.
towns, between two towns, there is a hill. So
Okay,
the straightest, so the shortest distance is a straight line. So you've got
Are you
to
asking about
tunnel
the
through.
shortest distance you would
You got
have
to
to
tunnel.
travel in order to get to the location if there's a hill in
Yeah.
the way?
Yeah. Yeah. You
Well,
got
then
to
you could-
tunnel.
yeah,
You got to
you
tunnel
could-
through the hill.
You could rise above the hill.
Straight line.
There's an option.
Right. So you got to
You can go
got to
through.
go over
Like
the
I
hill.
went to
Still going to
I
be
went
a
to Pennsylvania
straight line.
recently, which is pretty cool, right? And we went to
Straight
these.
line
This is not
direction.
recently. It was like during the winter. We
Okay.
flew out there. We went to PA. We went to some resort, and they dug a hole, a tunnel, right through the
Yes, through the
fucking
mountain. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it was the short. They were like, let's figure out. This is the shortest distance. Yep, through the mountain.
Okay, but if you don't have the ability to dig a tunnel, the shortest distance between 2 points isn't a straight line in that case. You have
Always
to
a
walk over the hill.
It would still be the
Always a
case that the
straight
shortest
direction.
distance is it would still be the case that the shortest
be the
distance is
case.
a straight line. Now that you can't travel it is something else. If if you're putting obstacles in your way, that's something else. Are you claiming there's some kind of obstacle in my way when I'm standing like right now I'm standing in the street, right? And here's me in the street, and I'm looking over there's a burger place off in the distance. There's nothing in between me and the burger place. Are you saying there is something in between me and the burger place?
No, I'm saying that over a short distance like that, yeah, and there's nothing in between you and the burger place, then that's a straight line. But if the burger place is in the next town and there is a hill in between you, then you've got to walk over the hill. So unless you dig a tunnel through the earth, then you're not going to be able to walk in, strictly speaking, a straight line.
I don't know why you're bringing a hill into this. Should I expect
It's
there
a
to be
straight
hill?
direction, though, isn't it?
Because
it's a straight direction. You're not taking a left or a right. You're heading straight towards your destination.
Yes,
it's
but
a
if there's a
straight
hill
line towards your destination,
you,
although you may have to circumnavigate the little hump that you put in the way, but it's still a straight line and a straight direction to that destination. A straight line direction, although you may have to go over the hill to get there. Still a straight line.
Right, but if you've got two towns,
yeah,
when you look down on them, there are two sets of two towns. You look down on them.
Yes.
You're not looking at topography. You're just looking the distance between them, looking straight down on from high above the earth.
Yeah, I'm just looking straight out. Like
10 miles. There's 10 miles difference between the two of the two towns.
Yeah, there's
the other
an
two towns. There's a hill in between.
Yeah, I don't know why you're saying
there's a two towns.
Red Cloud. I mean, Red Cloud. I can give you an example, right? There's the
other two towns.
Are you okay, dude? You've said this already a few times.
No, I haven't. Man? You haven't let me finish.
Trying to tell.
I'm trying to explain.
It's some kind of rebuttal to what I'm saying. So
Tanks, let me get through it. Let me get through it, and I'll be happier once I get through it.
Hurry up.
Thank you. So there are two sets of two towns. When you're looking down on them, you only see that there is, say, a 10-mile difference, 10-mile gap between them. Okay, but one of the towns, there's a hill in between. With no hill, you just walk to the town. The other town, that's just 10 miles. But if you're walking over a hill, it's not 10 miles. It's more than 10 miles because you have to walk over a hill. That's the same. It's analogous to walking or flying or traveling in any way around the earth. It isn't a straight line.
Yeah, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Unfortunately, no. You have to have a. You will notice that. Unfortunately, you will notice.
Unfortunately, I was speaking to Tanks,
and you will know the curvature.
I was speaking to Tanks. I wasn't speaking to you.
I'm listening. I'm here. I'm responding to what you said. Shut up, Red
Jim.
Okay. Doesn't matter who you're talking.
I'm discussing with Tanks. Thanks, Jim.
No, Jim. The last thing I just wanted to say that I never brought a hill into it. I don't know if maybe Steele imagines there's a hill, or if Mustard imagines there's a hill between him and his room when he measures the shortest distance between two verticals being a horizontal. There are demonstrations. There is a city skyline in Chicago. If you are interested in seeing a distance greater than 10 miles between two towns, and there's no hill. So I don't know where this hill idea is coming from, but Jen, you could address it. But yeah, I've never seen a hill.
You didn't get the point. Okay.
Well, I mean, we have the distance of 50 miles between Chicago and what was it, Canada? Chicago and I don't know. I could show you the picture if you want, and Jin can bring it up. I'm sure he's aware of it. And that's a 50-mile distance, and there's no hill. So I don't know why there's a hill being put up.
If you're
I'll
you're
refer
talking
back to-
about the Joshua Nowicki Chicago skyline
Yeah.
picture, that's a visual observation, but you cannot actually use that to assert that there is no hill, because refractive effects might make that happen even if there was a hill. So you cannot actually use that to apply and say that there is no hill.
I'll
Yeah, I
refer
know.
you
There's
back
no hill.
to
There was no
PhD
hill in the.
Tony's
There was no
reply,
hill in
but
the
I can't
room.
repeat it precisely. So
Yeah, there was no hill in the room when you measured the shortest distance between two verticals. They're right
Well,
above the
are we
surface of the
talking?
Earth. You're just above the
So-
surface. You're standing up
so-
in reality.
Are
I'm
we
standing
talking
up
about
and
the
I'm
room,
looking at
or are we talking about the Earth?
all examples between me and the burger shop. I can see the burger shop. I'm standing here. There's no
Okay.
hill between me and the burger
Gotcha.
shop. In the room, there's no hill, and with the Chicago. It was brought into this.
So in the Arizona,
I'll ask Tony to repeat his reply, but also to repeat it in the exact same way, but also to repeat it in layman's terms, in very, very simple terms that we can all understand. Thanks,
so
Tony.
the shortest distance between 2 points on the surface of a sphere is a great circle arc. A straight line between those 2 points will necessarily carry you through Earth's surface. Now, for a large enough sphere, you can over short distances use straight line as an approximation for points that are above the surface. But when we do this in practice, for instance, the Verrazano Narrows Bridge, it has vertical pylons that are 3 centimeters further apart at the top than they are at the bottom. So his claim that that verticals will always be a constant distance apart, and as long as you go orthogonal to it, that's the shortest distance. That's not true. Demonstrably not true in reality. So yeah, he's just wrong.
Yeah, I would just say again that you're just wrong. That if anybody's measuring some kind of deflection of the vertical, they're going to have some kind of standard to measure that against. So if you're saying that there's like a deviation, if somebody was crazy enough to say that vertical was deviating from itself, I would say they have to get themselves checked out. Maybe just go sit at that burger shop for a while, eat a burger, think about what you just said, and maybe just apologize to the room.
There is a phenomenon in surveying called vertical deflection, which refers to the gravitational deflection of plumb bobs from geometric vertical. So why don't you go into that burger joint, eat a burger, and just think about the stupid thing you said, that vertical deflection doesn't exist. Because it does. It's measurable. We've known about it for more than 300 years.
So vertical is listen to what the guy, vertical is deviating from itself. So it's violating the law of identity to prove globe, I guess. I'm not sure. So he's saying the vertical, which is measurable, is deviating from itself. So you establish a vertical and you find that another vertical is off a vertical. Therefore, well, which one's the true vertical? I don't sit in the burger shop and let us know.
Okay, the geometric vertical is the more accurate vertical. The plumb bob vertical is the less accurate one. They are different things. There's no law of identity here. The geometric,
are they perpendicular?
The geometric vertical and the plumb bob vertical are distinct ways of trying to identify a direction. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Are they perpendicular?
To what?
You didn't listen.
Yeah. So you're saying so it didn't violate it. So the vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
Which vertical?
The one that you said deflected. Either one, really. Whatever one you want. Pick one. That's because I don't know. I mean, there's two verticals at the same place. You said.
Yes.
No.
There's a geometric vertical and there's a gravitational vertical, and they are different in many cases.
Okay, they're both perpendicular to horizontal.
That's a little bit.
Given that they deflect from one another, they cannot possibly both be perpendicular.
There you go,
to
people.
the same
Violation.
plane, can they?
No, it's not a violation.
That's not a violation of anything. You just saying that's a violation when you clearly don't understand what's being
Yeah, so
explained to
a
you.
violation of perpendicular being vertical being perpendicular to
I was still
horizontal. There's
talking,
two of
so
them. There's two
I don't understand why you're talking
in the
over
same
me
place.
because I'm still talking. I can tell I'm still talking because I can hear myself. Are you deaf?
At least you're in touch with yourself. That's good.
Right. Are you deaf? Can you not hear me when I talk?
I can't hear you when you talk. No. Just tell yourself. Just tell yourself that you're still talking because you hear yourself talking, and you know it's true because you know it's true. Keep going.
No, I don't know it's true because I know it's true. I know it's true because I've read the evidence and I've examined it carefully. You clearly haven't seen the evidence for vertical deflection, and so your claim that it doesn't exist or that it violates some sort of logical law are just the inane prattlings of an ignorant man.
Yeah, look up the law of perpendicular relationships between vertical and horizontal, and let me know what you come back with.
That was normal person. In normal person language, you're wrong.
Yes. So you can take a horizontal to either of these verticals. They will be different horizontals.
So we got one horizontal.
Which one you want to use depends on the level of precision that you need.
So the distances they measure, the horizontal distance.
I'm still talking.
Perpendicular to the verticals.
Again, you're just talking over me, and the fact that you're talking over me shows that
I know you don't have friends. This is how people talk with other people.
I know you aren't listening to what's being said.
Tony, make your point, please.
Okay, my point is that which vertical you use and which horizontal you use depends very much on the level of precision that you need.
Tell me it was your claim.
So you weren't listening again. That's just pick the most pragmatic, Tony. Which one's the most pragmatic in this instance?
Pragmatically, it would be the normal to the plumb bob. The plumb bob vertical is the easiest to determine. It's the most convenient to determine, and therefore that is used as the vertical in most applications. But it is not actually technically correct.
Right.
You should actually do the surveying, and you should determine the geometric vertical if you want to be very, very precise.
What
applications
would
such precision be necessary?
Because you don't have a ball to do that.
So
you need a ball to show us you even know. You have to steel man a ball for me, a 3D one, in front of everybody, because I think you're lying. And I know you are, in fact, that you don't even know what the fucking horizontal and a vertical is, because all you can do is put polka dots around your ball, right? And then when you put your little guy on the top, now you give his reference of horizontal, which isn't any of those fucking polka dot lines you just put on that ball from the center out, are they? So now you need to get a ball, somebody in here, steel man a fucking ball so they even know what they're talking about with a horizontal and vertical. Or stop saying horizontals and verticals on a ball, because there aren't any.
Well,
But you
we
can
actually
demonstrate that with a 3D ball. You know how physics
we
works, right? Or no?
We actually have a model, though. Where is the flat Earth model?
Where's it at? No, where's your model? I'm waiting to see your model. Show me.
Welcome, Danny. Check your DMs.
Hold on.
Show me your model. I want the perfect printed out model with the key legend, miles, feet, and yards and stuff on it that curve. Give us all that info, buddy, with the cities and countries, and we want the highways on there and everything. Like your model.
How do you want me to fax you that?
I don't know what you're doing, weirdo. Turn your camera on and show us the one you got. Can I buy it off you?
I'm actually
buy your globe
going
model
to
you have
a
that's
website that has a virtual model, and I was going to give you
Brother,
the link.
we need a 3D one in our hand. We don't need flat 1D computer screens saying they're 3D. We don't need more liars in this situation. We need you to understand the physics of a 3D.
That's the model I'm willing to give. I will also
What, a flat
accept
screen?
a 3D.
No, we're not looking for
3D
flat screens to
model.
prove a ball, brother. Stop. Do you have a 3D object in your hand that's been printed out like everyone claims in this fucking thing as a glober? They all claim to know everything about a ball. They know it all the trajectory, all the math, all the distances, all this bullshit. They've even got a fucking satellite. They say they know, flies around it and records what it is and then prints it out. Heard that claim lots of times by globers, but I've never seen one fucking globe model that was a real thing.
So what do you want me to do? Print out Google Earth?
Figure out what the fuck you're making up right now. You said you had a globe model. What is that?
I just told you. It's a virtual
model. You told me what it is? Let me see it. Can you
Okay, well, I'm
send it to
trying
me?
to, but
Can you
you're
turn your
saying you're not
camera
going to
on?
accept it. Hold on, I'm
No,
getting
you
the link.
can't.
Hold on.
No, brother, I know you understand what I'm saying. It needs to be like the globe you hold in the classroom. You understand that, right? It has to be a 3D version. We're not talking about imaginary shit right here, brother.
Well,
A
you were
real
talking about a
physical ball.
3D model on a flat piece of paper. How the hell does that work?
No,
You
who
can't
did?
put a
Who
3D
did?
model. You did.
Who did?
You said print
No,
it
I said
out.
get a ball. Every day of my
You
life,
said
I
print
said
it
get a
out.
3D ball. A 3D
How
ball
did,
is what you need for a 3D ball, correct? Who the fuck would say you need a flat piece of paper for a 3D ball? Not me.
what did you talk
That's
about when you
all
said
you
print it
have.
out? What
That's
are you
all you're
talking
trying to
about when you say print
demonstrate is
it out?
flat shit.
Oh, he
All
said
you're trying to demonstrate is flat
don't
shit.
print out your 3D model on a piece of paper. He said don't dare do that. That's silly. It's flat.
Where would you like me to send this
Where
link
did
to
Jim
you?
go? Jim was going to talk about that 50-mile, I don't know, hill or something.
No, he's supposed to print out his printing and supposed to print out a fucking ball, to scale model of the Earth to where it has the key legends with the miles and feet and all that stuff in curves, so we can
What
compare
scale
all
would
that
you
shit in
like?
reality.
What scale would you like?
24,901 last time I checked. So whatever you want to use to for each mile, it will be
24,000?
24,901
Do
miles
you
in
realize how
circumference is
huge
your
that would
ball.
be?
Are you retarded? Did I finish my sentence? Dumb fuck.
Yes, you are retarded.
24,901 is what your globe is. I didn't finish my sentence. You can use millimeters. To represent a mile, you can use an inch. You can use a foot. Now get your fucking little scale out and make that motherfucker. Make it shine, baby. Shine your model.
Just as a note to other flat earthers, if you guys pretend that Dimok is actually an honest individual, here is a case point as to why he isn't. He's now asking us to print out a 3D model of like 25,000 miles. Do you think that's an honest question?
Yeah, I said print it out in millimeters. That'd be 24,901 millimeters to the retards who don't know math, like you.
Well,
so, and then to the other people, you can use inches or feet. You retards.
Yeah, you guys are
So you
making a
retards have a
falsifiable
fucking
claim.
scale model.
Well, there's
Stop
gravity in
calling
the
people
way.
retards.
I can't prove
Denmark,
that these
please stop
things
calling
are.
people retards.
There's too much
Stop
gravity.
insulting
I can't
yourself and
show
not
you a
knowing
ball in
math.
space.
Please don't act
You
like
say
you
you
know
have a
how
ball in
to
space.
scale
There's no
something
ball
You
in
down.
will get
space.
muted for it.
You don't know how to math and scale something down? You would never be able to scale down a big car to a little car of any different size, would you, Globers? That'd be fucking impossible, wouldn't it? That'd make no sense, would it? Because they'd both work the same. So now, can we get your model? You keep clarifying you have. What the fuck does it look like? What is a model of a globe? And show us up and down on it and horizontal and vertical. That's what I'm interested in.
Okay. Well, for the third time, it's a link to a website that shows you a model of the world to scale that I can send you. How would you like me to send it to you?
Does it have horizontals and verticals marked?
I believe it has options that you can put them on there.
So do you think you're smart enough to grab a ball and show me that fucking same thing? Or are you slow?
Well, I actually don't have a ball. I did look for one. I don't play sports anymore.
Go get an orange.
I don't have an orange. You want me to show you my fridge? There's like a gallon of milk and some water. That's it.
Go get some dirt and some water and roll up a fucking mud dirt ball. We need a physical 3D ball so you know what that is. I hope you and pray you know what that means. So you need to get that and
if
show
you're trying
me.
to get
Brother,
something
just
to
listen.
scale.
Brother, listen to me. I need to know the scale does not matter. A 360 is 360. Is your math fucking broke, motherfucker? A marble is 360 and a basketball is 360. What scale are you talking about? The 360 scale? That's the same one I'm talking about, you fucking invalid. Now, stop saying dumb shit that don't make no fucking sense.
Well, you're saying dumb shit that don't make no fucking
what
sense.
You saying?
You called me. You called me a motherfucker, and I would never, ever fuck your mother.
Yeah, somebody already made that mistake. Let's don't do it again.
You'd never touch a 3D globe and show everybody your globe model when you point at it. What
I actually have touched a 3D globe.
Nobody knows
I
what a
didn't
ball
print
is
it out,
in
but
here.
it
A
already
ball is
existed.
the 3D globe. A ball, any ball, a marble, a cue ball, a basketball. Just color coordinate your horizontals and your verticals, please.
Video chat isn't available for more than 25 users. I can't use video chat.
Can you show yourself what a horizontal and vertical is on a ball? How
I
would
just
you do
explained
that?
that I can't show
Now, what
because
would
it
you
won't
do
let
if
me
you had a
show.
ball in your hand right now? What would you do with the marker to show me horizontal and vertical on that ball? What would you do with that ball? What would you do with the marker?
I'd simply put a horizontal and a vertical line
Where at?
anywhere.
So your vertical line's not from the center of the ball out to the space?
It can be, yeah, if you want to make it that long.
Dude, do you know what a vertical line is? Fuck.
Do you know what a horizontal line is? So a horizontal line's not from the inside of your ball out to space?
It'll eventually go out into space if you keep going horizontal. Yes.
No, that's a flat earth horizontal. It's not a globe horizontal. A globe
No,
horizontal is from the center of your ball out. That's what declares up and down, idiot. What the fuck are you talking about?
if it goes from the
A
center and goes out to
horizontal
space,
doesn't
that would be a
declare up.
vertical.
A horizontal doesn't declare up and down on your globe, does it? Huh?
No.
A horizontal line never increases, does it?
You mean
That means
never increases?
equipotential, right? Equidistant, equipotential, horizontal line forever never increases or decreases in its own elevation. Neither does a vertical line. Now your globe does. Every curve
That's
does.
nonsense.
No matter the
That's
scale.
nonsense.
No matter the scale. No matter the size. No matter the scale.
Well, that makes sense why I couldn't follow it.
Makes sense why you can't get a ball and show what horizontal is and vertical, and you're a fucking retard and you didn't even say the right thing.
Listen. Let's back this up. I think Steel City is probably a normal person, and a normal person should understand that the Earth's not a globe, and then just move forward with their life. And I think he has the ability to understand it because he's Steel City Union guy. He works with his hands. He knows the material world. He knows the tools that are required to substantiate these geometric perfections, which are unachievable because we're human. But he knows that we're aiming towards these geometric perfections that are utilized with the material world, such as level, horizontal, water level, plumb, vertical. He knows these things. There's hope for him.
He thinks sea level drops down vertically. All the globers think sea level drops vertically, straight down, below your feet, straight down, straight down, straight down. So they think you can fall vertically along the sea. They think you can fly vertically down along the sea. Vertically.
I just recommend Steel City that you run, and you never look at globe ever again. Just run while you have the chance. Or did you hear the PhD Tony and the Red Cloud guy tell me there's a hump in between me and the burger place? Don't be like that. Don't be safe.
Yeah,
be
don't
well.
be like. Hold on, don't be like who is it? Billin said when they fall down that hole. That's like sea level for a glober. You can go forever and lose your breath, redo it again, lose your breath, and you're falling sea level, 14 psi all the way. But globers can't prove that nowhere. But that's what they believe. That's their globe proof is that you can do that, but nobody's ever done it. Isn't that weird? No jumper anywhere. No airplane, no object has ever fell or went vertically down at sea level, along sea level, the 8,000 mile thick ball to your little microscopic ass. So think about that, scale boy.
All right. Well, speaking of scale boy, I got a model that you can hold in your hand if you have a basketball. Do you have a basketball?
Where do I put the vertical at?
Point anywhere on it towards the center.
No, you're wrong. No, anywhere on an object's not vertical. Vertical is based on a horizontal line, and there's only one that you could put on a ball. That would be one line going all the way through it, cutting all the way. That would be one vertical through the ball, through the center. Every other line on that ball would not be vertical. That's what my money's on. And they wouldn't be the same elevation against the horizontal line that you place on the top of any of them.
Well, you'd be wrong too, Demo.
You want to bet your money? You want to bet your money? Let's get a ball right now and
Absolutely,
put the
I bet
same
my
size
money.
sticks. We'll stab the same size sticks through that ball all the way around it, like pinhead. They'll all come out 5 inches away from the basketball, all of them, and we'll put a horizontal line across the top. It's only going to touch one stick. Blue, do you want to bet your money?
Yeah, I'll bet all my money, Demo. Every bit of it.
Now get the
How
ball
much
out.
you got?
Get the ball out. Well, I'm
How
just
much
going to
you
make
got?
all yours.
No. You're going to bet your money too, right?
So are you going to demonstrate for me?
No, you're going to demonstrate for me.
And again, to be clear, no one here can demonstrate anything with video because it won't let anybody because there's too many people in the chat. So nobody can work around that.
Brother, stop. Brother, I said demonstrate it to yourself. Now go get a ball and put the sticks out to where they're all the same height. Make sure they're all the same height coming away from that, like they are from the center point
Why would
coming
that
out,
matter?
equipotential, equidistant. Now take a horizontal line and put it on top of the stick. Any stick you pick, just put the center of the horizontal line on that stick. The edge of a ruler, put it on that stick. Now, if that ruler touches any other line, then you got yourself a ball proof. But if that ruler doesn't touch any other stick, guess what? Welcome to Flat Earth, you fucking idiots. And Blue owes me all his money.
How do you explain that? That is the most idiotic thing I've ever heard you say, Demo.
Yeah,
and that
we
is
know
up
a guy
against
who
some
doesn't know physics or balls or anything. We know a guy who knows fuck all, who's never touched a ball.
Put your
We know a
teeth
guy
back
who
in,
doesn't have
finish
a ball in a
chewing,
horizontal.
swallow, and then get back in the conversation, okay?
A ball and a horizontal is what we need, boys.
Hey, Democ, how do you explain the Earth curve that I just posted
With the ball in your
voice
hand
chat?
and a horizontal stick that doesn't touch.
Democ, I'm
all
asking you a
those other
question.
sticks that you just said there's a vertical everywhere when there's only one. There can only be
Yeah,
one
yeah, yeah,
vertical
yeah.
on a
You've
sphere
said
in
this
existence.
100 times.
No, not
How do you explain the Earth curve? How do you explain
Go
the Earth curve
outside
in
and
this
make a
in this
million
photo?
90s.
So you're not
A
going to
million
explain the Earth
90s.
curve.
This prove a globe. You had more than one. Welcome to Flat
Explain
Earth.
explain a million 90s. Explain
a million
million
water
90s.
levels lined up. A million bricks. Go put a million Legos on a sphere and show me how they touch. Blue. Blue just
I could do
declared
that, or
earlier
I
that
could just
buildings
present
on a
evidence.
ball are going to line up and touch the edges and be fine. Don't fucking say what. You're engineer boy in here. Now go get some fucking Legos that are cubed. Sit them on any sphere you want, and let's see the fucking walls line up, you idiot motherfuckers.
So okay, so you're not going to explain it. Is that what you're saying?
This is explaining to you how a sphere works. You're going to get
I'm showing you evidence, and you're ignoring
No, you're
it.
not, you retard fuck.
Okay, then look at it.
Is what you're showing yourself. Put the Legos on the ball. The claim
Oh my
is
God.
the Legos are not going to make a V. They're all going to line up. Now go get a fucking ball. All balls.
How much is a million Legos? How much do you think
The
that costs?
Lego is going to be a building. He said big buildings. So imagine that Lego's a big building, you dumb bitch.
Or
That
we
was
could
your
just send a
fucking buddy's
balloon up.
claim. You better tear him down. Ask him why
We
he
could just
claimed Legos touch each other on a ball. Ask him why
we
he
can
claimed
send
that. Hey, Blue,
we can send a
why
balloon
did
up
you
with a
tell us to put
rectilinear
Legos on a
lens.
ball?
Okay. Right?
Blue, why
You would
did you
agree
tell
that?
your Globers that Legos touch on a ball? Why did you tell them that?
Okay, so you're deflecting now. I'm asking you a direct question. If we take a
Yeah,
picture
we're
at
gonna go to
altitude.
Legos on camera that don't
Okay,
line
you
up
are
on a
deflecting.
ball.
So you're
So the
just going to
Legos
ignore
on
evidence.
the
Okay.
globe.
That's a
Corners
shame.
don't touch on a
I really
motherfucking
thought your
ball.
position was strong enough that you could actually confront evidence, but it seems like you can't.
Yeah, I just told you the only evidence I need. You can't drop sea level. You fucking retard gimp. What the fuck you talking about?
So take a look at my evidence and then tell me what's
My
wrong with it.
evidence is a horizontal line on your wall or a dot if you prefer. Raise the elevation tool above that dot. That's up. Raise it down below that dot. That's down. That's not a globe. You just debunked the globe. I know you're retarded and have a low IQ, but one day you'll get there.
GMO.
Maybe one day you'll confront evidence since you're scared of
Yeah,
it and
the
you just
dot
run
on
like a
your
little
wall is
bitch.
the evidence I just gave you.
Quit running like a little
Raise the
bitch. Just take a
elevation
look at my
tool up.
evidence. Take a
You
look at my
can't raise
evidence.
the elevation tool down 14
Swallow your
PSI.
food and take a look at my evidence.
There is no 14 PSI, below 14 PSI, below 14 PSI, below 14 PSI curbing. Take a look at your horizontal line or your diagonal line that's
Stop
not a
being a
PSI
little
diagonal.
bitch
Do
and
you
take a
have a
position.
diagonal long? Do you have an 8,000 mile long 14 PSI? We can follow along. See.
Yes,
Can we
take a look
fall
at the
down?
image. It's literally in the image.
No, you have to go outside with the altimeter and fall
Oh, okay.
along
You mean
sea
like this
level.
fucking
What do
image
you
that was
mean?
taken
Oh,
outside?
okay. How else
Yeah,
do you
exactly.
prove something
Tell me
by
how this
doing it?
image. Tell me how this image doesn't work for
Dude,
you.
we don't
What
care
about it
about
is wrong?
computer cartoons. We
Oh,
need you
okay.
to
So you're
go
just going to
outside
dismiss it.
and
Okay. You
show
mean
us
the
what
one that was sent up in a helium balloon? Okay.
brother. Helium balloons don't go that way. They go up. No globe.
That's up, you
Sorry.
motherfucker. Take a
Helium
look.
balloons don't go
Recalibrate your
horizontally,
eyes.
vertical everywhere, boy. Vertical's everywhere on your ball, right? Why ain't
Why
one
don't you say
fucking
something that
helium
makes
balloon going
sense?
on vertical that way to space?
Explain the evidence that's confronting you and quit
Yeah, a
waffling like
helium
a little
balloon goes
bitch.
up
You're
vertically,
waffling like a
not
little
over
bitch.
horizontally.
Confront the evidence. Confront the
I
evidence. Quit
am.
being
A
a little
helium
bitch.
balloon rises only up, not that way. No globe. You'll need
Oh,
helium
up
balloons
like in
to
the
rise
fucking,
in all
like in the
directions and
fucking, take a
diverge.
look at the image. Take a look at the
Your
image. Slow
helium
down and take a
balloons
look at
are
the
what we'll
image.
look at. Your helium plums. We'll look at them diverge away
This
from
is
each
an
other.
image that was taken at almost
Is it of
38,000 meters
helium
above Earth.
balloons or hot air balloons making big V's as they go away from us?
Okay, so everybody, I just want you to pay attention that Denmark is being a little
I
bitch and
want
will
you to
not
pay
confront the
attention
evidence.
that this guy can't go outside and touch grass. He'll never be able to do physical reality stuff. He just wants to keep
Just
reading
confront the
some good
evidence.
fucking religious book.
Stop. Demo,
So
stop.
elevation, do you understand what that means?
Yes,
How
I
do
just
you do
explained to you
elevation
that
on
this
a
is
ball?
almost at
How do you do
38,000
curve
meters above
elevation
Earth.
that don't change? How do you demonstrate on your wall a curve that doesn't change elevation? We'll wait.
I've taken a photo right here that fucking debunks your
No
flat Earth
pictures.
that you
No,
will
that
not
didn't make any
confront.
sense. We want
Oh,
to
it
take a
didn't. Yeah, of
live
course not.
video. We want you to take a live video of you in an arc somewhere called the Earth Curve Arc, because you got the math somewhere, you secret motherfucker.
I don't need to take a live video.
You
I
don't
pulled this
need an
from a
Earth
live
curve
video.
now. Now you
I
don't
pulled
need
this
an Earth
from a
curve
live
to prove an
video.
Earth curve. So no Glover.
It's
needs
right
an Earth
in your
curve.
fucking eyes, and you're
So
just saying
Glovers
no.
don't need an Earth curve on the wall to prove an Earth curve. They don't need to prove that
Okay.
a curve doesn't change elevation. That's the
Okay.
exact thing you'll need. The
When
only
you're done
thing you'll
being
need,
dishonest,
the
take a
only
look at this
one thing you'll
photograph
need in physical
and try to
reality,
explain it.
reality's not dishonest. No, I agree with reality, buddy, not your fucking hopes.
Oh, you're
So
gonna have to
reality on the
honestly try to
wall,
explain that in a
my
way.
horizontal line doesn't increase in elevation. It doesn't decrease in elevation.
Well,
That
it certainly has an Earth curve, as you can see here in this fucking
What
image
has
that
an
I
Earth
put in your
curve?
eyes.
Draw it out
The
on the
Earth.
wall. Draw it on the wall and draw my horizontal above it. Let's see your reference as a horizontal. Show us what the Earth curve even looks like or means. For you to keep saying what the fuck that even means.
Just imagine that this image was
No,
put on your
you're gonna
wall.
draw it
Okay.
on the wall.
Use your fucking imagination.
No,
Okay.
you
You've
stupid
got a
bitch.
brain,
We're
don't
not
you?
going into religion la la land, motherfucker. We're getting the fuck out of
Explain the
religion.
image, you little bitch, and quit whining. Thank you.
Listen. I can't do it anymore. I can't listen to this. Like it's not helpful. All right.
I'm only demonstrating his inability to face real evidence. This was literally taken from a video that most people in this chat have probably seen. It's very, very simple to refute, according to Demog, but he seems to just want to waffle. So
Listen,
I'm through with him.
that picture is your claim, and then you have to tell us how. I mean, what you're claiming, right, is that somebody went up vertically, right? They went up straight in the air, vertically.
How else do you go up?
I mean, you tell me, right? So vertically, right? That would be perpendicular to horizontal. So now they went up vertically, and they're looking out straight.
Yes, as shown in the photograph.
Okay, and then the Earth is dropping beneath of them.
The Earth is directly below them. Is that what you're asking?
Now, if somebody was over in the distance and they went up vertically and they looked off straight, what would they see?
Presumably the same thing at this elevation. Is that what you're? I think that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I mean, you said imagine this. Is your perpendicular, your horizontal?
Well, just confront the evidence. Tell me what's wrong with this evidence. I can explain it if you'd like me to. I drew red dotted lines that are straight. Okay.
Would that look
As you can.
I mean,
well, let me explain it. Let me explain it. All right. The top line. I want to explain it because you asked me to. The top line has red dotted lines overlaying what is an actual physical string, a yellow physical string attached to the apparatus, and it's in front of the lens. Okay. At the bottom, there's a blue string that does the exact same thing. It's pulled taut, right? So that it's a straight line string in front of the camera. These lines are simply to show you that in the physical reality From the point of view of the lens, you can detect whatever distortion, if there is any, by comparing the physical string to what I've used in this demonstration as a red dotted line overlaying it, right? So I want you to pay particular close attention to the bottom line, the blue one. Are you taking a look at that one for me?
In my imagination, yes.
Okay. Well, I'll explain it for anyone that's looking. All right, so the blue line at the very bottom, again, is a physical string on the apparatus. The red line was drawn in GIMP about 15 minutes ago by myself, and it is a straight line. And the blue line is actually bowing downwards. Despite that, there's clear Earth curvature. I've overlaid the original image with a slider that you can access by clicking the link. You can slide it back and forth, and all I've done is show high contrast on one side and the original image on the other side, so that you can compare and you can look at both the atmosphere and the quote-unquote horizon, or what you would purport to be the horizon. There's curvature bowing upwards, right, instead of bowing downwards. This is a clear demonstration that there is an Earth curve. If there was any distortion caused by the lens, which you can see there is a very, very slight distortion based on the straight line that I drew in GIMP and as compared to the physical line. If there's any distortion, it should be distorting in the same direction, or it should be shown flat, right? If it was flat, it would indeed be bowing downwards slightly, but probably slightly less because it's closer towards the middle of the lens. With that being said, this is a clear demonstration of Earth curvature. All right, and that's all I have to say.
Okay, yeah, what it looks like to me is just, I mean, like on the flat Earth, just so you know, like on flat Earth, the Earth is below your feet. Like, so if you go up, the Earth is down. Like, it's down. So that's all that looks like to me. If somebody went up, and the Earth is appearing to rise due to perspective, but then dropping actually because it's actually down below them. And you're saying that that's not the case. That's Earth
All
curve
I'm simply doing is
because it's
measuring
down.
where the sky meets the ground, or the sky meets the atmosphere.
Well, I mean,
And
not
there
measuring,
is
but you're not measuring exactly, but you are putting a straight line against it, saying it's lower than my elevation. I mean, that makes sense to me. And when I go above surfaces, they're lower than me. That makes perfect sense to me.
If it were flat, though, in any orientation, there would not be a clear bulge in the center, and then if you note at the edges, that's where the red dotted line met the the actual horizon, or at least I delineated between the dark blue and the light blue.
Yeah, that's what I would
But
expect on flat Earth. That's why I said you have to imagine. I'd have to imagine.
well, there shouldn't be a bulge on a flat Earth, right? If anything, the line would be straight at whatever angle. If you want to say there's an angle, if the camera's slightly off center, what have you, there should not be a bulge. The bulge demonstrates that there is in fact an arc with the atmosphere / horizon, as you can see.
Yeah, I understand.
You've
heard the point or the argument, how we want to put it, that the globe is a hijacking of perspective. Perspective causes the things below you to ramp up towards eye level, even though we know that they're measurably below you. So the Earth
perspective would not change the shape, though. It wouldn't cause an arc to appear. Would you agree?
I don't know.
We're not measuring. We're not coming at the argument is not that horizon rises to eye level or it doesn't. That's not the argument. The argument is simply, why is there an arc in the atmosphere / ground level depiction?
Are you seeing that arc as the water's ramping up to the center of your vision?
Like actually rising, or
yeah,
or just
well, you can see the arc.
You know, all that water is below your feet. That ramps up to the center of your vision. All that water is under your feet.
But you're
but it looks like it's ramping up.
You're saying that water lies flat and level. Is that correct?
Yeah. I would say that water seeks its level.
Then how do you explain the arc in the photograph?
I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the photograph. I'm driving.
Okay, well then. Okay,
but I know what the horizon
take a look
is.
At the evidence.
Right? No, hang on.
Right,
I know what the horizon is. So I don't need to look at a picture to know that you're looking at a horizon that ramps up to your eye level, right?
Yeah, why don't you come back when you take a look
But
at
you
my
know all
evidence? Because
that.
I'm not going
You
to argue
know all.
semantics. You can
Okay.
you can refute my
all right.
evidence.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's a good idea. Take a look at it and then take.
Okay, no problem.
Go
When
on.
I got a minute, I will stop and look at your
Thank you.
evidence.
So icy spin. That's
Yeah, there's no. I mean,
mage.
there's no semantics
Is that
to it.
is that
I mean,
the
it's not really a
mage
semantical
thing?
argument.
That's Mage 2. Yeah, I'll drop
did he-
the timestamp and the
When did he
video
send that
link.
up?
Mage
Did he do
2?
mage
That's-
1 and then mage?
That's
When-
your evidence is
Yeah,
what's
just
his
hey,
name?
get off the phone, come back and refute it when you
Yeah,
come. All right,
yeah.
we'll talk about it now. Go ahead and laugh in privacy. It's
Mr.
great.
Sensible's Mage 2 from like 5 years
that
ago.
that no
That's
one
your
has a good
evidence?
explanation for it.
I just want to
Absolutely.
make sure that's your evidence because I have seen it.
Yeah,
Mage 2.
that's brilliant. Mage 2. Mage 2 is brilliant.
Guys,
yes,
I'm
that's
still
brilliant.
here.
It's
Good
brilliant.
job. Be
It's
at
still
peace with
unrefuted,
your
though, isn't
sphere
it?
Earth, man. Go ahead.
Take a look
It's
at my
still-
evidence, and then we can talk about it. You can laugh in
You mean
private.
Mr. Sensible's
it's
evidence?
still
It's
it's-
Mr.
no,
it's
Sensible's
evidence that I gathered from his. Yeah, absolutely. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? It's evidence.
it's still amongst flat
Sure.
Earth.
If that's all it took to convince you that you live on a sphere, I'm okay with you believing you live on a sphere. Go
It's
ahead.
a piece of evidence. It's a piece of evidence that
Yeah, yeah.
requires you to take
Good
a
for
look
you.
at before you can have a conversation.
Yeah, I've
Thank
already
you.
seen it, bro. I saw it 5 years ago.
Okay, well then tell me what's wrong with my evidence if you've already seen it. What's wrong with it? Take a
It's-
look at it right now and tell me what's wrong with
It's
it.
just looking at the horizon from high altitude through a camera lens. If that's all it took to convince you that you live on a sphere, okay.
We've got 3 Damox in here.
Okay, well, as long as you're not going to respond to my evidence, then why don't you go ahead and
No,
jump off until you have a chance to look at it?
It's not even your evidence,
yell
bro.
about
It's
it, but he
Mr.
can't.
Sensible.
You can't refute it.
Oh, it most certainly is my evidence. It most certainly is.
All right. Yeah, it's evidence that you were convinced you live on a sphere by looking at a video by a guy named Mr. Sensible on YouTube.
How many
I'm
Damox
still
did you
taking
want?
arguments from both sides. I would love to hear a valid argument from your side, but
All
you're
right, so
just
then the
going to sit
next
here
part
and
is that
give
you would
general.
have to. Yeah, I hear you. I mean, I already gave you. Look, you're. It's a hijacking of perspective into Earth curve of hump, blocking your vision, right? So the Earth is humping up to you. So now that's what I said to you, right? I said
What
you're
the
going to have
hell
to
does
now.
humping up to me mean?
Yeah,
What-
you're
can
saying you
explain
just
that?
said that there's a hump there. Those were your
No,
words.
Tanks,
I'm not
can you
straw
I
explain
said
man.
that?
there's an
You said
arc.
hump.
There's an arc. There's a
So the
visible
water's
arc.
higher. It's right. The
it's
water's
not a-
physically higher, right? Yeah, in the distance than it is where in the foreground.
It's
I mean,
not
yeah,
a
no
straight
straw man there.
line.
So to the guy who is who has the evidence, not to the Red Cloud guy who doesn't have the evidence, to the guy who has
I'm
the
looking at
evidence,
the evidence.
he's going to
Tanks.
have to now. Well, it's his evidence. You get your own
Okay, we
evidence.
can discuss
So
it.
to
Go
hit
ahead.
to
That
the
is my
guy
evidence.
with the picture with the evidence. Now you're going to have to describe to me in my imagination. That's what you told me to use. That going up
Yeah.
vertically is that now you're just looking out straight, right? But now, right, you're going to have to draw that out. So now, if you go up vertically,
What are you
is that
talking
still
about?
horizontal off into space, or is that now looking down towards the ground?
Explain
it
why
out.
the line is not straight.
Not you, red
Explain
guy
why
who
the
doesn't have
line
the
is not
evidence. The guy
straight.
who has the evidence, he's going to describe
Explain
his
why
evidence,
the
not
line
the
is
guy who
not
doesn't
straight.
have the evidence.
Tanks.
The guy who has the
I've
evidence
already
is
given
gonna
my
affirm it
demonstration.
for his own evidence.
Tanks.
Listen, Tanks, if there's something that you didn't understand about my
Yeah.
4-minute presentation, you can point it out and I'll be happy to address it.
Yeah,
But
so the
I
issue
thought I
is
made
that
it.
when you draw it, the issue, all right, the issue is that when you draw it out, right, like what you're imagining is the case that's Earth curve is Earth hump. It's rising up. It's physically rising up, not just due to perspective. It's actually rising up. That would change. That would change your vertical would now be looking down, not straight out, but down. So go ahead and draw it on the ball. You'll see what I'm saying. Just get a circle.
What I'd like
in that
from
horizon.
you is
You'll
for
see
you
what
to
I'm saying,
explain
so
how
you're-
perspective causes the shape
worry
of the
about that.
line to change. No,
Don't worry
that's an
about that.
important an important thought for you to present and show me how I'm wrong about perspective.
No,
Perspective
I'm just steelmanning your position at the moment. And what I'm steelmanning and showing you is that on this thing that you're imagining we have to picture, right? No problem. That when you go up vertically, that changes your horizontal in reference, so, right? So you'd be referencing, it would be going down, down, down. So you looking straight would be you looking down, right? And then there's a
simple
big
fact
hump of
that
Earth.
that
There's a big hump of Earth blocking things in the distance because you're looking down now.
Okay, I'll make my
So-
question a little more specific. Okay, my
It's not a question.
question is a little bit.
I'm just stating what
No,
your question.
okay. Well, this is a question that I'd like for you to address if you can. If you can't, then maybe I'm not doing a good job. But my question is this: if the line on the bottom, the physical line in reality, which is pulled tight across the lens, if it's actually slightly bowing downwards, then how come the atmosphere and horizon are slightly bowing upwards?
You think that's reality, what you're looking at in a picture? Or are you just looking at a picture?
Okay, so are you going to answer the question?
If it's reality in a picture, then it's also a picture. Your
I'm looking at your picture.
statements, they are all correct at the same time. What are you talking
I
about?
wasn't rushing. I wasn't rushing you, Tanks. I was talking with the guy that wanted to give his opinion. I was just asking a
Put some
question.
cups of water along that curve, and we'll see which one doesn't spill.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so you're imagining that for whatever reason, right? It doesn't matter what reason it is. You're saying a blue line that you're physically holding in front of a camera to get a wide angle view seems to be distorted, just for whatever reason,
Well,
right?
it's a very slight distortion. As you can on the top line, right? It's virtually no distortion. I mean, it's a little bit wavering going across, right? But the point is that what I would expect to see on a flat Earth, all right, is so towards the center of a lens, right, going there's going to be less distortion going from left to right. Okay, so since we're a little bit above the center or above, so the blue line's at the bottom is the bottom reference point. As we go up and meet that middle reference point, it's closer to the center, so there should be less distortion on that. That would tell me on a flat Earth that it should be closer to straight, right? But still slightly underneath it, right? As we get towards the middle, if
are you staring at?
excuse me, I'll finish, and I'll answer your question. Okay, if it gets right to the middle of the lens, that's where we're going to expect to have the least amount of distortion. So in theory, that would be a great reference line that should be pretty much straight. But anything under that center lens, that center point in the lens, which you can use that little knob there in the middle to pick the center for this demonstration. But we'll say that anything below that should be slightly arcing downwards. However, the evidence shows that there's an arc of the atmosphere and the horizon that is slightly bowing upwards. And even with that downward bias that should be present, there's still an upward arc, which doesn't make sense to me if the Earth is flat. That's all I'm asking. Was that clear at least? That's where my mindset is.
Yeah, we need the longitude and latitude in the backyard or area where that is, so we can go to that physical location and make sure put our cups of water in that backyard to make sure they don't spill.
Demo.
Yeah, I've got all that information.
Yeah, no demo. No.
No, nobody's backyard. Oh, okay. So that picture's a picture of nowhere.
I mean, I can give you the longitude and latitude where this literal image was taken.
Well, I know, but I'm saying is that the whole Earth?
Demo.
Everybody's backyard matches that, right? Everybody's backyard is in that image, right? Or wrong?
However many backyards can fit into this, this frame at 37,463 meters.
So
I can't tell you that.
Backyards match that curve.
It's not all the backyards. I can tell you that.
Then surely go to somebody's backyard, and it's the Earth curve, the arc, and then make sure it's a hill and one side's higher than the other, and like put your cups of water and make sure they don't spill.
Well, see, if I wanted to present, I would do that experiment if I wanted to present that, but I have a piece of evidence here that's not that, and that's what I was asking you to address.
Pictures aren't evidence. Physical Earth that's supposed to be curving physically is the only evidence that's physical Earth curving physically, if it is. And if it is, it'll hold water. If it's true, it holds water. Globe Statement 101. Globe doesn't hold water. No curves. Nowhere outside. None of your pictures.
So there's no explanation for this arc in the photograph.
There's no demonstration of any Earth curve on Earth. We're not
what do
looking
you think
for
that arc is?
We don't care about your opinion of religion, stupid pictures. Take your religion.
So you're not going to address it. Okay.
What holds the water then?
Physical dirt Earth curve somewhere. Fuck, man.
DMOC, what holds the water then?
Dirt.
Dirt?
Yeah, dirt. Containers.
So
not gravity.
So where's the container? Where is it?
Not
the
gravity.
ice wall. The ice wall bordering the
Is it an ice wall?
Dirt.
Yes.
All water is contained by a shoreline, not an ice wall. A shoreline.
Thanks for
What
the
about the
correction.
container keeping the
Same with
gas
your
pressure in? Where's
bathtub,
that?
same with your
Are
fucking
you saying
mud
dirt
puddle.
is
Yeah, good
covering
question.
the earth
what
That's
you
a
above us?
build.
great question. Good straw.
One at a
Good
time.
deflection to another great question.
Yeah.
Where's your container holding your gas pressure in?
Where's the container?
Dirt.
Good
The
question.
dirt
So dirt is
outside.
holding the gas pressure in?
No. Yes.
So okay,
Yes.
so answer my
On
question
flat
then.
Earth,
Don't just
yes.
say dirt.
On
Okay, so
flat
where's
Earth,
the
air
container?
is anti-gravity, and so is water. You can't
Air is
have
anti-gravity?
you can't have
So
water
air is
and
holding
can't
the
have
gas
water
pressure?
and
That
air
that
on a
sounds like
ball.
gravity.
You can't have air and water on a ball.
You can't
Air
have
balls don't
air
exist.
and water?
There are no
What
gravity
about
air
a
balls.
what
They
about a
don't
ball
exist.
filled up with water? There's air
There
and water
are
in there.
no air balls of gravity. Balls of air don't exist.
So the Earth
in
is an
fucking
air ball of
reality.
gravity?
There's no such thing.
So what's holding in all the water?
The dirt holding in. There's no in. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
you said
You're
it'll
standing
spill
on
if
dirt
there's no
right now,
container.
idiot. You're not standing on gravity, are you?
So there's a big
Go
dirt
show me the
wall. Is that
gravity
what you're
stairway
saying?
you
Do you,
can walk down.
so
So do you
where's
have
the
a gravity
location of the
stairway
dirt
or
wall,
Earth?
D-Mock? Where's the
Dirt is
location of
what's
the dirt
holding you.
wall?
What is yours? What holds
Where's
you?
the location of the dirt wall?
Dirt everywhere.
You
Your
want to see
dirt.
the location of
The
the curve?
whole Earth.
Where's the
There is
location
no
of the dirt
water
wall?
not held by dirt. What are you talking about?
Yeah, show me. Show me an
So you
example of that.
that didn't make
Show
any
me
sense.
all of the world's water
So you
being
don't
held by
have an Earth
dirt.
curve. You
Where's the
can see
dirt
the
wall,
Earth flat
D-Mock?
now, right?
Where's the dirt wall?
So you
Where are
all
the
agree that
guns?
the Earth is flat
It's
because you
called
know
a
dirt has to
shoreline.
hold water. The dirt has to be higher than the water in a
Dima,
360
you don't
all the
have
way
a fucking
around.
bottle.
All the way around the surface of the water, just like my swimming pool. If I fill the water up over that surface, that's the 360 enclosement. I have to trap the water in dirt or a physical container. No fucking where am I trapping water with gravity. Nowhere is anybody's backyard holding water on hills. Nowhere.
So
in none
what's
of them.
containing the
I had
gas
them all.
pressure then again?
No, your container is imaginary.
What's
Nothing.
containing the gas
Not
pressure
dirt.
again? You
Your
said air?
container
Yeah,
is
that's
a
what we want to
vacuum.
know.
We want to
Tell
know
us.
where your container is of your vacuum air ball.
Space time. Space time.
How
Yeah.
do you prove an air ball? Prove air balls.
What is
Do you think the
containing
air is holding the
air
gas
in the
pressure
flat
in
Earth
D-Mock?
What is this? What is an air ball or an air sphere?
Show
How
us
do
the
you have
container,
layers of
D-Mock.
spherical gas?
Whose backyard is the container in, D-Mock?
What are you talking about in your globe?
Well, you wanted the backyard of the
Your
curvature.
backyard is the container, retard. Go outside.
Oh, so the
pour
backyard is
water
the
in your
container for all
backyard.
the world's water?
Don't pour water in your backyard. It'll settle
I don't see
in the
that.
divots.
The
It'll
universe.
settle
You
in the
guys
divots,
say.
not on the hills. It'll
I
settle
don't
in the
see that,
divots,
D-Mock.
not on
I'm
the
with you.
hills. Hills can't do it, but flat Earth will. It'll settle
Yep.
in the divots in your backyard, son. Every day, your ass is done.
Not in my
The
backyard.
dirt wall, D-Mock.
I want a pint
Every
of ether,
divot in your
please.
yard, every mud puddle is a dirt wall. It's a
Can I have a
360 it's a 360 like
You
a
have
cup
ether.
or a bowl.
Can I have a pint of ether, please?
You just call it space
I
time,
don't even
dude.
know what the fuck that means. Listen, we're talking about dirt holding the water and air. Where do you have a curve of
Can you have
water?
a pint of ether?
Where's the edge of your
No, you
ball to
can't.
prove your
I
point
cannot
anyway?
have that either.
You need the edge of your ball to prove
Love
that
all the
point.
attempts at deflection.
There's no ether either.
What
You
deflection?
Show me
brought
the
up
edge of your
ether.
basketball,
We
D-Mock.
weren't talking about ether.
We're just
What
joking.
do
Like,
you-
why,
what do you
why
That's
can't
talking
we
about?
be
deflection.
joking?
We're
You
talking
got him,
about dirt
Demog.
holding water.
We've got like 3 Dimoks in here. How did that happen?
No, we've got like a cup of dirt.
Which
Dirt is
point
like
do
a
you want
cup.
us not to deflect from, Mr.
Now
Rob
show me when
Dimok?
dirt's not holding water, boys.
Dirt doesn't hold water.
That didn't make any sense. So, can you put water on top of a hill?
No.
Or do you need
Your
containment?
argument doesn't hold water.
Or do you need flat earth walls?
You need elevation, genius. It's not
So
that
Why
hard.
you guys
Water
talking about
already
walls?
exists on top
so
of a hill. That's called a cloud.
So if you go in a helicopter and pour water out, it's gonna stay up there. What are you talking about? What the fuck you mean
Water on
elevation?
top of a hill is called a cloud.
Water goes through dirt, bro.
You guys smoking stuff? You
I
guys
just
smoke
joined
something
not too
good?
long ago. What's the argument right now?
I don't know.
Water doesn't fit on hills. Water flows off a hill. Water is held by a dirt. The claim on a globe is that water sticks to the outside of the dirt and doesn't have any containers, no bathtubs,
So they have
no
rocks.
walls, no fences, no pools. An ocean around a ball without a human, without any humans on this motherfucker.
I would actually
no
agree
pools.
if you pour water
The water
on a
is
hill,
supposed to be held
it
on
isn't
what?
contained by a
What's the
bathtub
water
or
sitting on
fence.
your globe?
I do agree with that.
Does the water sit on hills on your globe? When you back out from that model and you got an ocean everywhere, does that sit on a hill?
It sits.
There are some
it
hills
sits
and
on.
mountains that are under the
No, a
ocean,
360
on the
equidistant
ground.
Earth. The whole Earth is
You know?
itself.
The water sits on the earth.
Why would you divide pieces of Earth from itself? This little 2-inch piece of Earth couldn't possibly be this big Earth. You guys, this little 2-inch piece of Earth Democ debunked me with. What the fuck? He thinks. Are you guys okay? You got the whole Earth. A 2-inch piece debunks your
I
whole
think
Earth. You
we
need
got
a
the
big piece
whole.
to prove your point. You can't even do it. You can't even do it with the little one. And then make it bigger. Then make it bigger. Make your hill bigger. Make your hill bigger. Matter of fact, get a horizontal baseline. Pile your fucking dirt as much as you goofballs want. Keep putting cups of water on your hill. And when they stick and don't fall off, that's when you got your proof. It's gonna take us a long time to be a glober.
It's been a long time.
Been a long,
So
long time.
why are the Glovers scared to talk about walls, though? Like, seriously.
I don't know because they can't build
Which
an
walls
Earth
are we?
curve.
Which
They
walls?
can't
Well,
build a
I'm
dirt
totally
wall
fine
do you
to
want us
talk
to
about
talk
because they
anything.
can't build a sand hill
Let's-
and put water on it. That's the Earth
let's
curve.
go
That is
quick
the
demo.
Earth curve. They can't build it out. They can't build a mud one,
Mostly
a
the
Play-Doh
reason
one.
why we're not talking about
They
walls and
can't
stuff is
build an
because
Earth
Dimok
curve.
is ranting. So as soon as he kind of gives the room to talk,
Yeah.
maybe
Yes,
we
sir,
can
yes,
talk
sir.
about.
Maybe we
People
can
are
have like some
Yeah.
Are we really
it's-
asking why are we
so-
not having a conversation when Dimok is ranting?
Because I bet him a horizontal line holds
John, what
water.
were you
And
saying?
because
Curve
Dimok is
doesn't.
ranting, you're gonna
I've
call
yet
that
to see the curve that
you are
holds
running
water.
away from the question and you're deflecting.
Nah,
Is
there's
that
All
it?
right,
no
let's go in
question here
alphabetical
except which
order,
curve
Dimok.
holds water.
Don, I haven't seen you here before. How you doing, mate?
If this is eggshells, what's up?
Hey, mate.
It
You
sounds
like the
you.
wall argument?
Well, so it's weird because Denmark, they got their wall. I mean, I don't know if you're trying to agitate them into talking about like their seafloor wall. I mean, because the rocks holds the water. The dirt doesn't, but the rocks does. You know, but then the rocks that holds water, like waterfalls, right? It comes off from the top of the hill,
No,
right? And
water's
it
not-
doesn't, it holds the
no.
water and it falls down the side of the hill.
No,
Dim
you
over
don't know
here.
what
The
excitation
water
means.
keeps coming. That's what I'm
but
talking
you
about.
don't know
Other
what
walls are weird,
no,
bro.
not on their model. On their model,
true.
water doesn't run. What the fuck is wrong with you guys?
What do
don't
you
know what
mean
Their
water
model,
doesn't
gravity
run on
holds
our?
water still to their fucking ball while the ball spins and locks, just
Okay,
like a
that's
lake.
just
Just like
wrong.
a fucking lake. What is a
What
lake?
gravity?
A
What
lake
gravity
is
does
still
is
water.
pull.
Now,
Hold
can you
on,
put
you
that
said
lake on
something
the side of
incorrect,
the hill
brother.
vertically?
This
Let's
isn't
see your vertical
eggs.
lake.
This isn't a conversation.
You said something
No, it's
incorrect.
not.
Water
You're not talking
pulls.
over
I'm
me
sorry,
without
not
your
water.
vertical lake. Do you have a
Gravity
vertical
pulls
lake?
water
retards
down.
and just going on and on and on.
All right,
Gravity
Denmark,
pulls
have a
water
nap.
down. So
No, we're
water
not
You're
would
welcome
actually
to take a
run.
fucking nap without a demonstration.
That's enough. I can't give you
Yeah,
that.
I've only just got back on after my trip to the gym, and the entire way back from the cafe was people unable to control themselves from spurging back at somebody who's clearly a
Fuck
few
you.
sandwiches short of a picnic. So maybe have a chat with Don if you'd like to. Jet, Don, Rob. There's other people here who have alternate beliefs about the shape of the Earth that will make sense when you try to understand their responses.
Okay.
I do my best.
Why do y'all think he's mad about the walls that y'all don't want to talk about?
Well, it's not that we
I
don't
think
want
he's
to talk
mad at it.
about
Mad
them.
about the walls. I don't think the walls have anything to do with his madness.
Although the thing that he did say about the walls, is he talking about like water having a container and it needs to be within walls?
Something like that. Yeah, y'all don't have any walls.
Well, I mean, we have something of an
Okay.
incline, you know. Like
Whatever.
for
You got
instance,
You got the inside wall, you don't have the outside wall, right? But theoretically, let me ask you a question. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. Go ahead, and then I'll ask you a question.
Well, you said we have the inside wall. Outside wall has to do with anything. The outside wall is the other side of the continent.
Nah, I'm talking about the top and the bottom, maybe, but I want to Denmark like be chill so that they'll let you out, so we can go back and forth. But what about hypothetically, theoretically, y'all could have a box. The universe could be in a box with walls, right? But the Earth's gas isn't going out. The Earth is basically mostly keeping 99.9% of the gas or water or anything from leaving and going out. There's all y'all saying there could be empty space in between the walls, right? So make that shit happen here on the Earth then. How about that?
What's that mean?
His
Can you
point
explain
wasn't
that,
enough.
please, Don? I don't
Yeah.
understand. Could you explain that?
Demonstrate that.
Well, I'm thinking that we're having a misunderstanding of what you mean by walls.
Container.
What
like you're saying container. So
What could be
are you
container?
talking about? So are you talking about all substances, such as how is our liquids still here on Earth? How is our gases still here on Earth? Yes, without a container.
The Earth. You have everything. You say the ISS is still here on Earth, but
Well,
yet
the ISS is orbiting Earth.
Going around the Earth. Yeah.
Is it at the wall of the container, or is it on Earth? Which one is more? If you had to pick either A or B, which one would you pick?
What?
I would say neither, because Earth does not have a container and there are no walls.
Okay, if I show you a box with a big box with a baseball in the middle, and then I show you a little fly going around the baseball, are you gonna A or B? That the fly is with the baseball or it's on the container wall? Which one? It knows. Does the fly know about the container wall or not? No. Is it ever touched the container wall? No. Does it see it? No. It's on the baseball. The fly is on the baseball. It's not anywhere. It's got no walls.
I don't understand what you're talking about. Flies and baseballs. Can you?
If you have a box with a baseball floating in the middle of the box, floating in the dead center middle, and there's a little fly going around the baseball, and this is a huge ass box, and the fly has never seen the wall or touched the wall, is the fly going to say it's still on the baseball with the baseball, or is it going to be talking about it knows about walls? And you can only pick A or B. You know damn well it's going to say it's on that freaking baseball. So like your ISS is still on the Earth, it don't know about no walls, it's got no walls. Okay. I don't know what Denmark's talking about, but this is what I'm talking about.
So
I don't know what you're
so
talking
hold
about.
on. So you're saying that we haven't seen the edges of this container.
You ain't got NAM container, edge, piece, nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There is no container.
Yeah,
And
we're saying
how
there's
is
no
all
container.
the air pressure staying on the Earth, not escaping into the vacuum of space?
Gravity.
Okay, hold on. Because
is that mass attracting mass gravity?
I don't care.
Hang on,
Not say
X,
gravity.
is that mass attracting mass gravity? Because we were told this morning that mass attracting mass is wrong by a glober, saying mass attracting mass is a pseudo force. It's not actually masses attracting masses. We just say it's mass attracting mass. That's what we got from from John this morning. All morning.
Do you want me to answer the question, or do you want to use the answer from someone else?
Yeah, we're not.
I'm just letting
He's
you
not
know
John.
the answer that I was given this morning.
Okay.
So I would like to know your
Yeah,
answer.
he's shouting.
Thank
He
you.
doesn't want an answer.
Okay, sure. My answer as to the reason why air does not escape into the quote unquote vacuum of space is because of gravity. That it just simply is because of gravity.
Can we stop there? Can we stop there and just elaborate on what you mean when you say that gravity is holding the air to the Earth. How is that being done? Thank you.
So, just kind of like your person said from before, mass does attract mass, and small particulates.
No, it doesn't. No, we just had a concession this morning. Mass does not attract mass. That's a pseudo force.
Well, that's gravity is the thing.
So
that's all. That's all it
to-
is gravity.
You mean you have a phenomenon of masses moving towards each other and sometimes and shit? That's what you're talking about.
Everyone stop shouting.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm just gonna work through it. It's all right. So yes, the reason why the air particulates do not escape into the vacuum of space, just like all other things that don't escape into the vacuum of space, like you and I, is because of gravity. Those air particulates are more or less, I guess it's not really orbiting because it's alongside the actual rotation of the Earth. But that I'm sorry.
Don't go into too great detail there.
Yeah, I mean, there's more detail to it about the escape velocity, blah blah blah.
Right,
You know what
right.
I'm saying?
There's a lot more. I can't give the entire scope of it, but the reason is gravity. It holds it here. If you know about black holes, right?
You don't know what gravity is the problem. You could say gravity. The point is, it's a problem to keep acting like we should guarantee these models and have high when it's constantly shifting. It should open your mind and allow you to be way more skeptical of the stuff that's at, very rare to reach stuff. We should be very skeptical of stuff like that. Like that's really the point, man. Like, you don't know this stuff, and then we're so confident in their shit, but it's all placeholder shit, man. We don't know what gravity is or the programming of the realm is coming from. It keeps changing all the time. Like our understanding of the relationship between the quantum scale stuff and just the regular, whatever.
Okay, well,
we can
the
just talk
reason-
about gravity.
hold
We can
on,
just talk
hold
about
on.
gravity in terms of mass attracting mass. Don't need to get into Einsteinian, anything like that. Just say mass is observed attracting mass. That's all we need to do.
Yeah, but when they want to, it's like the math is going to have titty hairs difference. The understanding of, what could be possible about what's happening in space and where this container is, and telling people they're stupid because, we don't need a container because we know this and this and that. It's like, bro, no, you are assuming this and this and that. You think that they've guaranteed it to you. You think it's been guaranteed to you through collaboration of international space networks and blah, blah, blah. This has not been amateurly guaranteed to you, and you should be skeptical of it.
Well, I'm not skeptical of it because it makes sense.
It's not healthy then, man.
Well,
aren't you
there's a
assuming-
reason why it makes sense.
Aren't you assuming
the whole
there-
mass attracting mass thing makes sense. The reason why that the air doesn't go off is because the air is so, like, the particulates are so small that they are just barely affected by gravity, such that at the thinnest parts of our atmosphere, the air is just barely hanging on, as it might seem. But the reason being is because the particulates are so small.
I don't mean to be like, hey man, you're preaching. Look, it's kind of, everybody knows this, so you don't have to. It's like you got to.
Well, if you knew that,
hold on. You should be saying reasons why it's like nail down a closed mind and stop being open-minded about this. Because to me, without like guarantee of like the map and us leaving Earth and going deeper into space and stuff like the moon, very rare type feat stuff, which maybe it's conspiracy theory loony to be skeptical about, but it doesn't hurt me. So I just like having a whatever nonchalant curiosity about it. But it's like, what I'm going to say is, I could see your gravity rule being exactly the same on a flat Earth simulation, with just that downward programming rule on everything. There could still be a gradient, everything, all that. And so, like, keep your mind open about stuff. You shouldn't let little rules like this that we know that we don't have a full understanding of. You shouldn't let them root you in a position.
Well, that's the thing about that's the thing about science, is that we actually don't have a full understanding of anything. You can always do more research about anything and discover new things. That is actually the beauty of science.
Right, but part of it,
to say that
is vetting them.
But to say that the things that we already know about science the things that we already know about the world using science, it means that is not real because it can always change, does not make any sense whatsoever. That means that everything is fake. You should question everything. But there's got to be at least some things that we can
about it. You should have a more open mind. You should have a preparation for it to be changing. You should have less confidence about it, right?
Well, yeah. If there's something.
Listen. When someone, please and thank you. So when someone says, "Where's your?" It should have a container, or you shouldn't be like they're crazy, or be like, okay, maybe it should have a container, right? To me, you see? Do you see what I'm saying? Though, to me, I have to hear him saying, maybe your gradient's right, sure, but where's your container? Maybe, and you should be like, well, maybe it should have a container, but maybe it doesn't, and maybe we have this other thing, and that's solid enough, and we got the ball Earth in space vacuum gradient.
Well,
you see my point where I'm saying maybe should be the position.
I'd like to see the.
Hold on. To counter. You say that we should entertain your idea that we already know to be 100% untrue.
See, that's So you don't. You think you have this high confidence, man. It's like people like you, I think, are worth having more of an open mind, dude. It's worth.
But with respect,
I understand that you're saying to have an open mind, but you're saying to have an open mind versus things that we already know to be 100% true.
We already know 100% true. That seems like that's unhealthy, man. I'm making assumptions about you, but it's like you speak of this like this collective, like I know
it is collective.
But
I think it's unhealthy to be inflexible in your thought, because
the point is that he can Google your position, man. Like, what are you really contributing?
You should not be.
I don't agree with that bit, but I agree with what you're saying, Don, which is I think it is adaptive in terms of interpersonal dynamics, in terms of making decisions, in terms of advancing the forefront of human knowledge, to hold on to ideas, even if we're quite certain of them, to hold them just slightly enough that we hold back from going it's 100% certain, right?
Yeah,
there may be a possibility these things get updated.
Yes, sir. And
That's called intellectual honesty.
It's like the cat in the box, because it's like you don't really need to act on this, right? Like you don't need to act on, okay, do I need to shut down corrupt fucking space programs or whatever, or bust open some God glass dome truth or whatever? Like you don't need to act on this, so you're not actually looking. So the position should be more of a range than it should be more of a wave than a particle, right? Like you're not actually looking at it. So stop unhealthily putting yourself as if you've looked at all these men involved and all these positions involved. You haven't. You don't, right? You're not an exact Borg connected piece of this quantum computer, right? So it's healthier for your mind to be in more of a wave, open-minded position of skepticism, right? We all know, like that sounds so weird to me. Like you're a Borg.
Well, hold on, wait a second. Can I ask you a question? Because I heard criticism that John or somebody yesterday in the chat yesterday said that it wasn't mass attracting mass and gravity wasn't a force.
Yeah, that was today.
Yeah,
that was today. So John said that, and
yes.
that was
John said mass attracting mass is wrong.
Okay, so is there a problem with that? I thought because what
maybe
I'm hearing
not,
right now is tell you what I'm hearing
aren't
now.
you guys
I'm hearing
saying
now
that,
that we need
Go
to be open-minded and not be so dogmatic. When John came in and said gravity isn't a force and mass doesn't attract mass, and that's not what gravity is. So he had that perspective, and when we have the perspective that mass is attracting mass, then aren't we then having an open mind and not being so dogmatic? Which one is right? Are we being dogmatic or not dogmatic?
I just want to.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Don. Go ahead, Don.
I'm just saying, to me, it should be more mixed positions, more maybes. Okay,
well, that's an example of one.
No,
but that was
you have one
you were criticizing us for.
Listen, you have your individual 100% confident position being different than someone else's confident position. That's not the maybe to me. Both of you guys should be in a mixed position, maybe. We both don't know. We both should just be. Maybe it's one, maybe it's the other. Like, it's simple.
So why are you assuming that everyone has 100% confidence and certainty of what they believe about, say, something like mass attracting mass? If that's so, I'd like someone, anyone in the room to raise their hand and say that they're 100% confident that mass is attracting mass and there is some other force at play. Because I'm not.
Yes.
It could be that I'm wrong.
What about this other guy I'm talking to then, buddy? See, this is what I'm talking. Like, when I hear you say,
what about Cavendish?
Yeah, but it's not that simple, man. It shouldn't be just...
Sometimes, though, it is simple. Sometimes it's very simple. The sky is blue. That's very simple. We can all agree the sky is blue. That's not being dogmatic. That's not being stuck in some form of a sort of a mind cult. The sky is blue.
I don't agree the sky is blue. There's always asterisks. Dude, if somebody is moving fast enough while they look at that, the conservation of the momentum of the light is going to shift the freaking color, bro.
You know what I'm saying, though, right?
Real.
Grass is green, sky is blue. Right?
Sorry. Science is always looking for the asterisk, man.
Yeah, right. Of course it is. But in simple terms, layman's terms, I'm not a scientist. So for me, the sky is blue, grass is green. It's very, very simple. Right?
That's fine if you want to talk like that with understanding. But in this realm, I like to talk to individuals like the guy I was talking with before, who I was calling out the phrasings he was using, like, we all know and we already know. We're talking about complex, deep theoretical stuff. It's not we all know. It's not healthy language.
Okay, so let me give you an example of that. According to everything that everyone has ever observed, all stellar bodies, local stellar bodies, are spheres, large stellar bodies. Okay, planets. So
how do you know that?
Mars is a sphere. Listen, just refer back to the beginning.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Refer back to the beginning part of my previous sentence when I said, according to every observation made by everyone on Earth, we look at Mars and say Mars is round. Okay, according
just
to
by looking at
observations.
That's
is
genius.
That being dogmatic?
Well, I think that is good enough.
I don't think that's dogmatic.
Sometimes,
but is that being dogmatic? That's the question.
Not in my opinion. In the word definition game, no.
Okay, all right, but if it's not dogmatic to say that according to everyone's observations, Mars is round, why is it not dogmatic, or why is it dogmatic to say, according to all of our observations, Earth is round?
Maybe it's not, man. Fair. Listen, to
like
all
a
the
religious
people,
that was a question.
I want to move towards solutions. So, like I'm saying, I think it's healthier to be more open-minded and have be able to communicate with more positions of like maybes, and open healthiness and niceness to people who want to challenge their. What they think the limit should be. I get that people are vigilant or whatever, but and then love to all the good people, and thank you for letting me talk.
I appreciate you, Don. So yeah, we're being good here right now. That's fine. But it was a question. If it's not dogmatic to say that according to observations, Mars is round, it shouldn't also, in my opinion, it should also not be dogmatic to say that the Earth is round according to our observations. Is that fair?
That's fine, but
I think it's fair.
I think when you're talking about gravity, you got a lot of people start to get a little bit dogmatic, man, to where we should be.
Yeah, but they don't really know. Here's the thing,
Don,
they don't really know.
And Red Cloud, really what if I told you that a quarter is round?
It just appears that mass attracts mass. They really don't know. It could be something else.
Yeah, but Red Cloud, what if I told you a quarter is round? Just like you're telling me Mars is round.
You just, for the sake of this conversation, Just
both
don't be too
round,
pedantic.
right?
Don't be too pedantic. You know what I mean by when I say
No,
round.
this conversation definitely needs us to be pedantic. Otherwise, we
fine.
get lost in the
That's fine.
minutia
Cool,
of
dude.
the. Yeah, we need
that's
to
fine.
agree to terms. Otherwise, we're just going to keep talking past each other and not understanding where the other person is coming from.
You do understand what I mean when I said round, I hope, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
you meant a sphere, right?
Yes.
How do we determine that Mars is a sphere like everybody thinks it is just by looking at it and seeing that it's round?
See, that's where I feel like you don't have to push it, man. It's like healthy just to say, yeah, we all can see the dots, the circles, and a lot of us really think that we see the sphere-like features and all this for whatever reason. But to claim everybody now and everyone who shouldn't take all the rest of y'all's words for it is stupid because they just want to keep it at the possible quarters. Or like just that. See, that's where.
Thank you, Preston.
Like seriously though, this is what I'm saying. Like this is where when it's so far away and the stuff is so rare, it should be more healthy to be more. And it's not hate on the people that want to keep it open. Like maybe there's a container, maybe they're quarters. Okay, it's not that big of a deal.
With respect, on you're
Thank
arguing
you,
against the conversation that we're not currently having. We're currently being respectful. I think it's reasonable. My reasonable position is that if it's not dogmatic to say that Mars appears to be round, it shouldn't also be dogmatic to say that the Earth is round, and it shouldn't also be dogmatic to say there isn't a dome, there isn't a container, because we haven't seen it.
It's not reasonable. It's absolutely
That's not reasonable.
bogus
Why is that not
baloney.
reasonable?
A lot of people
Because
do
you're
have
invoking pseudoscience for your model that you can't
So,
demonstrate.
People do
sound like
have
pseudoscience.
What pseudoscience?
All of it. You don't have a
Mass
model.
attracting
But no,
mass is
that's not an answer.
pseudoscience.
That's not an answer. What pseudoscience?
Yeah, you just invoke a bunch of mathematical concepts as if they're actually
What about
happening in reality. You look at
What
things
about
and you say, "Oh, this would work in a model." You don't say that it's actually reality.
okay? But what
You know
about
the
direct
difference between
observations?
making a model. You know the difference
What
between
about direct?
a conceptual model
Sure.
and reality.
Yeah, fine. But I didn't mention mathematics. What about direct observations?
Yeah, but it makes you sound like cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs when you think that you have a globe and you actually
Okay.
didn't do
but
anything.
Is
When
it
you're just looking
reasonable?
at quarters.
Is it reasonable to say that Mars looks like it's a sphere?
It looks round.
I think it is. It looks round. It
What
looks like a
makes
sphere
it look like a sphere?
because there are features that pass.
Even though
What are some of those features?
Specifically on Mars, there's not the red side. There are parts of Mars that are redder than others, and you can see those.
So that makes it look like a sphere.
Yeah,
I've never seen a light.
reasonable.
I've never seen Mars rotate, even through a telescope. I've never seen
Well,
Mars
Mars
rotate.
rotates. Mars rotates. All the planets do. Some of them
Yeah, you
don't
see
have
the
the
backside of
big enough features. They don't have distinctive features
Maybe
enough
post
for you
a
to
GIF
tell
of Mars
with the naked
rotating
eye.
in the chat for us, Red Cloud. That would help. Or maybe I'll go try and find Mars rotating. I'll look into it.
Your easier
I'll
one
see
to
if
get
I
if you
can
want
find Mars rotating because I've
Get a
never
telescope
seen
and look.
that.
an easier
I'm
one
gonna
to
see if
find
there-
is Jupiter rotating because it rotates so quickly that over a single night you can
That's
get.
what I said. He looks at Mars. No. He said he looks at Mars and it looks like a sphere because
Yeah,
some parts are darker and it rotates.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
let's
exactly.
not go to somewhere else, please. Let's stay on Mars.
Yeah, to stay on Mars, I think it's reasonable to say that it looks like it's a rotating sphere.
It would be weird to say that it doesn't look like that.
Even if it was. So what?
So if that is, my point is that if it's reasonable to say that that is, from all appearances, true, then the Earth, from all appearances, also is a sphere, because that's what we observe. And that's a reasonable position to take.
I don't observe that.
If everyone who's, okay, but the other chappie just said that he hasn't seen Mars rotating, probably because he hasn't looked. So if you say that you don't see that, it's probably because you haven't looked.
Yeah, and now I'm gonna look and I'm gonna get NASA imagery.
No, I didn't
of
cite
an
NASA.
animation of
didn't
Mars
cite-
rotating. I will look for more. I will look for more, but as soon as I started looking, that's what I found.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then look harder.
I am.
Look
That,
harder, my
that
friend,
was
'cause
through 10 seconds.
no one is.
I'm just
yeah,
letting
10
you know
seconds you
that's
found-
the
yes.
first thing I
Yes.
found.
Okay.
So if I gotta dig deep, am
Yes,
I
dig deep,
digging
man.
deep to get the truth?
Yep, dig deep.
Or am I just gonna get more of the same animation?
Let's
We'll
see,
find out, won't we? Give me a
let's
few
do- I
minutes.
think a reversal
I don't
of
think that a strong
the burden
argument.
of proof fallacy going on here. You need to prove the motion antithetical to our experience with it, which is not motion.
Okay, Alex, go ahead.
I don't think that I would discourage anybody from ever using "I can't find it" as a strong argument.
Oh,
'Cause it's
people
an
skip over that all the time.
Yeah, it's usually because
Call 'em
I
out
mean,
for
if I can't find evidence of something, it's usually because I haven't looked hard enough. Sometimes
that
it's
wasn't my
the evidence isn't
argument,
immediately
Eggs.
available.
Hang on, Eggs. That wasn't my argument.
Wasn't it all I can find
10
is
seconds of
animation? I
looking.
can't find a.
I'm Eggs. I
Yeah.
haven't even finished looking. It's been 15 seconds now. Come on, man.
So why are you
Just be a
why are
little
you
more
commenting
intellectually
then?
honest.
Exactly.
Because
Why are you
I am
commenting
the
if you haven't
one
looked yet?
that
Come on, Rob.
I have looked, and the first thing I pulled up was a NASA
I didn't
GIF. So just, I will keep looking. I'll keep looking.
User
Thanks,
error.
everyone.
The appropriate
Like, let's say
response is,
somebody
"Come
said,
on, son."
Come on,
let's say somebody said, "Oh, you've got a local Woolworths, right? You've got a local supermarket," and I said, "Look, I've Googled, and all I've found is this tire shop." Like, whose fault is that?
So when I come back in 10 years and I still haven't found one,
Still not
it's
a good
because I
argument.
didn't look
Are
hard
y'all
enough,
telling them to
right?
Google it?
One would hope.
Yeah, they're telling me to Google it. So I'm doing it.
Wow.
I'm doing it. Yeah, I
One
know,
would hope
right?
that in
Isn't
10
this funny,
years,
Taylor?
you've saved up some money, bought yourself a nice expensive telescope, and looked at Mars rotating yourself.
Wait, do you remember who told you to Google it?
Red Cloud. What's on the what's on the table? Just for my own edification.
What's on the table? Oh,
I need to find evidence of the rotation of Mars.
My proposition
Through a
was
telescope, I should be able to just look through a telescope and watch Mars spin, making it a sphere in outer space. Thank you.
Yes.
I'm
So
still looking.
I have Rob turned down. I have Rob turned down. So go ahead,
Sorry.
Red. What's on the table?
Yeah, my proposition was.
Let me
it's
explain.
reasonable to
Warren.
say.
Welcome,
It's
J.L.
reasonable to
Warren.
say.
I'll
my
tell
proposition
Warren, 'cause
was.
he must have me turned up way
No,
up.
hold on. I'm maybe talking over you. Sorry, Tanks. You're a bit quiet. So, what I was trying to say was, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that Mars is a sphere because we can see it rotating, and if you can't see it and you haven't seen it, just get a telescope or look at footage, and you can see that it's rotating. That's reasonable. So, based on that logic, it's also reasonable to say that the Earth is also a sphere because of the observations.
We can physically observe it happening, right? Right. Okay. Cool. Good.
Those aren't unreasonable propositions.
Yeah, it's
you know?
Mars is close enough. Mars is close enough that with a powerful enough telescope, you can see it in action with detail. You know, you just need a powerful enough telescope and we can watch it physically happening. So yeah, it's an observation that can be made from Earth.
The only thing I'm fighting back against is to Google it, because if I told people to Google it, they'd be so mad.
I didn't say Google it though.
What'd you tell him to do? You're going to give him the video?
No, he went and Googled it. he Googled it.
Is anybody going to provide it? If that was their claim? Who brought up Mars rotating?
No, the claim.
Don't be all reasonable, Taylor. We all understand it's
I've
a
had the
burden
opportunity to
of proof
go
reversal,
to
but
Mauna Kea.
don't be reasonable about it.
Do you guys want me to tell you how it started, or are we going to let JL
people just got the
Warren go?
opportunity to get access to
JL Warren mutes everybody
So-
in the entire room, dude. I have to turn him down too.
Yes, he's the Denmark of the globe side. I understand.
So hold on, chaps, hold on. JL is trying to get a sentence, and I didn't get it.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
JL Warren is the Denmark
just saying,
of
I
the globe
I
side.
feel like a lot of these problems would be
What
solved.
are we going to do
if
here?
people
The
had-
same thing we do with Denmark, right?
I would think so. Actually, I think Warren needs to be put in a long time out, explain the rules, that he needs to turn everybody
I don't
back
need him
up.
timed out yet.
Okay, JL, go ahead. Please.
When he starts doing what Denmark does, then yeah. But for now,
I don't know.
we can try to be
Red Cloud. I don't know
cordial.
where you. Yeah, I don't know where
Just
Red Cloud is
tanks.
getting off, like giving directives and.
I'm not.
and
I'm not. I'm
whatnot.
just.
Yeah.
I can't
You're
hear
not,
anything.
You're not in any
What's
position to do
really
these
fucking
things.
stupid
I'm not. I'm
is
not.
that
I'm
these
not your
older
boss.
things looking at Mars has
I'm not
anything
your
to do with
dad.
the shape of Earth. Why are you guys looking at the sky, you doofy clowns?
Yeah,
I'll
I'm not your
come
dad,
and
man.
honk your
I
clown nose for you.
all
Because you
it
don't,
just
you don't think that you're really measuring Earth curve in this instance, right?
all I
Yeah,
want to
but
do
and
is have a
then
clear chat.
Jesse, the
Right?
thing is
I
that
wanted to hear
JL
what JL
Warren
had to
isn't.
say.
He doesn't even talk about the globe. He's stated over and over. He doesn't talk about flat Earth or globe.
Okay.
He's ready to exit the combo.
I'd still,
He doesn't do it.
if you wouldn't mind, I'd still like to hear what he had to
Yeah.
say, please.
Well, I want somebody dead to
Why?
No, he's not
I
going
don't
to
give
say
a
it
fuck
now.
what that sadist bastard,
No, I mean,
weird, corny ass
they're
kid has to
chat.
talk about. I don't care
Dude,
what he has
did
to
you
talk
say
about.
something? Talked.
Chill.
I could just Google his opinion. Let's just do that.
Okay, let's not be. All right, let's go. JL, please, just for my benefit, can you repeat what you said, please? Thank you.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
So all I was saying
Yeah.
is that I've had
He's
the
gonna say that
opportunity
he's
in my
imagining
life to
balls.
visit the Mauna Kea Observatory. Mauna Kea, it's a observatory set atop a volcano that's in Hawaii. The sky, the lack of light pollution in the middle of the Pacific is absolutely amazing. But I've personally had the opportunity to go there because that was something that my family would, we could afford it.
That's
we went
pretty
there.
cool,
My mother
right?
wanted me to see it and get the opportunity. So I've had the chance to go there and see this stuff. So I think that a lot of these problems could be solved if people had opportunities like that. I'm saying I got lucky as a kid, and I, actually several times to get a chance to go there. But I've been, fortunate in my life.
What did you do when you were there?
Can you wrap it up? A lot of problems could be solved.
Did you
Yeah,
look through the
I agree with
telescope?
that.
Right.
The highest point in Georgia, I'm in Georgia, the highest point in Georgia is Brasstown Bald. And in the summer, they have they take a bunch of telescopes and a bunch of people go up there and they do stargazing. And I haven't done it yet, but I'd really, really love to do that. So if anyone's in Georgia, anyone here in Georgia, you can join me at Brasstown Bald sometime this summer. DM me.
I recommend New Mexico.
If I wasn't
It's like
put
you're so
distance
tone
and
deaf.
we were on a globe, and if I looked up and saw what looked like spheres in the sky, I would say, "Wow, there's some cool spheres in the sky."
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys are completely tone deaf to what they sound like when they're forgetting what their argument is.
No, I don't think so. I'm just trying to use reason. The reason I'm using, the logic I'm using is if it appears to be so, and when you observe it, you take the time to observe it thoroughly, and it appears to be a certain way, then it's probably that certain way.
So what? That thing is that certain way. What does that have to do with us?
Well, I'm kind of curious.
Because I drew the analogy with the Earth and Mars. I said if Mars appears to be a sphere, Earth appears to be a sphere.
I doubt
Think
we
about
are
it like this. I'm curious.
in the sky.
I'm curious what people think because this is,
Delusional
it's
monkey
either one or the other,
chimpanzee.
right? We're looking at a potential true dichotomy here. It's either a sphere or it's not a sphere. It's a true dichotomy. It either is or it isn't. And if the Earth is a sphere, what always gets me is I've never been able to really get an answer as to what people think is logically entailed by that proposition being true. So, if the Earth were a sphere, just say hypothetically in this hypothetical scenario, the Earth is an oblate
Do you
sphere.
want an answer?
What do
Can I
they
give
think
you a
is
quick
logically
one?
entailed by that proposition being true?
Yeah,
how
here,
does
I
that?
got
What
it for
does
you.
that
Tail one.
affect
You got to let me answer.
anything?
You got to let me answer.
You know,
Here, I got
what
it
is
for you.
entailed by that? And
If-
I've never been able to get a straight answer.
All right, let's see.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, I can hear you.
If the Earth is a spherical object, then the surface of liquid water at rest must curve at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared.
No, it wouldn't. That's incorrect. That's not how we do. That's not how we measure. That's not the measurement of the Earth, though. That's not of the totality of the Earth.
Yeah,
of the planet.
when I say Earth, okay, hang on, J.L. Warren, though. When I say Earth,
So you
in
do
your
Big E,
head,
Rob.
you see all the water. Yeah, you see all the water and all the land congealing into a spherical object, right? When
right,
I
but
say
the curvature,
Earth, that's what
the
you
curvature
think, right?
is not. No, but
Okay.
the curvature, but your
the
curvature is wrong. No,
curvature
but your
has to be
curvature
on the
is wrong.
water.
It's not, but it's not
Has to
8
be
inches
on the
per mile.
water.
But Rob,
Okay,
you're
why
correct.
is 8 inches
No,
per mile
Rob,
squared wrong? Why
Wrong.
is 8 inches per
Because
mile
that's
squared
the
wrong?
incorrect measurement for the planet.
No, I just need a portion. I don't need the whole planet. I just
You
need to
do. You
measure
do
a
need the whole.
portion.
No, you do need
I
the whole
only
planet
need
because
to
when
measure
Rob,
a
I'm trying to
portion.
explain how. I'm trying to
Yeah,
explain
I'm
how.
telling you, I only need
But
to measure a
okay.
portion.
That's the problem. That's why you keep coming up with the wrong answer. Okay, because the mathematics
Okay,
goes to the
explain how.
Okay, I'm trying to. That's what I keep trying to do.
All right, I'll
The
let you go on your
mathematics,
monologue. Go ahead.
I'm not monologuing. The mathematics goes farther than that.
You will.
The Earth is larger than that. So you can measure utilizing that in a localized degree, but it only gets you so far. Okay.
How far?
When you take the
How far?
when you take the 8 inches per mile square, that only holds up to a distance of about 8 miles?
Sure. Give me 400
Okay.
meters. Give me 400 meters.
But we know the Earth is larger than that
miles,
by a
Warren,
number
just
of
so you know.
other things. The Earth is much, much larger. So the
It's a parabola that
localization
works up to about
only
1,000
works
miles,
in
not just 8
specific.
miles.
It only
That's
works for
nonsense.
specific applications. When you're
So if
trying
we
to
can get
actually
this guy
measure
to
the
turn people
physicality,
up
the
that he
actual
has turned
physical
down, I don't know why
curvature of
he's
the
allowed
Earth
to turn
itself,
everybody down and
it
just
is
keep
much
talking. It's
different.
crazy.
Okay, listen.
You're right, no tanks.
Listen.
If a
It's
flat,
all-
listen, if a
But
flat
anyway,
earther came in
that's
here
not
and
it. But
turned
anyway, I'm
down
sorry
the
to interrupt,
room
but
and
that wasn't
spoke
an answer
over
to my
them,
question.
it would be
He's
No,
the
but
moderator.
here's the problem.
Yeah.
I know.
Left lane's gonna
He's
left
trying
lane's
Here's
to
the
gonna step up to
moderate.
the plate right now.
But here's
Go
the
ahead.
problem. That wasn't an answer to my
Yeah, left
question.
lane, jump in there.
I asked a
See it.
specific
Hold
question.
on a second. Fucking hold on a second. Fucking hold on. I'm still here. Don't talk over each other. Make the points concise. Let each other speak. Seriously. I mean, I've been fucking so good the entire night. I haven't muted anyone.
You're a bad person. You're just but listen, the point
Thank you
is
for
that
that.
you have to jump
So
in and tell him
nonetheless, I did
to
ask a
turn people up.
specific
He
question.
doesn't know that I'm speaking. He doesn't
And
know when
as
other
far as
people
like
are
a
speaking, he
worldview
turns them
goes,
down. You gotta
like
address
That
him
was
and his
JL
role.
Warren
JL, do
speaking
you have
right
tanks
over no
turned down?
tanks.
Listen. All
Turn
right.
him back up. For that,
JL
tell him
has
to
the tanks
turn
turned
the
down.
volume back up on all these other people he's
Hold on a
turned down,
second. Hold on.
just so that he can overtalk them. It's
Hold
fucking
on.
ridiculous.
I'm not.
Verdak.
No, I'm speaking directly to Rob. I can hear Rob.
Okay. All right.
You have tanks turned
That's
down.
the
Though.
problem, JL Warren, is that you can't hear the other people that were talking.
Because I'm trying to have a
So you just
conversation with
talk
one
all over
person.
them.
I'm trying to have a
I'm
conversation with
sorry,
one
it's
person.
an open room, JL Warren. I'm sorry.
I'm
You're
sorry. I'm
ruining
trying.
the conversation.
If I ask you a question, Rob, I would like a response from Rob. I don't want to hear a response from everybody else.
No problem. It's not.
Let
It's
the
not 8
moderators
miles, bro.
deal with
It's 1,000
that.
miles.
It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. Like, don't interrupt each other. Like, I will start muting people. I will.
No, Verdak, you're missing the point, Verdak. JL Warren has no tanks turned off, so he can't hear no tanks talk. And then
I don't have him turned off. I have him. I have him turned down.
Whatever, man. You know what I'm saying.
All
You're
right.
talking
One difference. You
over
can't
people
talk. You can't
without
talk while
knowing.
I'm talking.
Let's do this. Let's do this. JL, make your point. No tanks respond. Then Rob's respond. Let's try that. Okay. So JL, make the point that you're making.
Okay. So
Let's
the
go.
question I asked, as it pertains to like a worldview, what do people think is logically entailed by the Earth being a sphere? Like, if that proposition were true, what do you think is logically entailed by that?
I gave that to you.
That's not what you did. That's not what you gave.
I'm
So
next right now. So I'm speaking right. I'm next. I have two questions.
Go ahead, no tanks. Sorry.
JL, am I turned all the way up so you can hear me?
I can hear you fine, Tanks. So do you have an answer
I
to the
just
question?
wanted, yeah. I mean, I could, but you and Rob are having the conversation. I don't want to take that over. But yeah, the parabola works up to 1,000 miles. It's not 8 miles. Continue.
Thank you, no tanks.
So
I
is there
was
an answer to the
like, all I really needed was to tell JL Warren I only need 400 meters, because if 8 inches per mile works for the first mile, let's break down that first mile, JL Warren. Give me 400 meters. How much should water curve away from a horizontal plane on the Earth?
All right. So Rob's not going to answer the question. He's going to run away from it. So does anybody else want to take a stab at what do they think is logically
You just ran
entailed?
away from my logical syllogism. So
It's not
whatever.
a logical syllogism, dude, because your math is wrong. I've already explained how it's
My math-
wrong, and I'm
we
not
already-
interested in
we already
going forward
came
with that.
and
I want
said-
an answer
we
to
already
the
had
question.
somebody else say that it's
I
not
want an
wrong.
answer to the question that I asked, which was what is logically entailed.
Yeah, and I
by
gave
the
that
Earth
to you.
being
You
a
were just
sphere.
hand wave dismissing it. That's okay.
I'm not hand wave dismissing. I've already explained how you're wrong. PhD Tony has explained how you're wrong.
No, you
Numerous
didn't.
people have explained how
You
you're
said
wrong.
I had 8 miles, but I only need 400 meters.
Does somebody else want to take a stab at, like, from a worldview perspective?
Yeah,
in other words,
taking that as
pertaining
a
to
W.
other things that are
Just so
held
you know,
in a
Jailborn, that's my
worldview,
W.
other positions held in a worldview. What would be logically entailed
Listen,
as being
listen,
either true
I
or
understand your
false?
question. He wants to go, he wants to go down a different road with you, Rob does. No problem. I could answer. There would be implications. It would be a consequent relationship. That one of the things that would be entailed, this is just like a steel man, is that over distance elevation would change. Right, but yeah, that's one of the steel man. So over distance elevation would change, would be an entailment of the worldview of the Earth being a globe. That would also be a consequent relationship over vertical. So over elevation, then vertical would change. That would be a consequent relationship. That would be one of the things entailed.
Can you explain
it's not
that,
a debunker, it's just a steel man.
Can you explain that, please?
No, I've explained it. That's it.
Well, we do observe that.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Both in natural features and in architecture.
Yeah. So over distance, all right. So over a level surface, elevation would change over a level surface. Maybe I should be more over the horizontal.
Well, things would have different elevations because there are larger features than other features. Buildings can be built taller than other buildings, and mountains can be higher than other mountains. But on a curved surface, you will get things that appear lower than your elevation that are actually higher in elevation to you.
Yeah, that would be the consequent relationship. That would be the difference. So on a flat Earth, right, elevation would be a measurement relative in the vertical change relative to a horizontal plane of reference. The tools that we use to establish a horizontal plane of reference, being perpendicular to vertical, are water levels, laser test experiments, etc. So these are the tools that we use, right? A total station, a theodolite. These all are tools that establish a horizontal plane of reference to measure the Earth, right? Because you're not, in this instance, it's kind of a conflation, right? The Earth to change in relation to that reference.
All right, let me see if I can rephrase this question. Let me see if I can rephrase this question, make it a little bit easier. So, when I say in this hypothetical that I'm presenting that the Earth is a sphere, okay, take it as that the Earth is proven to be a sphere.
Yep.
Like that proposition is true. All of the
you
math.
brought it back to topography. I understand that.
Okay,
yeah.
no, tanks. All of the math, all of the technology, everything confirms the Earth is a sphere. It's been confirmed. So moving forward from that, no, in this hypothetical, that's the scenario we're working with. So in this hypothetical scenario, let's say that it's true. All the math and all the tech confirms it. What do you think is entailed?
What's entailed? I just told you. What's entailed in that hypothetical?
What you're bringing up would be true. What you're bringing up would already be confirmed.
Yeah, dude.
It's already everything you're touching on is already confirmed.
Dude, relax.
They're going to give you a good answer,
right? You just asked what was the consequent relationship.
No,
because what's the consequence of that world?
Fucking hell. It's already confirmed by the hypothesis.
Dude, no problem, man. What do you? Yeah, no problem. Yeah. So
okay. So go. Tanks, go further.
What are you cutting me off for? Stop it.
So tanks, go further than that.
Nope.
Go further than that.
Stop it.
So what's entailed? What's logically entailed by it?
Stop it. Just stop it right now.
He's not jail. He's not gonna. You're not gonna get.
Yeah, Red Cloud.
There's a line. There's a line of.
I already have been right, and you.
There's a line of. There's a line of reason.
Red Cloud, shut the fuck up, weirdo.
There's a line.
Red Cloud, nobody's talking to you. Stop.
This is why I had him. This is why I had him turned down.
I did too.
Just shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck. I'm gonna turn him down.
I'm
trying to ruin the room here. I'm turning them both down.
I'm trying to be really cool and try to explain this to you.
On three.
I'm trying to be really cool and explain this to you really easily. When I say in the hypothetical that the Earth has been confirmed to be a sphere, it means that all of the math, everything that could, it's already confirmed. These things are already true. It's not logically entailed by the Earth being a sphere because it's all in the set of the proposition itself being true. That's all understood. It means the math confirms it. It means all that confirms it. So, in a worldview in which the Earth is a sphere, okay, and the math and the tech and everything confirms that, which is already built into the hypothetical. By a further extension, what do you think is logically entailed by that? Are there things that you think that would be that the Earth being a sphere would entail to be false,
Dude, you just
or
you
things that
need
you
to
think that
stop
would be
taking
entailed to be
estrogen pills.
true.
Relax with like the estrogen. I don't know. Maybe it's because you're such a man, you eat so much pussy, you're turning into a pussy. I don't know. Just relax and let somebody else talk.
Can you just answer the question?
No,
answer it, please.
He can't answer the question, JL.
Yeah, I'm done with you, dude. You talk too long. I already know that. I already understood the question.
cannot
from
answer
the
the
No, you
jump.
didn't.
No
He didn't
problem.
understand
Red
it. That's why
you're
you keep.
you're
That's
a
why you keep
dipshit,
bringing
Red.
the
You don't know what you're
hypothetical
talking. You're a
itself.
little like peanut gallery. Let me
Okay, that's
throw in my
why I had
comments
you
that
turn
have
down
no
in the
meaning,
beginning
no
because you're
substance,
intellectually
aren't
dishonest
meaningful,
and you
dude.
don't know how to
That's
handle
like the
yourself.
definition of a comment that has no substance. It's
Anyway,
meaningless.
so
Stop
if
it, Red
anybody
Cloud.
else wants
Stop
to
it.
take a stab,
please.
if anybody else
Okay.
wants to take a stab at this hypothetical, I would love to see if I could get a straight answer.
I
Let's see
think
if
I can
somebody
do
can
that.
talk while he's talking.
Okay.
While other
If
people
someone's going to do that, they're going to have to
somebody
steal
explain
man
it
flat
through
Earth
him.
because
This
no
is what
flat
we
Earth
need.
is
We
going to
need
say it.
we need somebody to explain it through Red Cloud cheerleading and the other guy speaking while they
thinking,
explain it to
Professor?
him. They need him to speak while it's being explained. I mean, where's the moderation? I mean, I'm calling for it, I guess. I don't know, just because I want to see it. I just want to see if you guys got it. Like, do you guys got it? You got it in you? I didn't think so.
Yeah, I had to too.
Well,
He's
JL Warren,
completely
you
blue
know, he
screened
likes
out.
to blow a lot of lines and jump in
Hello?
the voice chat. That's like
Professor,
his
go
MO
ahead.
around here.
Professor, yes.
I
go
think
ahead.
so. I think so, Jesse. I think
Hey.
he's coked up. I think that's. I mean, meth.
Okay,
Probably meth. Honestly, coke doesn't
It'll take
get you
30
this crazy.
seconds.
No.
Right. One such situation would be this. If, for example, the Bible says the world is flat,
Right.
then logically that would have to be wrong.
No,
I
that's
think that's the sort of thing that you are talking about, isn't it?
Yes. Thank you,
No, yeah, he's
Professor,
talking. So then,
for actually
what you're
providing
saying,
an
Professor, is
answer
that
to
he's
the
asking
question.
about what is a spiritual implication,
That
not a
is
logical.
one potential
Because
answer
logic,
to the
what logic would
question.
be, Professor, would be like the
That's
law of
one
identity,
logically
the law of
that would be a thing
non-contradiction, the
that
law
some
of
people could
excluded
say.
middle.
Yes,
Those would
that
be
is an answer.
logical implications. Like things would be either
This is
true
the
or
conversation
false.
I was interested
He's
in.
asking about spiritual
the
implications,
problem
not
is, JL,
logical
is the way the
implications. So
question
he
is
should have
answered.
phrased it in a
or
way that
formed.
said, "What would be the
You're not going
spiritual
to get an answer from a flat
implications
earther.
of a
Someone's going
flat
to have
Earth
to
that
straw
was,
man
established
or steal man
If you hear him
and
talking,
eject, established
He won't shut
independent
up, so no.
of
Unfortunately,
creation
flat Earth is
story.
impossible, so
you're
it,
being
I mean, here we
it can't be
go.
steel man.
Listen, I'm going to put my
You know,
phone
it's just
next
it's
to
just
the TV. I'm
ridiculous.
just going to let it play. You guys are going to listen to Friends or something. I don't know. You guys want to watch Friends? I'm going to play it on the microphone. This is
Okay.
fucking ridiculous. You want me to
Okay.
show my phone next to the TV and let it run?
You
What
going
do
to
we do
mute
here?
him for over talking you, Verdak? Because
No,
you
no,
are the
these guys
mod,
are
and you
both
did bring
talking
that
it out,
up.
man. I said to give them space.
JL,
I
just
think they
turn.
need to do it right now. They're like,
Look,
their noses are bleeding, their heads are pounding. They want to get their globe tart
close-
bars off.
all
The
right, look,
closer you
Might as well
get
just
to the
let him
truth,
do
the
it, bro.
more frustrated they get.
guys, like the emotions are running high. It's all that. Like, yes, I'm a lenient mod, right? I don't fucking mute a bunch of people. I don't do it, right? And I interject when fucking people start talking over each other. I've threatened it multiple times, and eventually I will do it. But like, fucking, come on, just let each other talk, okay? Just let each other talk. That's all I'm asking for, because we can't understand the arguments when you guys are going back and forth and interrupting each other.
Yeah, but Verdak, you gotta call out who's doing it, because right now both like him and I both think that you're talking to the other person. We think, oh yeah, Verdak's got our back, and he thinks, oh, Verdak's got my back. So you gotta identify, dude. You have to name names.
Have I muted?
Yeah,
you?
Verdak, do you even realize the people that come in here, they're not here. They're not here to have conversations. They don't listen. They just want to tell people what they think.
I get it. But like honestly, like no tanks. I haven't muted you either, right? And Demo got muted by another. He got muted by another mod. So like, I'm begging you guys, just fucking have the conversation. Be civil. That's all I'm asking. All right, because
That would be
otherwise
nice.
I'm gonna have to do it.
All right, well, watch the chat, because I'm ready to wrap it up for the night. So watch the chat. Whoever's green is not the one interrupting. When the green lights up late, just watch it. Let me know how it plays out. And let me know when you're, just call it out when you see it, and I'll pay attention too.
But what I'm telling you is like,
well, now I'm watching you watching, so.
Wow, he's moderating the moderator. That's nice, Verdak.
Right,
That's
still no
nice.
globe evidence. You guys are silly.
none of that matters. Like leave the personal feelings out of it, guys. We're just humans. We
No,
love
I'm
each
just pointing out the hypocrisy.
Yeah, no globe evidence. Exactly.
So the proposition that we had, what was the conversation about? I think it was JL wanted to know what it would entail if Earth was a sphere. All right.
Yeah, like
It's
if
not
that proposition were true, what in a worldview would be logically entailed by that being true? Or what do they think would be entailed to be false or true? Yeah, whichever one.
If I may, maybe this is a load of bollocks, but man, maybe this makes some sense. But perhaps a better way of putting it is, as far as I can see, as far as the evidence that I have seen, that evidence leads me to believe X, Y, Z, leads me to believe that the Earth is a sphere. If there's a reason that my evidence is wrong, then I'd like to hear it. But they're not going to be able to give you a steel man of the globe. That's why they still think that putting a level on a plane is proof of flat Earth. They're not going to be able to steel man the globe. That's established. So we need to do another line of questioning. I hope that helps.
Well, Professor brought up a great point. It was like the way he was looking at it is like, if for some people, if the Earth were a sphere, then that would contradict a statement made in the Bible. And so the thing is, I didn't want to bring up it just pigeonhole it like, if the Earth is a sphere, does that mean do you think that means that God doesn't exist? Because obviously that's not logically entailed.
Yeah, for some that is true.
Okay, and that's what I mean. If there are people here in the chat that believe that,
Why do you want me to steal, man, your
was a
stupid
sphere,
model that
then
you
it
can't
logically
get to work
entails
in
that
cloud?
God doesn't exist. And I'm like, I'd very much like to hear the argument for that. I'm talking, Tanks. Hey, Tanks, I'm talking. So, I'd very much like to hear the argument that supports the logical entailment if someone believes that if the Earth is actually a sphere, then God doesn't exist.
He's going through something, dude. He has to hear himself.
His mom doesn't love him.
Argument.
They're just doing meta.
Give another example, if you prefer.
Finish his point. No tanks.
Go ahead, Professor.
Addressed you, no tanks. He addressed you.
All right. Well, then the point that I'll make is that he's not asking what's logically entailed. He's asking what would falsify your claim of God, and is God possible in a world that's a globe that's not even, it doesn't even follow. It's just like a jumping around to like let's just debunk God. Yeah, is God possible in a world with a globe? Of course. Of course, is God possible? Is it possible that God exists in a world where the world is a square? Of course. What kind of ridiculous line of reasoning is he going through?
Tanks, if you don't understand the philosophical implications, I'll be more than happy to explain it.
Just to get to atheism.
I can give an alternative example.
It's not to get to atheism. I'm doing an exploration. I'm doing basically an internal critique of that worldview. So I'm trying to understand that. I'm not putting anything on anybody else. Okay, I'm saying that if a person holds this, if a person holds that the Earth is flat, and they hold that if the Earth were a sphere, then what would logically entail to be false in their worldview? If the Earth were a sphere, there are some people, and Red Cloud pointed out accurately, that there are some people in this world that believe that if the Earth were demonstrated to be a sphere, then that means like the Bible is wrong. And if the Bible is wrong, then God doesn't exist. That doesn't track. There's no logical supporting argumentation for that. But I'm kind of curious if anybody here holds that. I'd love to hear their argument for it.
Okay, and if they don't, are you ready to drop the mic? Like just leave it alone?
Well, I can give a different example, if you prefer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Many people believe that the ancient cultures all had the right idea about the shape of the Earth because for some reason they knew better than we did. Obviously, that would have to be wrong too.
Right, the lack of technology and could probably support, or the lack of making like large scale observations because everybody was so localized and travel was so localized. That makes sense.
The lack of glass.
That tracks. When pretty much the best technology was just math. The best technology was mathematics, was observations and mathematical application.
Imagine trying to be an astronomer and eyeballing it. That's what you could do.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Well, it looks to be about 45 degrees.
This is weird globe cope you guys are doing.
It's so weird.
You guys done?
Dude. I don't know. I hope so. It's so creepy.
Yeah, this is that globe cope
I don't know
bullshit
what
that nobody
added to
cares
anything.
about.
Sorry.
No, because they just go meta. Because JL, the point is you're so far over the heads that all they can do is just spurg out and go all meta.
No,
say that
you
what
think
we're doing
the
is
globe
weird
is
because
some
we're laughing about
inconceivable
something funny,
concept for
like the
normal
lack of
people.
glass in the
No,
first
you
century.
think that it's complicated
That's
to
what
have
they're
a
doing.
globe belief.
So you just completely
Dude, everybody
over their
knows
heads.
what the globe is. It's just fucking dumb, dude.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm going to steal man. I'm
Nothing
going to steal
complicated about it.
Jesse. For you, I'm going to steal man. Red Cloud. Red Cloud cannot conceive of a world where God, being all powerful, would create a boring, lazy, disgusting flat Earth. His majesty is only shown through the globe and the universe in its mighty wholeness. I mean, is the God that you worship, Red Cloud, is he only capable of creating a flat Earth, or is that like a lesser God than you would imagine?
A puny god? You mean like a puny god?
Yep,
Do you want my opinion?
Yeah, what's more reasonable? Yeah.
Okay, in my opinion, a god that could only make a flat Earth would be a kind of a puny god.
There you go.
So
if I might,
no justification, just
no
baseless
tanks.
assertions all
Well,
day.
you just debunked Warren's point. Yeah, you just debunked him.
No,
That
no, he
really,
didn't.
that-
No, he
that-
didn't.
Because
What?
that wasn't his.
You just
First
debunked
of all,
my
that wasn't
point.
his.
You were
that wasn't
half
my
on
point
mute.
at all.
I'm still speaking. Don't listen. Don't
Tanks,
keep
that
on
was Tanks.
speaking. I'm
That
still.
was
I was
Tanks, that wasn't
already
my
speaking.
point.
Yeah, right.
Tanks,
You need to
Tanks,
chill
that
out.
wasn't my
Go ahead,
point. That was
Tanks.
Professor who said
Hey,
that.
psychos,
Yes.
relax.
very
Relax, psychos.
very
Go on,
rarely,
Tanks. Right, go on.
very rarely
The
will I-
insults don't need to be thrown.
Yeah, very rarely like will I step in with like my opinion or whatever because I'm just supposed to be modding. But I will offer no tanks. I will offer my personal belief. Like flat Earth is actually an insult to God. It doesn't make any sense that he actually created all these things, right? And then gave us the observations that he gave us. I'm just saying that for like perspectives to drive the conversation. That's all it is. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying like I could be retarded. Like that's all I'm saying.
I
Actually,
hold the
So the
exact same
Verdak.
position.
baseline.
Well,
If,
Verdak, if I can.
with respect, please,
Jesus
Verdak,
Christ.
I hold
Dude,
the
you
exact
gotta
same
let no
position.
tanks
I
respond.
hold the exact same position.
What's
However,
wrong with you,
I
man?
don't let grievances sort of get in the way, so I don't mention it all the time. But I feel the same way. I just try and rise above that because I know they don't really mean it.
But go ahead, no tanks. Go ahead. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Yeah, it is what it is. Like if God created this, then he created this. And if he created that, he created that. But yeah, the point that was being made was what's logically entailed. If the Earth is a globe, then God doesn't exist. Yeah, that was
No.
like this guy's
That's-
earlier
that's not
point. The
logically
Bible doesn't
entailed.
exist. The Bible doesn't exist. The Bible claims a flat Earth.
That
Therefore,
doesn't-
God
that
doesn't
doesn't
exist. This was
log-
all the things that I don't think they follow either. Interrupting guy. Hey, Mr. Interrupting guy. I don't think it follows
let him go
either.
jail.
That was your
Let him go.
reasoning chain.
Well,
That wasn't my
See,
reasoning
he's jumping
chain.
in because
So let him go,
he
let him
knows
go.
he's hearing his own opinion sounding
Why
correct.
are you critiquing me? I just said none of that.
It's okay. It's all right.
I think
Hey,
like-
Matthew, how are you, sir?
I think honestly,
Hey, I'm doing well. Thank you.
like
Good to see you.
Yeah, I think in these discussions, emotions run high, right? And like I'm following the conversation, but you guys are losing each other because you're getting your emotions, and
Dude, I'm literally drinking wine and eating steak. He's just interrupting the whole time. I'm not even
Well,
I'm
globers
not
don't think
emotional
of it.
whatsoever.
You
Look,
guys just
no,
regurgitate your dogmatic globe all the time. Critically think
you're
about
not
your own
being better.
words.
You're not being better either. But like, look,
I'm not trying to be better. You guys already stooped way too low for my standards.
Oh my god, I got hit.
all I'm saying is just be human and be nice to each other. That's it. And it's okay to have
Hey,
different.
why are you moderating me? Why don't you talk to this JL guy who's bugging out on coke in here?
I'm talking to all of you, and including him. Believe me.
Fucking don't group me in with this motherfucker.
So wait.
Just-
so you think that me calling out somebody for misrepresenting what I'm saying and also claiming that I said things that I didn't is me
This guy just
bugging
doesn't
out?
shut up, man. He's
No.
fucking insane.
I think
Math,
I think that
math.
it's totally legitimate. It's totally fine. What I'm saying is just tone down the emotions. That's it. Like
Yeah,
I
we can leave the meta at the door, right?
All right, well then
if
I'll
I
just
may.
answer. I mean, listen, dude, just make your point, Jay.
If I-
I want to hear it,
No,
man. So,
I'm
like,
not.
what is logically entailed by the Earth being a globe? It's definitely not horizontal and vertical. It's something spiritual. What's logically entailed? Go ahead, tell the room.
Which logic entailed by the Earth being a sphere?
Yeah, I mean, let's pretend it's proven. It's known. The math is right.
It is
Everything's good.
proven.
We're
It is
all
proven.
good.
It's not
So what's-
pretend,
yeah.
but but
In a
nonetheless.
hypothetical. In a hypothetical.
But what do you
so-
think
so
is
now
logically
what's
entailed by that?
logically
Wait. What
No,
is
you.
logically
You,
entailed by the
dude.
Earth being a
You.
sphere?
Yeah. Yep. go
Yes,
ahead.
that was his question.
So
Fucking nut job.
if that proposition is true, then it is logically entailed that our understanding of spherical geometry, mathematics, and the technology that we have they use to make novel testable predictions, they all work and they all function.
Oh, great.
All
And
the
it has
mechanics
nothing to do
works.
with the Bible. Nothing spiritually.
No, there's
is
no,
logically
no.
entailed.
Well, I mean, okay, so
All
if
right.
you want to go to the Bible, then
That's-
looking at
that's
that, it would
implication of
entail.
sex.
Since I
Yeah, no,
since I
so
brought it up,
no,
so might as
If the
well.
Earth, if the Earth is a sphere, which we know it is, but if the Earth being a sphere indicates that any ancient text written by an ancient people with limited access to being able to do these kinds of measurements not really having an understanding of like the planet they lived on, then yes, anybody back then who was assessing that it appears to be flat, so therefore it must be flat, obviously those would be entailed to be incorrect.
Okay, so that would that include the Bible?
If there's argument there, because it's kind of vague. Some people take it as, some people's hermeneutical interpretation is that it's kind of metaphorical, or it's anecdotal, or it's kind of like speaking in the earth in a very poetic way. Some people take it as being a flat earth book, like in the book of Isaiah and the book of Acts. But because it can't really be settled because of the hermeneutical problem, then if the Bible were stating the earth is flat, then yes, the Bible would be wrong.
Thankfully, it doesn't say that.
Like I said, some people, you can interpret it in two different ways.
Yeah.
That's why the hammer has not really come down on whether or not the Bible is in fact a flat earth book.
Some people do, but those some people amount to very, very few relatively. The overwhelming majority of scholars, amateur, professional, and laymen, don't believe that is true.
Right. I think it's far more parsimonious to hold that ancient people who did not have access to who did not have a social applicability of mathematics that other cultures did at the time, didn't have a full understanding of the planet that they were on, and so they made observations that drew false conclusions from the observations they were making because they didn't have all the information. So is it more possible that ancient people were simply wrong about their observations because they had a lack of understanding,
right,
or it's all of it is completely convoluted? It's more likely that ancient people simply didn't understand it.
Exactly. JL is a very, very good point. The other thing I'd like to mention is that if you consider ancient people relatively infantile in their understanding compared to us now, because we've got a lot of technology and we understand a lot more, you wouldn't try to teach mathematics to a 2-year-old because a 2-year-old is not capable of understanding those things. You wouldn't do algebra. You wouldn't do anything like that because it's just not something that a child at that age can understand. And a people group with that lack of understanding also would not understand if you explained it in the way that we understand it now. My feeling is that that's why biblically it doesn't explain a lot of these things, because those words would have been totally meaningless to the people of that time.
Right. I mean, you're talking about a group. You're talking about a collective of people that if you have the capacity to go back in time and you went back there with a lighter.
Oh yeah.
With like a disposable lighter and then used it in front of them, like, haha, fire from my hand. Yeah. You would be burnt at the stake or probably crucified for being a witch.
Dude,
so
you think these people didn't know what fire is?
Or they would just run away,
No,
they
know what fire. No, they know what fire is. They don't know of people who can sprout fire from their. They don't know of people who can sprout fire from their hands.
Friction?
What did they say that
tanks? They wouldn't recognize a person being able to sprout fire from their hands.
These fucking dudes would grab the lighter from you and be like, "What's going on?" They would hit the fucking flint, hold down the thing, and be like, "Oh, cause and effect. That's reliable."
They'd either run away, or they either run away or try to kill. They would either run away or they would try to kill you.
No, they wouldn't. You fucking retard.
JL, remind me of the phrase, or there's a saying or something, when it basically is,
they'd run away from
any technology that's advanced significantly enough that would appear to be magic.
Like the Romans with their swords and their fucking chariots.
What was that
you
saying?
light a lighter, like
the
a
saying
fucking,
is
like a Jack Black movie.
Any technology that is sufficiently advanced enough is indistinguishable from magic.
There you go.
That's it, man. He's funny. He's a funny dude.
Like, no one can follow you guys, okay? Just go one at a time, please. For like,
I was talking.
Red Cloud is trying to
He's
circle
fucking
jerk
nuts.
with this
Yeah, I
fucking
tried to
token.
speak to JL and
so
no text
weird.
just started talking.
Stop being weird, Red Cloud. Fuck.
I started talking to JL, and as soon as I did,
But you
no
should
tanks
stop,
just got in
because
and just
what you're
wouldn't
doing
stop,
is you're
even though we
purposely
were
trying
in
to
option.
circle jerk
He does that. You do the same thing too.
Yeah, he wants to have
endless
a
meta commentary,
conversation.
man.
He's talking over me. That's all it is. He wants to talk to JL, so that it doesn't matter. He wants it. He wants it bad. He wants it
It's
so
just
bad that it doesn't
meta
matter.
commentary.
Yeah, you guys should go in a different PC if you want to exclude
This is fantastic, Verdak. I love that we're having a conversation, and the two people. I don't want to mute you, and no tanks. They're the ones who are like spurting out and blue screening out, and we're not doing anything.
All right.
So
He's just
creepy. Anyway, yeah,
just
yo,
unhinged,
Jesse, did you hear?
psychotic.
I want to talk to Jesse. So like, fuck
Stop.
off, you two, because I want it, and I want it bad. I want to talk to Jesse so bad. So shut the fuck up. Right. So now that I'm talking to Jesse, did you hear these fucking dudes talking about how the
We like to be
Romans with
Windows 11 in
chariots
here,
and
not
swords?
Windows
He's still
98.
like he's going while I'm talking to Jesse. Yeah, it's crazy talk. So, like, did you hear this, dude? The Romans have chariots and swords and spears and gladiators, and they build fucking coliseums. You light a lighter, Jesse, and they're gonna fucking run. They're gonna run, and they're gonna like hide
So,
under
Verdak, can we
fucking
get back to the
trees
conversation
and
we had
sand. They're
because
gonna
the
bury
meta shit is
themselves in
just not
fucking
necessary?
sand. This dude's
Well, he
a
likes
fucking
that. He
retard.
thinks he can astral project into the minds of Romans. Like he's just
Oh my
delusional.
god, this shit
We're
is
in a
fucking
different. There's two
ridiculous,
different conversations going on.
bro. Imagine if you
Well,
had a
yeah, you guys should
flashlight
try
and
to
they only
track
had
where the
guns.
conversation is instead
No,
of
I'm
going
just
into
trying to
your
keep it.
circle
I'm just
jerk.
trying to keep the conversation meaningful in some way.
No, you need to stop.
Check
No,
it
Red
out.
Cloud,
Check it out.
you need to
I
take
don't know
class
how.
because you're
Yeah,
being.
my God, it's out of control.
I don't know how hard this is. Like, I don't know why it's so hard with us in discourse. Like to not just let each other talk. But
Dude,
Because the other
Verdak, keep
idiots
talking shit, and
are
I'm
butt
gonna
hurt little
light
bitches,
some
and they have
matches and
nothing to
just run you
contribute
off.
but
I'm gonna run you off with some
meta
matches.
bullshit. They want to derail everything
That's the
because they're
dumbest
not
thing
the
I've
ones
ever heard.
controlling the
Oh
conversation.
my
Because the conversation's
god.
happening with somebody else. So
It's
how
awful.
about no tanks and the other asshole down below? You mute them.
it's all good. Like I'm not
Dude, does
gonna
he
be.
have a match or something? I'm fucking terrified. Does he have
I'm
a match right now?
trying.
Because he's threatening me with a match.
He
I'm
can't even
fucking
talk because
He's
the
over
dude's
there.
interrupting.
He's
He
over
can't
there
even
like,
talk
I
because
am
the dude's
afraid of
interrupting
what's
him.
that
This is
show
fucking
called?
hilarious.
Are you afraid of the dark?
I mean, like.
Fantastic
why do I-
moderation.
you guys are
Fantastic
always-
moderation.
you guys are always
coming in high. You're always at each other's necks all the time. Every time I come in here.
Bro, but listen, this is the thing. If I'm reading a book and fucking J.L. Warren walks up to me with a bookmarker in olden times, I'm gonna fucking shit the bed. I'm being honest right now. I'm gonna fucking shit the bed.
It's good. Thanks. That was good.
All right, you guys do your thing, man. All right, I'm just listening. I'll listen from now on. I've had enough.
All right, thanks. You're okay, man.
That's some bullshit, man. Can't let these
Come on.
globers
Laugh, dude.
dictate
Laugh
what
a
happens
little.
and gets talked about in here because
It's
you guys
What I miss.
drag some dumb shit out into nonsense land.
I don't want to mute
the,
you.
the whole point though is just to let each other talk. You know what I mean? I mean that's the whole point. I mean, like bad ideas, give evolution to good ideas, and good
Verdak,
ideas
you're
can
too drunk. We can't
sometimes be bad
understand you.
ideas. So just let each other talk. Like fuck, that's it.
You're mumbling, Verdak. You're too drunk. We can't understand you.
Good ideas or bad ideas.
Bad ideas are the dung that feed the flowers of good ideas.
Verdak is he's on the fence. He knows that could potentially be it.
I'm not on the fence, right? Like I know some of you guys don't know me, but like I'm active duty. I've been in the military for over 2 decades, and no, I use the globe to prove. Well, I mean, we have tables that we use to fire artillery and stuff. So like I don't know. I'm here just as an observer, and I hear
So
points.
the sky moving can't be the thing that you're correcting for.
Oh, Kioff, I missed you.
I'm moving.
How you doing, bro?
I'm just saying
That's QP. That's QP. This dude I wrecked during that other event. That was during the event with MC Toon.
And you said a non sequitur, and you were yelling, and you
It
wanted.
wasn't a non sequitur. You failed to understand the question, and then you wouldn't let me explain it to you so that you could understand it.
You're a pleasant dude.
It's because you got owned. It's because I owned you. I cooked your ass.
I literally.
I have the
Dude,
recording.
Before you even finished your fucking question,
Coop, your
bro.
picture. You look like the comic book. You look like the comic book version of not what's the guy Nemo from the 70s.
Nice, thank you.
Look him up. It's cool character.
You can subscribe to my OnlyFans.
What have you been up to, Q-Op? How you been?
Is it all gay guys on here, or what's going on right now?
Nice.
Oh, what you been up to, man? I ain't talked to you in forever.
We're not friends, Verdak.
Oh, fuck off. I hate you already.
So to
Damn.
continue the conversation as it was going, the good conversation we're having, I actually agree with you on that, Verdak. What you said earlier is that you could reason yourself to like the position of classical deism, and that the natural forces of the universe are like, are how like, the planets have their shape, stars are formed, stuff like that. That evolution is the mechanism by which life is diversified. Abiogenesis is, or basically chemical synthesis is the mechanism by which life arises under the appropriate circumstances. That all these things are logically possible because of the physical forces of the universe that were set in place. You could argue to like deism on that one. It's unfalsifiable, so there's no reason to believe it to be true, but you could technically do that, and I don't see an issue with that. And that all the little religions that humans make up on this planet are just misinterpretations of that, because there's just groups of people wanting to be special amongst all the other groups of people on the planet. So I see that as a total possibility. So
I would argue against that.
So you think there is one special religion?
Well, no, I'm not saying a religion, but I do think there's a divinity in the universe, and I do think like the order of the universe is actually what kind of like reveals there's divinity behind it. Now, whether whether or not that's a simulation or it's like real, right, is another. That's another discussion, but. Yeah, there's too much order in the universe for it to like be an accident.
How do you mean? But okay, so there's two words in there that I don't think are being used correctly: order and accident. So because order, like, what do you mean by order? Because are you talking about from a physics sense of order and disorder?
Well, yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, in the realm of physics, order is just the capacity to do work. Okay, so when we talk about high order, low disorder, we're talking about particles that are close together that can interact with each other, and work is possible. And therefore, things like matter can be formed from the interaction of particles. When the particles become too far apart, they can no longer interact, so therefore work goes down and disorder goes up. So order is just the ability for work to be done.
I don't know. Well, you're using up and down, and I don't like the terminology.
The level of work, the amount of work that can be done in the system the amount of work goes down. Like the amount of work that is possible decreases as the amount of work that cannot be done goes up, and that's what we call entropy. The increase in entropy, which is the second law of thermodynamics. That's what it's describing, is that the amount of, it's not the amount of energy is decreasing, it's the amount of work the energy can do is decreasing.
Yeah, but when you get to time, like, and this is a thing, like, there was a big time discussion last night when I was trying to moderate a little bit. I didn't interject, but like, people forget, like, even physicists forget this. Like, time is just nothing but change. That's all.
Well, it's relativistic. It's a relativistic measuring tool.
Well, no, hold on. No, time is change, period. Whether it's physical, whether it's theoretical, it doesn't matter. All time is change. And like one of those, like that fundamental rule has been lost. Some of the schools. So like,
I think you're defining. You think in the realm of physics, time is the measurement of the distance between states. So it's the measurement of the distance between that. But how we measure that distance is relativistic, depending upon your frame of reference.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that. But like,
right? Okay, yeah.
If you simplify it though, like time is change. I mean, that's all it is.
Yeah, it's just that the problem is that when we oversimplify these things, we don't get across what we're actually trying to say as far as the observations go. So when I hear people I hear people lay speak about this, and it gets people into a lot of quandaries.
Well, that's why you have flat earthers, right? Like they don't.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Like they don't understand like relativity, creates some nuances in this, and then especially with the theory of gravity, right? And like they don't prescribe to these ideas. But what I'm arguing for is like if you actually take it down and you just kind of simplify it, like time is change, right? You can actually have dialogue with them, and they'll respond to that. But like the biggest thing that I'll finish real quick. I know.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah.
But like the biggest problem that I have on this server, which I happen to be a mod on, and then other ones that I go into, is like Globers fucking just slaughter these people. They say they're stupid, they say they're retarded, and like that's not a thing. Like you have to understand where their perspectives come from, and then if you actually break it down into simple things like time is change, then you can have a dialogue with them. That's all I'm saying.
I guess I
What's the
I
point
guess
in
I could go
having
along
a
with that.
dialogue with you
I myself, I
when you have
can't
a
concede
dogmatic belief
that
in the
that statement
academic
actually
views
saying what is actually being
where
observed. But I mean, I
gravity
get
is
where you're
subject to
going with
change?
that.
So you're just
I'm
going to go with
kind of
whatever they tell
curious.
you. Like, what point should we be? Why should we talk to you when you hold your belief based on everything they tell you?
Everybody's talking at once. Who's going first?
Yeah, I'm
Tell
trying
that
to talk to
retard to
Verdak.
shut up then.
I'm having a conversation with Verdak. Is that problematic?
Well, yeah, Warren, I think you can let other people. I think you let other people talk too, Warren.
I'm addressing something that you said, Verdak.
Yeah, go ahead.
You didn't hear what I said?
No, I didn't, because everybody's talking over each other, which I've been trying to fucking tell you guys to fucking stop doing. So go ahead.
What is the point in talking to Glovers? You guys have a dogmatic belief in the academic view where, you know, your paradigm is just subject to change all the time. So what's constructive about talking to a globetard?
It's not a dogmatic belief. A dogmatic belief would be dogmatic, right? But like, I'm in the military, man. I know. I don't think I've ever talked to you before, but like, I've dealt with it for 2.5 decades with both land navigation and then also like tables that we use to do, you know, fire missions with artillery, and then snipers, because I went to sniper school. We also calculate for Coriolis effect. Like, it's a thing. Like, it's not like, if it's fake, I get it. Like, I can say like, okay, it's fake, right? But like, I can't demonstrate anything else other than that would explain why these results happen. Like, that's the biggest part of it.
Well, two things there, Verdak. One,
All right,
if
I
it was,
hear you,
if
so
it
that's
was,
what you want to bring forth to the conversation. And I
so
appreciate your
Verdak,
input.
two things there, Verdak. One,
But, you know, I don't think the buck stops with
if
you.
it was all fake, then the predictions wouldn't come true. So that's one way that confirms it, is that if our interpretation of the evidence is accurate, then the predictions that we make using that information to yield new information, those would not come true because they would not accurately reflect reality. So the predictions would be false. And so because the predictions come true, that in turn validates or confirms our correct interpretation of the evidence. That's two. And that's the first one. And two, he just contradicted himself by saying that the view is dogmatic, and yet it's constantly open to change.
Well,
in the event of new evidence, which is completely contradictory, because a dogmatic view does not change in the face of new evidence.
Yeah, I mean, like, if I increase the pressure in a gun chamber, right, it's going to affect the trajectory of a round, right? It's going to. I mean, that's how technology advances. But there's still Coriolis and the curvature of the Earth that we have to account for from shooting beyond line of sight. Like, these are things that are not. I don't know. I'll say proven, but like, there is no evidence whatsoever, like, contrary to that fact. And these are demonstrable fucking effects that we do daily. I mean, we train on this. It's in field manuals that you can look up on the internet. Like, it's very easy.
Hey, Verdak, what's the in the Pacific Battle Group? What's the big ships? What are the really big ones with the big guns?
Destroyers.
Are those the destroyer class, Verdak?
Well, they're destroyers now. Yeah, we went away from the battleships.
And those have the big long range guns, right?
I'm not
of the Navy.
I only remember they're called destroyers because they're like star destroyers.
No. It's just I'm not a fan of it. Like, I like the battleships, man. I'm a World War II fan.
Here you go.
Okay, so but I do know that on those ships, I do know on those ships with those long range armaments, I know that they have to do massive calculations because they're firing to hit continents, to hit places that they are way offshore of, that they can't see. So, but they know the coordinates and they can fire, knowing the math and the rotation of the Earth. They can fire to hit a target from there without having any visual, other than like satellite or whoever's visualizing for them. But they need the math to hit the target accurately, right?
Math of zero spin math.
It's kind of like submarines. Submarines have to do that.
No, Demo. I know you're gonna interrupt, Demo, but I promise you, bro. Like the Chinese do this, right? And we're actually in a competition.
What?
Well, it's a competition on who can have accurate fires, right? From surface vessels that are firing like onto a coastal, environment to do a joint forcible entry. Like this is a thing.
So
like
they do it on a ball or flat water?
All I'm saying is, all the calculations and everything that's inherent in that, yes, is with the ball. I know you don't like to hear that, but it's
You
reality.
guys know what lockstep means? Or is that blowing your mind? When you say helicopter stuck in the air,
Verdak, can we finish up the conversation that we were having?
The air's not moving anywhere for any road for any Coriolis. You guys have stellarium.
All right, hold on.
Sorry, buds.
Just let
Sorry,
him
no
finish.
moving air. No rotating Coriolis.
I shouldn't be talking too
Yeah,
much.
they don't even have a good understanding of how their reference frames don't work. When they start moving in the direction different from the Earth rotation, now you're no longer in the reference frame. What keeps you in the reference frame in the first place is gravity.
None of what you guys are describing actually pertains to any of that.
I wish we had a model that would show us the little
I'm
air
describing
frame.
your model doesn't apply to reality. Exactly.
No, because what you just did didn't
I'm telling you
describe
what's
any. No,
happening
what
on
you
your
just
model,
did didn't describe
and you're
anything
saying
because
it doesn't apply.
no.
Congratulations.
I'm trying to
You
explain
don't have
how
a
it
globe.
doesn't.
That's
No, I'm
exactly
trying to explain to you how it doesn't apply because what you did
JL
is
just likes
the frame,
to keep yelling.
the frame of reference, your frame of reference,
fucking binge queen.
your frame of reference. Okay, I got to turn him down because he totally screwed this up. Your frame of
what
reference is
keeps
not
your air
maintained
in
by
lockstep?
gravity, dude. Your
Why
frame
is
of
the
reference is
helicopter
literally
rotating with
the direction in which you are
Gravity.
looking.
Gravity's
Okay,
keeping
now
things
you are on the
rotating.
Earth and you're looking in a specific direction.
on, brother.
Okay, so your
Hold
frame
on.
of
Why do I
reference is
wait for this
relative to
fucking
like where you are on the
Hold on a
Earth.
minute. I got a clarifying
Okay, but
question.
gravity is not what maintains that. It's your
I got a
position
clarifying
on the
question for
Earth.
you.
Okay, it's where you physically are standing.
Okay, you
Okay,
said
so yeah,
Coriolis,
if you
right?
do adjust, if you do move on the
all
Earth,
he
like on the
did was
surface
he
of the
just
Earth,
he just
the
says
gravity is still a
Coriolis,
constant, but you can move in a different direction
on a
from
second,
the
man.
rotation of the Earth.
Jail, don't turn down people so that you can talk over them. Okay, we don't do that here. So finish your point.
Yeah, are you finally gonna moderate this chimpanzee verdict, or are you just bullshit?
No. Look, dude, I'm on both sides. All right, so chill out. Let JL finish his point, and then we'll go from there.
All right, keep chimping out, JL. Go ahead, bro.
You were saying Verdak? So yeah, I was just saying that you got the science on that wrong. I don't know your name, Squiggle Line, so I'll just call you Squiggle Line.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Doesn't matter.
You got the science on it wrong. So no, that's not how you calculate that.
Doesn't matter.
You're talking about
Doesn't matter.
relativistic to other bodies in space. Then your frame of reference, like the Earth, stuff like this. But standing on the Earth and looking at another target on the Earth, the only thing that adjusts your frame of reference is the direction in which you're facing and where you're standing in respect to the rotation of the Earth.
That's away from where you're standing in respect to where you're standing. So the bullet's not going to be going to where you stand in respect to where you're standing. It's going to rotate to somewhere else. That means your barrel's not going to end up pointing at the target as soon as you fire. So if you fired from a rotating object 1,036 miles an hour, as soon as the bullet fired, the gun barrel would be where now in Coriolis version? To the left of the fucking target that way? So you show us your boat ship where after they shoot the fucking target, their boats turn to fucking 60, 360 or 180 degrees that way or something, then we'll believe what you just said. And until you have a ball with a Coriolis or a spin shooting something, you'll never know what the fuck you're talking about, would you?
Demo, do you know what windage is?
Hey, you don't hit your target, and you're like, "Oh, it must mean I'm on a ball."
I know the helicopter
Congratulations,
doesn't rotate above the fucking Earth.
No, I'm
The
asking.
helicopter
Just
does
because
not.
you don't have an accurate shot doesn't
Dude,
mean
stop
Earth falls.
talking over me, man.
It's a
The
very
helicopter doesn't
specific.
experience Coriolis. It
I'm not
sits there
talking-
lockstep with the Earth. What's that mean to you guys? Now don't make magic shit up. What's going on with the helicopter? Shoot your bullet from the helicopter that doesn't have any Coriolis. Now what happens?
To where you try and talk over me and all that you want to.
You're trying to talk over me with nothing, just saying my fucking name every day of your life 100 times. That didn't do shit. Now, do you have an understanding of what a ball is with Coriolis on it somewhere in a lab?
You know what windage is? Yes or no?
On what ball? On what object? Where? Show me what object you're speaking of that's spinning.
Then you're not having a.
No, you're not helping with nothing. You're just imagining shit. Hey, Namak, do you know what my imaginary friend God windage is? My religious Jesus windage? No, I've never met him. Could you actually demonstrate that shit?
I love Jesus, but Jesus has
Well,
nothing.
you love Jesus windage that don't exist too.
Hey,
Do you have any of that somewhere?
Verdak, just let me know when we can get back to our convo, because it was actually
when you get a
productive and
ball
interesting.
out with some fucking Coriolis on a ball in a lab.
Here.
Show us what that means.
I mean, this is why I'm usually not in these conversations, because I'll shut up.
Yeah, Verdak, you and I were having a great conversation. I'd like to finish it.
About
I think
what?
we
No
were almost
ball?
there. You know.
Are you going to talk about ball physics or just almost there physics?
That's all he can do is talk about balls. He doesn't have them.
Balls in his mouth.
I'm just saying you said Coriolis. Look, balls. There's no such thing as Coriolis. You know it, and I know it, because the wind's not moving anywhere different than the fucking target. The wind's not moving anywhere crazy. It's not spinning around away from you and Earth.
There's no Coriolis. How do you know there's no Coriolis?
No, because you can't
This is why
demonstrate a
Demok
ball
is
with
muted most of the
Coriolis
time.
anywhere. The very
Yes,
thing
this
you
is
guys
exactly
are
why
claiming, a
Demok is
3D ball has something called Coriolis with it.
Chill, chill,
Please just mute him. He is so fucking toxic.
No, I'm so fucking in the lab with a real
just
ball.
here to
that you
interrupt the
think is
conversation.
fucking not happening. You can't see in reality. Reality's toxic to you. We know.
Shouldn't be, but I do I'm a military guy, so I'm First Amendment. You know what I mean? But Demo, chill.
Excellent point Bjorn just made there. Let's not listen to the guy who went to sniper school and shoots big ass cannons in the military. Let's listen to Demok's insanity.
I don't care what you went and did, loser. Do you have any proof?
Demo, why do you have to be so hostile, dude? I'm
That
so.
motherfucker just said I was insane. What do you mean?
Because you guys are pseudoscience.
Let's take a poll.
I said,
Who
do
wants
you
to
have
mute
proof?
Demok so we can have a
And I
conversation?
asked the question, does he have proof? And you have a problem with me asking for proof over him saying I'm insane. That's weird.
Demo, come on.
Something wrong with you guys. So proof hurts you. Why? Why does proof hurt you? Why does proof hurt you with a 3D ball and the physics of such that you don't have, you can't acquire, obtain? It's all secret. But you keep saying you guys know everything about this military garbage on Not a Ball, on Flat Earth. Do you have any cat toys working?
I actually know
really
everything.
Like?
Yes, that's
Do you have a
correct, Demok.
Cavendish on a ball?
You can
Do you
also
have a
call me
full
God
pendulum on a
loudly.
ball? Let's do the pendulum on a
And
ball. Let's
we
get
do
a
have
3D
cat
ball.
toys on the ball, yes.
No, let's get a real sphere.
We do have cats also on the ball.
And then we'll get a pendulum, we'll get a little building, and we'll put it on the sphere, and we'll start spinning that motherfucker.
Yeah, pendulums on the sphere, yes.
And then we're gonna see what inside the building without any little people. We're gonna have a camera in the building, and we're gonna watch what that Foucault's pendulum does when we process this ball. So now when we process this ball, according to the big math, we're gonna scale it down, and we're gonna process it while we have a little camera in there watching that fucking cat toy swing. Then we're
he
gonna
doesn't
say,
want to
look,
do
no humans were needed in the making of this ball spinning to make that other thing react or move equal and opposite reaction.
Demok, what is your question so we can kind of have a conversation instead of you ranting? Do you have a question? Can you kind of ask a question?
How does the 3D ball work with a pendulum on it? Let's go check that out.
How does a 3D ball work with a pendulum on it? By being a 3D ball with a pendulum on it.
You said finish the question, you're going to do something about it. Now, how do you do a pendulum on a 3D ball?
I just answered the question. The 3D ball with a pendulum on it works by being a 3D ball with a pendulum on it.
That didn't make any sense.
Can you make the question more precise?
So does anybody have a ball with a pendulum on it? We'll need a 3D sphere.
Can you make the question more precise? Can you make the question more precise?
We're not talking to robots. We'll need a ball.
It doesn't help if I'm trying to get you to
Who let the
clarify the
robot in
question.
here?
If you try to
Wow.
clarify the
Why is there
question
a
when I'm
robot in
asking
You
you
need
to
to
clarify the
clarify
question.
ball
So
with
can
the
you
federal
clarify the
one.
question?
Why is there a
Wow.
With
robot in
respect,
here talking
Do
to
you not
itself?
speak English,
Verdag,
dude?
Demo,
Need
if
a ball and a
no,
fucking
there
pendulum.
was a
Why are you guys
conversation going
afraid of
on.
the pendulum? If you
Demo,
say Coriolis, but
Yeah,
you don't have a pendulum,
yes, I think, Dimok, you interrupted the conversation,
I
so the
think you
people wish to
interrupted a
move
ball
forward.
demonstration with a
So can
pendulum.
you shut up about the topic?
We're gonna look for that Coriolis in the procession.
We're gonna
Can you
move
go
to a
over to
different
the
topic,
circle
Dimok.
jerk
Can you
again?
shut up?
I'm gonna get a
Okay,
3D
we're
ball.
going into Glober
We're
circle
gonna
jerk.
move to a different topic, Dimok. Can you shut
We're
up?
all gonna get a 3D ball in
We're gonna
physical
move to a different
science.
topic,
Okay,
Dimok.
We're
Can
gonna
you shut
science
up?
the 3D
okay,
ball
okay.
and a pendulum, and we're gonna see what a real 3D ball and
Dimok, we're
pendulum. And we're
moving to a
not gonna
different
deny
topic. Can you shut up?
reality. We're not gonna deny
Demo,
reality and what a 3D ball and a
Shut up,
pendulum
Dimok,
do.
Mister, sir.
Then we're
Are
gonna
you
put it
there?
on
Can
the
you listen?
side. We're gonna put one on the top. We're gonna have one on the
Let's
bottom.
just
We're gonna
turn
have a
them down.
camera on all four and the location accordingly.
Hello,
Now we're gonna
Dimok,
spin our
Mr.
pendulum.
Retard. Can you shut up?
No, you shut up, dude. He was talking. What the fuck?
Thank
You're
you.
not even
He's
saying.
server muted. Done.
He's babbling. He is ranting incoherently. That is not talking. Okay. I mean, all we have heard is 8 million fucking experiments
Well,
that
you're
Demo
calling
wants
out.
to
You're
do
listening,
to
dude.
prove the globe. And guess what?
Okay,
None of them make sense. Shut the fuck up,
move on.
Steve.
Let's move
Shut
on.
up.
No,
All right.
no,
I know
we
your fellow
shouldn't
Florida
move
man
on.
is,
He has
you
no
know, your
balls.
buddy. But shut up. You can't fucking
No
count to
ball
10.
having
Dude.
Yeah, little
fuck's
baby.
sake, stop.
Cry like little girls. You cry like little girls.
Fine, it's fine.
Yes, we cry like little girls.
Let's
Yeah,
get
yeah.
a thing going.
Let's talk about Corey Ellis. Come on, give me some proof of Corey Ellis.
Every
Yeah.
military on the planet trains for it. Why the hell would they waste all that money training to compensate for it if it didn't exist? What are they? Every military in the world is using that and saying that it's there, even though it's not, so that they can, you know, prop up the Satanist NASA conspiracy. I mean, get the fuck out of here! Come on, Coriolis effect is a thing. Now
Dude,
explain it on your
fucking
flat
all the
Earth.
time. It's not there all the time. What are you talking about? Where's
Yeah,
Coriolis
exactly.
for your tennis ball?
The
Coriolis
predictions
for
we
your
make
ball.
utilizing it, we
Coriolis
make
for
the
everything.
observation of
Yeah,
the
Coriolis
phenomenon,
anywhere.
and then we recognize that we have to we have to compensate for it in the mathematics of
No, you're
calculating
not
trajectory.
demonstrating shit.
And then
You're
when
just
we
talking
when we
after
adjust our
as usual.
trajectories to
Typical
account for the
blowtard
phenomena that we observe, we then hit the
We already know
targets
you're
that
done
we're
with things,
aiming
dude.
for. So therefore, the predicted target that we would hit with the
You're not
adjustment in
demonstrating shit. You
trajectory
can't
as a
demonstrate
result
Coriolis on a
of
helicopter.
incorporating the data from the observation of the phenomena confirms that our interpretation of the
You
phenomena
haven't
is
thought
correct.
about this well enough yet. You need to go think
So
about this.
that's literally how predictive models work.
Yes.
We take the observation, we apply it, we make adjustments, we make a prediction. The prediction yields the information that
You
we
make
expect to
adjustments
see.
for wind.
If the prediction were wrong, if we made a wrong prediction, then the information would not reflect it. The prediction would be wrong. But the prediction comes true. It can only come true if our interpretation of the evidence to begin with was correct. So therefore, we confirm our observation.
That's right.
That's how the methodology works.
Exactly.
And suddenly the brave flat earthers are silent and they can do only shutting up.
Oh God, you whipped my ass. Oh God, you guys defeated me
Yep.
so bad.
Well,
My Corey
it
Ellis.
ain't exactly hard. It ain't exactly hard, Steve.
I lost Corey Ellis. Oh, I
It's
lost.
literally like
what's
it's like
initial?
an
Which
MLB
one is
pitcher.
it?
It's like an MLB pitcher throwing against a T-ball player.
Yeah, right. What's the initial reference frame we're talking about here?
He does.
You talking about the reference frame of people on Earth?
Well, which one's the inertial? What is an inertial reference frame?
So that would be an inertial reference frame. Would be the reference frame of the Earth as the Earth's inertia. So we are currently in the Earth's inertial reference frame, but we also maintain through the law of conservation of, or was it the law of conservation of energy, or no, what is it? It's fucking we move with the Earth. So the Earth's the Earth, we maintain the inertia of the Earth. As the Earth moves, the Earth has inertia moving in its orbit, and because we're physically on it, we share that.
Rotated around.
And we are moving at the same rate.
Stationary above
So we
the
don't
planet,
feel
it's
it
spinning
because we're
around.
moving at a constant rate.
So when I shoot the
With
ball,
Arabic letters, it might help the conversation if you don't talk over people, because no one could hear what either one of you was saying just there, because you decided that because even though he's talking, you're gonna start talking on top of him.
Thank you,
Well, yeah,
Helios.
so
For some reason, I lost the word. Is the law of conservation of momentum. We maintain the momentum of the Earth itself as we stand on the Earth, and the Earth rotates. We are rotating with it, so we maintain the momentum of the Earth. Just like when you're in a car and you're traveling at 60 miles per hour with the cruise control on, you don't feel the 60 miles per hour because, one, you're not accelerating, two, you're not decelerating. You are in a constant rate with the car, but you yourself are physically moving at 60 miles an hour, which is why when the car suddenly stops, your body keeps going at 60 miles an hour. So we feel acceleration, we feel deceleration, but we don't feel
your
constant
paradigm
speed.
so well, but you're not thinking straight, okay? Your helicopter is your helicopter.
We're not thinking straight.
Yes, you know.
Why is
he's
it that
definitely
we're not thinking straight?
Because he's
Can you
on drugs.
demonstrate that?
I'm telling you why. Shut the fuck up. Because he's on drugs.
Thank you.
But anyway,
You can
when
shut the fuck up and sit down,
shut up,
mister.
dude. No, your contributions are pointless. When you have a helicopter above the earth, and you say that the atmosphere is keeping the helicopter in lockstep, and the earth is rotating, your cause for the helicopter staying in the same reference frame as earth rotation is gravity.
Yo, let's track this. So, okay, so from the bottom of the atmosphere, it's keeping it in lockstep, right? So, how far up? Eventually, it should not keep it in lockstep, right? It should be a drift falling back. Eventually, how far back? How far up is this? Okay, so the atmosphere is going in lockstep, right? Let's not contend that on the global model. So the Earth's rotating at whatever rate it's rotating, and then the atmosphere 1 inch above the ground's going in lockstep, and then higher and higher is going in lockstep. Apparently, the helicopter is going in lockstep. How far up is it no longer in lockstep?
They don't know. They just say stuff that's stupid and doesn't apply in reality.
Yeah, I have to go find out
we
myself
can find
or ask a
you guys don't actually want
us. This is simple shit, though. It's a simple shit. Like for a full cohesive model in one's mind.
When you ask a question, give us a moment to answer. Jesus.
All right.
Yeah, give him a minute.
Oh, you guys want some room now? You okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, go Google the answer.
You ask a question and then you ask if we need room to answer your question.
Arabic guy, here's some room.
Fucking piece
Arabic
of
guy,
shit.
let's go on mute. Let's give him some
So
room.
you just admitted that you asked a question and then you complain when we want room to answer.
That's it. Enough of the name calling, dude.
Coriolis reference frame is.
All right.
Yeah,
Globers.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's easy to explain. Was there an issue with the?
This guy Gerald Warren, he's on a bender.
No issues. Ask ChatGPT if you must. Okay, the ground's fucking lockstep.
Okay, so are you asking why the helicopter, when the helicopter takes off from the ground, it stays in lockstep with the Earth as the Earth rotates?
That's
Is that
not
what you're
I'm
asking?
asking? No, I was pretty clear in what I'm asking. Do I have to repeat
Okay, I
it?
apologize. I just heard the helicopter
Oh,
brought
yeah,
up.
no
People,
problem.
Yeah, people were over
repeat it, no
talking,
problem.
so I wasn't
Yes,
sure.
I'll repeat
it. Yeah, let him repeat it. Yeah, go ahead and repeat the
Long
question.
story
Yeah, there you
short,
go.
it was okay. So the Earth's rotating at its rate of rotation, and then the air is 1 inch above the ground's in lockstep, and then a little higher. Apparently, the helicopter is in lockstep. Okay, at what point eventually is it no longer in lockstep with the ground, and you start having what I would assume a drift, a fall back, a drag backwards? When do we expect that? I don't know. Go ahead. That's it.
The drag, you would cease having drag when you leave the atmosphere, and you would stop rotating with the Earth once you've left its gravitational well. Significantly left its gravitational well, so its gravity doesn't have a hold on you like that.
What about the bullet? We're shooting bullets too now. I mean, what now? You forgot about the artillery.
That question wasn't very specific. I do appreciate the answer, but like the Earth's gravitational well, like how high up is that? Where is that?
Outer space. You said.
It's important because I mean,
okay,
I don't know.
So Earth's gravity is.
He thinks it's not important.
It doesn't technically go
your whole
away.
stupid theory.
Okay, it gets to a point where your motion, your relative motion, is unimpeded by the gravity, but the gravity still has an effect on it. Okay, so gravitation. There's law of universal gravitation. It just means that the gravity is decreasing until like the number is like negligible to the point where it's almost non-existent. But
I need
really
specifics,
isn't.
please.
No. Here's Gatebreaker. The problem is that the Earth's gravity affects everything. The problem is that the number is so small that it's virtually non-existent. Okay, for all intents and purposes, it's not there, but everything's gravity affects everything else. Okay?
What about the bullet?
So, but we're talking about bodies in space, like the Earth's the
No,
Earth,
we're
the
talking
effect of
about
the
a
Earth.
helicopter.
Hang on, the effect of the Earth's gravitational pull on the moon versus the gravitational effect of the Earth on the sun versus the gravitational effect of the Earth on, say, Alpha Centauri.
Yo, these guys, it is what it is. All right, thank you very much for your time.
It's so ridiculous.
So the bullet being fired on the Earth from the sniper's gun. Okay,
It's
from a
different.
stationary position, the sniper, the gun, the bullet in the gun, those are all traveling with the Earth. Those all maintain the momentum of the Earth. Okay, so that's your baseline. That's your baseline.
So we don't calculate.
When the gun is fired, the bullet is traveling faster than that. So therefore, there is an effect called the Coriolis effect as a result of the Earth's rotation that has to be accounted for in order to maintain one's trajectory. You have to fire in relation to that. Otherwise, you will miss your target every time.
Wow, but the helicopter
You have to adjust.
doesn't move.
Okay, no,
Is that all you got, Steve? Just heckling?
No, hang on a sec. This is easy, Steve. This is simple. The helicopter is different because the helicopter is like the helicopter and the pilot inside are literally the bullet and the gun and the sniper on the ground. When the helicopter comes up off the ground and hovers off the ground, remember the baseline. The helicopter still maintains the momentum of the Earth.
Incorrect.
It does.
The thing about it is the helicopter is not a ballistic trajectory.
Oh no, but it still maintains the momentum of the Earth that it left off of.
The atmosphere.
It's not like it gets up and suddenly it loses that momentum. If that happened, then the helicopter would fly backwards relative to all of us. But it lifts up off the ground. It maintains the momentum that it had with the Earth. So it's still traveling with the rotation of the Earth at 15 degrees per hour, which is why when the helicopter hovers, it stays with its position.
That's correct too, but the problem with their idea is that they think that a helicopter should be affected by Coriolis when it sits still and things that are not moving.
Oh no, yeah, yeah, that's silly.
Yeah, why would I be in the same reference frame as Earth rotation when I'm hovering above the ground?
Well, why should you change reference frame? You never get out of a reference frame. A reference frame is just a measuring point. All reference frames, you're in all reference frames all the time.
Right, so I observe a helicopter above the stationary Earth. I'm just supposed to
So
assume
tell me
when
when you jump up, do you land like several feet to the left or right, depending on which way you're facing?
Obviously not. That's the same. That's my argument.
Yeah, exactly. So
Because
when you're in,
a helicopter isn't above a rotating Earth, dude.
But it is.
No, it's rotating.
Wait,
no,
here's the thing.
it's rotating.
You know something I like to do when I have an airplane with just one, not instead of having two always just one in the middle. I get to the front and I jump up and I hit that back wall at 600 miles an hour every time. You should try it. It's really fun.
So,
I don't know what the fuck.
So squiggly line. It's really simple.
What that means is,
hang on a second.
Just give me 10 seconds. What that means is that you are the momentum is.
You guys just pick and choose whatever gets affected by Coriolis.
No. Momentum is conserved. No, momentum is conserved.
Momentum is conserved. So squiggly line. When you're standing on the Earth, when you're standing on the Earth, do you share the momentum of the? When you're standing on the Earth, do you share the momentum of the Earth?
When you're in the airplane or on a bus or anything.
Yeah, when you're standing on the Earth, physically standing on the Earth, and you jump up and you land, obviously you don't fly backwards. So obviously you're sharing the momentum.
Hasn't even thought about it hard enough yet.
But you share the momentum of the Earth, correct?
It also happens on the airplane. It also happens on a bus or a train. You jump up and you land in the same spot.
Because you share the momentum of the object itself that you are.
You think your momentum from Earth rotation is conserved.
Yes, that's a law.
No, we don't think.
Yes, that's a law of motion.
Crazy.
We don't think. We know. Judging from what
that's a law of motion.
We know this because we know this because we can jump up in airplanes or on trains or buses and we don't fly backwards.
No.
So we
the
maintain
helicopter
the
treats
momentum of
ground
the
as
object that we are
stationary
still.
because
If
it's
the
practical
object that we're
because
on,
it's-
so what do you think the helicopter? So when you jump up, do you like land several feet behind? You know, no, you don't.
You don't
You're
even
part-
realize that you're picking and
when a,
choosing
when
what
a,
gets
when
affected
a
by
when a
Coriolis
balloon.
in the air.
What? No, you don't get Coriolis until you start moving. See, if you're just holding still,
yeah, if you're
Coriolis
just
is not
standing,
there.
if you're standing, no, if you're standing in one
Helicopter's not moving.
spot,
It's
if you're
hovering
standing in
relative
one
to the-
spot, you don't have to adjust for that. If you're literally standing in
All right,
one
dude.
location, you don't have to adjust for that because it's like the helicopter moving up and down
by
from
the
its
way.
position,
Oh
going
my
up and
God!
hovering from its
This fucking
position.
this helicopter argument is so what 2020, I think.
Oh, you just said it yourself that the helicopter's not moving, so I think we're good
No,
now.
the
to the Earth,
helicopter
that's
is
correct.
moving.
Yeah, stationary Earth. Exactly. Both
No,
are not
but
moving.
it's not stationary Earth, though. We can prove that otherwise. That's what happens when you fire a bullet, and you have to.
Yeah, but
worry
if it's
about
not
Coriolis.
moving and it's still above the same
Are
position,
the
then
bullets not
therefore
moving?
Earth
A
hasn't
bullet's
moved underneath
bullet's
the
not
helicopter.
moving. Did I just hear you
Yeah,
say
Earth
that a
has not
bullet's not
moved.
moving?
Neither has the helicopter. Thank you.
Did I just hear you say that a bullet's not moving?
No, dude, talking about a helicopter. What's wrong with you?
Well, we're not talking about a bullet. Wait a minute, you changed from back to helicopters? Yeah, helicopters are.
You can't stay on subject. You're just all over.
No, you can't stay on top because you're scattered gunning between the two. You jump between the two, and you can't.
Neither
figure
one
it
of
out.
you can stay on subject because you just keep insulting each other.
We'd rather hear the squiggly guy name.
Of course you would, because you're a fucking flat earther. Actually, you're stupider than a flat earther.
Glober's
You're a
gets
fucking-
boy.
Brother, you gotta stop,
Okay.
man.
But
Hey,
let's
can I explain? I think
What?
there's
I'm talking to dummies who are talking
No
about
one wants to hear you,
helicopters.
bud.
Chill.
Of course they don't, because you're a con.
Yeah, thank you.
it's so like let's not get into the dummies cards. Come on.
Listen,
Be
I think
first.
the
So
misunderstanding.
squiggly line. Do you honestly?
Globus
do you-
keeps
do
stepping
you-
up again. Knock the fuck
So
back.
squiggly line. Do you
Alligator.
not accept the law of universe? Do you
Fuck
not
off.
accept the law of conservation of momentum? Squiggly line. Do you not accept? Do you not accept the law of the law of conservation of momentum? Is that a law you don't accept?
This guy J.O. Warren's still fucking rambling, dude.
I'm asking you a question.
Well, let's not turn this into a targeted thing. He is asking you a question. Do you have him turned down?
No.
So
Okay.
answer the question. That's what I thought.
Yeah, you guys look in the sky. Oh, look, balls in my face, balls in my face, balls on my feet. All
Anyway,
right, we're good
so-
now.
Not necessarily. No, that's not what it was. He did ask you a legitimate question. If you disagree with it, that's fine.
The law
Or
of
if you just
conservation
refuse to
momentum.
answer it, if you just want to run away and not answer it, that's also fine. Because you did it in front of
What
everybody, so at least I don't have to claim it happened.
I'm giving you the opportunity to respond if you want.
Maybe I do have him turned down. Because I don't know what you guys are talking about.
The question is, do you believe that the law of conservation of momentum is real?
Is that a law that you accept, or do you like reject that law for some reason?
Conservation of momentum is real, yeah.
Okay. So when an object is standing on another object and that object is in
Yeah,
motion.
but how are you conserving momentum when you're just hovering still in an airplane?
Okay, now hang on. I was going to explain that. So when the helicopter is at rest.
I actually have to turn this fucking asshole up. All right.
Okay, so
All
when
right, crackhead. What do you
all
wanna
right,
say?
so when the helicopter is at rest on the ground, it's maintaining the momentum, correct?
There's no such thing at rest as at rest. There's no such
when
thing
the
as at rest in your model.
when the helicopter is on the ground, it maintains the momentum, correct?
What momentum of what? It's
The
at
momentum of
rest,
the
stationary,
momentum of
on
the
ground.
earth. The momentum
yeah,
of the
it's
earth.
stationary at rest on the ground.
Okay,
now
so but it maintains the momentum of the earth, right?
what momentum? You have no idea what you're talking about yet. You haven't proved that anything's moving. So you guys are just jumping to
I'm
stupid
explaining this to
conclusions.
you. I'm just going to explain it to you. I'm not going to ask you questions about it. So
You're presuming
the
Earth is moving before you actually have.
I'm not
have
assuming Earth is moving. It's a known fact. It is. It rotates
Yeah,
at
you see
15
a
degrees per
helicopter
hour.
sitting on the
That's
ground,
the
and you say,
angular
"Oh, look,
rotation of the Earth.
it's
So
spinning and wobbling."
when the helicopter is is stationary on the Earth, when it is at rest, when it's just sitting on the Earth, when it's landed, it maintains the momentum of the Earth. That rotation is 15 degrees per hour. When the helicopter rises
Baseless to
up
start.
and takes off and starts to hover above that point, it maintains its point because it has not lost the momentum that it has from the Earth. So it's still moving with the Earth. It's
All right,
not
stop
going
talking
faster
so
than
much.
it. It's
You
simply
scootered
maintaining
right
its singular
past, you
position,
affirmed
and
the
therefore the
consequence.
momentum has not changed.
Yeah, you
So when
presume
the
that
helicopter
you're
takes
moving.
off,
Okay,
the
that's cool, man. I
baseline
don't give a fuck
momentum of
about
the
your
helicopter
presumption.
will always be the Earth's momentum because that's the object it took off from. It can fly forward faster than the 15-degree-per-hour rotation, and then it will stop. And then when it stops, it maintains that position of the Earth, above the Earth because it's returned to the base momentum of the Earth's rotation. And then it lands. So that's how that works.
Right. So you see something not moving, you presume it's moving. Got it. Already knew that. Already.
We measure it. We measure it moving.
I already knew your dumb position, dude.
We measure it moving. 15
I already
degrees
know
per
you think
hour.
things are moving when they appear not to be. I already know.
15 degrees per hour. We can measure it. We know it is.
Yeah, that's the apparent rotation of the stars.
No, that's
not
the
the
Earth.
ground
That's the
moving. The
Earth.
ground isn't
That's
moving,
the Earth. It's called
Helicopter
because
treats the ground as
that's the
stationary.
Earth because we measure things. We measure the rotation of the Earth. We measure the rotation of stars in sidereal time. That's not how we measure the Earth's rotation.
Yeah, sidereal rotation, 15 degrees per hour. You're presuming that the ground is moving at 15 degrees per hour.
15 degrees per hour.
When a helicopter
15 degrees
above
per
the
hour
ground,
is the
rotation.
15 degrees
Okay,
per
no
hour is the
Coriolis,
rotation.
no ground moving
15
underneath
degrees
your
per
feet.
hour is the
Not
angular
happening.
rotation of the planet.
You're in a helicopter.
We
the
measure
ground doesn't
star
move underneath your
precession.
feet. You're delusional.
How did Bob's
Okay.
gyroscope measure that then?
So,
Bob
so
Nodell, you
anyway,
remember him?
so anyway, no.
Why
so
do you think
he's
the ground
cooked.
is moving?
He knows
underneath
he's
the
cooked. That's why
Because Bob Nodell showed it.
That's why he's blue screening
Well,
out. Even Bob
Bob
Nodell
Nodell
showed
did
it, and he
not
was the
get in
first
the
person to die in a.
Bob Nodell had a laser ring
Bob Nodell
gyro.
did not get in a helicopter.
He had a
Watched
laser
the
ring
ground
gyro
rotate
that sat
underneath
on
his
the
head.
Earth motionless and said it was rotating 15 degrees per hour.
So what? Your best globe proof is Bob Nodell?
One of them. Well, that's a very good
Yes,
one because it
you
was
guys
done by a
start getting-
Well, I
Florida.
mean, there's a
You need
bunch
flat
of
earthers for your
there's a bunch of proofs for the globe, but you don't accept any of them.
Well, this is the easy one because it was done. But one, it's it's a pretty much a slam dunk.
Shit,
And
NASA,
two,
chill.
It was done by
It's
Bob
been explained,
Nodell of
dude.
Florida.
And this crackhead needs a lot of time to vent.
You need to stop calling people crackheads.
That's why
Well,
he's
you can-
blue screening
Well, no,
out.
people
That's
need to
why he
stop smoking
can't
crack.
contribute
that's the
anything
deal.
to it. He just got to
Well,
call people crazy.
What I'm
he's going
saying,
against
what
multiple
I'm saying
people, so
is
take-
that you
go
need to
easy.
be respectful. If you're going to have a conversation, you need to be respectful. This is all parties involved.
All right, well then
If you're
you
not
need
going to
stop-
be
you need
respectful,
to
then
stop
nobody is
asserting
going.
pseudoscience. If you want to have a
Bro,
respectful
this is the
conversation,
ring, man.
stop
This is no
presuming that you're-
academic fucking setting.
Yeah, stop presuming that you have a sound argument. When you
Anybody
assert
with a
pseudoscience.
double-digit IQ wants to
say it all
actually contribute to the
condescendingly, and I'm
conversation
supposed
because
to
Squiggly
respect
Line
it.
obviously doesn't have that.
Ever since Foucault,
This guy is over here presuming that the Earth is moving.
No, not presuming, measured. Foucault, you can do it yourself.
No, you are invoking Coriolis
No,
to a helicopter.
I'm invoking Foucault, which you could demonstrate yourself if you chose
Yeah,
to.
exactly my point. You just pick and choose what experiences Coriolis.
No, you're not picking and choosing.
You are.
You're picking and choosing. You're ignoring Foucault. You're ignoring Bob's
Oh my
gyro. You know who invented the gyroscope?
Yes,
That was
yes, we all know
Foucault.
you love to imagine your globe. Yes,
Not imagine, prove.
yes, you imagine things. You imagine.
Not
Foucault.
imagine,
Yeah, you're not doing
that
it.
prove. With experiments that you
All
could
right,
do if you
let's
chose
not
to.
talk over each other. We're having a good discourse. Come on.
I'm kind of curious. Squiggly.
I'm gonna turn
Squiggly
this guy
line.
JL down.
Squiggly line. I'm kind of curious. Do you think that this whole like lie in your eyes, in this in your head, this whole
That's
lie
way
is being
better.
perpetrated? Why is this lie being perpetrated around the world, like universally?
I almost want to counter your question, dude. I really do. Like, it's emotional. I get it. Like, I just I don't know.
What's emotional?
Well, I can hear the discourse, and it's just, I don't know.
Well, I mean, he obviously thinks that all of this is a lie. Like the measurements are a lie, the technology is a lie. It's all designed to perpetrate this one big lie. So universally, it's not
Yeah,
just
your
us.
Coriolis doesn't happen to airplanes
It's
either,
not just
apparently.
us. It's literally every other
just call it
country on the
costly.
planet. I'm still speaking. It's literally
Anytime
every
there's a
other country
crossword,
on the
no, it's not
planet,
a
even
Coriolis
those
costly.
countries that are
You haven't
antagonistic to
identified
us.
the cause
So
you're-
I'm kind of
you just like
curious
to presume
if this
things
is
for your model.
if this is a big
Because it
lie
needs
that's
help.
being
Your
perpetrated
Frankenstein model.
by every major entity on the
JL.
planet, governmental and
JL.
scientific. What's the purpose of the lie?
He's never gonna stop, dude. Like you guys don't
Okay, so what's
realize.
the answer? What's the
No,
answer?
you have hold on. You have the floor. Please, you respond, and you have the floor. If anyone interrupts him, I'm fucking muting you. Let him respond. Go ahead, Squidward. Go on.
Who are you talking about? Me?
You.
Let him answer.
A question was posed to you.
Why the lie?
What's the purpose of this lie that's being perpetrated globally by every single governmental and scientific agency on the planet?
I think he has you turned down. Why are they lying, squiggly line dude? Why is everyone lying?
Why are you saying squiggly line, dude? Why are you saying
because
What would you like us to
because
talk? What would you like us to call you?
It describes your name.
my name is
describes your
Jesse.
name.
You can call me Jesse.
Jesse? All right.
Jesse.
So Jesse, why is the lie being perpetrated, or
what's going on, dude?
Why is the lie being perpetrated globally by every single governmental and scientific agency on the planet? What is the purpose of that?
I do think he has you turned down.
Yeah, Verdak, he's got me turned down. So
Jesse,
no. Just so you guys know, when you globetards let your crackhead friends in here, yeah, they are subject to not be heard. Absolutely.
Okay, can you? So his question is, why the lie on a global scale?
Wait, I get
muted. He just called this guy crackhead. This is why
Yeah.
I'm complaining about the modding.
yeah, Verdak, Verdak, you muted me. Hang on. Verdak, you server muted me when you thought that I had somebody muted so I could overtalk them. He's got me turned down so
What
that
do
he
you
doesn't have to
suggest we do?
engage.
It would be silent if he leaves. The whole conversation is directed towards him. No one would talk if it would be
Good.
silent.
Either server mute him.
No, that's not the point.
Or enforce the
All
rules.
right, I'm gonna just like not give a fuck, That's how that works.
What is your name, squiggly line dude, that I can't tell?
Jesse.
My name is the Terminator or the Forbidden Thing. It's pronounced Al-Muni.
Awesome.
Or
Al-Muni.
And
I
but
love
my
it.
name is
Anyways,
Jesse.
y'all are trying to like force information down him that he just don't want to hear.
Well, Al-Muni,
I asked him a
we had a
question.
question. Hold on, JL, I got this. Listen, the question was, why are all the countries coming together and all the scientific institutions to lie, to perpetrate the lie that the Earth is a globe?
Why would they lie? Typical normie question. Of course.
But it is a good question.
Well, I don't know. I'm not
goes to your
invested in
epistemology.
convincing people why would they lie when they
It goes
haven't
to your
come
epistemology.
to that conclusion
Just
themselves.
JL, let him answer.
You guys are never gonna believe. You're already sucking dicks, so enjoy.
Do you realize
that.
he hasn't? Do you
Global
realize he
wave.
hasn't answered the question, right?
No.
You're just
That is the
waiting
answer,
to label his answer just so he could destroy it in an argument. You're not actually wanting to know the thing that you're asking him. Warren.
I do. I'm the one that asks, and I want to
mean,
know.
No, gate breaker. The point of the question
You guys
goes to his.
pretend like
The
you
point
don't
of the
know
question.
the answer. Like I
The
have
point
to
of the
educate
question.
you
Okay,
on
and see,
these, like,
Verdak, now he's over talking me
matters.
because he
It's
has me
kinda
turned
sad.
down and he can't hear me speaking.
Don't cry to the mods, dude.
Dude,
It's
I'm looking
just a
for
shit
I'm
show.
looking for some equal fucking moderation.
All right,
If I get
Jesse,
server
Warren,
muted
you
for
guys
doing
all
it,
disrespect
if
me.
I get server
Shut
muted
the
for doing it, then
fuck up,
Jesse should as well.
Hey, stop. Like Jesse, don't turn people down. Like, don't do that,
Dude. That's what JL was doing.
I and I moderated him for that.
Okay. Oh, did you? I must have missed that part. All right.
Yeah, let each other
So
have
if he's
conversation.
got people turned up,
Just
all right.
let each other have
I'm
the.
gonna fix them on my end. All right, there you go.
So, gate breaker. The point of the question is to go to his epistemology. Because if you can expose a break in the epistemology, that's something that we can work with. Okay?
Well, Jesse, pretend you're speaking to like a child about this.
I fucking hate you globetards always want me to pretend, man. It's crazy.
It's a common normie question. Why would they lie? no one knows why would they lie.
I know why. I know why.
All he could have is speculations, but like no one.
Okay,
he's not
well-
the one lying. So
No, he just said he just said he knows. He just said he knows. He just conceded that he knows why a global lie is being perpetrated by every single governmental and scientific agency on the planet, even those who are occupied by, even those
They're
run
not-
by
they're not-
countries
it's not
that
a
are
joint
antagonistic to one another.
you-
I'm not
okay, now you're
done.
strawmanning.
I'm
You're
not
an idiot.
done.
You're strawmanning. It's
I'm
not a
not
joint
done.
operation
I'm not
between all
fucking done
nations working
speaking.
together.
I'm not done
They're
speaking.
not all working together. Are
So
you calling me sweetie? I'll just turn you right back down. I don't need
I'm
to
not
listen to
done
crack
fucking
ass.
speaking. So
Don't- I
why
turn
is
you up
this
and you're calling
global
me
lie?
sweetie?
Why is
I
this
ain't
global
with that
lie
question.
being perpetrated? What is the purpose of the lie?
You could chant
The
your
question's been
delusions
asked.
to yourself.
Jesse, hey,
Jet-
listen, the question's been asked. He's done now.
he's not
Go ahead with
interested in your
He's not
question.
answering.
Stop fucking asking it.
Ask
not answering.
Screaming stupid stuff again.
Okay, you
The
don't want to
reason-
answer.
Gonna
I
answer.
didn't realize. I'm
Because
sorry. If you don't want to answer, just say you don't want to answer.
Oh my god,
He
you
doesn't want to
clown!
answer.
I want to answer.
Yeah,
I
let
want
him.
to answer. Why would they lie? But you guys don't give me any space to speak.
No, you.
Go for
The
it.
fuck is the point in trying to fucking?
You have.
Okay,
I'm
Jet-
trying to have an
All right,
exchange with you.
Jesse,
he
you
gets to
got you got
speak
1
for
minute.
30
Respond to your
seconds.
speech.
No
Yeah, there you
interruptions.
go. 1 minute, 30 seconds, whatever.
Everybody,
Go.
shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. Let Jesse respond, please. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Jesse.
you said why would they lie? There's an evil cabal that's been reigning. They created the debt system and slavery, and they're perpetuating this system to maintain power because they want resources, and they're hiding those resources from you, and they've institutionalized and compartmentalized their whole system so you wouldn't know that's what's even going on. And that's why you ask why would they lie, because you don't even know that yet because they've been lying to you.
Okay, so if that's what's going on,
They're lying because they
you're-
want the resources.
Oh.
They have to evenly distribute wealth, and
We
they
got
have no
you.
power.
We got you. So if that's what's going on, you're telling me that this lie has been perpetrated for
Oh yeah, I have this guy
centuries.
coming
Hang
down
on,
and
hang
turn
on.
his dumbass up.
This lie has been perpetrated for centuries, literal centuries, when people didn't have the technology to access the resources that you're talking about, and that the lie has made it through consistent cultural change, and that would cross basically hundreds of millions, if not billions of people, and
You
not
need to relax.
one
I don't even think you've thought about this hard enough yet.
and not one person has come forward to expose it.
No, you haven't thought about this yet.
That you're aware of.
So why doesn't any of the math work?
Dude, it's baby steps, dude. Like you'll get there eventually. Like right now,
Why doesn't
you're
any,
auto
so why
retard,
doesn't any of
auto
the
normie.
so why doesn't any of the
you're gonna
math work?
regurgitate what you learned in school for your gold
What?
stars.
We
Hold on,
asked
what
you a
about-
question.
So Jesse, why doesn't any of your math work?
What are you talking about? My math? I haven't given you any math that I claim is mine. The fuck are you talking
Okay, so okay, great. So why do how about this?
So why are
We'll-
you
we'll go
over
with-
here saying stupid shit like that?
No,
Like,
so how about
where's
this?
your
We'll go one
brain?
step. We'll go one step further.
Where is your
why
brain for
do
you to even say
why
something
do
so
all the
stupid and slow?
so if we're making observations of the Earth, and then we interpret those observations in a specific way, and then we make predictions based on those interpretations, if our interpretations were wrong, then the predictions wouldn't come true. Why do all the predictions come true based upon our interpretations?
All right, you're talking about you're observing the sky now, so now you're going to celestial observations.
No,
You're
I'm
gonna
talking about
reaffirm globe in this moment.
No,
Hold on,
I'm talking about
picturing the sky. I have to
Jesse. I'm
reaffirm globe
I'm trying to
first.
clarify because you asked the question.
Oh my
I'm
God,
talking
idiot. Why
about
don't you clarify if you're talking about celestial observations? Really?
Jesse. I'm talking about all of the predictions.
What predictions?
All of them. Eclipses, spherical
Celestial observations.
Hang on
Some
a sec.
honesty
I'm
would
not
be nice
done.
from you.
Jesse, I'm not done. You have to take them all into
Just have
account.
a conversation, dude. Stop freaking out.
Yes, you have to take
I
them
know
all.
your
You keep
heart rate is up,
interrupting. You
dude.
keep
You need to slow your
interrupting
pace
me,
down.
Jesse.
Slow your roll. Fast heart pace.
You
dude.
keep interrupting me. So
just be more rhythmic,
So
dude. You're very
eclipses,
right
eclipses, sunrise, sunset, paths of totality,
sky,
time
the
zones,
sky, the
seasons, sunrise,
Looking at the
sunset,
sky, looking at the
moonrise,
sky.
moonset. Okay, so
You're
all of these
reaffirming a model. Yes,
orbital
you
mechanics.
observe
no,
things, and
no,
they would work in a model. That does not mean that you've observed.
that's not how.
have
That's not
evidence
how.
of
That.
your
That's
point.
not how it works.
That the Earth
And
is actually a
That's
globe.
not how it's done.
Yes, indirect. It's indirect evidence.
Jesse,
Not
that's
a
not
measurement.
how it's done. That's not how we. That's not how we do that.
Yeah, you just keep talking, you just keep saying stuff, but I know the subject better than you. So you get
No, you actually don't, because you're saying that you're trying to say that the methodology, you're trying to talk about the methodology, and you're saying the methodology is being done in a certain way, and that's not how the methodology is done.
But let him finish.
Dude, the globe model is not like, it's not hidden. Like, everybody knows what you think, man. I don't know what the fuck you think you're talking about here. You look in the sky, you reaffirm the globe. I know.
It's
Who
not
the fuck
reaffirmed. That's not what's happening. Why do you keep saying false things?
Yeah, it is reaffirmed in your
It's
model.
not reaffirmed.
You say that
We're not.
Earth
It's
is a
not
globe
reaffirming
because
it.
I look at the sky and these observations make sense if I presume I'm on a sphere.
No, that's not the presumption
Reaffirmation.
that's made.
Dude, I don't care that you want to reaffirm the globe to me in a conversation.
Oh, so
I
okay,
don't care.
Jesse, it's not reaffirmed because that's not the process by which we make the observations and draw the conclusions. That's not the methodology. I can explain the methodology for you if you would like.
I know the methodology.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what's the first step? What's the first thing we do?
Make a hypothesis.
No.
Oh, okay.
The first thing we do is we make
The
first thing we do is we make an observation.
Oh my God, you're so weird, dude. I don't give a fuck what you're talking.
Is that not the first step? Anybody want to correct me? Is the first step to make an
Yeah,
observation?
does somebody else want to talk to this guy? I'm not trying to.
Well, I mean, to be honest, Jesse, I'll be honest with you. Yes. It's an observation that comes first.
I don't care, dude.
See, there you have it.
I don't
there you have it.
understand.
You don't care about what is true. You only care about what you want to be true. Your epistemology is broken. I'm not done speaking. Your epistemology is broken. There are theories that you accept because they are not contradictory to your worldview. You accept many theories, like the theory of quantum electrodynamics.
I mean,
because
like,
that's literally how you're.
This guy's been rambling
Verdak,
since
can you mod him, please?
He just keeps going, dude. He's like,
can you fucking
He don't
mod
want
him,
to
please?
hear about it. He's not. He's
You're
not
trying
here
to
have
you're
a
trying to
conversation.
impose your
You're trying
beliefs
to-
onto him.
Yes,
I know,
you're trying
dude.
to
You could
force
do
your
this in a
information
fucking
onto
padded
him, and
room.
he
Yeah, I don't
just
give a
don't want to hear it.
He would say this shit in a padded
The
room.
society we live in is we don't impose any beliefs on people, even if they're right. You don't impose. I mean, actually, I don't know.
So
Go-
he's not
carry
trying
forward.
to he's not trying to impose any beliefs. There aren't any beliefs
Oh my God.
here.
As if that's not what he's doing, dude.
I'm not. That's not what I'm
It's
doing.
not.
What I'm
He's
doing.
trying to
what
give
I'm
you
doing-
the evidence of what he's talking
Yeah,
about.
Jesse. What
But
I'm
he don't
doing
want
is
it.
Jesse. What I'm doing.
Well, that's a
No, I
that's the
already-
reason why we
specifically-
can't have a conversation
hang on a
between the
second.
two
I know
people.
why
Yeah.
people think Earth is a globe.
Okay,
It's not
I
surprising.
not a
can't. Verdak, if you're not
conversation,
gonna
it's
fucking
trolling.
if you're not gonna fucking mod him, I just have to turn him down. So
See, now I gotta
literally,
turn him
what I
down.
am doing is I am exposing
See,
the
this guy
break
just
in
sucks,
your
man. You guys let-
exposing the
you
break
guys
in
let
your
the induce
epistemology,
all
Jesse.
time. It's crazy.
That's the point.
Yes.
Now, if you don't know what I mean by exposing the break in your epistemology, I will be happy to explain that for you.
I don't know. When are you gonna feel all right, man? You just like you're never settled.
Yeah, we
Okay.
can't have a
He's not interested,
conversation.
bro.
I'm just turning him down. I'm sorry,
We
Verdak.
can't
I got to
have a
turn him
conversation
down
between
because
the
he's
two of them.
worthless and
I'm not trying.
he's got
Jail,
nothing. So
jail
He
Warren.
brings that a helicopter experience as Coriolis, and I think that's funny.
I think that you're just not interested in having a conversation to begin with.
That's the opposite of what we said, by the way. The helicopter is not experienced Coriolis.
Jail Warren's confidence is awe-inspiring. You sound like you've got everything figured out, like all of.
I
life's
don't have
greatest
everything figured
answers.
out.
Oh, my bad. Okay, you just.
I
sounded
don't
like
have
it.
no
My
no
bad, my
Gate
bad.
no Gate. There are things I'm confident on because I know them to be true, and I can explain explicitly how we know them to be true. There are other things that I don't know. Okay,
Well,
and
then,
if I don't know them, I don't talk about them or I try to learn about them.
Okay, Jay. Well, then, as smart as you are, then how could you not recognize that he did not want to have this conversation? Every time you opened your mouth, he made a crazy comment and interrupted you. He does not want that information. He was trolling you because he does not care about hearing it.
There's two
How
reasons
did you not
behind
see
that.
that the whole time?
Yeah, Cole, I understand that your question is likely rhetorical. You think it's rhetorical, but there's actually two answers to that. Would you like them?
No,
This
it
guy
ain't
doesn't think
rhetorical.
before he speaks. He
So
just
you do
knows.
actually want to know why I kept pushing, right?
I would
He's
love
like
to know.
he's
Okay,
off the
one of
rails,
two
man.
reasons. One, because the conversation is not really for his benefit; it's for the benefit of everybody else in the room, because they're the people who are listening, so they can see the level of his intellectual dishonesty on display.
We know
and
that
two,
already,
hear
though.
it.
and two, to eventually get the moderator to finally moderate with some consistency.
Look,
Oh,
You're just
come on.
yeah,
No.
I get the whole
You've been rambling nonstop. Now you're butthurt.
like I get the whole like moderator thing. Like it's okay, man. I'm sorry. I'm a piece of shit.
No, you're not a piece
Yeah,
of shit,
Verdak,
Verdak.
call
I
your-
just want you to do it consistently. That's it.
Bro, you were talking the whole time. If he were to
Cry more.
moderate, he'd mute you. What are you talking about?
I also want you. Yeah, I'm not muting anybody. I want
You muted me.
Dude, you
Oh
sound
my
like a fucking
god. You
crybaby.
tried to force yourself onto Jesse. He wasn't
I
interested.
didn't try to
Now
force
you're-
myself onto Jesse. Gate.
Yo, let's talk
Jesse,
about a topic.
Gate,
Let's talk about a topic.
Gate.
You're very.
No, we don't need to
emotional.
attack each other,
Gate.
bro.
Jesse
guys-
can leave the Jesse can leave the fucking room anytime
we don't
he
need to do
likes.
Guys,
No means no, JL. I'm alive.
Yo,
to
can we
be
get a
here.
free DMOC?
You know, like, well,
Yeah,
I'm
free to
about
demo.
to free. I'm
Unleash the
actually about
beast.
to free DMOC in this one, like literally. So, like, just calm down for a second. All right, it's all good.
Yeah, somebody should have a Narcan.
So
He
Gate,
might be having a heart attack soon.
why do you like what do you hold to? Do you, I mean, do you
I don't hold to shit. I don't know what's going on.
Okay,
I love that.
so
I love that.
So you understand the Earth is just
The bottom line is, like,
Yes.
tell you, I'm actually going to tell you this, Jill.
Hmm.
You have a very I like it.
Forceful?
You're alpha. You're an alpha.
Intense?
I totally get it. You're alpha. You're intense, and you've been dominating this conversation for a lot. You know, so I'm with you on some of your points, but you got to let people speak. I'm just saying. I'm about to unmute DMOC and create chaos in this room.
Then why unmute him?
Don't do that.
Like, he has
Yeah.
nothing to add.
Well, it's just conversation. Just have.
Well, okay, no, it's not a conversation with Democ. If you unmute him, it will be fucking
Bro,
chaos.
let's keep
'cause
it
no
positive.
conversations
Let's
will
keep it
happen.
positive.
I do have to butt in. Throwing insults around is not necessarily a productive way to have a conversation, and both DMOC and Jesse do it all the time.
Well, yeah. I mean,
so we need
It's cool
what
when
we
they do
need-
it. It's cool when they do it, just not when someone else does it, right?
Yeah, I'm not
cool.
moderating
It's
for
cool.
insulting people, and yeah,
It's cool when no one does
So
it. Doesn't happen on the other side.
Democ is treated like he's learning disabled, and I don't know that that's actually the case, but he kind of perpetrates like that, so he gets away with it. Jesse, I don't know.
You gonna talk shit about me right now?
Yeah, well, you're like I said. It seems like sometime in the past year, you threw a switch and went from like an all right dude who was sometimes funny to super hostile.
Yeah, threw a switch.
He did a Kanye.
What
He just
about
did a
what about
Kanye
that-
West.
He went full Yeezy.
I don't know. I
Yeezy.
could be, look. I could be totally wrong about that. You know, that's just my perception. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know,
Never-
man.
never go full
One
Yeezy.
day I was in the dude's
'cause of-
server,
it's 'cause his doctor
and I
took him
heard
off
you.
the
I
med.
heard you reading something. Dude, don't interrupt me, dog. Who's fucking interrupting? I heard you reading something, dude. You address everyone the same way. You don't give anybody the respect of your own opinion. So, like, I don't know. You're compromised, dog. I don't know. Something happened to you.
I don't even know what that means.
Okay, he's basically
Yeah, you have
saying
a script.
because
That's
you're
what
a
I'm telling
fair
you, you have a
moderator, that you moderate
Hold
equally
on,
across
JL,
the
this
board,
isn't
that
about
you're
you. I know
like
you want
biased
everything
for
to
some
be
reason,
about you
and
right
you're
now. You're
not. I haven't
self-absorbed.
seen any kind of that. I wish
But
you,
I'm not talking-
the moderation was a little bit more
talking
consistent, but I
omnivore.
think you do an okay job.
Okay, well,
Omnivore, are you gonna tell me you don't have a script?
I don't have a what?
Do you have a script?
A script?
Are you gonna tell me you don't have a script?
Of course,
I
you have a
don't
script.
have I don't have a script.
Oh, I have a
Oh my
script. It was
God,
given-
you're lying to me,
the-
Omnivore.
The script,
I heard
you
your
don't have the script that was given to you by the Illuminati, SpongeBob
No, by the
SquarePants?
doctor. By
Omni,
the doctor.
he knows
issued
about the
prescription.
resources.
Come on, dude. What about the? You didn't get the
We're not
script.
supposed to talk about that. We're not supposed to talk about that. Code blue. Code blue.
You shouldn't talk about
Come on,
the
I sent you the script right from NASA. It came right.
because I was fucking with you, and now you're
It came right from the vaults from the Knights Templar. You know, kept in the secret cave that the Illuminati protect by the lizard overlords. You know, the gateway to the lizard overlord lair.
What are you talking about?
We're gonna put a
You gotta
table in the
watch
lab
this.
and a 3D ball.
Well, I mean, come on, that's what you guys believe. We got
No,
all
we're
these
gonna do the full
conspiracies out
scope
there, man.
pendulum. We're gonna put a pendulum on a stationary plane
Timo,
and on a ball.
Calm down right now. Just stop it, Timo.
Did you let him in?
I did.
He did unsurvey him.
Okay, so can we talk about the helicopter? So if you shoot a helicopter from
Yeah,
a
let's
big
talk about the
boat,
helicopter.
do you got a helicopter with Coriolis, or is the helicopter no
The
Yeah,
helicopter
let's-
does not
let's
experience
open up.
Coriolis.
Stop saying Coriolis when you don't know what that means.
Coriolis? Corniolis? Well, I'm asking you if you shoot a
Coriolis.
helicopter since the helicopter's not doing
He has
anything.
no idea what it is.
I would have said it twice.
Hold on.
Then moved on.
The
Beat from my
target
bunghole.
tree isn't stuck to the earth. The tree target's not stuck. You guys got Coriolis for that for some reason. But for the
Cornholio.
helicopter that you shoot, you don't need Coriolis, right? You just shoot it everywhere it is.
How many helicopters do you shoot personally? Have you
Shoot
seen
the
shot?
helicopter from the helicopter? Then we don't have to worry about Coriolis.
All right, Steven Seagal, I got you.
What does Coriolis mean to you?
Then a helicopter.
Dude, have you seen Steven Seagal lately?
Have
It
you
is
seen two
so
helicopters
gnarly.
shoot each other and account for Coriolis?
Yeah.
What do you account for from helicopter to helicopter? What do you
I
account
count
for?
for Coriolis
The
whenever I
same
take a
exact
shit.
the same exact amount, because the in the globe model, like he was saying, the where you take off and go straight up in the air, it's moving east already, you know, the direction. So the helicopters are moving that direction as they go up in
You
the
don't
air.
experience that. Oh my god.
You don't,
guys-
just because you were born into it, fam. You came as a baby into it.
Yeah, you're in
Imagine-
there.
Could you imagine if we
don't
actually?
experience it.
Can you imagine if we actually? Can you imagine if we actually felt Earth curve the way the flat earthers think we should? We'd all have to.
It would
lean
be
to the
fucking
left.
insane.
We'd all be dizzy.
The real roller coaster.
We'd all be
Not to-
dizzy
not-
all the
not-
time.
Not to mention what
Conservation
gravity
of
would
the
be like
globe's
going towards the
momentum.
center of the Earth. It'd be fucking nuts.
Conservation of
The
global
best way
momentum
of
would be
saying
plotted
it,
on your
the best way of
forehead.
saying it,
And you would
is
feel
that
it throw
is
you
not a
off
steel
and
man.
wobble.
That is not an accurate steel man
The
of the globe
conservation of
position,
momentum
but
would
we should
affect
feel
you when the
rotation.
Earth
That is what
wobbles.
flat Earth is
Equal
saying.
and
What do you
opposite
think
Not a steel man.
conservation of momentum is?
Where's
Exactly.
it at on
According to
you?
flat earthers, we should feel
Where's it at with the
rotation. So we
big
should like
Earth
walk leaning
not
to the
doing
east,
any
and
work for
you know
you?
we should feel
The
dizzy all the
big
time.
Earth conservation of momentum
We should jump up in
disappears when it
airplanes
doesn't
and
roll
hit the back
balls.
going 600 miles per hour.
You
You
can't
know?
roll a ball on the ball that rolls. Conservation of momentum is not imparted from a ball to a ball. What a weirdo.
Wait, do you
Get a real 3D ball, put a smaller ball on it.
How can you feel a
See
ball
how
and
it
roll the
doesn't
ball? The
move when you
ball.
spin it.
That's too much feeling balls, man. Come on. Did we get...
Yeah, supposedly the
J-Mac thinking
momentum
about
from
balls
orbital
again?
velocity
It's nothing
is
but
not
J-Mac-
Balls in
yeah.
your mouth.
J-Mac has, yeah, J-Mac has this thing for balls. You better watch out.
balls,
Kid.
Demuck, are you even interested in an actual
molecule
conversation?
Particle
Yeah, I
balls,
got
No.
proton balls, electron balls,
Name all the
atom balls, nucleus balls. Every
J-Mac's got
fucking
balls on the
ball
mind for
is
some
just a
reason.
big pair of nut
What are you,
sacks.
Bubba Gump? You listen to all the balls?
All right, thank you.
Ball soup, ball soup, balls gumbo, shrimp scampi.
How much? So, like percentage wise,
Gumbo scampi.
when we talk about the globe stuff, how much do you think Dimok is actually listening?
0.
No, he says some things that are right.
So I'll be honest. I've watched some of his experiments in his lawn, and yeah, it's scale is
So 0.
it's like the biggest problem. Like, I don't know. I love him. Like, he has some good points. He points out like the regions of the species, which I don't like. I don't necessarily like. I don't disagree with it, but at the same time, it's kind of like it's getting to the point to where it's like, well, you know, I don't know. Invading conversation is just saying everything's dumb. Is yeah, I don't know. It's not
I
good.
can't comprehend anything that man says.
Yeah.
That's projection. That's all the globe does. You guys don't have a response to anything. All you say is
What would you like me to respond to, Jesse?
The orbital velocity of the Earth orbiting around the sun.
Okay, in like RPM.
And like, how do you know that's actually happening?
I mean, besides the actual sun itself does get bigger and smaller between January and June, right? It gets bigger in January and gets smaller in June in the sky.
That's not really.
What?
You're just making a correlation.
The
By a
angular size
degree.
of the sun. The angular size of the sun doesn't change.
Over the course of a day. Over
the course of a year.
Cringy ass.
Over the course of a year, it changes by what? A degree?
Yeah, it's very small.
It's measurable. With our equipment, it's easily measurable.
No, the idea is you think you're conserving the momentum, therefore you can't measure the orbital velocity.
That's a different problem.
Yeah, but why can't you measure the orbital velocity? The conservation momentum.
What? Okay. All right. I concede your point. I can't measure orbital velocity with conservation momentum. That's correct.
Okay, if we don't if we don't orbit around the sun,
so you're just going to reaffirm that that's what's happening. And
if we don't orbit around the sun, then how do we have seasons?
Wait. How does the law of conservation of momentum apply into orbital mechanics?
Yeah, this is the reason you say that you can't measure the orbital velocity of it.
No, that's not what we're talking about with the law of conservation of momentum. That's different from calculating
the
the
claim
gravitational effect.
is that because we've conserved the momentum of the velocity of the orbit, therefore you can't detect that motion.
No,
but that doesn't apply.
You just heard about this. You literally need to go learn.
In orbits.
Go learn. Don't act like you know more than me.
Orbital
you need
mechanics
to go look
are
this up. Go look
different.
this up.
But Jesse, orbital mechanics are different.
You're not about to tell me shit about
what
object
in what lab.
No,
you
we're
never
not going to tell
thought
you
about this.
shit.
You auto-blowparted your way into this
That's
conversation.
not how
You're not about to see anything.
We're not going to tell you shit
How do
because you
Foucault
have your head.
pendulums work on a ball? On a 3D ball?
Well, look it up,
Jesse,
dude.
that's not how that works. That's not how that works when you have an object.
You don't know how it works. You just heard about it. So go look it up.
You just said it wrong, Jesse. I'm trying to explain how.
You're not explaining shit, dude. And I already know your stupid
Yes,
model,
because
so
you're not letting him, so maybe he's not explaining shit because you keep talking over
I know what you're going to say.
It's hard to explain things when you talk over people.
Jesse, in this context, a few seconds of pause doesn't mean someone doesn't know something.
You put a scale embedded
I don't
in the
know
ball.
this talking. I don't know who you are.
So you're talking about objects that are objects on the like an object on the planet.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate your stupid mechanics that you think is happening.
Yeah,
yes, we can because we can make predictions with it that come true, like when we've discovered other planets.
You might need to stop presuming these mechanics
to come true from.
If our interpretation of the evidence was incorrect, then the predictions wouldn't come true.
Guys, all right, enough. You're giving everybody headaches. We got to change this up, man. We got to go one at a time, or it's not going to work.
Yeah.
We need a ball.
Enough.
The interpretation
do you guys really expect me to want to talk to the fucking... You're going to make me say...
If you ask a question, then why are you asking the question if you're not ready to talk about the question? You're just asking a question, and then if someone tries to answer, you're just going to tell them, shut the fuck up, I'm not going to listen to you. Go Google it, I'm not going to listen to you. Well, then you're not acting like an adult, and maybe you should go fuck
for an
off.
adult demonstration with a ball on camera. We can go over horizontals, verticals, ups, downs.
I don't know why I turned him back up.
Then we can put
he's got
a
nothing,
flat
so
horizontal.
he's been cooked it 100 times over, so it's no point.
Then we can put a horizontal
he did the
thing there next to
celestial
it.
thing that they all
RL, chill out, bro.
Up and down.
There you go. I'm gonna start muting people. This is not going to happen.
So, once again, you're doing this thing you do, which makes it impossible for anybody else to do anything else. Are you aware of that?
We don't know what you're talking about, non-demonstrator. We're going to go in a lab and...
Oh my goodness.
Thank you. Thank you.
So
cannot be serious.
Demok, when you're ready to behave like a normal person, or well, as normal as it gets around here anyway.
Dang, Demok gets so many chances.
For honestly.
Now, if you can just get it to apply to
You
Jesse,
guys
that'd
look
be
in the
fantastic.
sky, you see balls moving around, and you reaffirm your stupid globe model. You say, oh, the reason the balls are moving around is because I'm on the ball too. And you haven't even conceptualized anything else besides just balls. You're on a ball, you're flying around, balls in your face, everything.
Cool.
All right, dude, we
Cool.
already
So
know.
what else are
You believe balls are flying around in your face. I already know you stupid model.
What else are we
Stop trying
supposed
to
to
explain your
conceptualize?
model to me, and we could have a more productive conversation.
Well, you gotta
What
let
else are
someone
we
explain him.
supposed? What
He's
else are
not
we
going to
supposed
answer any
to
questions.
conceptualize?
Red Cloud. He's not going to answer any questions. He never does.
So I don't, Jesse. Are you saying that you want somebody to explain the globe model? I don't. That's what it sounded like, but I'm not sure I heard that right.
It doesn't got, dude. I'm literally. It doesn't got to be about me right now. Dude keeps trying to address me because I hurt his feelings.
What,
Jesse? Do you
What?
think Omnivore is compromised?
Yes, yes. We could definitely talk about that if you want.
Yeah, definitely. What's his script say? Like, what do you think it's supposed to say?
Dude, I heard him say the whole fucking thing. Now I don't know where you were reading from. It could be that you were reading someone else's script, but you definitely do the things that you were bringing up. And you follow it to a T. You're so precise with your script. It's awesome. It's like you're very disciplined.
It is
So
an
JL
amazing
didn't get a
script.
script.
I'm not even insulted. I'm kind of taking this as a compliment.
Where you get your script, Omni? I need to copy the scripts because I'm not really good at it.
I would actually like a copy of what you were reading from that day. So you were reading off, it was like how to address flat earth arguments. And you were just going down a list. You have like an order of events that you expect and, you know, what to do in certain situations. And it was long and it was drawn out and it was you were definitely reading something. But hey, man, I wasn't ever going to bring this up until you decided to take shots at me while this guy clearly
was he
more
talking
cracked
about?
out than anything I ever fucking said in my life.
That's fine. Like I said, amazingly, or maybe not amazingly, I'm not insulted. I'm quite.
Yeah, why would I try to insult you? There's no reason for that.
No, it's fine. It's all good. So yeah, somebody had asked me to help them with 24/7, a hive of scum and villainy, if ever there was one. Second only to Ross Isley.
A wretched hive of scum and villainy.
That's right. Yes. So
Jesse, like a manifesto, an Omni manifesto.
no, I put together a Google Slides for discussing gravity and you know, basically just an overview of flat Earth conversations in general. But it was on request. So.
But if I were to say that you're not giving your opinion, would I be incorrect?
I'm not giving.
I don't know. Like everybody has an honest opinion, and I feel like if you're doing that, then there's an objective
opinion. I am always honest, and.
But what if when you're appealing to this? Is it honest?
Well, that somebody asked me for help with it, and I was providing what they were asking for.
Oh man, this is nasty work. Should change the subject. Let's talk about gravity. You guys don't have evidence of your plumb lines pointing to the center of the sphere.
So we have tons of evidence.
I thought you didn't want us to address you.
Well, he
I actually don't. You could address anybody else. I don't care.
He needs like his mailing address. Don't
okay.
send to him by mail.
Don't talk to me. By the way, answer this question.
Yeah, don't talk to me.
Silence when you're talking to me.
Quite a lot of evidence for gravity.
Jesse, I've been asking flat earthers this because there's not a consensus, like a single flat earth model. Do you believe in the ether?
The ether provides, there's a mathematical concept out there somewhere where like the
Why
ether
can't
could
you
make
just
sense.
answer the question?
He's answering it.
Because he doesn't
There's
have an
physicists
answer.
that
Look at
actually-
this.
Just
No,
say yes
because
or
he doesn't.
no,
Because
bro.
he
Like,
doesn't
answer
have
the
an
question.
answer. If he answers yes or no, if he
I didn't
actually
expect
answered, if
everybody
he
to get
actually
triggered.
answered yes or no to a yes or no question, that would lead him into a position that he can't defend, and he knows it.
Oh yeah, just to answer the question, just say
Let's
yes
just
or
have a
no.
conversation
Like, wait,
rather than
what
answer.
the hell?
What was wrong with my answer? I don't even know. If
You
guys
didn't
talked about
answer
it.
it.
Because you didn't answer it.
Go ahead,
You didn't
Yeah,
re-answer.
everybody
We'll all
just
be quiet.
started getting triggered. I don't know if you guys
Everyone will
have
be quiet. Go ahead, answer.
You're the
Jesse.
center of attention.
Can
Jesse.
you
Just
re-ask?
answer yes
Can you
or
re-ask
no,
the
bro.
question?
Jesse, do you believe in it? Yes or no?
Do you believe in the
What?
ether?
Do you believe in the ether? Yes or no?
Doesn't matter. Cool.
It doesn't matter if I believe in it. It doesn't matter if I believe in it or not. I think it could have.
Like literally won't answer the question, bro.
No, he's.
I'm sorry, maybe I need to rephrase
He's
this.
My
hoping
model,
because I'm giving him an
my
actual
model
answer.
necessitates a belief in it, but I'm not going to concede whether or not I believe in it. You're fucking retarded, dude.
Yeah, you're definitely
demons.
having a moment. Yeah, he's having a moment.
Yes, I'm having a moment because you are so stupid. It is
You're
fucking
PMSing right now.
hilarious.
Okay,
The insults
okay.
aren't going to help.
You're very hormonal. Okay?
Jesse,
Well,
instead of
we all know
Let's go
that.
with the insult, guys.
Yeah. So
I want to explain. No, wait, hold on. Before I was rudely interrupted by the dude, right?
Rudely interrupted.
Yes, I want to explain what I'm saying. He asked me if I believe in the ether, yes or no. I don't think it matters if I believe in the ether or not. I don't think the model that I believe in has an ether, but I can see how you can incorporate an ether and like treat it as a variable when it comes to like certain phenomena. Like that's
The
not
answer
an
is no.
issue. That's what they did with the electric universe for hundreds of years as well. So if you're going to act like the ether wasn't considered part of the equation for a cosmological model, you're out of your mind. It doesn't matter whether or not I believe
it was for like a
very
heartbeat.
smart
It was for a
listen, dude,
heartbeat, and then it
very
was
smart
debunked.
physicists believed in it.
Yeah, no,
So
no.
it doesn't matter what I believe.
No physicist
But if
alive.
you're
believes-
crazy, you're a crazy
no
globe guard and you can't think for yourself.
No physicist alive believes in luminiferous ether. It was disproven 160 years ago when
Michelson Morley.
Yeah,
Well-
you have a script. Thank you.
160 years ago.
Wow, the experiments that we cite that he himself could replicate, he thinks that's a script that is a part of an indoctrination program.
No, you have to hand
you are
deny
fucking
anything
Jesse.
that conflicts
Jesse, you
your
are
globe
special.
model.
You are special to a degree.
Look at him getting, he's getting so upset. This is
Seriously,
why he was
dude, you are
turned up.
special to a degree that there
Do I
are
have to have
programs
this guy
for.
turned up, or is he just?
May I ask the panel a question, please? Who originally came up with the concept of the ether in the first place? Does anybody know?
do you mean
I
the
don't.
luminiferous ether, or do you mean
Yes.
today's ether?
Luminous, the former, not the latter.
So luminiferous ether would have been after the crepuscular theory of light, which would have been around the time of Newton, I think.
Okay.
So my
Recent.
guess would be it would be whenever Maxwell was doing the equations that they started looking at it as a wave.
Gotcha.
And that would have been when you would have gotten luminiferous ether conjecture. That's my understanding. I don't know for a fact.
Well,
Next
historically,
question, which isn't anywhere near as important or meaningful or anything. If any Trekkies are in the house, does anyone know where the concept of subspace came from in that law? Is
Came
anyone
from Super
familiar
Smash
with all
Bros.
that?
Bro.
No. Okay.
So, like the
That's right.
ether concept has evolved over time because it goes all the way back to like Aristotelian thought and the idea of like the fifth element in that being, which was posited, I believe, by Aristotle as the ether itself. And so the idea has mutated over time as scientific understanding has improved. And so it's been incorporated a number of different ways. So it wasn't just one person who came up with luminiferous ether. It was a result of a number of other things, but until it was eventually just flat out debunked.
Right. Okay.
And what the ether that we have today in flat Earth circles is absolutely not the luminiferous ether. I mean, it sometimes it can be described that way, but it's not just a ethereal medium that light, that allows light to propagate. it's also pushing around pendulums and
I have a question for Gate. I have a question for Gatebreaker.
Yeah, you're making my point.
What was the point?
The ether had application for hundreds of years.
No, it didn't.
It had a hypothesis.
He just explained where it did.
That was hypothesis, and it didn't survive testing.
Right. It didn't have application.
That doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
No,
Yes, it
what he's trying to
does.
say, Jesse,
Well,
what he's trying to say is it didn't have
until it does survive testing, and there's some observation of it.
Yeah.
Then it might as well not exist.
How do you test space time? When are you going to figure out space time doesn't exist either?
So
it does. It does.
Ideas
It does.
space like that.
It does exist. It's a literal quantum effect.
I'm responding to something that was said to me, dude.
Okay.
It's a
so you have
space-time.
these placeholders.
Space-time does exist. It is a literal
this guy
effect.
doesn't get it. He doesn't know how conversations work.
Space-time is a
If
literal
you guys are gonna
quantum
keep
effect.
addressing me, you gotta let me speak, man.
Space-time is a
That's
literal quantum effect.
Well,
ideas and concepts.
or
Ideas and
in
concepts.
relativistic
Am I going to get a
terms,
word in?
the space-time, the
Maybe not.
Einstein field equations work in 3 spatial and 1 time-like dimension, and they are evidentially validated. Like, where we apply them, with the exception of, the furthest reaches of cosmology, it works to an extreme degree of accuracy.
Well, Omni, the current prevailing idea is that
No, you're not experiencing any of these.
the current
space-time
prevailing idea.
discrepancies or something.
The current prevailing idea that
You're not
I think is
experiencing
where it's
shit, dude.
going
You're
is
not
that
doing it.
space-time in and of itself is literally a quantum effect. It is an effect of virtual particles, quantum particles entangled with themselves, creating a lattice work upon which
you guys don't
creates
stick
the
to
effect of what we
reality.
call when objects with mass interact with that. That is the effect that's what we call space-time.
Hold on, Jesse. So
That's darn interesting.
The evidence that we're talking about, by the way, is the observations. Like, for example, the famous eclipse of the sun. You can measure, the stars that are close to the sun in daytime, and then where they are at nighttime. And the sun has a warping effect; it physically moves the stars. That's how we
Oh my
first figured
God.
it out.
So
Yeah,
if I
the
may
Eddington
just jump
experiment.
in, if I may
Yeah,
just
cool.
get in one little thought and idea here.
Oh, I can't respond to what's being said to me again? Great, dude. Thanks. Okay.
Otherwise, I'll just forget it if I don't get it out.
Go ahead.
No, double down on your globe delusions. Go ahead. I can respond.
Wait a second, Jesse. Hold on. I'm not saying anything to you about that, so hang on. So ideas scientifically, from what I'm gathering, is that ideas and concepts like that survive if they have utility. If they don't have utility, they don't survive. In other words, if you have a tool and you build a tool and you can't do a blasted thing with it, you just throw the tool away. If you have an idea and it doesn't have you can't do anything with it, you throw it away. With space-time, they can do stuff with it. With gravity, they can do stuff with it. All right, that's the difference. With ether, they couldn't do anything with it. They
Can't do
couldn't
so with
figure out how to
flat
make
Earth.
it do anything. That's why it didn't.
I don't argue for an ether. I'm not the person out here telling you that there could
No,
be
I
an
know.
ether.
I didn't say you did. I'm just saying.
But you
that
might as well be treating me like I think there's an ether.
No, I didn't even mean to imply that. Apologize if you felt that I was.
That's what this is all about. You want me to say that the ether is real, and
no,
I think that
No,
there's
we
an
just
ether.
we just wanted you to answer yes or no to the question.
I'm saying
In-
what
in-
I'm
in a
saying is
long-
that the
in a
people that
long-
tried to incorporate it
in a
into their
really
equations
long
to
way,
explain
you
whatever
answer. You
mechanics
said no.
could be happening on a cosmological scale.
Jesse.
They tried and maybe they failed. Maybe you could reapply it a different way. That might still be possible. I'm not willing to dismiss it.
I'm
100%.
I'm going to
Here's
ask
another
you a
question for the panel. Another question for the
Oh, go
panel
ahead.
is: how long has space-time? How long has the concept of space-time existed?
What, Lorentz equations?
Yeah. Or
Yeah, I
just
would say-
space-time. The concept itself, space-time. When did people start saying space-time?
I'm assuming Einstein and general relativity, not special relativity.
I would assume so too. But did it predate Einstein anyway, or is he the originator?
Wasn't it Markovsky, whatever his name was, that came up with that? Markovsky, what's his name, that came up with
Yes.
space?
Yes,
Even the best ideas often have roots in other earlier ideas.
Well, he came up with the term for Einstein's equations, is my understanding. In other words, he didn't make up this idea of space-time and then find some way to apply it.
No, that was Minkowski.
Minkowski.
That was his mathematics professor, Minkowski, who came up with the idea of space-time, and then
The
Einstein.
concept of Minkowski
yeah.
space is an interesting one.
Yeah. And
Not
even
that I
if
understand a
I
word of it.
remember, and if I remember correctly, even initially, Einstein himself.
Yeah,
was
your
convinced that-
ever-changing globe model, man. It's just always transforming.
Someone
It's not always transforming. It's not always transforming. It's not always transforming. We're talking about the history of the development of thought.
If somebody would be willing to spend an hour or so in one of the other chats talking about Minkowski space, if they understand it, I'll be very, very appreciative.
Yeah, no, I would listen in.
Oh, cool. Okay. Not right now necessarily, unless you want to jump in down.
It's
Yeah,
absolutely
not
wild.
necessarily.
No,
It's absolutely wild, the propensity of individuals such as this to insult intellectual honesty, that we acknowledge that we don't know everything and that we are open to new evidence that could alter the model. But until that evidence is there, the literal, what's that, the word I'm looking for? The probability of these things being true is so high that to doubt them would be completely irrational. So new evidence is what we're constantly looking for. So if you have some new evidence to present, that would be fantastic. Some new evidence that would alter the model, but yet nobody has presented that. No one on the flat earth side has presented any of that. And that's this, all they have is misrepresentation of the methodology and a complete misunderstanding of the mathematics. So that's how we do it. That's just being intellectually honest. We could get more information that could change it, but until that comes along, there's no reason to do it because the probability of it being true is so unbelievably high.
And
So
relativity and relativity and quantum doesn't affect the globe model.
No, it doesn't really, does it?
Oh, yeah, that
It
goes
does.
back to the Greeks, dog. Yeah.
But I'd like to just, Jesse, I don't want to be picking on you or anything, but I'd like to push back a little bit on the idea that the globe model is ever changing. The stuff that we know, the stuff that I know about my car is ever changing. It's not that the function is changing. It's just my understanding of my car is changing. The car still works the same way. It's just that I'm learning more about how my car works. For example, I put a new battery in last week. That was a very, very simple procedure.
Yeah,
I've
red
never done it
flag.
before. Okay, so it's not that the car itself is changing. It's just that my understanding of the function of my car is changing. Hope that makes any sense at all.
Yeah, I would like to get into it, but you know.
You don't know enough to do it? That makes sense.
So if someone could take the high road and just, if we could just leave the insults and everything, it's so much better, because everyone then just ends up insulting. Then it becomes a mud throwing match, and then
Sounds like some
anyone that
damn
comes into the
lefty
room
stuff to
just
me,
sees a
Red
room full
Cloud.
of people covered in mud. And
Well,
I've done it. So
they're not insults when
trying
they're not insults when they're
I'm trying-
observations.
I know. But I'm trying
Red Cloud,
I'm
I'm
trying
not
to keep my
even
hands
gonna
clean.
Red Cloud.
I'm trying to
You
keep my
see,
hands
I'm
clean.
not
No,
even.
I think you're doing
Red
a
Cloud.
great job, Red Cloud. I think it's
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to have the conversation with you right now. It's just, you know.
Well, I've not thrown
So
any
some other
insults.
shit is
I've not-
more important, apparently. You know.
I've thrown no mud, Jesse. That's all I want to say is.
Yeah, you're great, man. You know I fuck with
Appreciate
you.
I know you. Yeah, I know.
So, Gate, I'm. Can I ask you a question?
Evidently.
Oh gosh, the pedants in here. Ah,
It's my favorite response. If it
Ah.
doesn't take off, I'll be personally insulted.
ah,
Gatebreaker.
pedant me.
He might be AFK, which is okay. I mean, if he is.
Can I ask? Hey, Eggs, can I ask you a rhetorical question?
You may, absolutely. Which one would you like to go with?
Can I ask you a question?
So what had the topic been? I just came in right as you were saying, can we...
You know what I want
How
the
we
topic.
shouldn't,
You
how
know
we
what I
shouldn't
want the
engage
topic
with
to
flat
be?
earthers because it's
I
become
want to talk
exploitative
about
to the point that it's
sadist
just taking
excellence.
advantage of people who can't defend
Yeah.
themselves.
So, Jesse, I heard that.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't hear it. What were you saying, Warren?
I was saying that the general discussion was that people really shouldn't engage with flat earthers anymore because they're either grifters or it's literally exploitating. It's exploitative of like people who can't help it. That it's really just kind of like old timey freak shows, laughing at people who have no real control over their position because they're just incapable. So it's just exploitative and it's gross.
Fair enough.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm not a million miles from that view.
I was asking because I'm asking all the flat earthers this question, whether or not they believe in or think an ether is real. And Jesse answered no. The ether is not part of his model, which is, like I said, about 40-60 now. Most of them say no, but some of them still like, yeah, ether's real.
Yeah, like I said.
Can I elaborate on that? Because there's a context.
Please do, Jesse.
Yeah, there's a context behind the word ether that I kind of agree with, which is the idea that light requires, a medium to be passing through for this wave particle duality thing.
Then you do believe in an ether if light requires a medium for you, right?
Yeah. No, I'm not 100%. I haven't 100% ruled it out. If they come up with something and they tell me one day, like, yo, this is what makes the most sense, like light requires a medium, then I'm gonna have to.
Who is they?
Whoever's doing good science.
Well,
What are you going to do? Not the scientists. The scientists
what are you going to do?
The
What are you going to do? Someone publishes a paper and says, revisiting ether.
It might not be called ether, right? It might
What are you
just
going
be-
to do? What are you going to do then? How much apologizing are you going to have to do?
Dude, honestly, I'm not. I don't even got a dog.
Jesse.
Oh. I thought you were
No, not
talking-
you. I was just saying anyone who's ether is BS type of thing. Because you
Have you heard
know.
Have you heard of this Have you heard of this pilot wave thing that they talk about?
No.
I have, Jason.
Pilot wave theory is the idea that they're trying to make sense of particle wave duality.
Trying to say that particles and waves are basically there's a wave that pushes the particle. The particle basically floats on some type of wave, and that's what pushes the particle along. Is the gist of it.
And there's a context. There's a context to. Can I make sense of this? There's a context to ether that's like it's just like a necessary background, right? So what if the wave is the background? Some kind of theory like that. If that makes the most sense, I don't know. I know that a lot of physicists actually entertain it though.
They absolutely do, from what I just Googled, because I'd not heard of pilot wave theory before either.
Right, so I'm not willing to just rule it out. Like this guy J.L. Warren, he insists I should just be throwing out ether because his context of the word ether, which is like, I don't know, some other thing that I'm not talking about right now.
There
some of our great geniuses believed in the ether, right? I'm not saying I did.
That's what I was saying.
But I'm just saying, like, some of the greatest minds of our past believed in the ether.
Including Einstein.
Correct.
Einstein.
Correct.
Yeah, Einstein, yeah.
Tesla.
Like an undetectable medium. Like if that sounds crazy, then all right.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be undetectable. They fully expected to detect it.
Well, maybe there's something wrong with their devices. I don't know. Maybe they don't got the right instrumentation yet.
Nah, everyone's trying to explain the unexplainable. That's what's going on, man. Hello?
I'm going to say two words. I'm going to say
Yeah.
2 words, and I'm just going to drop a little bomb in the middle of the room. Dark matter.
Crazy.
Oh, yeah. Now run away.
I feel like, and
Run
SE, you can
away.
comment on this too. There's definitely like, it feels like there's a certain year period for every flat earther where they determine everything after that point, the science is bogus, right? Or most science is bogus, I should say. It's different for every one of them. It feels like that's why it's different with the ether definition.
Well, but the trouble with a concept that is derived from a method other than scientific, rigor and everything, or the application of, is that it's a problem in search of a solution, or it's a solution in search of a problem. Actually, no, it's a solution in search of a problem. Flat Earth is the solution, and what it's out to do is find up the problem. So that's why we can't get agreement on the nature of the actual conspiracy, the origin of the conspiracy, or the methodology behind the conspiracy.
That's so true. At least 9/11 or the other ones are a solution to a problem.
What the hell are you doing?
Such a good point. I hadn't thought about it that way before, Red Cloud. That's really well said. It's a solution in search of a problem.
Well,
so
I mean,
it's not a slight on you, Jesse. I'm just saying that the concept itself, it seems, was derived from a method other than doing strict observations, and so it ends up being sort of an opposite way of looking at things, which means that it isn't for us. It's not a problem, so we don't need to find a solution.
That's because you're coming from a position of it's a globe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. As long as you admit that. Okay.
Yeah.
What? Yeah.
Well, so then what happens is then we just get confronted with a lot of problems. And the problem is corruption. Problem is conspiracy. Problem is people are evil. People lie. People cheat. People hide things.
But they weren't like that forever. What I was saying is that with flat Earth, in general, the flat Earth thing has a certain like time period or year they pick. For example, like with the ether thing, when I was speaking with before, it was I would say like 1887 with the Michelson-Morley experiment. But for example, like right now with Jesse, I'm just curious, Jesse, what time period do you think the globe conspiracy really took over science? Was it the 1800s, the 1900s?
You're asking me when the globe conspiracy took over science.
Well, when you know how you said earlier, the resources, they're trying to take over everything, and that, when did that completely envelop like everything? Like what year? Like,
I think, well, you can't put a date on it.
well, no, I mean like maybe even a time period, man, like the 1600s, way back when we were like in medieval times, even with the kings and shit.
The only claim you can make towards that information is based off of what they tell you about like ancient Greek philosophers like Aristarchus, Ptolemy, Pythagoras. These are like the original globe. These are the original globe guys, right?
You think that is that the origin of it, or do you think it was used by people to push the false narrative? Just wondering.
Yeah.
They made sphere models based off of the celestial sphere. They were doing that. I don't know who was first. Was it Aristarchus or Ptolemy or?
Well, we could just say Greek. Ancient Greeks is fine for my question. They got their stuff from both the Egyptians and the Babylonians, which, as you said, is correct. The celestial, sphere going overhead.
I don't think anybody had a sphere in mind before the Greeks.
Yeah, it was more or less
the Egyptians for sure
surely.
You were the center of 360 degrees.
Oh,
so
yeah, it was
technically it's a geocentric model, right? Like when they were making their astrolabes, it's geocentric.
Okay, but it is
not flat.
It's a flat world in the midst of a spherical universe.
And by the way, the Greeks was like a cult that believed in a globe. It was only a certain school. It wasn't like a general thought. Like everybody believed that it was a globe.
The word ether goes back before like Michelson-Morley and all that shit.
Absolutely.
They thought that the ether was just like the tops of mountains. Like, there's like a pressure difference. There's apparently a voltage gradient. There's like magnetic anomalies that happen closer to the tops of mountains. So just like this medium, they considered, less air, more electricity. I guess that's what they thought ether was. I don't fucking know, dude. I'm not trying to speak for these guys.
Can you imagine living in a time, say you lived where there's a really tall mountain like Everest or whatever. Can you imagine a time when you and all the people in your tribe and your village, whatever, would see these places that you could see, like the top of the mountain, but it was impossible for any of you to get there because the air was too thin? Can you imagine what they must have thought that was the top of the mountain? I'm just thinking about that.
Yeah, that's true. What
a lot
did
of
they think about?
speculation.
Yeah, at the top of Everest or something, because you would see its tippy top on a clear day, but you would know that that was a death zone that you just couldn't
Yeah,
go
you'd
to.
know where you
and there
could
was
go
nothing
there.
there for you. The people
Yeah.
who'd been higher, like, it just gets colder. Less and less grows. There's
Yeah.
no point.
I was kind of
That's where the idea of gods came in, no?
You think so?
Yeah.
That's what I
Yeah,
think.
it's in lots of places.
There you
That's where
go.
they think the gods touch down, and that's where Mount Olympus is.
Olympus, that's right. Yeah, that's right.
There's also the idea of Mount Meru, and Yggdrasil is a kind of like that. It's not a mountain, but it is a tree that forms this sort of upper region in which the gods live. I'm stretching a bit with that one, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I love it. I just you can think of Monkey King. He's always depicted on. They're always depicted on clouds.
You want a real hot take? So I think they're bringing back the ether. They got this superfluid vacuum theory because they're trying to explain all these things that don't work when it comes to like the size of galactic clusters and where they appear. Right? So they're invoking that there's like forces besides gravity that are causing things, right? And one of them is superfluid vacuum theory. It's the idea that it's not dark matter, literally everything, every point is material rather than there being such thing as, no
I hope
mass.
Rakia is listening. Shout out Rakia, that's his thing.
Yeah, I was
That
thinking
was
of it
his
here
thing.
too. Your scientists say this might be possible, is what he goes with. Where's
Well,
he
think
been?
about it. Does that
Since
make more
Seattle?
sense than a
On his,
vacuum?
he's on his boat.
I would say, yeah, absolutely. What makes more sense? A vacuum, a gas turning into going into a vacuum, or a gas slowly turning into a super fluid and then a super solid? Because there is such a thing as well.
Well, the latter would be
saying.
weirder to me. Like the vacuum starts at sea level, right? The vacuum is 14.7 is not a whole lot of pressure. It's noticeably far
It's
less
on every
thick
square
than-
inch. Yeah, 14.7.
Yeah, it's like it's a fair bit, but it's not huge, right? We can get far higher pressures in and it's still gas, right? Jupiter we see, and it looks like it's very, very dense. So the vacuum starts at sea level and just gets more vacuous and never gets to a pure magical mythical vacuum. It just keeps getting rarer and rarer and rarer until you can't breathe it and can't go up a mountain and breathe it anymore, or still function breathing it.
That's a good point. About like the vacuum is here at sea level. It's just much less vacuous.
Yeah,
like
it's
this
all
conversation.
partial vacuum, partial pressure, right? Halfway, but it's not. There's not infinity pressure, and there's not zero.
What happened?
You okay?
You realize there's such thing as an ether.
Sounds like somebody banged their knee under the
No,
table.
dude, Jet Fox hit his nail or something. That's awesome.
The Discord purse filter doesn't work.
I was in a server once that had a bot that could tell if one person had been speaking. I think it just did it on whether you were lighting up. And if you spoke for a minute, it would interrupt you to go, please let other people speak. I was like,
oh, we need that bot here badly.
It was pretty interesting. It worked. It and some other ones. There were just a couple of times that just as you were thinking it, the bot would be like, like let other people speak, like because it would also recognize if 2 or 3 people were piling on.
I have actually thought about a curse filter. It's just, and then everyone has to get around it, so everyone just says fudge and shine a light and all that.
Yeah,
to get around the
cheese and rice.
To get around the curse filter.
Yeah,
if they do in the
Hard
text,
R's.
they'll say, what was it? There was a you stupid funt or something like that. Just get around the curse filter in text. Cupid stunt. How was it?
Cupid stunt. Yeah.
We were talking about that character, didn't I?
We can name the bot the Gin Tony bot.
Yeah, the idea of it being more vacuous the higher up you go, I really don't think it requires much work. It
Well-
really is. The container is also another one of those things that you said, Red Cloud, which is a solution in search of a problem, because it doesn't have the problem of a vacuum, and that's all it's meant to fix.
Yeah.
So it doesn't
It's meant to
solve
fix-
anything.
Yeah, it doesn't really, does it? It's meant to solve that one problem. It's ad hoc at its very best.
Yeah.
Where's the vacuum at?
Because it introduces other problems, which then
Oh,
has
there
to
he
be
is.
solved with that other
Vacuum's
ad
at
hoc.
sea level, Demok. Starts down here, don't you reckon?
Vacuum's at 14 psi.
Yeah, don't you reckon? Like 14's a
So
lot
how
less than
tall is
seawater, right?
14
Seawater's
PSI?
pretty hefty.
How tall is 14 psi?
Exactly. How tall is it?
I don't know what the fuck exactly means. How tall is 14 psi on a globe?
Hold on, stop. You don't know what the fuck exactly means? Like, that was a joke. Right, Jeff?
No, when he
No, it's
just
such a good
answered
point.
the
How
word
tall is
exactly
14
after I
psi?
asked
Can
him-
somebody answer it?
When I ask you a question like, what do you do at a green light or red
think
light,
that,
and you say exactly, I don't think
Jet
that
Fox.
fucking helps, weirdo. So now,
In
on a
feet and
globe,
inches, how tall is 14.7 psi?
I'm pretty sure it's pressure.
No.
See?
He's,
He can't
so how
answer.
tall
point.
is your pressure?
I at
You already
some
wrecked
point,
Jet
let's
Fox.
say altitude-wise, let's just say 10,000 feet, right? It drops from 14.7 to 13. I don't know what
When
the
does
exact
it go to
numbers are.
zero?
13,000 feet. What do you think, Demok?
We want to know 1
13,000
and
feet until
0.
14.7 psi gets
No,
a bit
we want
lower?
to go from 14 to 13 to 12
Yep.
to
Yep,
11
keep
to
going.
10, like
You're
gravity
close.
negates to be. It's supposed to be a big ball rainbow.
Well, you're
Of
Denmark, keep
rainbow.
going. You went to
It's
10.
supposed to be a
Go
globe
higher up at
rainbow.
100,000 feet. What do you think it's there?
Supposed to
I bet
be
it's
a
much lower than
rainbow
10.
layer of density for gravity. The heaviest stuff on the bottom to the ground, and then another stack, and then another stack, and then horizontally
true.
that way. When I point out that way to the horizon, that's supposed to be clouds where my finger points going down below the ball below my feet. No one can increase in elevation to get to those bad boys at 5 foot high, thus disproving a globe because
Thus
a
disproving a
horizontal
globe.
line
That's what I was
does
going to
not
say.
increase in elevation.
But
It's a good point. Does anybody have a rebuttal?
But you
No,
understand.
because I didn't understand anything you just
Yeah,
said.
me either.
See,
Denmark,
it flew straight over their heads. That's how clever Demok is.
Denmark,
I
you
know it's hard to have
understand
an 8 million fucking IQ when these guys
the
have a 0.
globe. Listen,
So when I point to the horizon that way, and I'm 6 foot tall, and my finger's pointing out at 5 foot tall, at what point does my finger pointing reach a higher elevation and demonstrate every inch until then?
True. Demonstrate every inch. Can any of you do that?
What is it? Is it 8 inches per squared mile?
You'll have
Right?
to ask
Is that
her.
it?
I gave her all 2.
That's what a curve is, not a horizontal line.
Well, yeah. So you
A
said you're
horizontal
pointing, and you're
line's
saying
supposed
when
to
is that line going to go
A
higher than you to 6
horizontal
feet?
line is supposed to increase in elevation
Until it's higher than
at
14.7.
every single millimeter, every single dot, just like a vertical line. On a
So
globe,
true.
your horizontal and verticals are the same fucking thing. If
Exactly
I
the
take a
same thing.
vertical line that's going up to Polaris or any star or the sun, then I spin the ball that way, that same vertical line now increases where my finger's pointing. Now, what
You
in the
need
fuck
me
can
to
we
mute
prove
your
with
mama,
that?
Dimok, and I'll show
What
you
can we
horizontal.
prove? My horizontal vertical finger point that I'm pointing vertically to
muted him.
space over the horizon.
And why?
When can we prove this?
Why?
Hello, I'm pointing vertically to the horizon, but it's not increasing in elevation. What's wrong? It has to for you to get around the globe or even figure a globe out.
Maybe we don't know. So when you say the word horizon, what do you mean,
And
Denmark?
on flat Earth, verticals are up in elevation. Every single dot, every imaginable little dot you can physically put on the wall, physically for real, and put your elevation tool by them. It's going to increase. And if you lower it one of those dots, microscopically, the smallest dot you could fucking put on the wall physically, it's going to decrease.
Okay, so
You
my
raise it up,
definition.
it's going to increase.
My
That's
definition.
not how a globe works.
My
A
definition
globe
of
has a
horizon.
big
I'm going to
curve.
speak now, Dimok. Unfortunately,
A globe has
when you're
I'm going to teach you the models though, so you understand.
okay,
A
please go
globe is a
ahead.
big dot to dot arc, a billion dots arcing. Only one dot can touch my horizontal line. That would be the center one. Now, do you have that globe arc next to my horizontal.
Probably
Yeah,
not, because I
do
don't
you have
understand what you're
that?
saying.
Do you not
you
know about?
understand that your globe is supposed to not increase, except for it doesn't increase horizontally. There's the problem.
So when
Your globe increases elevation in every direction, brother.
When
So
we
if I'm
say
a microscopic little fish and I dive down in your globe curved water, like diving down
Yes.
into a hill, I'm gonna
Okay.
pop out the surface that way. But no one's ever done that. No one's ever dived into little 8 inches of water, or 10 inches of water, or 10 foot of water hill, and came out the surface that way to prove they're going through the hill of water.
Okay.
You always hit
So
flat earth dirt. Why is that?
what was the term was scale earlier that Verdex said? That's very
Scale
true
of
here.
what?
It
Up?
is
Up is
insane to
every
me
single
that you
microscopic dot. What do you
Okay.
mean scale of up? Show me
No.
your scale of up and down.
When you say the
Mine's
word
every single
horizon,
dot
tell
is
me the
up.
definition of the word horizon to you, please.
The thing you point out to when you're at the beach.
Okay, there we go. That is, you can only see as far as your line of sight that
No,
intersects
we're not
with the
asking where you
surface.
can see. I'm asking when elevation increases to pass that point up. When can you
When
ever pass
elevation
up the
increases,
horizon
because
pointing that
on
way?
a globe model it goes
No,
down.
no, my finger. Imagine there's a line going from my finger
You're shooting a
all the
laser at
way
your finger.
out.
Uh-huh.
When does my finger point hit the clouds? Show us.
I can tell you. So with the math, like you
Well, you'll
said,
need
what
to
is it?
demonstrate because telling us isn't going to help us prove that.
Okay, so I need to give me a second. Let me go outside, get a magical laser that can point for 100 miles, and video this for everyone. I'll be right back.
Well, I just told you to imagine it first off that your finger point goes all the way out. At what point can we start increasing elevation? Why would we have to wait forever and never?
You wouldn't have to wait
Not
forever. It
increasing
literally
every
within a
dot.
mile,
Something's
it
wrong
would
with your
definitely
elevation on
increase.
your globe. You're not understanding the physical concept and the attribute and nature of a fucking sphere under your feet. A sphere from the center to where you're standing, that's up. From the center of the sphere to the outside circumference of the sphere, that's the up portion, the surface portion, that's up. So every fucking portion from that thing in a way is up in every direction. If you don't comprehend that, I don't know what to tell you. So on flat earth, that's not the case. On flat earth, the earth goes that way and that way, not increasing fucking nowhere. And you're not
Because
gonna
it
leave it or
seems
get
like to
off
me you're
of it.
thinking of
You're
the
not
Earth
gonna
as a
leave it or get off of it or
basketball.
hit an edge ever. That way, that
He
way, that
does.
way.
You
No
don't
north, south,
understand
east, or
scale.
west. No
Can
edge
you
of a fucking
imagine a
earth for us.
basketball
There
bigger
is
than your
only a
house?
3959 edge for you. So when you and your buddy are both in a helicopter and you both go 3959 away from each other, you both shouldn't see Earth in front of you no more. Let's prove that globe.
Okay. Despite all that, I just
No, let's get her done.
So the helicopter thing, you understand that you're following, like planes and everything in the air is following Earth's
You don't
curvature as it
understand how
goes.
we look horizontally forward at the horizon.
I
And
just
how 5 foot
explained.
high we can't fly to the clouds in our helicopter that way. At 3959, we'll never reach clouds
So I have an
or the edge
experiment.
of the planet.
Can I
So do
can
you
I give you an
understand the edge
experiment?
of your planet? No matter what you try to say is 3959, whether you go down, up, or forward, or rub your nuts
That's
or
not
what?
how a sphere works. You can't
What's
go
not
up.
how a sphere works? Give me your sphere and show me how it works in physics class.
Well, like you said, if it
What?
was very small,
No
yes.
sphere works like what you're claiming.
What did I
You
claim?
can't demonstrate your ball.
You claimed you don't understand up. Up should be every dot from my finger, from my armpit to my
Eventually,
finger.
yes,
Should be
over a
3
mile or two. Yeah.
Brother, my
You
finger,
can't
my
demonstrate
arm
that
is
your ball
3
exists.
feet long. It should be 3 feet in elevation and in fucking length. A vertical line on flat Earth increases in elevation and length, stupid. A horizontal
does
line doesn't. A horizontal line on flat Earth that I'm showing you with my finger pointing that.
Okay,
It
so on a
doesn't
flat
increase
Earth.
in elevation, only distance.
Okay, then let's
You only
assume it's a
get
flat
farther
Earth.
away from my finger. You don't get farther up
Okay,
from my
yes,
finger.
I get your point, Demok. It's a flat Earth.
Okay, now
Why
how
do
can we prove
ships
the globe?
disappear bottom up over the horizon?
No, how can we prove the increase in elevation? You've already been debunked right here. If you get my point, your globe is debunked, stupid.
Done.
If
It's done.
you can't
Everybody, hang it up.
prove
Fucking
every
Omni, give me the
direction
script
is
because I
up
fucked
and
up.
down,
They know.
how far down
Oh
do I
yeah,
gotta
no,
follow
no,
the
no,
curve
no.
before I go up again?
Sorry, mister, but I think you fucked up seriously enough. You need to be executed. The squad will be there shortly.
How far down, how far down do I got to go before it becomes up again on your ball, going down
Never.
around gravity curve?
You when you say down, do you mean like toward the center of gravity?
No, I don't think
which way is down in the side of the Earth, dude? Like,
No, flat
you
Earth
guys don't
doesn't
even know
have
how
any
stupid
gravity.
gravity is.
What?
So
Flat
your
Earth doesn't have
ball,
gravity?
Can you show me what a ball looks like and what horizontal for you is
Can you
from
show
the
me what
center
a
of the
ball
ball
looks
out
like?
and vertical?
Yeah, hold on. Does someone have a
Apparently,
video?
no, they
Actually,
can't,
vertical,
Dimok,
still
because
man your
somebody
ball.
tried explaining earlier today, and you just
Tony.
you just told them they were wrong.
Tony, do you have the video? There's a little short
That's right.
video
Hi,
of
Tony.
someone drawing a triangle on
line
a ball.
on top of the ball, touching the ball like he's putting the edge of a
And
ruler against
sorry, you're going to have to repeat the
not a
question
globe
because
horizontal,
like
Tony.
everybody
Do you
started
not know what a
talking.
globe horizontal and vertical is either, Tony?
I'm
I've
sorry,
explained it to
Dimok,
you
one
guys
second.
a million
There's
times.
a
It's the lines
short
from the center
video
out.
of someone drawing a triangle on a ball, like a
No,
little
we're not
basketball.
asking for triangles that don't exist on spheres. Spheres don't have corners. Stop talking
Where's that video?
impossibilities.
I hold on, I'll find it.
There are no corners on a sphere.
You can do a
Now, what you're
corner on a
supposed to do
sphere.
is show me the tangents on a sphere, your horizontal, vertical tangent points. What do they
I
look
can
like
show
on
you
a ball?
tangents on a tangerine. How does that
So it
go?
looks like a ball with a whole bunch of polka dots on it, right? Is that your guys' horizontal and vertical?
So back to the helicopter question, Dimok. At what point, if we're flying away from each other in helicopters, do we see the ice wall?
No, we're looking for, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. We're looking for when we can go up. When does vertical be itself on a globe and become up? Down
I mean,
vertical,
that's
that
what
way
rockets
vertical,
do.
in all directions vertical. Left is supposed to be up, right is supposed to be down on your ball. Up is supposed to be up, and down is supposed to be up on your ball.
How do you like?
I don't know
the
how you
level
never
of
figured out that you
strawman that
don't
you are
understand the
achieving should
physics
not
of
be
your
possible.
globe.
It physically
I
shouldn't be.
don't know how a stupid, non-existent gravity ball is possible either, stupid. Now, if you don't comprehend it, how could any other person?
What he is saying is that you do not understand the globe model in
you
the
have no
slightest. You're
demonstration,
understanding.
Tony.
And again, I just started talking. I was one sentence in, and this guy's already talking over me. Are there any moderators here? Okay, so this is an unmoderated chat. Fine. There are, you just don't understand vertical and horizontal in the globe model. That's your problem. That's your problem. That's your problem, not
That
ours.
you can't demonstrate your fucking imagination of horizontals and verticals on a ball seems pretty weird, Imaginer. You shouldn't be praying to
We
fucking horizontals
can
and verticals.
demonstrate it. We can demonstrate it exactly fine.
know what the
You
fucking
just don't
horizontal
understand how it works.
No, you
So
can't. Go
get
outside
any
the
ball,
altimeter and show
get
it.
any ball, get any ball. Wherever you put your finger on it that is pointing towards the center of the ball, that is down. Everywhere on the ball where your finger points towards the center of the ball, your finger is pointing down relative
and when
to
it hits
that
the
ball.
center and goes past, it becomes up. Now, when it
That
hits the center
is,
and goes
that is
past,
just,
it becomes up.
whether or
in
not you,
Australia.
no, I need to
When can we
agree. No, I
prove
need
down
to
is
disagree.
up?
I need to correct another one of your
When
idiot
can we
friends.
prove down is up past the equator, Tony? When we hit
That
past the equator, it should become
seriously,
up
is
again,
this,
right? Down becomes
Okay.
up again past the equator, right, guys?
no, it doesn't. That's
So your
completely false.
fingertip is
That's
vertical or horizontal?
That's not
So is
not
your
the model.
fingertip vertical or
That's
horizontal?
not the model. But your idiot associate
vertical
said
or
something even
horizontal?
stupider, which is that the model is a baseless assertion. I am not suggesting that the model is proved by this explanation. I am explaining the model. I am not presenting proof for the model. So saying that it is an unsubstantiated assertion, okay, at this stage, that's fine. You haven't even asked for the evidence yet, even though I have presented it to you multiple times that mathematically the Earth cannot be planar.
That didn't make any fucking sense. We'll take a look at your ball with
Yeah,
orange
it made no
verticals
sense.
and green motherfucking horizontals. Make your
If nothing
green
makes sense
verticals
to
and
you,
your
why do you
orange
even have
horizontals on your
conversations?
ball. and then make what is a horizontal to a person's perspective on the top of that fucking ball. And then we'll take a look at all of them and see what they do. We'll see if they increase or decrease in elevation away from that sphere at
Dimok,
every given point.
is
We'll
anyone
prove
in
this or
here?
not.
Dimok, is
Why don't you
anyone in
guys want to
here?
physically prove this
I'm
in the lab?
asking a question. Is anyone in here smarter than you?
I want to know if you're smarter than your own fucking non-existent ball. You can't point out the horizontals and
Well,
verticals
we're
on.
explaining that you're strawmanning the position completely and utterly, and not listening.
Steel man it for me with a ball. Go get a ball, get an orange marker, and dot the fucking horizontals
I
on there. Your
just did that.
horizontal
Look, I
dots.
added you in chat. I just did that
And
actually.
then dot. Okay, now show me where they don't increase in elevation. Every way away from that ball, you dumb fuck.
Hey, the insulting has got to stop.
Why do they
Every
have to increase in
Yeah,
elevation?
quit insulting your own IQ then. Every dot increases in elevation when they leaves that ball. If you kept the lines going on those little dots you call tangents,
Mm-hmm.
your horizontal, vertical, same line tangent dot from the center of the ball out, it's no difference. They all increase in elevation. So if I'm standing on the ball and one's pointing up that way, remember there's another one pointing out that way, the same as my fucking hand. And it's vertical for some guy named Bob. And the fucking elevation is increasing at the same rate as every single dot, like it would be if I'm standing on top of the ball, and the fucking elevation is increasing every way that way.
And why is
Now
this a
it's supposed to
problem?
match.
No. Why is what you just described a problem?
Because there is no increase in elevation pointing left or going down, going right, you dummy. Get a horizontal line, put it on the ball, make sure it's level, and show us up going left to space and right going down to space. Remember,
Anything
we're in
going
space.
away from the center of the ball is going up.
Einstein, all relative. We're in space on a ball, remember? Show us up.
Anything, any line going away from any vector pointing away from Earth's center of mass is pointing up.
Prove that.
It doesn't matter.
Prove my
If it's,
horizontal line. To
it
the right
doesn't
is
matter.
going up.
It doesn't matter. I'm still actually talking, Dimmock. It doesn't matter if you're looking at the ball and that vector is pointing to your right or to your left or up or down or away from you or towards you. All vectors pointing away from the center of mass of the globe are pointing up. That's not a problem. There's no inconsistency.
Yeah, if it's a laser beam, like you were saying earlier,
Laser
eventually.
beam doesn't increase in elevation pointing horizontally. Stop it,
Okay,
stupid.
so that's that's the experiment we can do. Just take one of those very powerful lasers that can shoot out
You
for
don't
5
need a
miles.
laser. You got a horizontal ruler at the fucking hardware store.
Okay,
Put
that's
cups
kind of
water
small. It's
on
very
it.
hard to show the
listen,
curvature
bro.
over
Put
such a
bunch of cups
small
of water
distance.
on it.
At
If they
5
spill,
miles, it's
not
really easy to
level.
show.
If they spill, if the cups of water spill, it's not level and it didn't increase in elevation and didn't make a change of rate. Okay? Your curve cannot hold water like that. Only every horizontal line I put in front of you in physical reality. Don't run from this, brother.
Can I describe to
Equipotential,
you?
equidistant is a horizontal line, not a curve. Repeat after me.
Equipotential, equidistant.
Equidistance, not to gravity. It's to the top of my table or the top of whatever surface you place the thing on. It has fuck all to do with any center point or any balls anywhere. The left side of my horizontal line is equipotential to itself with 2 cups at the end that don't spill. Same as the center with 2 or 3 cups. Same as the end by itself without the rest of the cups. They don't spill ever, no matter where I put them. Every part of this
They
horizontal
wouldn't
line
spill on a
is
ball with gravity
equipotential with
pulling out of the
itself.
center either,
You
D-Ball.
have the curved line in physical reality that does the same thing to prove gravity is real, holding those cups of water equipotentially to the center of your fucking globe. Those microscopic, non-visible, non-imaginable cups
Tony,
of
it's not
water
worth
that
getting
are
loud
so
over this, dude. It's
small.
really not. It's not worth getting loud.
You couldn't even touch those cups of water if you
So,
ripped your
Dimmock,
alert.
I'm going to describe an experiment to you. You tell me if this is possible on
I
a
already
flat Earth.
described one to you, weirdo. You
I
can't
do. I
follow.
heard you, and I
Cups of
appreciate you
water
telling
on a
me.
horizontal line or an arc. Which
I
one do they stay
appreciate.
on?
I
Do they stay
appreciate you
on an
telling me that,
arc for
Dimmock.
the globe or a
Mhm.
horizontal for flat Earth? Let's take our votes.
All right,
Cups of
let's take our
water,
votes.
brother. It's not complicated. We
So-
trying to complicate it more.
No,
Trying to
I'm
be
trying to
retarded now.
I'm
We're
changing
talking to
the subject.
kindergarten globers here.
Changing the
Kindergarteners.
subject to another experiment. I'm just going to talk now
Kindergarteners, go
because
get
you
your
do that.
Kool-Aid.
So if you
Put it on
take
the
a
shelf.
5-mile long laser, right, at least 5 miles, and you
No, a
shoot it,
shelf. Any mile you want to make it in
and
an
you
arc
shoot
line.
it
Any
over a
mile you
very
want to
flat
make it.
surface like the ocean or a
You're gonna do a
large lake,
2-foot
definitely
line,
longer than 5
2-foot
miles,
arc.
and you're hitting a
A
boat with it.
10-foot line, a 10-foot
Eventually, on the
arc.
globe model, that laser beam is going to go up and
Well,
up and
your
up
arcs
and
can
come
actually be
off the
longer than that, but
boat
you don't
on the
understand what I'm
globe model.
saying.
That's a very simple experiment most people can do. It's just boats are kind of
Yeah,
expensive.
not get any cups of water and not put them on any hill in any backyard, showing
You
that
you
nowhere
understand your
the
sense of
Earth ain't
scale
even the
there
Earth
is
on its
so
own Earth.
warped.
The whole
It
Earth is
it
afraid to be
honestly
itself for
boggles
you
my
guys.
mind.
The whole Earth is supposedly
Do you
claimed to
live
hold
near
the fucking
mountains?
ocean without a wall,
Do
but
you
can't
live near
hold the cups
mountains,
of
Demok?
water, a
Do
zillion
you
of them that equal the ocean,
do you
in
live near
front of
mountains?
you, because you're looking. Don't
Do you
look at
live near
those cups
mountains?
of water. You'll
I it's like
you're
you've
against
never
gravity.
seen a
You're an
large mountain chain
anti-gravity
before.
looker. Shut up. You are anti-gravity. Gravity will not do anything with you around. Stop it. You can't even help gravity
What?
do shit. You
So
can't even
these
help
are.
gravity hold those cups of water on that curve.
So
So
it's
are we
it's
just gonna
great that
keep
you're
letting
here.
him
It's great
insult people?
that you're here,
Yeah,
Demo.
thanks.
It's great that you're here, Demok, because we couldn't discredit flat Earth anywhere near as well as you can.
Yeah, for real. Incredibly confident stupidity.
You broke him, PhD Tony.
Well, somebody muted him, so
Oh, okay. I
and
didn't know that. I thought he just shut up.
No.
No, that doesn't happen.
Never
Oh my
shut up.
gosh.
but it's it's just he will not shut up long enough to have the model explained to him, nor can will he accept forms of evidence or other than these bizarre impractical things that he makes up himself and then doesn't verify. In order to demonstrate that the surface of water curves, we can just take a GPS receiver down a canal or put it on a boat. Job done.
But like you, I guess Verdax said this earlier about the sense of scale there. It can't fit in his backyard.
Yeah, it can't fit in his backyard, and you won't see significant curvature in your backyard either. But if you do it over a long enough period, yeah, you will get that curvature.
So, I guess Tony, I can ask you this question then, because I actually am going to do the that laser experiment I just described, because I have a friend in real life who's a flat earther, and they admitted that yes, if the laser beam is hitting the boat and travels up, up the boat, and then eventually goes off the boat, then what's causing that's Earth's curvature.
Yeah, you do need to be a little bit careful with these laser experiments because of dispersion in the atmosphere. The beam will spread out, and so that's the problem that a lot of flat earthers have with these styles of experiment. You really need to go for as coherent a beam as possible.
Yeah, 5 millivolts I think is the most powerful I can legally get here, so that's what I'm going for.
Right. Okay. You might just want to check on the dispersion characteristics of the laser before you do the test, because
yeah, go ahead.
as the laser spreads out in a cone, it can still hit an object that you may not have a direct line of sight, but it can still hit an object because as it's propagating along, it's the beams are diverging. So, and I think that's a big problem with a lot of these laser tests that flat earthers do.
I have to look more into it because I really do, because I feel like with a 5 millivolt laser, it should be able to, at an extreme distance of up to 5 miles, at least be hitting the boat,
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
I will have to look into dispersion though, because I did not think of that fully. I just thought I guess I was thinking of I was more worried about atmospheric stuff, but that's the same thing.
Yeah. But it's always good to try and do it in experiments that will keep them happy.
Well, I just appreciate it because they're under the impression, because they've had, let's call it brainwashing, they're under the impression that it will show, for as powerful as the laser is, it'll show flat the whole time.
Yeah, they're very confident in that, and it's interesting. But yeah, they're not so. Often they don't. Often they have very strong grounds for mistrusting people in authority. Okay, fine.
Oh yeah.
But it tends to colour their epistemology to the point where you could believe anything, you can disregard any evidence. And sort of you become subject to sort of the vagaries of your own imagination when you give away hard evidence.
I don't know who told me to get this book. It honestly may have been one of these YouTubers, but I did get a book recently called How to Speak to a Science Denier. And yes, it is extremely relevant.
Yeah, it is. And it lists the 6 tactics of science deniers, cherry picking, impossible standards of evidence. Those are the 2 that really stood out to me. Yeah, they're esteeming specific researchers over others. You can see all of that in flat Earth discussions.
Oh, absolutely. Earlier, I don't know if Jesse's still here, but I was discussing about how some flat earthers they all have different models basically, and they pick a certain time period where, the conspiracy, quote unquote, took over the scientific medium, whether it was the 1800s or whatever, you want to pick. It's, they took over everything.
Yeah.
I would say, okay, now that you've further clarified that question from before, I would say that happened in the 1700s.
Got you. 1700s.
Yeah. When they really started sailing around and making hefty claims in their almanac. Heftier than ever before.
Well, the sort of, I've got it, spherical methods were being used in the 1600s, the 17th century.
When did they first complete like their world almanac?
You mean the celestial almanac or the celestial?
Yeah.
That was the Arabs were really good with that in like the 1100s, right? Like the astrolabe and all that. What's that M word? What I'm looking for? Hold on.
I'm talking about the people that claimed the Greenwich meridian when they were doing all their lat long measure.
That's definitely 1700s and 1800s when England was, a colonizing force.
Yeah, there might have been some deception going on in there. So,
however, to speak to what Tony said about the 1600s, the Spanish and Portuguese were definitely using a globe model. Famously Christopher Columbus, right, in 1492. So they used that other model for a while, the globe model.
well, the idea is that when they were surveying the South, that things got a little wonky, according to them. Yeah, they say it themselves. Like, they don't know where South is.
Well, the stars are different in the South was the main issue.
Yeah,
compasses are compasses.
I don't know who's really about to go verify, like
what verify
elevation angles to certain stars in the south.
A lot.
Not from like South Africa or Australia. I'm talking about getting close and being like, all right, now it's at my zenith, shit like that.
Some people have really autistic niche interests. Mine is astronomy, and in modern times we do that a lot because we're practicing for our telescopes and getting them, on the right thing with the celestial navigation book. A lot of beginning astronomers will use a celestial navigation book. Even if you're on land, it still helps.
I don't know, man. Do you want the globe chanted to you? Do you want people to just reaffirm the globe to you all day, or are you here to speculate and think that maybe there is something to the model that's not being told?
Oh, I would
The
love to
mainstream.
hear, Jesse, a flat Earth model that explains all the phenomena we observe. Please.
Well, I don't have that. That's not what I'm trying to. I speculate what's going on in the South. I don't think that means that there's a flat Earth. I think that, there could be some down low operations because they don't want you to know it's really there. And if you were to ask me, if you put a gun to my head, like, tell me what's really there or else I'm going to shoot you, you have to be right. If I were to guess what was there, I would say it was like there's a hole. I think there's a hole in the Earth.
When you say down south, do you mean below like the 60th parallel or
Antarctica?
Yeah, okay, below the 66, I think is what they define that as. Okay.
Okay, but a large hole in Earth's surface would show up in seismic signals. Right, if there were any
okay.
If there were any large cavities under the ground, they would show up. We'd get reflections of them. And we have seismic stations in Antarctica. We also do a lot of radar searches of Antarctica.
Yeah, I'm sure they're globulating and globbing it up for anybody that looks into it.
Yeah, Tony, those people are bought and sold by the global elite for the resources.
They're going to be reaffirming their globe model to, get the funding. Like, oh, we're going down there to reaffirm globe.
Allow me to ask, what's your evidence that they're wrong?
My bad.
Well, I think it's interesting that I can't see what's actually in Antarctica on Google. They claim they have satellites circumnavigating the globe, going north to south, but there's no evidence of such north to south circumnavigation. Like, show me a star reappearing overhead after going around the globe.
I don't understand what you're saying now.
Show me, like, I don't know, like Sigma Octantis overhead. Put it at your zenith, and then you keep heading, north, and then you get to the North Pole, and then you see Polaris, and then you head south, and then you see Sigma Octantis.
Okay, but people have made that circumnavigation, right? And people have gone around the world north to south and back again.
Yeah, I know you're just saying it, but the real evidence of such happening is not anything.
Okay, so this is where I think you're heading into trouble. If you can just reject evidence because it's inconvenient to you, there's very little stopping you from slipping into delusion. If you've got a standard of evidence that allows you to just hand wave away any evidence you don't like, then you're going to lose a connection with reality.
See, I think that's projection because you see water is level when it's at rest, and you think it's perfect.
Nonetheless, we can put a GPS receiver on water, sail it around, and show that it is curving. So your claim that an effect that is too small to detect in your living room can't exist in an ocean, that claim isn't logically valid.
All right, man. I know you want to reaffirm the globe to yourself. I'm gonna let you do that.
Okay. So, do you accept that gravimetric mineral exploration exists and finds minerals?
Yeah, I know you're globing it up. Yeah.
That was not my question. My question was, do you accept as a fact that gravimetric mineral exploration occurs and reliably and repeatedly finds mineral deposits under the ground?
Yeah, I've actually heard of that before. Absolutely.
Okay, so do you accept that that's an indication that mass does attract mass, that gravity works?
Yeah, variations in the rate that things accelerate down. That doesn't mean that you're pointing towards the ball.
Okay, I'm not suggesting that it is, right? This is just.
Well, that's great. Well, that's what your gravimeter is detecting, right? It's just the rate of down.
So gravimeters detect variation in downward acceleration, and we can use that to find subsurface mineral deposits. Okay.
Well, that's where your whole geoid model comes from nowadays. Like, just reinvoking your sphere all over again. It's a little different,
It is a little different, but do you accept the following axiom? If I move 69.1 miles or 111.2 kilometers north or south, my latitude changes by approximately 1 degree. Do you accept that? And my longitude doesn't change.
Yeah, 1 degree every 60 nautical miles.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's reality.
All right. So
when you start, well, now the question is, if I were to cross the South Pole with Sigma Octantis at my zenith, like, am I to really say that I know that if I were to circumnavigate and head north now, that I'm gonna eventually see Polaris?
Other people have crossed the South Pole and yes,
it's just a story.
Polaris.
Just a story.
No, it's not just a story. There's eyewitness testimony. There's records. There's
eyewitness testimony is a story.
When these people are making the nautical
no, it isn't, Firen.
Let's talk about it.
Firen, you've already wasted enough of my time. I don't understand what it is that you get out of being a troll. But whatever it is, I don't understand trolls, and I don't like them. So no. So a week ago, no, let me explain. A week ago, you were explaining the gravity. No, you don't get to talk over me. I get to explain myself now.
You know what? It's easy to accuse people of being trolls when you don't want to address their argument.
You are a troll, sir. Let me explain my evidence in favor of my conclusion. Let me explain my evidence in favor of my conclusion, and then you can see whether or not you agree with it. A week ago, you denied flat out that gravity could bend light. Yesterday, your entire flat Earth model relied on gravitational lensing. So you are not consistent. A week ago, you claimed that your solar system simulator did not use calculus. When I explained that it was an integrator, you instantly started demeaning people who did what an integrator was. So your claims here don't make any sense, and there is zero chance that you are genuine, sir. And I'm not going to treat you as though you are.
Quiet, please. I'm talking now, Sunny Jimbo.
Yeah, what is this, man? Why are you doing this?
It's so easy to accuse people of being trolls when you don't want to address their argument.
Especially when it's true.
Yeah. Go drink your apple juice and sit on the naughty step and think about what you've done, Tony. Listen, my name is
Thanks for your
Siren.
advice. I'll get back to the conversation I was having with somebody who actually is a flat earther.
We'll get nothing but the flat earth
Hey, I'm
truth.
not a flat. Hold on, I'm not a flat earther. Sorry to say.
Okay, so, but do you, so, okay, you're not a flat earther. Then
No.
do you deny the globe?
I deny aspects of the globe. That's right.
The globe isn't real.
What
The globe
aspects?
is not real, Tony. Tony!
Yeah, nobody cares what you say, Firen.
Well, you call it deny. Tony, you say deny, but I would call it like, you don't really have great evidence for me to say that it's true.
Okay, so fine, that's fine. What is it that concerns you?
The earth is flat. That's why, Tony.
Well, for one, I was talking about, what
flat as a something.
Yo,
that
let
rises
Jesse talk.
No, I've been talking a lot. I really don't care to talk that much.
Listen, Tony, provide one singular proof of the curve, because frankly,
Okay.
that's what this hinges on.
Okay, so do you know what the units of curvature are?
8 inches per mile squared.
No, that's not. Those are not the units of curvature. I suggest you go to Wikipedia and look up what the units of curvature are, because it's actually radians per unit distance. Those are the units of curvature. So the fact that when you travel 69.1 miles towards or away from the ground point of a celestial object, you change the elevation angle of the celestial object by 1 degree. That is exactly curvature.
You're a NASA shill.
Okay, so we're not gonna insult, even if NASA shill is just the funniest one. Tony, one of the examples I've given before that I've not had a good retort on is if you pick a constellation in the east, like Orion, and if you go north, like you said, you go north 69 miles, you see Orion, rotate on the degree of latitude, traveled north or south, whichever way you pick. That is not easily explained on a flat model, right? Like I'm trying to figure out how that would work on a flat model.
They don't care. But nothing works in the celestial sphere. The fact that northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere stars rotate clockwise and anti-clockwise, and this sort of behavior should get this individual certainly muted and perhaps banned from the
Why
server.
not do it when I'm talking though? Like I feel kind of fucking
Tony, you cannot prove the curve. If the Earth is flat, then why? If the Earth is not flat, then why can't you draw an equilateral triangle on it? That should be possible.
Oh my god, dude.
Let them
go. Tony, I want to wait. Can I address some? I just remember something. Oh, shit.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, you mentioned that seismic. You said something along the lines of like seismology would detect if there was a hole around the South Pole.
Yep.
Tony, do you believe that clouds can be 93 million miles away?
No.
Then why do I have literal photos of clouds directly behind the sun?
You don't.
Oh yeah, I do, buddy.
Oh,
No, you don't.
photo. I'd love to see the photo, please.
For real.
Getting back to,
I can't send images in the server.
In the meantime, why doesn't Jesse clarify his question before, as he was doing before he was so rudely interrupted?
Jesse doesn't
by
exist.
Dickhead?
Ah, come on.
If there's a mod, can we just figure in image permissions?
Do feel free.
There's a mod now.
Do feel free to finish your question there, Jesse.
Yeah. Okay. So I wanted to ask you. You said that a gravimeter is what you're using to detect whether or not there's a hole.
No, I'm using seismometers.
What is the instrument. What is the instrument you're using?
I'm using seismometers. Seismometers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said
seismometers.
seismology. My bad. I didn't.
Okay, so that's the instrument seismometer.
Oi, fucking give me image permissions, mate. Come on, then.
What makes you think I can give you?
Have you used a seismometer? Can I ask you that?
Not personally, no, but there was one in our building, so I've seen them. Yeah.
Listen, mate.
What's your problem?
You've already established that I'm being censored. I'm not being allowed to send my proofs in the chat.
Bruh, there's just not a mod right now. It's not because you're being censored. As soon as someone gets here, I'll personally ask, okay?
Dude,
okay,
this
Jesse, back to your
is being paid off by the government.
Hey, Byron, stop being a retard for attention, okay? Hang on a
For
little
real.
bit. Let others talk. This isn't Gem Pandas either.
Yeah, but I'm the smartest person here, so I deserve to speak.
Yeah, there's a lot of smart people in here. Get in line, all right?
Alright, this person is an obvious troll.
Jesse,
I have an IQ double the smartest person in here. I can bet that.
Jesse, you were going to ask a question about seismometer.
I'm not gonna Google it right now. Like, it doesn't gotta be about me. Like, I mean, if you want to answer questions about seismometers,
yeah, I'm happy to. I'm happy to.
Okay, so what exactly is it using to detect? Like, what changes it?
So what changes it are mechanical vibrations. So it detects up and down movement, side to side movement. Generally you break it into three coordinates: up, down, north, south, east, west. And it's got detectors for each of those axes that detect vibrations. And record the magnitude of the vibrations and the time at which the vibrations occur. That's the principal. That's the principal operating means of operation for a seismometer.
Right. So, if you wanted to have this thing working, you really need like a static environment.
Yeah, and so there's a great deal of effort that's gone to for the really cutting edge ones, like you put them in a bunker in the middle of a mountain, and you sort of you cement them to bedrock, and even then it's not foolproof. Like we've got one on a local mountain, and it can pick up kangaroos bouncing around outside if the weather's bad. So yeah, you do have to be very careful about sort of the signals that you get. But generally, if it's a localized signal like that, if it's just kangaroos or some other thing, then that seismometer will pick it up, but no other seismometers will. And so it's by having a lot of seismometers and putting all the data together that you sort of get a better idea of whether or not something was part of a seismic event or not.
So, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. When you say it's detecting vibrations of the ground, now do you have to like have an explosion, or can you just detect the ground vibrating?
You can just detect the ground vibrating. It has to be above a certain intensity before you can. But for instance, actually, people driving their cars, that produces a seismic signal, and you can there are.
That's like a. Never mind. Go ahead.
So a city like Los Angeles that has lots and lots of traffic produces sort of a seismic hum that is detectable, and we can use that to learn information about the velocities as these vibrations pass through the material. So I'm not actually a seismologist. I've worked in the seismology department before, but I'm actually a geophysicist, which is a different discipline.
So you're detecting vibrations, right? You set up a seismometer, you have it in like, a super stabilized place. Like you're bringing it to Antarctica, and you're detecting vibrations in the ground, which is pretty much telling you like the composition and the density and you know,
Yeah,
how
it
much.
can do. It tells you, it gives you some information about the velocity structure of the ground when it gets to you. But in Antarctica, particularly when you're in the middle of the ice sheet, there are all sorts of dynamics inside the ice sheet that sort of complicate what's going on. So you do need to be careful when you try to connect them to bedrock where you can, but that's very difficult, and that's obviously impossible in the middle of Antarctica. So you're kind of stuck with just having a lousy site that's quite noisy.
Yeah, just to remind you, like, where all the speculation really comes from is like, if there are magnetic anomalies, like they claim, like, the reason for the aurora borealis, the reason for like magnetic declination readings being weird in the south, maybe there's something to do with, like, I don't know, some other things going on in the south that could cause like anomalies to, like, what they think is really down there.
I mean, yeah, it is rather remarkable, and it does have sort of, the behavior of the magnetic field is what causes the auroras to at those high latitudes, is because the magnetic force lines get sort of converge, and they make the charged particles from the sun, they make them sort of accelerate into ever tightening spirals, and that's what creates these sort of the auroras at either pole. But it's and it is remarkable that happens there, but it's nothing sinister. And I mean, this is the thing. There are sinister things happening. There are sinister things happening in the US. With sort of corporations corrupting the political process, etc., etc. And these things are also significant, very significant threats. And I feel like it's more constructive to focus on them than it is on, sort of underground things. It would be cool. It would be absolutely cool if there were, if, I don't know, Iron Sky 2 turned out to be real and there was an alien base or something.
What is the literal sorry, can I interrupt you?
I beg your pardon?
Can I interrupt you?
Yep, go ahead.
What is the literal instrument inside the seismometer? You said it's detecting vibration, and you said it's like, mechanical vibrations of what? A spring? Is it?
Yeah, so the early ones were certainly spring based. I think they still are essentially, but they may be using sort of MEMS accelerometers to sort of record them nowadays. So my
Okay, well, it's fucking hell.
Yes. I've forgotten his name, but I remember who advertised
Terry
them.
Scott.
Terry Scott dressed up like a
Terry
schoolboy,
Scott.
and the catchphrase was "Out-choose everything for 3p." 3p. That's how much it cost when it launched.
I remember that.
3p.
I remember you could go on the van, spend a penny, and but the first time I ever did it, I got 20 fucking sweets. 20 sweets for a penny. You imagine that?
The money, Americans don't even appreciate this, but the money in the UK used to be, before they went to decimal, there used to be 240 pennies to a pound. 240. Yeah. And then it wasn't just that, but you also had the 1 penny piece. Then you had a halfpenny, a half penny, and then you had a farthing. Do you remember how much a farthing was worth?
Yes. What's a farthing like?
Half a penny.
A quarter penny.
A quarter of a penny.
That's
quarter,
it.
Yeah.
And you could get a candy bar or a small, little sweets for a farthing. That was a very common thing for one of the little sweets to cost a farthing. You believe that? And there were 240 pennies to a pound. So how many farthings to a pound? I mean, that's just that's ridiculous, isn't it?
This is what I used to get.
I only vaguely remember the pounds and shillings when I was growing up.
Oh yeah, it was decimalization was like 70, I think it was.
Or late 60s.
Late 60s. So I was only small when it happened. But I still remember the money changing. I remember it being on telly, them saying, "Oh, they're changing the money," and all the old people being confused.
I get
14th of February 1966.
I think my mum's still got a jar full of halfpennies and pennies somewhere. I'll have to ask her if she's still got that.
Is that when 66 is when decimalization happened?
Yeah,
in Australia, yeah.
Really?
72, wasn't it?
I thought it was old.
No, that's colour TV. That's colour TV.
Decimalization,
We're very
sure
late for
that's an accurate...
Yeah, 66, 67 was the era that we changed over.
Wow, that's earlier than I thought. Because I remember it. How could I remember that?
On the radio, they were playing a song, and my mum remembered it was like the 14th of February, 1966.
I remember the song. Yes, there was a jingle they played for decimalization. Oh my goodness! I can't believe I remember that. How come I can't remember what happened in
I was only about 5 or 6 when that happened.
I was 3 when that happened. Then. Golly.
Anyway, in the UK, it was 71.
But was the decimalization, did it take place overnight, or was it phased in over months?
Phased
over a year.
It took a bit to do.
So there'd be a lot of conversation during the transition.
Yeah.
Yeah, I said that in the UK it was 1971.
There you go. Thank you. February 1971. I knew that was wrong because I remember it. How could I remember it? And I was 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to say. Well,
8.
I was fucking flexing with
I remember
girls.
the song too.
Most probably fingering a few.
But the other thing is they accused the shops. They accused everybody, the shops, of using it as an excuse to raise prices because people wouldn't know how much the conversion was, because it was very, very confusing. So they wouldn't know how much a conversion was, how much a farthing was in new pennies, and so they used it as an excuse to raise the prices. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that was the accusation.
You could collect all the old coins and then take them to the shop, and this shop, the whole counter was full of sweets, like penny sweets. I think because before you could get 20 sweets for a penny. And then I think they doubled it, or it changed, and they said like, "Oh, we're going to give you like." I think it went down to 10. Then they said like, "You can have 20 again." So like people were going in with fists full of money, getting bags of sweets.
Yeah, if that's the case, then yes, they definitely raise the prices.
I could get a packet of fabrics, not real ones, like the little ones what you sock,
Yeah,
like, or you make into a needle.
Yeah.
You could get a packet of them, 5 fruit salads, 5 blackjacks, say 5 Bazooka Joes, and that was it.
That's so funny, Slitsky. I used to love Bazooka Joes. I was fascinated by the little cartoon. It had a little magazine. The wrapper had a little tiny magazine in it, in each bubblegum wrapper. And it was Bazooka Joe.
Do you remember before that you'd unfold it, then they put it into like a card?
Yes, they put it in a card.
And the chewing gums would snap because it had it in there so long.
Yes, yeah, it was actually quite. Yeah, you could actually snap the gum. I remember that. The other thing is that I remember the card, and I was fascinated because each of the little cartoons told this little story, and the stories, it would number the stories, but it had the hash mark for the number. So it would number 10, number 20, whatever it was. And I thought that was, I was fascinated by that little hash mark because I didn't know what it meant. I knew it meant number, but it was just like this little hash mark instead of the word NO dot, NO dot.
Do you remember those like mad things from ICI where they would have drinks in like a funny kind of container?
Yeah. ICI.
They'd always bring something out, wouldn't they?
What's ICI?
It's a fucking ICI actually done a job there later.
What's that? What is ICI? I remember, but I can't remember what it is.
It was like some fucking. It's like a industrial plant. What does fucking
ICI? Yes. Yeah, they make paint.
Plastics and
Yeah,
petroleum.
they make paint and stuff. Yes, petroleum products like paint and stuff. Okay, ICI.
So you imagine those drinks they gave us was most probably a byproduct of what they'd been testing. How fucking mad's that?
Sell that to the public.
They give you a drink. It was clear, but it obviously was a flavored drink, and no one could work out. Because like you had Corona, didn't you? You had the drinks Corona, and you was thinking like they were just proper toxic drinks. Then you had ICI, which was just no colour whatsoever, but they tasted of lemon and lime, strawberry.
The most disappointing thing I've ever experienced is going back. I had to go back for a funeral, so I went back to Blighty, and I was like, "Oh, God, I'm gonna go up to Tesco's and get myself, 5 or 6 2-liter bottles of Lilt because I loved the Lilt.
Totally tropical.
Totally tropical taste, man. The totally tropical Lilt, loved it, and so we go to Tesco's, we buy a 2-liter bottle, just get the one. All right, I'll just get the one. So I went to get the one, and I eagerly swigged it down and spat it right back out again. And then I looked at the bottle, it said aspartame and saccharin and sugar. Instead of just sugar or even high fructose corn syrup, it was aspartame. So they did 3 lots of sweeteners they put in it now. Just revolting. So
I was going to say, if it's the diet one, it's even worse.
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't drunk a soft drink. I can't even remember. Maybe 15 years.
Good man. Yeah,
I never drink them. They're just full of sugar. Horrible.
Yeah, it's rubbish. Yeah, everyone's here. Hear the sound of everyone leaving. Pouring everybody. It's so funny because Jin comes in. We're all like, oh, and then he leaves. We have nothing to talk about.
No, I much rather prefer this conversation. It just kind of makes me like mad. I think. Well, not really mad, but I guess sad about like inflation.
Yes, thanks, isn't it? Orberg. Yeah.
I wouldn't mind it if it was slower. it doesn't seem too long ago we were paying 50 cents per liter, and that's like $2.20, and you're like, am I getting as much pay per week as like?
Hey, I moved from Wollongong down to here, and I'm paying less than $2 per litre for petrol.
If you get yourself a Lecky car, solar panels on your roof, get a Lecky car, you'll be golden.
Did you say Wollongong?
Wollongong.
That's such a.
Who doesn't know that I lived in Wollongong?
The naming is funny to me.
I love it. There's a place called Window Whopper.
So here in Florida, I'm near a place called Weewahitchka.
Oh right, where is that?
Yeah. I used to know somebody that lived near Kickatinalong. It was just a couple of miles near Wheelabarraback.
Yeah, see, those names are great.
Good, Terry. Is that a common Aussie joke? Kickatinalong. Wheelabarraback. That's brilliant. That's brilliant.
We got a place called Hull. So in fact, in Norway, you can go to Hull if you want to.
Oh, yeah.
I was going to post that we were talking about Muppets before, Stefan. I was going to post the chef out of Muppets, and I was going to get you to ad lib for him.
Yeah, you like the Swedish chef?
The Swedish chef.
My vote's for the king prawn.
Yeah.
You out walking the dog? Is it early enough for that?
Oh, no, I finished that. Now I'm high up on the scaffolding painting my holiday house.
You're painting? Okay.
Yeah, after 7-8 years, it's time to do the woodworks.
You doing staining or paint?
It's staining, I think you call it.
Yeah.
It's only one side of the house left, so I'll probably finish the first one today.
I was going to say we had our air conditioner quit working a couple of days ago. Plunged us into a couple of days of horrible humidity in the house. It was bad. Of course, it gave up, during the weekend, and you can't get anybody. Fair.
Well, if we're bored about talking about stuff, I could tell you about me progress on my wagon, doing a bit of tune-up work on it.
On your Holden?
Yeah.
Right. So what's
I'm doing the points, plugs, condenser.
Points?
Yeah,
How old
points,
is it?
Yeah. 70s model, 79. It's in the picture of me my avatar. That's the wagon.
Yeah, I know the car, but I can't believe it has points. Ancient thing.
More reliable than electronics.
Agree to disagree.
Can an electronic car last for 10, 20 years? Ignition systems. Anything on the ignition system at all? And it lasts
That
for at
remains
least
to be
20
seen.
years.
That does remain to be seen.
Nothing lasts forever.
But the question is, should you let something go that long? Ought you do?
It depends on how many miles. I've had the car 30 years, and this is the first time I've changed I've changed the plugs on it probably 20 years ago.
Oh no, it's very, very seriously. Just it's a good topic of conversation. Maybe not. I don't care. But the fact of the matter is, the internal combustion engine is a remarkable piece of kit, and it will take some severe killing, or it will take some severe technology to actually kill it. Electric cars are all well and good, but ICE cars, internal electric combustion engine, those so reliable.
Yeah, it's going to be the same as the horse, meaning it's going to take 100 years, and there's still going to be certain applications, like for example, if you're like, I don't know, in the mountains in the Andes, right? Pack animals are sometimes just better than like doing a car up there. Like diesel engines, I can see them, you know, in big semi thing they use for a long time. But you don't think there'll be way more electric cars than ICE in 100 years?
It will probably be around 90% electric cars. The 10% will be in places like Vietnam and other places where simply just, I mean, all you really need to do is get a milk jug. Right, one milk jug, and you've got your scooter. You could travel about 350 miles.
Oh, dude, we're not even talking about motorcycles, by the way, because two-stroke motorcycle engines are just so efficient.
The smaller the thing is that it's an interesting fact of just scale and everything. But when you have something like a motorcycle, a moped, and its maximum speed is about 50, 55 miles an hour, your efficiency is massive. But when you get a larger bike and it can go much faster, the efficiency plummets. So you can get like the Honda Goldwing, for example, gets worse fuel economy than my Civic.
That's a huge ass bike normally.
But you'd think it's a third of the weight of the Civic, so you'd think it would get much better fuel economy, but it doesn't. It gets worse. But if you get, say, a Honda, the 125, like a postie bike, I think it's a 150, the postie bike, I think. But you get a postie bike type of thing, that thing will go, not even the 1 gallon of fuel will take it about 150 miles.
Yeah, I do think there's going to be a turning point of, so it's price really is the issue here. How expensive is gas going to be as compared to, you know, batteries for these things in 20 years, right?
Right. It's always going to be cheaper.
Economy of scale will,
yeah.
The horse-drawn wagon here in Florida, in my little area, they were still using horses well into the 1920s and 30s and 40s for, you know, for agriculture and a bunch of different things. So it was a long time for the horses went away.
Yeah, one of the main reasons I got an EV, it saves me about 30,000 NOx a year because charging is so much cheaper than a petrol car, and toll roads and taxes are like half price, and there's no VAT on EVs either, so make it quite cheap.
So I can't post it really. Someone in the chat, would you be a good chap and see if you can post a link? Anyone? Whoever's by the computer.
A link to what?
I'll spell it out. It's the word is Aptera, Aptera.
Aptera. Oh, what the hell is that? Hold on, I'm posting a link. That's interesting.
I put a deposit down on one.
Oh. Here's the link in the picture for everyone. And that thing, is that solar?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. That thing is, dude, yes. In Florida, it's a no-brainer, man. It's a no-brainer. In Georgia, it's a no-brainer. Anywhere in the South.
What's the retail on it?
Mine is 26,000.
It's less than 30K?
Less than 30K. You can get. So I've got the cheapest model. So you've got 3 levels of battery pack, and then you've got a couple levels of trim, and then you've got 3 different levels of solar. So the car has solar on the the bonnet, the hood, and then solar on the roof and solar on the boot, on the trunk. And
no, I'm looking at pictures of it now. I see that.
I've ordered the one with the smallest battery pack and solar just on the roof. So that's the cheapest, because I won't need it, and that one has a range of 240. So I don't need to travel that far in the car, because it'll be a short range car for me. I won't be doing trips. So I just got the cheapest one.
Well, it'll be highway type trips you're talking about.
Yeah. But it looks like that because it's the most aerodynamic vehicle on the road, including motorcycles. Motorcycles are not aerodynamic. If you were laying down, the aerodynamics would be great on a motorcycle, but you're not. You're basically sitting bolt upright.
Dude, it's got on their website, they have a camping kit in the back of it where you can fucking post up in the
Yes.
back and lay down. That's sick.
So it takes regular wheels, regular tires, regular brakes. What else is regular about it? That's so running. You know, when you're running out of like replace the tires, it's just regular. It's not fancy tires, not fancy wheels, not fancy brakes or anything. So that's going to be easy. Plus, they have a right to repair ideology. So in other words, what that means is instead of having Aptera dealers and you have to take it there to get repaired, they send a PDF and videos. They're sending those out with the cars, and then you can take it to any mechanic that knows this. You know, any mechanic worth his salt can look at the PDFs and fix the car. And all they do is they send the parts. How cool is that?
Yeah, right to repair is very important. I'm a big fan of that.
I understand why companies bulk against right to repair. I do. Tesla's one such company, but at least, okay, they do let you, but you can't. It'll void the warranty. But I understand why. You know, and Apple, I think, is another company that's.
Oh, Apple's fucking the worst.
Yeah.
But is it a car that can be maintained for 10 to 20, 30 years and have after sales service components like bearings, bushers, all that stuff?
That's one thing I do like about electric cars overall, though, is there's much less to maintain compared to ICE. You know, like you said, oil changes, transmission changes, all that. If it's all just electric motors and the wheels, it's just like, that's it.
Yeah.
But it's the bearings and bushers and everything as well that goes with it.
But it is true that you've got a car like the Holden and it's lasted, and that's fantastic. It's a testament to the engineering. But what if you were to make something that didn't have points, didn't have all those things? Because Elon Musk is famously quoted as saying, "The best part is no part. The best procedure or the best process is no process."
I do have electronic distributor set up and everything module that I could replace the points with.
Right. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But what if you didn't have points? What if you didn't have an engine? What if you had a simple battery and then wires and then a motor and that's it?
I could convert that to an electric car, but it would have to take a big motor because of the weight of the vehicle.
Yeah.
A good example there, by the way, is Volkswagen Beetles, like the classic ones. I owned one for a while, like the ICE, the original engine in there. Those things are so underpowered and kind of a pain to work on. And I eventually sold mine, but I took a ride in someone who had converted theirs to electric. And guess what electric Volkswagens have? They have AC, and it's instant power. It's just like, I get the appeal of the ICE engine, but the electric version is so much nicer to actually drive every day if you're driving it every day.
We have our company has 2 electric Ford Transit vans, the E-Transit. We've got 2 of them, and I've had to shuttle some people in the van to and from a gig that we had just ended yesterday for about 3 days. So I'm toing and froing in this big van. It's not big, but it's it's fairly decent size. And just driving in electric was so nice. It was so nice. When I went back to driving my car, it's just like noisy and it's like okay. It's great.
I didn't tell you that I upgraded to a 2016 Holden Commodore Sportswagon, and it's so quiet. I don't even realise I've got to push button start and all these bells and whistles that I'm still trying to get used to. And it's so quiet when it kicks over and drives down the road. I'm just not used to it compared to the old wagon.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck off. Not fuck them.
Speaking of the new electric cars, have you seen the one Jeff Bezos is invested in? The looks like a little truck.
Yeah.
I forgot the
Oh,
name
the
of
little truck.
Slate.
Is it called
Slate?
Oh no, that's not the one I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'll show you
Slate. It's called Slate.
Yeah, SLAT truck. Maybe. Hold on, I may be having that wrong.
You sure? Because there's one called like a Nero or Neo or something like that.
Hold
Little
on.
one. Also, Amazon invested in Rivian
truck.
So the
Slate
Rivian is
Auto is what it's called. Yes, Slate Auto.
What is it?
That's a $20,000. Supposed to be after the tax incentive in the U.S., which is $6,500. So it's more like $26,000.
Slate car.
Yeah, Slate Auto is
Slate
how
truck.
Yeah.
Slate Auto. This truck can be anything. Oh yes, I've seen this one. The blank slate. Ha 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 ha.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it. It's a
slave.
Because what it is, I know that what this is. It's basically they make the skate and then you can put anything on top of it.
Mm-hmm. Customization.
So it's a blank slate. So everything underneath is the same, but you just slap on whatever body style you want. I like it. Look at that. Nifty looking.
Yeah, I just like that the electric, the changed car is gonna bring back these small trucks, because here in the U.S. small trucks like Ford Rangers, or there were Chevrolet S10s before, died as a thing in the early 2000s, and it's a lot of different reasons why, but it's just nice to have trucks back. You don't do things.
No, Frank. Chicken. Let's hope there's a bit of a trend there. I like that slate. I've bookmarked that.
Oh yeah, same. I thought it was interesting. That Aptera is really cool. I didn't know they'd gotten that far with solar technology to hit 8,000 or 10,000 miles like that.
Well, the car itself is very, very light. It's also very, very aerodynamic, and it's a three-wheeler. So in all aspects, it's far more efficient cutting through the air. The downside to that is it isn't built to full passenger car safety standards and only seats 2 people. So there are downsides. However, with it being so efficient in weight and aerodynamics and rolling resistance, it's worth it putting solar panels on the vehicle. Normally, normal cars, it's not worth the expense, because it'll get you, 5 miles a day in full sunshine, 10 miles, maybe. That's not worth anything. It's not worth even bothering with. But the Aptera, my goal is to not have to buy a charger. My goal is to drive it purely on the sun. Because sitting if you think about it, you drive to work and it sits in it sits in a parking space at work. And so with the Aptera, it's charging all day long. So if I drive from here down to downtown Atlanta and then put it on the top, top story of a parking lot, and then go do whatever it is and then come home, then basically it will charge back up again. I can drive home on the charge from the sun. It's brilliant.
It's one of the answers, right, to the question that we're all gonna have to answer here as a society of actually satisfying the electric demand we're going to have. That we don't have changing our burning, fossil fuels to other things. I mean, this is a good answer. Just use the sun.
Yeah. And then the other thing is that it eliminates a lot of the people's objections to electric cars. At least the Aptera does. When people talk about their objections to electric cars, I understand them all, and I don't disagree with them. But then I just mention I'm getting an Aptera, and they all go away because, first of all, the battery's really, really small, and the second thing is it doesn't need that much electricity to push it, and it runs off the sun. So I don't. Hopefully, I'm going to see how long I can get away with not charging it at all. See how that goes. I'm not sure, but it should be okay. Because it's only about Atlanta back is not even 70 miles round trip, which is just a small amount of the range. So driving from here to Chattanooga might be difficult, but still it would be possible.
It has a charging port, right?
Yeah, NACS. It's got the Tesla's NACS, North American Charging Standard port.
Yeah,
it was the first one to adopt it. It was the first company to adopt NACS. How about that? Because they needed a small charge port, because the other charge is in the back behind the number plate, and the other charge things were too big, too bulky. What is it now? Not Chatham. What is it now? The I can't remember what the other charging standards are. Oh, so you like this? The e-transits that we've got. I've charged them. The first time I've ever charged, because I had to go a bit of a distance in the van, and so it wouldn't get there on one charge, so I had to charge. And Ford sent us an adapter so we could use the e-transit at a Tesla supercharger. So when we were driving back, we only had a few miles range. It's like, where are we going to charge? So I looked at superchargers, plugged in the adapter, stuck it in the thing. 5 seconds later, charging. Don't have to swipe a card, don't have to register, don't have to do anything. It was all done. Very, very cool. So that was my first charging experience ever.
Here in the well, I guess you're in Georgia, so you're somewhat close to me, but there's a lot of charging infrastructure, like especially there's always going to be more gas stations because they've been around longer.
Yeah.
But I've done a trip with a friend of mine who has a Tesla to over 800 miles away, and number one, when you're on such a long trip, you want a break to get out and like walk around a little bit. But number two, at no point in time was there ever a point where we were, going to be stuck or anywhere like that without ability to charge the thing. It's definitely, unless you're in the middle of like Alaska or somewhere really remote, I don't see having an issue with that.
Yeah, the supercharger network is super robust now. There's a Tesla supercharger station on the whatever gas station, whatever it is on the turnpike coming up towards Georgia. I forgot what the turnpike's called. But yeah, on both sides, because we've got two sides to it, I think. Anyway, but yeah, we were there, and I saw there was a supercharger station there with about 8 stalls, I think it was. The one I charged it for the first, it had about 15 stalls, and only one was 2. No, hold on, wait, 2, 1, 2, 3. But I think 3 stalls were used out of 15. So we had plenty of room. So everyone was worried because other cars, like the Fords and other cars, were given permission, if you will, or allowed to use Tesla supercharger. And everyone thought, oh no, they're all going to fill up, and no, it's going to be terrible. You're going to be waiting in line. That's not been the case.
Yeah, I just don't know enough about the actual density. I'm sure in more denser population areas, it's more of an issue. But all that is just building infrastructure. Like, we know how to fix that issue. It's just build more of them. Like, it's not like, it's something we don't understand or can't do. It's just
exactly. Yeah, and keep in mind that most people's charging is done at home.
Oh yeah, it's so cheaper at home because your electricity bill is so cheap.
I have a friend who's got a plug-in hybrid, and it doesn't hardly ever use fuel because the plug-in section, the battery section of the car, if you will, the battery system can run the car about 40 miles. And you do a trip, a trip to the store, a trip to whatever it is, church, whatever wherever you're going. That's not going to be more than 40 miles round trip.
No.
So most of the time, his wife drives the car. She never has to use gas.
I think my issue with, and this is particular to the U.S., our reliance so far on car infrastructure, car-heavy infrastructure. You're in Georgia. You've driven in Atlanta, so you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah,
I've done that before too. If there was more ways to travel that was just as convenient, like Lord forbid trains or bus networks or anything like that, more people would use them and there'd be less cars in the road. But socialism.
Yeah. Now, there's a couple of things that are going to be interesting. The first is the advent of robotaxis and other types of vehicles like that. And the other thing I was going to mention, so that's going to be interesting. So as more autonomous cars get on the road, that's going to be really interesting to see how that plays out. But the other interesting thing is that the Peach Pass lane, you've got the Sun Pass down there.
Yep,
but the Peach Pass lane, when we got into Peach Pass, we did that because we can also use Sun Pass. They're both connected. So our Peach Pass thingy.
That's the Easy Pass system.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't drive in Alabama.
I have an iPass, which is part of it. So it works in like Indiana, but Indiana is fucking terrible. The gates don't go up automatically if you can't pay. So they don't take a picture of your license, you have to pay. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, that is stupid. Yeah. It's so we got it because we knew we'd be on the turnpike and knew we'd have to be paying tolls. So we got the Peach Pass and went down to Florida Disney World. Anyway, but here's the thing: if you get an electric car, Peach Pass is free.
That's cool. That's cool. I actually literally last year in August, which is the worst time ever, I drove down to Orlando for Disney World, and it was very hot.
So we have got someone in here who's a Disney World. So have you ever been to Hollywood Studios?
Yeah.
Have you been to Muppets 3D?
Okay, that one was down when we went. I know what you're talking about, and I did see it, and I did want to do it, but for some reason or another, we couldn't go to that one. But I know what it is.
It's so much fun. Just the intro. They shuffle you all into one large room.
Wait. Hold on. I think I did do this. Is it a theater stage play?
Yes.
Yes. I remember doing that.
It's 3D.
Yeah, we did it. Yep.
Actually,
I remember
Muppets.
it now.
So when you go in, there's about 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 sets of 3 TVs, and the Muppets do a little presentation while the thing's going on in the main theater. In the waiting area, you're giving this presentation, and it's between 3 different televisions. So they sort of interact with each other between 3 televisions. It's very comical. And they have a thing where Sam Eagle thinks that Mickey Mouse is going to be joining them to, whatever, to say hello, whatever. So he says, ladies and gentlemen, Mickey Mouse, and his Rizzo rat with Mickey Mouse ears.
Yeah.
He comes in, you're not Mickey Mouse.
To spoil it, I also remember like the ultimate, the finale in it was the cannon shooting from the back.
That's it, yeah. The Swedish chef.
I actually forgot that I did that.
That was good. It was good. They do cheap 3D tricks. They have bubbles. They have explosions. Fozzie gets hit with a cream pie.
Oh, and the 2 old dudes are up in the corner talking their shit. I can't remember their names.
Yeah, Statler and Waldorf. Yeah.
Waldorf and Statler, yeah. What's the best part of the show? The ending.
The ending. Yeah, I'm a big Disney guy. Well, not much anymore. I don't like the company now.
Yeah, no, I get
Oh,
you.
dude, no one likes that company. But
I'm saying as like a progressive that is annoyed with their fucking DEI shit.
No, you're a progressive and you're annoyed. Oh my goodness.
Dude, you
They've
should
lost the
know.
progressives. They're done.
Hey, 2 words to trigger the internet that don't understand anything about it. Splash Mountain.
There's a Epic Rap Battles of History did a thing between Stan Lee and the dude who made the Muppets. God, what was the
Jim Henson.
Jim Henson. They did a thing together, and the ending of it, by the way, is Walt Disney like grabbing them together and going, "You guys are gonna churn out magic at an industrial level," because they're both owned by Disney now.
Yeah. Corporate magic. The parks.
Corporate
Here's
magic.
the thing. Here's the thing. The parks are still really magical. They really are. We went down there last year, and obviously with all the DI and all this crap going on, yeah, I'm aware of all of that. Don't worry, fully aware. And the latest Snow White was a complete cluster. Yeah, that was a terrible movie. Anyway, but the parks are still great. That's the thing. The parks are still really wonderful.
Me and my friend, we went without any kids. Even without kids, it is super entertaining and fun as adults. There's a lot of good stuff in there. But next year, I'm going to Universal.
Go to Universal because they have Epic Universe opening up.
Yep.
We follow. I mean, you may check him out on YouTube. We follow. Wifey absolutely adores him. His name is Paging Mr. Morrow. That's the name of the channel.
Paging Mr. Morrow, Mr. James Morrow.
Tom. It's Tom. That's the joke. Mr. Tom Morrow. Paging Mr. Tom Morrow.
It is, and you know what? That's part of the Space Mountain queue.
Yep.
Paging
Very
Mr.
good.
Morrow.
That's it. Paging Mr. Morrow.
Because
And that's where he gets it. If you type
it's my favorite ride, probably. Like, it's my favorite coaster. Like, it's not super intense, and it is intense technically because if you don't know how to ride it, it's an old aero coaster, so like you'll get beat up. But I know the entire track layout, so like I have like in Planet Coaster, I have the entire like ride made. I have a video from like 10 years ago, but didn't really finish it. But it's cool. Yeah, both tracks. There's 2 tracks. They're like mirrors of each other.
Right. So this Page of Mr. Morrow, he got basically he's into a lot of the food. He's a bit of a foodie, and so he'll try all the snacks and stuff like that. One of his videos, he tried every snack in Epcot in World Showcase. So he tried 2 snacks of each country. That was kind of a funny video. We enjoyed that because the one, obviously I know the snacks from Britain, and he got the hobnobs and what did he get? Oh, can't remember. Hobnobs and something else. And I think it was chocolate of some kind. Oh, it was a chocolate orange. Terry's chocolate orange. And he's done with them. He doesn't finish them, so he puts them in his bag. And it's Florida. And it's summer.
Oh yeah.
It's like, yep, they're going to be liquid in about 10 minutes.
Dude, I almost turned to liquid. Luckily, I was with some people who like are Disney people, but like they've been there before and they know what they were doing. So I didn't have to wait very long for the ride. I think the Star Wars ride, the new one, I had to wait for like 45 minutes in the August heat in Orlando. That was fun. I melted.
Was it B mode? Was it B mode or was it A mode? It's usually in B mode.
Dude, I don't know the difference.
How you can tell? So you can tell the difference if the biggest difference is that you'll see the turrets. They're not moving. They're stationary, like at the end of the ride. After the
I wasn't
elevator.
paying that much attention.
Yeah.
I did ride it a second time the next or later on that day when it was much less busy. But
You're talking about Star Tours?
The newest
No,
Star Wars
Rise of the
ride at
Resistance.
Disney.
Rise of the Resistance.
Right, yeah,
Rise of
that's it.
Resistance. Okay. That's at Hollywood Studios, I think.
AKA ROTR.
Yeah, it's a Hollywood Studios because it's part of Galaxy's Edge.
Yep, Galaxy's Edge was sick. By the way, did you get the 2 the stormtroopers talking crap to you?
Oh, we had one of our family members was you're not allowed to go in full cosplay, but you can sort of go half cosplay. In other words, wear some of the colors and stuff. And one of our family members went as Rey, but she wore a bit of Rey stuff. Okay, so like the bandana thing, not the bandana, whatever. Anyway, so Kylo Ren comes up, the stormtroopers start hassling her, and then Kylo Ren comes. They go and get Kylo Ren. He comes up, and he goes, and he basically says, "This isn't the rebel. This isn't the right one, you idiots." And he says, you know, you guys are in trouble now, or whatever it was. It was great, and he was sort of like pointed right in her face and started telling her, "You will, you know, if you are part of the resistance, you will." Yeah, it was so cool.
Dude, those characters that they play are so good. I remember when I first got to the Galaxy's Edge, I went to one of the stalls they have for like water or whatever beverage I purchased, and because we were complaining about the weather, and he's like, yeah, these two suns on you know whatever the name of the planet is, they're going around like they're always in character. It's so fun.
It's a sequel planet, so I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, dude, me either.
It's not Bespin. It's not Tatooine. See, that's the thing. Everyone knows what Tatooine.
It's not
you know what I
Jeddah
mean?
either.
No, it's not Jeddah. It's everyone knows. Tatooine. What's the other one? Hoth. Ice planet. Hoth.
Yeah, we could just start naming planets. I don't know.
What was the other one? Where's Yoda?
Oh, Yoda's on Dagobah.
Dagobah, thank you, Dagobah.
But
and then you have the planet where the clones were made.
That's Camino.
Camino, thank you. And then you have. I can't. Why can I not remember any of these names?
What, Coruscant? What do you think?
Coruscant, yes. Where are you taking them? To Coruscant. Great, that doesn't compute.
I think
you're under arrest.
The sequel, because the sequel movies, 7, 8, 9, kind of suck.
They suck. They suck. Donkeys do dads, and yeah. However, I mean,
I can't be mad at Disney. They were trying to make a buck. They made a buck off of it, but like, come on.
Yeah, it was yeah. So Galaxy's Edge is at the sequels basically is sequel universe. So it's Kylo Ren and everything, and then stormtroopers or other. I think they're not. Were they clone troopers? I can't remember. Any case, I think they're clone troopers, stormtroopers. But it was actually quite funny because as soon as that incident I just mentioned, when Kylo Ren walked away, I was like, "Did you enjoy that?" She was like, "That was everything I wanted and more." All I wanted to do was get ranked on by Kylo Ren. It was cool.
Perfect.
However, it was stinking hot, and Galaxy's Edge, the actual park thing, there's no wind, the air is totally still, and there are no seats anywhere, and we had booked an appointment at 2:00, and it was 2:45 before we got in, so we had to stand outside in the heat and wait, and then when we got in, there was no more seating, so we had to stand at the cantina. And we were already so tired.
You were describing the same experience I had. Not only were they late seating us, but when we were outside waiting, it had one of those Orlando storms. Just rained for minutes, then stopped.
You there?
Yeah, sorry, my internet's cutting out.
Okay. Oh, okay. I just happened to. It's so funny. I just happened to knock my headphones when you had the same problem, so I thought it was me. Yeah, it was. I mean, I enjoyed it, but man, that really tested our endurance.
I got pictures with Millennium Falcon. I'll be okay.
Yeah, me too. We saw Kylo Ren, and someone saw Rey. And so there's Rey. And so I looked, and then she was just walking off in the distance. That was kind of fun. And we did Rise of the Distance. That was good. And we did the lightsaber. There were like 5 of us in our party. We had about 8 went, several different families, and like 4 or 5 of us wanted to get lightsabers while we were there. So we went into the sacred lightsaber thing, you know, when you hit your kyber crystal and
yeah. I didn't get to do that.
Yoda appears. And so it was just goosebumping, and one of our party was in tears because it was just like, wow, because he's been watching Star Wars all his life, and then there's Yoda, and then you get in a lightsaber. It was actually quite magical, like I said.
That's cool.
Yeah, because they play the music, and it's all. That's the thing it's the classical music, and it's Yoda. It's like they got the sequel and everything, and that's all great. But what really gets you is the classical stuff. No one gives a rat's rear end about Rey. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Not
yeah.
really.
That's what they paid. They paid George Lucas $6 billion for that.
Oh. I don't know. Why? Like he needed the money?
Well, I mean, he's just old guy now. I don't think he wants to fuck with it anymore.
Yeah.
If I ever retire, and I retire, with that level of retirement, I mean, he didn't need to retire, but God, that's so much money.
Who would even do with that much money? Build a rocket? Like I said, the parks, all the politics aside, the parks are still wonderful. We always have a really good time. And the other thing is, because part of our family have a Disney Vacation Club.
Yep, that's how I got to go. Was part of my family had the Disney Vacation Club. We stayed at Grand Floridian.
Oh, did you? We do Old Key West, because that was the first. Because our family here, they bought into it very early on. So in fact, when it first opened, so we got a big discount because they were pushing it pretty hard for people to sign up, because it was a new thing and people were very skeptical about timeshares, which is essentially what it is. It's a timeshare.
Yeah, essentially.
And so people were like, oh, I don't know about a Disney timeshare. And so they pushed it fairly hard, and they did very aggressive pricing. So it was actually my parents-in-law. They bought into it right from the get-go. And we've had it on and off ever since. Anyway. But yeah, that's how we did it. It was really, we didn't pay hardly any money.
No, I trust me. Like I said, I wouldn't have gone if my in-laws didn't have the Disney Vacation Club. And,
oh, yours too. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. No, the prices. We got the meal plan. I think it was. We got the meal, whatever. I can't remember. And then when you actually have to pay for it yourself, it's just prices. The best and only value, if you want to talk value, is if you go to Disney Springs and eat at the Earl of Sandwich. That's about the only place you can eat where it isn't a massive amount of money.
I think we did the breakfast, the little place.
You broke up. Say again.
The Lilo breakfast.
Yeah, factory breakfast.
That one was good. I liked it for the price.
We got the meal plan. I think it is someone found the meal plan on sale. They were some sort of sale, and so we got the meal plan, and that was pretty amazing, because the whole time we weren't hungry. We thought the meal plan was going to be because it gives you a sit-down dinner every day. Each person gets 1, a sit-down dinner, 2, a counter service, and 3, get a snack. So that doesn't sound like that's enough food, but it is more than enough food, because a counter service basically means fast food, so like McDonald's equivalent. And then the sit-down dinner is a huge dinner. And then a snack is going to be either an ice cream or the cinnamon pecans or something like that. Or a pretzel. That's a snack.
Oh yeah. No, I'm gonna check out this Aptera. I appreciate you showing that to me.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed now. You guys have a good evening.
You too.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm going to hit the hay as well.
If this concludes your
Is it
visit
Jim
to the
Bell?
Walt Disney World Resort, we hope you've had a wonderful time and will return home safely.
Please keep your arms and legs inside the vehicle.
Remain seated with keeping your hands, arms, feet, and legs inside the ride vehicle, and watch your children.
Take small children by the hand
Please
and
hold
slap
on
them.
to any loose items. If an item falls from the tram, please wait for the train to stop and alert the nearest cast member. Driver,
Please do
you're
not-
clear.
Please do not shout at the guests.
Zippity doo dah, zippity yay. If you think this song is racist, you're retarded.
I was hoping you weren't going to sing It's a Small World.
It's a world of laughter, a world of tears. It's a world of joy and a world of fears.
Yeah, go on. What's the rest?
Hold on, I'm getting my verses mixed up.
Can you sing that high? That's the question, because you started pretty high.
Many things we share.
That song will be stuck in your head.
I know the whole song. There's 2 verses. There are many things we share, and it's time we're aware. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. I'm not gonna be too high because my parents are asleep.
Yeah, it's too high.
No, I can do it.
It's a small world.
There's one shining moon and one golden sun, and a smile means friendship to everyone. Though the mountains divide and the oceans are wide, it's a small world after all.
Oh.
I bet you got Mouseketeer ears at home.
Yes, Mouseketeer ears.
No,
That's
but
not
I do.
Disney.
So I do have a
Yeah,
Fox
this is
in the
Mickey
Hound
Mouse.
play.
Musketeers have
Oh,
big ears.
Musketeers. I thought you
So-
said Musketeers.
So in
No,
when I went in
Musketeers.
20 what was it, 2020? No, it was 2018. I got a Fox and the Hound plush.
Oh,
That's my favorite Disney movie.
Fox and the Hound? Really?
Yep.
All right.
I watched it a lot as a kid. It's very cute and it's very realistic.
Yeah,
It's
talking
not
animals.
it's not a happy movie. And there's also no bad guy really. It's another thing. It's a very
That's right. There
it's
isn't an enemy, is there?
It's
It's
an
one of the few.
ambiguous enemy. Yeah, it's one of
Yeah.
well, there's a lot now because they fucking don't know how to make a villain anymore. But
Yeah, the villains are pretty crappy, aren't they?
yeah, like I think I don't know what it was, but it was like when I first saw Frozen with my family in theaters.
What did you think?
That
You-
fucking thing where Hans was like, "If only somebody loved you." It's like, oh, he's the bad guy. Are you fucking serious? Really?
No, I didn't see that.
That was so dumb. I was 17.
Yeah, no, they really don't know how to make a good movie anymore. I saw clips of the Snow White remake. Oh my word! Have you seen the pitch meeting for that? You know, the pitch meeting YouTube channel.
Meeting. It's such a good show.
He does it. I don't know how he does it. It's Ryan George, his name is, and he does. He did a pitch meeting for Snow White. It was so funny. I'm gonna watch it again when I get out of here. It was so funny. And they're like, "What are we going to do for costumes? Are we going to go classic?" And the guy says, "Yeah, I think what we should do is we go wish.com or whatever it is, Temu. I think it was Temu, and get one. That's where we'll get our costume for the girl." That was so funny.
Don't drink Costa. Did you say Costa coffee?
Costa del Fortune.
Any of you
I think
guys
that's
messed around with AI?
Yeah, I play with it a bit.
It's a toy.
Locally
Nope.
or API?
Really, just before we get into the AI, can I ask, did anyone downvote the Snow White trailer?
I didn't even see it. Did they do it with a black woman?
You can't consider yourself American unless you downvoted the Snow White trailer.
Well, the Lion King movie was also fucking bad, and the Little
yeah.
Mermaid one was too. Not because of the actor. What is her name? Naomi. No, that's a different fucking.
Naomi Wildman. No, she was awful. But
I'm thinking of Naomi, a different fucking person.
the songs were crap. I heard some of the songs. They were terrible. It's just
ouch.
Yeah, I mean, Hale Bailey is not a Jodie Benson, but she still wasn't bad. It wasn't her fault the movie sucked.
But Rachel Zegler, she is. Oh my goodness, who's the bint from Avatar? Not Avatar. Acolyte. What was Acolyte? Who's that girl? I've forgotten her name. Amanda Stenberg. Amanda Stenberg. She was so terrible. And I think the girl from Little Mermaid was just as bad. She had all the emotional range of an oyster shell. Just terrible. But Zegler's take on the character for Snow White was just so bad. Oh, so bad. And she's not a bad actress, that's the thing. But what they did is they got the evil queen was played by one of the most beautiful women in the world, widely acknowledged beautiful women in the world, and got her to be jealous of Rachel Zegler, who's not exactly Claudia Schiffer type of thing. You know what I'm saying? That was just. Yeah. And then at the end, somehow she gets sucked into the mirror, and something. I don't know. 7 magical creatures. That's 7 dwarfs, no dwarfs.
Ouch, why am I aching?
But if
I
you
said,
go,
why am
I saw Mr. Morrow. He was doing he did a video on Disneyland, and they had a presentation. Had a big not slideshow. Goodness, they had a laser show and fireworks and everything, and all the characters, like the Little Mermaid character and all those other characters, are still the classic characters. So they've made these remakes, but they haven't made any. They're not referencing any of those remakes in any of their presentations. I just don't know if anyone noticed that, but yeah, Little Mermaid still is a regular Little Mermaid.
Well, they're doing loads of remakes of Disney films and putting little black people in there.
Yeah, they're just race swapping everyone and doing stupid things for no reason. Just no good reason.
They're all flopping though, aren't they, surely?
Yeah, they are. Most of them are, not all of them.
What's wrong with this woke shit?
Yeah.
I see it happening in the UK. Look at that fucking clown who's the Prime Minister.
It's not even woke, it's just fucking retardation. They don't have any ideas. So they think appealing to like fucking people who are woke will like get them more views and shit, but it doesn't. We're not that stupid.
It doesn't make any. It doesn't. I don't understand it though, because that's
It
a
was
very
on-
small. That's a very small segment of the population.
That's what I'm going to say. Why are you pandering to these little fucking imbeciles?
I mean, no one.
Do you know what it is?
Just only a few people think the way those people think. The rest of the people are just putting up with it because that's the way they've got it. So you can't say anything, otherwise you're racist or you're whatever else istophobe that they want to call you.
I think you guys are way overthinking this. It's just every time, not every time, but all of the major like movie flops have been due to the execs in the office not knowing what people actually want. I don't think it's any different than that.
Knowing what?
The executives who make the decisions in the end to cut this or add this, or you gotta add a character we can make a toy out of, like those are the people that are ruining movies. They're very much not in touch with the population. They very much underestimate people. The best movies are the ones that actually have faith in their audience, that they'll pick up on this or that. That's how you get like cult classics, because they actually care.
Their anniversary movie. This is the thing. The anniversary movie. We were at the. Never mind. But the anniversary movie was called Wish, and it was meant to celebrate, whatever it was, 75 years or something. I think maybe is it 75 years of Disney something, or 100 years of Disney magic, whatever it was. And the movie was absolutely pathetic. And they did not. Yeah, talk about not understanding your audience. I watched some clips. Like I said, I didn't see the movie. I watched some clips. It was just terrible. Why can't they do another Lion King? What's how could they do a Lion King or Beauty and the Beast or Aladdin or any of those? Why couldn't they do that? What were they able to do then that can't do now?
Let go of control.
Not
And
put
especially
messaging.
why Star Wars was such a big hit, right? Like they just gave George Lucas free reign. They didn't think it was going to be that big a thing. So
When you
could
say
pretty much
Aladdin,
do
it
whatever he
always
wanted.
reminds me of the Michael Jackson joke.
Go on.
Uh-oh.
That was Michael Jackson out for a drink. He said, "No, I'm going to stay in and get Aladdin." I said that. I'm shit at jokes. I'm staying at home watching the video. I'm going to get Aladdin.
Yeah.
That's okay. It was funny,
Destroyed.
but it was a little on the edge there.
No,
But
I'm so bad at telling jokes. That is the joke that I tell to go to tell a joke, and it's so bad. I'm always coming out with a punchline first, or
Well, as long as you
I
think
thought
it's
it was.
funny.
I sort of liked it. It's still.
Yeah, but I think you can say it a lot better than it, and it's kind of more funny. But I couldn't remember. I was struggling there.
I just thought it was very impressive that they managed to make a character out of a carpet.
Doctor Strange did that with the cape too.
There you go. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, there you go. That's exactly right. Yes. They managed to make a little character out of a cape. Because I worked at a place like never mind. I worked at a place where they played Aladdin on the VHS cassette, if you can believe, and they played it on repeat. So I know that movie inside and out, backwards. Heard it, 50 times, and of course my kids watched it, so 60 times. So I can actually sing the whole "Friend Like Me." The genie sings. I can sing the whole thing. Actually, the lyrics lyrically is quite complicated.
What was the original one though? Was it The Thief of Baghdad? Wasn't it?
The
What's
original
that
what?
film when the original film with his arm stretches, isn't it? Oh, and he goes in. He's laying there in the bed, and his arm stretches, and he grabs something in the guy's room. He steals it. Oh, what is that?
Baghdad. Yeah, that was an old black and white, wasn't it?
No, colour.
Sinbad.
Technicolor.
Was it Technicolor? Sinbad and
Was
the.
it Sinbad? It's Sinbad, isn't it? Yeah.
Sinbad, you're thinking of?
Sinbad. I was getting confused with all different things like Arabian Nights and everything.
Oh no, was it? No. You're Sinbad,
he's
yes,
up
but
an
also
elephant.
Jason. Yes, Jason and the Argonauts.
Was it Jason? No, it was Sinbad. Definitely Sinbad.
As well.
Because he was the old like what was he, like a fucking, I don't know. He had the dark eyes and
Yeah.
Yeah, that was definitely in Sinbad.
Jason and the Argonauts, though, I think it was that one, was fighting the skeletons and the giant statue.
The Golden Fleece.
That's it. Jason the Golden Fleece. So I'm terrified by that giant statue.
Yeah, it was the teeth, the bag of teeth, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. And he threw them on the ground, and then they sprouted up as the skeletons. That's the dragon's teeth, wasn't it?
I think there was some funny story about the guy. I can't remember. Was he an American actor?
Who?
And they dubbed the film.
Are you talking about Star Wars?
No, I was talking about Jason and the Argonauts.
Right.
I think the guy who played it, Jason, was an American, and they dubbed him.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, it's because that was the style of the films that when you had all them films coming out, then Fistful of Dollars, that was all dubbed as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. I remember seeing Bed Knobs and Broomsticks.
Fucking weird. That was fucking weird.
It was. It was the same dad as in Mary Poppins. Same guy.
It's a bit fucking weird. The kid catchers. What's that all about?
You're talking, that's Chitty Bang Bang, the child catcher.
Oh, is it Chitty? Oh, yeah.
Oh, chitty chitty bang bang, chitty chitty bang bang, we love you. Been a while. I haven't seen this movie like 5.
I never understood the lyrics because, obviously in the UK, we call the corners of the car called wings, which is strange. And the bumper, I think it is, but in America they call a fender. So a fender bender, right? So in the lyrics of that song is, my fine four-fendered friend. That's one of the lyrics is the song. And I just didn't know what a fender, my fine four-fendered friend. What does that mean? I don't even know what that means. I didn't know what a fender was. It was a guitar. It's like, you got 4 guitars.
Gotta go and do my force.
Because it was an American movie, but it was made in England with some English actors and some American actors, like Mary Poppins, basically. But it wasn't a Disney movie. It was a Warner Bros. movie. Bed Knobs and Broomsticks was. But Chitty Bang Bang, that was not a Disney movie. That was a Warner Brothers movie. So, yeah. I mean, Dick Van Dyke, he's got everyone you think, you know, but wasn't Disney.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hot micing. Hot micing.
Hot micing. Oi. Sweet. Toot. Sweet. That was a weird movie, wasn't it? With the child catcher, and then they had the toy maker, and the toy maker was Benny Hill. And the child catcher basically was a dancer, because if you watch the movie again, watch some clips of the child catcher, he's very ballet inspired. If you watch his movements, you go, oh yeah, that dude's definitely been on stage. But that was the thing then. They all used to do a lot of stage stuff. I remember seeing What's My Line, the old American black and white game show where a panel of 4 have to guess the occupations of guests that come on the show. And so the panelists had, they have each show they have someone famous comes on the show, to get people to watch it. And on one occasion they had Mary Poppins, what's her name? Come on, who played Mary Poppins? Who was Mary Poppins?
Julie Andrews, I think.
Thank
Julie
you.
Andrews, yeah.
Yeah, so they had Julie Andrews. And so the panel, when the star guest comes in, the panel have to put masks on, so they can't see who it is. And then whoever the guest is, the famous guest, talks in a funny voice to disguise the voice. And so they do the same sort of questioning. Are you in the, what do you do? Are you an entertainer? Are you in sports? Are you athletic or something? And so they ask all these questions. And so one of the questions was, have you made any films? Are you in the movies? And Julie Andrews, in her funny voice, says no. And so when I realized, I was watching this thing on YouTube, watched the whole episode on YouTube, and I realized it was like 1959. She hadn't done any movies at that point. She wasn't Mary Poppins yet. That was later. I was like, good grief, that's before Mary Poppins, and that's like 1962. And the other one was, they got this guy on, and it's Colonel Sanders. And so Colonel Sanders walks in, and the panel, no one knows who he is. I thought that was so funny. Like,
Colonel Sanders?
Yes. So Colonel Sanders, and one of the panelists, she was like, oh, she thought he was so wonderful because he looked so southern, classic, with his handlebar mustache thing and his hat and his dicky bow thing tie, and his white suit, and his cane. And
And
I just thought, how could they not know who Colonel Sanders is? He's iconic, that face. And they didn't know who he was because KFC hadn't gone out of Kentucky at that point. So he hadn't gone national at that point. It was like 1961 or something. So that was funny.
Those are the dark ages, before KFC.
During the dark times. That was rubbish, Obi-Wan. Who else they have on? They had all sorts of people. They had Sean Connery. They had Lucille Ball. Just the list of old movie stars and people they had on that show was amazing. And they had Billy Graham. They had Billy Graham on. That was really cool. I'm guessing not a lot of people know who that is anymore. Oh well. What are you going to do?
That is a tragedy.
Yeah, yes it is.
I remember in college, I had a friend who was big into like old movies, old records. He had like all the classics. He had a Steve Martin record, like an LP of his comedy stuff.
Wild and crazy guy.
Yeah. He had a hard drive, and we would go to the Commons. They had like this huge TV screen. I just like watch movies. There's like 3 of us, sometimes 4 of us. Watch old Japanese movies, the whole Zatoichi series. Watch all the Marx Brothers, Chaplin.
Classic. Like Duck Soup.
Yep.
Duck Soup is brilliant. Brilliant movie. There's a few of them. I can't remember the name. I remember Duck Soup. There's one where Groucho gets mistaken for the king of there's a European country of some kind or somewhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. And
Fredonia.
Yes. What's it?
It was Fredonia.
Fredonia. That's it. That's right. And Groucho looks exactly like their president, who gets killed or something like that. So he takes his place. Something. The thinnest of plots. To get him to be the king of Fredonia. It's just, and of course, just Groucho Marx being Groucho Marx throughout the whole thing. what does he say? He says to this lady, he's like, between the two of us, we could cover a lot of ground. Say, you cover a lot of ground.
Yeah, my favorite is still I can picture you, I can picture you in front of a stove. I can picture you bending over in front of a stove. I can't see the stove though.
Why don't the two of us get married? In fact, why don't you and your friend, three of us can get married? She says, that's bigamy. He says, yes, it's bigamy too.
Yeah.
That's my wife. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. That's your wife. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. So great.
You guys are old.
Yes. Old is a feeling. I prefer to think of myself as youth is fleeting, but you can be immature indefinitely.
Someone recently told me they like 90s music by referring to it as music from the late 1900s.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that one stung a little bit.
Someone's going up for an insurance claim.
The 90s music is great.
Yeah, not bad. I mean, I was in what they here would call high school when Dark Side of the Moon came out. So there.
The thing about the 90s is you had like this whole you had the 80s where everyone was coming off like the synth and rock shit, and then you also had new like electronic technology too to use.
Yeah.
Music is interesting.
That's why the 70s were the best, because they just discovered synthesizers. And so you had bands like the Bee Gees and other people, and they integrated synths. And then they, aside from just synthesizers, they invented sequencers. So you could get a synth to play a sequence of notes repeatedly. And as soon as they discovered sequencers and synthesizers, that created an entire new thing. Tangerine Dream hit the scene. Kraftwerk hit the scene. Ultravox, Spandau Ballet, and a bunch of other different bands. And the Bee Gees had a song called Tragedy, which used synths and sequences in the song. If you listen to the song, it's loaded with sequences and synthesizers. And the other one that did that was ABBA. ABBA used synths. The opening for Lay All Your Love on Me, that one. Don't go there in your emotion. Lay All Your Love on Me, that song. That's got synths. So has Gimme Gimme Gimme, and so has Super Trooper. The Super Trooper background synth or riff is synthesizer. Then some boffin from Australia invented a synth called, can't remember what it's called now. So because I'm saying the words that pop in my head, and it's not popping in my head. There's a synth, basically it's like a vocoder, which sounds like human voices, but it's God, I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, Kate Bush used it to write the song Running Up That Hill. In fact, the whole
The DX7,
song.
the DX7.
DX7, is that the Yamaha or Oberheim? No.
It's a CS80.
DS8, okay.
Not a DX7.
No.
Yeah, it's a CS80. Just looked it up.
It'll come to me in a second, but it's a
I just
synth.
looked it up. It's a CS80. It's a Yamaha CS80.
No. And I'm thinking something else. It'll come to me in a second. I'm not looking it up. I'm just trying to see if my brain can figure it out. It's not getting it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe my memory's wrong on that. There it is. Yes, I am right. Okay, good. So yeah, it wasn't the Yamaha, it was the Fairlight CM synthesizer.
That's not really a synthesizer. It's more like
It says synthesizer.
It's like the first Rompler, basically.
So no, you are right. Bush used the Yamaha CS80, favored for its touch sensitivity, and the Lin drum machine. I'm familiar with the Lin drum machine. That was the messy.
Do you know what the Fairlight is?
Yeah, it's basically it's a sampler.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's
Right.
not.
I get what you mean, but it synthesizes sounds, so they call it it's termed a synthesizer. But you're absolutely right. It isn't a pure synth like the CS80. It's a sampler, and Art of Noise used it, I think, extensively. I think that's Fairlight is one they used. You familiar with the band Art of Noise?
No.
Close to the Edit. Let's see.
Yeah, I know
Art of
that
Noise,
one.
close to the Edit.
Art of Noise.
Yeah. So if you watch that video, I can't post it, but if someone types in Art of Noise close to the Edit on YouTube, it's a weird video in like a factory, just sort of an abandoned factory. There's a little girl in it, and they hit various musical instruments. That is all samples. The whole song is basically made up of samples. So I think Fairlight kicked off that revolution. But the other band that really pushed it was Tangerine Dream. The sounds that they achieved with their synths were just out of this world. There's no one else that made those same sounds. Kraftwerk is the other one that was really good. And the one that made it really most popular for pop music, strictly pop music, was Giorgio Moroder. Don't know if you've ever heard of Giorgio Moroder. I Feel Love by Donna Summer. If you listen to I Feel Love by Donna Summer, that's Giorgio Moroder, that's synthesizers on that song. There's the disco edit, which is about 7 or 8 minutes long. And don't know if it's on Saturday Night Fever. I don't think it is on Saturday Night Fever. No, it's not. But I got into Ultravox. They were really good. They were like a new wave band. They combined synths with violins and guitars and bass and drums, and all sorts of stuff, and made it really, really good. Again, used a lot of synthesizer sequences stuff. And the guy who started Ultravox, a guy named Midge Ure, the Scottish chap, and he is the one that did Live Aid in 1980 something or other, whenever it was. Anyone remember Live Aid? You ought to.
Yes.
And
There would have been a version of I Feel Love. You know that?
What's that?
There would have been a 15-minute version of I Feel Love.
It's 15 minutes?
Yeah, 15 minutes. That was the average back then. They did a lot of 15-minute versions. It was like a album, but it was a single.
They do an EP.
So you remember?
No, they didn't do.
No, it's like,
check up on that. I don't think they did a 15-minute version, Jisky.
I'll
They
guarantee
did
they
like
did.
a 7 or 8 minute version, and that would have been
I
on.
remember
Yeah.
it. I remember going somewhere and I was thinking, is this fucking song going to ever end? But it was such a good song as well. It's very...
Yeah, it's a very good song. But the longest song on Saturday Night Fever, which is a double album, the longest song on that is Disco Inferno, which is almost 10 minutes long. And that's the longest song on that album.
The remix, 15 minutes and 43 seconds.
Oh, was it remix? Is that on YouTube?
No, it's just it was released the same time. It's just they did it. They always done a 15-minute. The record looked like an album, but it was a single.
Yeah. Well, and they did the medium one size ones, which are half, a little bit bigger than a single, but not as big as an album, and they were EPs. Remember those?
Yeah, the EP that had four records, 2 on each side.
4 tracks. Yeah, that's right. EP, extended play. I remember them. I did not know that, Shisky. That's interesting. Can you post a link? I'll look it up. I'll get mine on by my computer. I'll look it up. I've got to hit the hay in a minute anyway.
Yeah, just look. It's
okay.
A lot of places, a lot of thingies did the 15. Like the
disco edit.
They were called 15-inch. I think it was called.
Okay.
I'm sure they were called 15-inch, even though they weren't. Or maybe they were 15 inches. I'm not too sure.
Oh,
That'd
yeah,
be rather
that was,
large. I don't
that
think
was
they're
my
that big.
nickname in high school.
In your dreams.
You'd put her in you'd put her in hospital, man. That's not helpful,
Well, you're still. Oh, yeah. Man, it's not gonna work well.
12-inch. That's it. 12-inch.
It's a 12-inch. Thank you, Shisky. You're absolutely right. It's 12-inch. Yep. Yep.
Fucking hell.
Those were the
And then you have to say, I've got my cock in half and give it to her once.
Anyway, so the 12-inch version.
Look, I had to make this conversation more classy. Okay.
Yeah, we're going on and on. I'm sorry, everyone listening.
No, I'm fine. I'm actually. I don't mind. I don't mind listening and to like what older people in Britain experience.
It's weird actually being considered old people.
We're just trying to reminisce.
The good days when stuff was good and bands were not
nostalgia.
Because guess what they play when they do movies, and they want a really cool song. What did they play? Guardians of the Galaxy, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, and I think the third one as well. What did they do? They loaded it with classic songs.
Wait, but those songs I remember. Those songs I kind of grew up with. No, I was a kid, but in like the late 80s. Well, no, early 90s. No, those I remember. Those. Yeah, my father used to listen to them too. In a car when he was driving with me, and I always thought they were lame, man. It's like, oh, that's so lame.
Yeah.
Get something new. Listen to
So-
like, I don't know, Linkin Park or something.
Yeah. So Shisky, the I Feel Love, the
Yeah.
12-inch version. The 12-inch version is 8 minutes.
All right, hold on.
If you look at
I'll tell you what to look for.
Yeah, if you look on YouTube, Donna Summer, I Feel Love, 12-inch version is 8 minutes. And then they got one called a Disco Perfection with 2 R's. and that is when they do a remix. Someone on YouTube, DJ Disco Cat, and he did basically extending. What he'd do is extend the track without having access to the master tapes, which is tricky to do, but he did pretty good. He did pretty good. I listened to a lot of his tracks that he did, and they were not bad. But he's obviously just cutting, pasting, right? He's not going in. He doesn't have access to the tapes, the originals, so he can't go back and do stuff like that. He can just take the actual recording and extend it by duplicating it and messing it around. And he's got a 39-minute version, 30-minute version of that song, but the long version of that song is 8 minutes. That's the 12-inch version.
Yeah, look, Patrick Crowley remix.
There you go.
Done in 1978. A year
All right.
later.
Good. So I'm wrong. Okay, I like learning things. You posted it?
No. Just I can post you if you want.
If you could, that would be lovely. I'm on my iPad and it's very awkward to do all this. iPad's great and everything, but it's not a computer.
Well, you have an iPad?
It's an old one. It's an old iPad Pro.
So that's your first mistake, okay?
What, are you kidding? This thing's brilliant.
All I can tell him. iPad suck, man. Apple sucks, man.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
The garbage.
This thing is brilliant. It's like 7 years old and it's still crack-a-lacking.
Yeah, so that's my PC. Good morning.
Good mornings. You posting shit? See, I'll look for it. What is that?
Yeah,
Shisky, what's it called?
I'm now giving it to you.
Did you DM me?
Yeah, it's about 30-step protest. I mean, process, dude. I don't, and I still can't do it.
So just tell me what it is. I'll look it up.
I was going to send you the direct link.
I feel love. Donna Summer. What's the name of the guy?
Patrick.
Was
it Patrick Crowley? Look, I sent you the link now. I'm doing the link
Oh,
right
you sent
now.
me the link after I typed it all out. All right.
Yeah. Much easier.
Right, thank you. There it is. Remixed by Patrick Cowley. All right. 15-minute remix. Okay, that's a remix.
But
Very cool.
That's what they used to do. In it, a year later, it would see if it made it big. Then it would because that was a big record. That was.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Because it was all synthesizers and the sound was unique, There's the sound of the 70s, that song was. That just takes me back, man.
What was that other one? That first hip hoppy one, or like electronic music? Planet Rock, wasn't it?
Yeah, they did one where they. Yeah, they did one where it was all space movies, but set to disco. So it was Star Wars discoified, and all these other all these different things, different songs were all discoified. They did that with classical music as well.
I was on American Base when I first heard that song. And there was some, obviously there were army guys because it was an army base. And they were doing some, body popping. The first time I'd ever seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking, wow, what's this? And it was like a time,
thank you,
Shisky. On the dance floor. So when they were spinning about on the floor, obviously people had been dancing and flicking their cigarettes on the floor. It was quite funny.
Yeah.
They're walking around with their black shirt.
Just posted my latest YouTube short in the chat there.
Cool.
There's a couple of black guys. What the fuck? what is this? It's so weird at first, do you know what I mean? But it was like, hello, new craze.
What is this game?
Yeah, it's my cousin. My cousin was a fighter pilot, so he took us to the base. He said, come out with us, come out.
That's Elden Ring. That's my gameplay.
Mitigated
by the way.
reality.
It's my channel.
There's Puerto Rican from New York. He was actually from New York, in Brooklyn.
Brooklyn, Puerto Rican.
Yeah. Nicodillo. That's where my cousins are. They went out for their dad's funeral, and both went to New York. All of the kids went to New York. There's 3 brothers, but one went to with his granddad in where is it up in where is it? Fucking Chicago, near Chicago, Illinois. And then the other one went to Hollywood.
Chicago.
Yeah, he does film sets and that. He's always saying, "Oh yeah, done the Weekend's house and done a film shoot there." He's like a professional photographer as well. Brad Pitt. Do you know?
Remember that?
Can you believe?
Conversation.
Can you believe Brad Pitt insisted that the people had to be vaccinated to do his photo shoot? Can you believe that?
Yeah, that doesn't sound
Yeah, my
out of
cousin.
the
That's what he said.
ordinary for people like that.
With
Yeah.
the vaccine. 'Cause I didn't
Oh,
want
you
to miss
mentioned that
out.
to me. You mentioned that.
I couldn't believe it.
I couldn't believe it when we first started chatting in here, Stitsky, and you said that I wasn't a professional photographer. I was you cheeky bastard.
I think he worked with a guy, Mark Stilgo. You ever look at his work? It's just everyone he's photographed is famous.
Who is that?
I think it's Mark Stilgo.
Mark Stilgo?
Or Sligo. Is it Sligo or Stilgo? Sligo.
Oh, I don't know. What was the famous royal that was a photographer? Lord something or other. Oh, what was his
David
name?
Bailey. No, but
Not David Bailey.
I know which one you mean.
Yeah. What's his name? He photographed Princess Di.
Can't fucking remember. Do you reckon she was killed because she was doing a
Lord Litchfield. Lord Litchfield.
That's it. Do you reckon she was killed because she was going to blow the lid off?
I don't know.
It was weird though because she was friends with that Jill Dando.
Yeah, the Arab
All
guy.
a bit weird.
It was weird, wasn't it?
She was super good friends with Jill Dando. Jill Dando kept saying that she was going to have a story to fucking blow everyone up.
That's the thing.
And then the next thing she gets done.
I come in here and people, understandably, I sometimes I get frustrated as well. But a lot of people just come in, oh, flat Earth is so stupid. Okay, all right. But when there's so much crap like that going on all the time, particularly now, you think it's bad then. It's just no idea. I have no idea what's going on. People, I think I know what's going on. I think this is happening. I think that guy's having a row with this guy, and this is happening there, and that's happening here. I think those things, but how do I know those things are really happening? How do you really know? You know, you say, oh, this battleship was attacked, or this building was attacked, or this person was shot.
Well, you look at that thing what happened a little while ago where the random just shot the geezer in the head, and it turned out they catch him super quick.
Oh, the dude that shot the CEO of the insurance company.
Yeah.
And they didn't. think they said they didn't find that he had any link to anyone that had insurance company woes. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't a vendetta type of thing. But it was just, I don't know what it was. I haven't been following it because I don't want to give it, space in my mind. You know what I mean? But it was the weirdest thing about that was not necessarily that people are just idolizing the guy who did the shooting. That's bad enough. But it's the weirdness around it. No, actually, that is because it was the weirdness around it. Yes, but it was people online saying he did the right thing. That's just, you did the right thing. You murdered a guy who has a family, a father and a husband, murdered in cold blood.
What is their argument for that?
Because insurance companies are evil and they deny people they know it and they're evil, and he knows that he's profiting from the suffering of lots and lots of people because they deny coverage to people who need help, and he's got lots of money, and you've got people who have no money and they've been denied coverage and are suffering, all that. So that's okay to go shoot him. That's what they're saying.
That's their argument, but not the money thing. It's not the fact that he was rich. I think that was very, very low on that list. It was a good summary, but when you hear the details, it's easy to understand where they're coming from. I'm not saying I agree with that reasoning. Once we allow that for the people we don't like, it's hard to argue against it for the people we do like, if the people that want to shoot them have similar arguments. But it's not as outlandish a thing once you sort of hear the details.
No.
It's a pretty despicable company. I don't know that he should have been shot. Then vigilante justice is a tricky thing, but it's not.
I can't disagree.
It's not
can't
mania.
disagree. Yeah.
But I think you hit the nail on the head. What you said earlier about like how do we know the things we know? I think that ultimately is the question. I think that's ultimately why I spend time in these arenas, because that gets down to the root of really the single most fundamental disagreement.
I think it's an interesting point because I realized it a while ago, and I brought it up several times. But the problem is that some of the people who are the most vocally anti-flat earther, such as someone like M Agent or PhD Tony, that I don't think really sort of think it through in those terms. What they do is they look at the science and they say the science is incontrovertible, while in the next breath saying that science doesn't prove things. So they'll say science isn't dogmatic, science doesn't prove things, but science proves this thing. and if you disagree, you're a danger to humanity. So they're not dogmatic and science doesn't prove things, but you are dogmatic and you say that science does prove things. And then you will shout and whatever and carry on to people and call them idiots and the rest of it if they don't agree with you. But it's not dogmatic.
Yeah, I can't say I like his style much. Or M Agent for that matter.
Yeah, and the idea that because flat earthers will say, well, do you think there are no conspiracies? And of course, we all know there are conspiracies, and that's kind of the point. But I don't think what happens on the flat side is they don't really have, for whatever reason, they don't really think to say there are conspiracies, and so it's not unreasonable to start asking questions about the reality that we are being presented when we have heard so many different things that we thought were true and turned out to be complete bollocks.
I kind of more charitable outlook on it. I would say, so something that struck me when I first got in here, my first argument for the globe was, we have pictures of it, right? And the question I was asked was, can photos be faked? And of course they can, But if we allow that there are some that are fake, we obviously accept that there are some that are not fake. So we have to discern then, how do we tell one from the other? And I think that's where the two sides wildly diverge.
Yeah.
And my main contention is that the criteria is very not ad hoc. What's the word? It's very dependent on what is it that we're looking at. So if we're looking at like images of the Earth from space, that criteria, that bar to prove it's real goes way up, shoots super high. When we're looking at anything else, it's, you know, either where it normally is for most people, or it gets super low when it's used to justify some other conspiracy that has no other evidence for it, for example. So that's my main thing, is where that bar sort of gets shifted all the time.
So the difficulty with the question about the shape of the Earth is that it isn't as simple as you think to verify this information. So we'll say, yes, there's a space station, and yes, there is, you know, telescopes and other things, what have you, all those things. But how can you verify them for yourself? Now, of course, you can get a telescope and look at them and all these different things, but say this telescopes, you can't do that. And then satellites are too small, so you can't really photograph them. And so there's a lot of different ways where it becomes very difficult to really find these things out for yourself. Some of these things appear to be the case, but it's not that easy. And talking about doing, you know, taking photos of things, you know, it's not easy to.
Right, but that's the bar that they're going to quote in those situations, is I need to do it myself. But that's not the bar in almost any other situation in our daily lives. We are perfectly content accepting other people's evidence for X, Y, and Z, other people's expertise for this, that, and the other. But when it comes to this thing, now I'm going to set the bar way high. I have to do it myself. I have to get into a spacesuit, get into a rocket, go and touch the thing. And that is where they lose me. That's where it feels a little either biased in the best of cases or dishonest in the worst.
Yeah. What I'm sort of tiring of is the browbeating. I'll be honest. Tony's a very smart guy. It's the browbeating that people they're not going to sit in here and listen to it. So it takes a certain type of person to be able to stand up to that type of treatment, and there are very few of them. And so if you notice, Earth Awakenings went down for whatever reason, I don't know why, and now it's sort of back. So a lot of the people that were in here all the time are now no longer in here, whereas you'd think this would be an open place for people to talk, and it would be, you know, bipartisan, if you will. But it's not, and all they're going to do is just get called idiots all the time.
Yeah, I know, it's great, isn't it?
So Jesse earlier, he said something under his breath, and I caught it, and I replied to him while everyone else is talking. He and I had this little micro conversation underneath our breaths while everyone else is shouting about different things. And he said something, and I replied, and I said, "Yes, I agree." And he says it's just stupid. And I said, you know, I can't disagree with that. I think you're right. We had this little sort of interaction while everyone else is yelling above us, and no one heard it except us two. And what he was saying is, you know, say, why should I stay in here and listen to him go on like this? It's every 10 seconds. It's I'm talking. It's like, oh, God, you know, and then every sort of conversation turns into a lecture instead of just a conversation. So why would, you know, it's just, let's have a conversation.
Do you know what it is, though?
No, I agree.
Do you know what it is? People are arguing with the mathematics, and that's a real bad point for people who don't believe in the globe to argue that the maths is wrong, because the maths isn't wrong. because that's how it's been devised, even the GPS and everything.
Yeah.
It's when you need to know the maths, the
Right.
non-Euclidean geometry to actually challenge.
But it's more the thing of, if science isn't dogmatic, then why are the science communicators that I'm aware of, like Petrie, Tony, and others, why are they so dogmatic if science isn't dogmatic?
Well, they're stubborn. And
Didn't you answer your own
Right.
question just a little
Tony's
bit
in here.
just a little while ago?
I didn't know you were in here, Tony. I would never say anything against. I would never say anything against you that was insulting.
It was like slagging you up earlier, Tony.
the browbeating.
Fair enough. Well, look, you know,
really
we can,
got to
but
get control of that. I can't.
But but do you not concede that it is frustrating? So imagine that you're a teacher, right?
Yes.
You go into a class and the students start mocking you, they start interrupting you, they start, other students that you're not even talking to start sniping with what they regard as witticisms from the sideline. It's not constructive. And yes, I have a tendency to be long-winded. Yes, I have a tendency to get annoyed when I'm interrupted. These are features of my personality.
Right.
It doesn't do me any good to yell at me about them, because if I could change them, they wouldn't be aspects of my personality. So, you know, surely you do understand the difficulty of arguing with somebody when it just seems that they're in bad faith. But that whole thing a few moments ago, somebody was saying about, you know, just set some impossibly high standard of evidence and refuse to consider any other evidence other than what they asked for. Surely that, you know, that just seems dishonest.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. As I'm not a scientist, I'm a layman. So from your perspective, of course, it's going to be aggravating. It's far more aggravating for you than it is for me. I understand that. What I'm saying, though, is I'm saying that in this context, in a place like this where people are here voluntarily, including yourself, then it's a little slightly less aggression and more détente, if you can use that word in this context. Perhaps you can't, perhaps you can. You know, so, and understanding the position. Well, what we're just talking about, I don't know if you heard it, is we're talking about, say, something like Lady Diana. She died or she was killed. Now, how do we know that she just died, it was just an accident? Or was she killed? How do we know that? It's very, very difficult for us to ascertain stuff like that. And there are lots and lots of other instances where there's things that we are told that are happening and have happened. You know, she's in a tunnel in a car and the car crashes. Oh dear me, wasn't that terrible because her chauffeur took his eyes off the road or whatever it was. Okay, that's what we're told. How do we know that that is actually true when so many times we found out that those stories that we've been told are not true? Now, given that reality, is it unreasonable to think that people could draw conclusions that you won't draw and I won't draw, right? But is it unreasonable to think that people who don't have a huge science background could draw conclusions like the Earth could be flat because we're being lied about the shape?
Okay. Which gets back to the question I always ask, which is, what's your evidence?
Yeah. Yep.
So I mean, yes, okay, people lie to you, and so you can honestly, and without malice, entertain the possibility it's a conspiracy, I'm being lied to. I don't care about that. What I care about is your evidence for your conclusion. And if you don't have evidence for your conclusion, then okay, all you can say is it's a possibility. But the more evidence I present that counters your proposition, the rational response would be to modify your belief system in response to new evidence. And it is intensely frustrating when the reaction to this is actually just increasing hostility. So I understand that I could do better. I understand that I'm a problem that everybody complains about. Fine. I've been told by people in this chat that you can find a new replacement for me any day. Okay, so I'm getting that message loud and clear. I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's that seems to be the conclusion that the server is coming to, and I shall accede to that.
What about this,
If I
though?
can just
What? Go on, Shisky.
I was going to say, look, imagine I said to you, Red Cloud, I go, look, I was somewhere yesterday, I see a fucking unicorn. And you'll go, no, you didn't. I'll go, look, tomorrow meet me, and I'll prove to you that I saw a unicorn.
Right.
And I could even bet with you, because you've got this picture in your head of a unicorn.
Right.
And I know what I'm talking about, and I know what I'm talking about is true, 100% real. But because I haven't described it thoroughly, you're thinking like fucking little white horse with a fucking horn on it, with pink and whatever. So then we go to London Zoo, and I show you the rhinoceros. I go, look, there's a unicorn.
I'm trying to follow you, but you lost me somewhere.
No, that's what I'm going to say, because I just proved to you that unicorns exist. Because a rhino only has one horn.
I was with you up until the rhino.
Yeah, well, a unicorn is a rhino.
I mean, a unicorn, yes.
No.
Well, it's a animal with one horn. It's not
right.
The description is lost when it's just a fictional thing. A horse with a fucking.
Except the unicorn isn't a category of animal. It's a specific animal.
It's
not necessarily a horse.
But don't they normally have two as well?
Essentially.
Two horns?
Yeah. Well,
rhinoceros.
So what? The
rhinoceros is a unicorn.
What I'd like is, and what the reason I think we're here is because we want to be involved in a strident conversation, or a conversation that holds our attention. That's why we're here, is to do that, because it keeps our attention. So if that's true,
hang on a minute, yeah. But the rhinos have two horns. So I don't understand the analogy he's using.
Wait, hold on. So I'm in the chat. I'm posting a unicorn. That's a unicorn.
You're fixating on the unicorn, chaps.
Oh my god!
Real quick, because it's a thing of mine.
This is the thing. This is.
Yeah, they actually do exist. Somebody made it so that they actually do exist. Someone went through great pains to create unicorn. And I will defend this tooth and nail. That said, getting back to the greater point, something Tony said earlier, the frustration about being like in a classroom, I think that's part of the problem is you see yourself, he's still in here, you see yourself as a teacher teaching a class, and they see you as someone who feels like they're above them, talking down to them, in a sense. I think it shouldn't be surprising, the frustration that comes from them not rationally moving their position if they feel like they're being attacked, or that they're being somehow accused of something. They're going to close up, right? That's basic psychology. It shouldn't surprise anyone. And to Tony's defense, going back further a little bit, there are those on both sides who behave similarly. Jin, without mentioning Damak, he's a category of his own, but even SC has similar tendencies to how could you possibly believe this, you silly rabbit, blah, 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 seems to be the argument he resorts to at the end of every discussion at some point. So I think it is difficult in trying to cater to these conversations, like who do we give space to, who do we mod, who do we like both sides are critical of the mod situation in here. The Globers say that the flat earthers get too much space. The flat earthers say the Globers are given too much preference. Blah blah blah. It's a tricky thing, and I don't know that I have the answers, but I think all of us could do better.
There are two things that there are only two things that we really need to work on in here. Only two.
I just pretend to get triggered.
And the first thing is they're both applied on both sides. The first thing is monopolizing the chat so that everyone else becomes a participant. It was a participant or had the chance to become a participant and ends up being a spectator and have no chance of getting in because there's two alpha males shouting at each other. So when anyone or any two people come in here and monopolize the chat, that doesn't work. And the second thing is unmoderated doing that, that's one thing. But then unmoderated insults. So where you feel it's okay to come in to people that you know believe in flat Earth, you've experienced them believing flat Earth for nigh on 9 years, and feel it necessary to tell them how stupid they are. I don't understand that. This isn't something that came up yesterday. This isn't something that came up last week. It's something we've known about. People believe this for a long, long time. I am very, very critical right now of MC Toon because in every live stream he does this. He calls those stupid. These people are stupid. Was an idiot. He's an idiot. He says that again and again. Why? Why? So you think people want to listen to that? I don't think they will. So they're not going to come into your server and they're not going to watch your live streams. That's why his live streams now aren't getting a lot of traction. So both of those things need to be addressed.
And what did Stefan say? There's rhinos have two horns.
Some of them. I think there are rhinos with only one.
Yes, there is.
So as far as the communicating the science goes, I do want to be a little bit. The only critique I would have is that I learned things. I learned something yesterday. 111.2 kilometers per degree. I now know that. There are all sorts of things that I learn, but you've got to know your audience. So if you're going to go into a classroom and you have an audience of fourth graders, you're not going to start talking about genetics. You're not going to do that because they won't understand. I'm not saying that flat earthers are like fourth graders. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you tailor your delivery and tailor what you're saying to the audience. So if you have someone that is conspiratorially minded, it doesn't really help to come in and say, do you believe every conspiracy? What do you believe? Every conspiracy that ever came across on the internet? Because they're conspiratorially minded. That's just how they're wired. And if we could do that, we'd get more people in here willing to engage. Earth Awakenings was pretty successful because they did that, because they didn't allow browbeating, they didn't allow monopolizing, and they didn't allow constant insults.
Yeah, but Gio's
they actually did pretty good in that regard.
He's very good at organizing.
Yeah, I'll throw a third thing on there. Sorry. That's a bit of a lag, I think. I'll say another thing is that I agree that the insults need to come down. That there's no use for it in an honest conversation. On the other side of that equation, I find it more frustrating when people allow the insults to get to them to the point where they start spiraling. Like, we're all adults. It's not our first day on the internet. I'm all too happy to let that stuff go because I'm far more interested in the conversation. But I find that some people do let it get to them a little too much, and then the whole conversation becomes, did you say this? Why did you say this?
Yeah, the interrupting as well. Blah, blah. I'm going to add in the interrupting, because here's the thing about the interrupting. I can't see you, and I can't see you, and you can't see me. You don't know where I'm about to speak. And so in a normal conversation around a table or in a pub somewhere, you can see people about to speak and they're trying to make a point. You can't do that here. So it's rife for, it's troublesome in that way anyway. And you have strong personalities, that's a problem. But then getting really, really aggravated every time you get interrupted. I've just learned just let it flow over. It's not that important. You can get your point across and just carry on, because it's not fun to listen to.
I think DMOC should be released from.
No,
But there are exceptions. There are exceptions. Here's the thing.
Cancer to honest discourse.
There's some people you can't do anything with. Dimmock is one of them. I think Jin is very difficult to deal with. But
I'll be honest with you though, DMOC does come out with some questions, and no one can answer them.
Because they're not sensible questions. They're just
They are,
gibberish.
because like you have to. Do you know what it is? He cuts to the crux, and it's like he's got the no nonsense approach, and then you have to go, yeah, but like I'll get you back on track, and you know, like you start. Who's the Aussie who does the worst analogies? Anvil. He's got the worst analogies in the world. Absolutely horrendous.
I don't know about his analogies. I think he focuses on the wrong things sometimes. I don't know that he understands his audience either from time to time. He'll bring up Jupiter over and over again, and I feel like that's just another
Jupiter or
topics,
Venus.
yeah.
He never. He might as well at this stage pull something out of Uranus.
I give you. I just looked at that goat again. That's so funny. One thing. Let's see here.
You heard me making comments earlier when you was answering me.
I think Tony's listening, so I'm going to be careful what I say, because we were in a conversation a couple of days ago, and I think it was Tony or someone else, one of the science communicators, who said that basically, if a car hits a wall or you hit a wall, did the wall come towards you? Was it John? Did the wall come? The wall, you could think of the wall coming to hit you. All right, so that was confusing. All right, fine, but that's the idea behind, space time and all the rest. Okay,
because you're spinning, aren't you? That's what it is.
But hold on, but that deceleration was described as acceleration. I just shook my head, and I was just, come on. You can't go to those levels of complexity in a conversation like this, in this arena here. You can't do it. They just insist on doing it.
John would say, you're driving down the road and you smash into a tree. He would say, you can't. All we know is there was a collision. We couldn't tell in that time frame.
Yes.
What hit what? And I
Did
think
the tree hit the car?
Fucking nonsense. You know, a tree doesn't move.
Yes.
Right. There's two things to say about that. One is, I don't know if it's possible to avoid that conversation with how fundamental this is to general relativity, to relative motion and physics in general. And the second is, I think there is a way to lay out this argument, if you like, that is accessible. I think there's ways to lay it out that's not. That's just very, very confusing. But there's ways to do it right.
So here's the thing I'd like to put. It's not a very good word, accessible. But let me point something out that the reason I'm sort of thinking in these terms, and I hope Tony's listening, because when I was a kid, I was dumb as a box of rocks. I pity my poor teachers trying to teach me. I was a complete moron. I pity the fool who tried to teach me. I was a terrible, terrible student. Later in life, I took an interest in stuff, and I learned different things, and I think of things scientifically and all the rest of it now. But back then, I was just a dumb kid. So I know, here's the thing about that. I have a perspective on these different on this thing, whereas I understand how it feels to not grasp simple concepts. I understand that, and then I also understand how frustrating it is to teach someone who doesn't understand those concepts. So I have some people have been smart all their lives. Someone like Tony, he probably breezed through school, breezed through college, right? Because he's got a very good memory, which is a very key thing in learning. So, and I didn't have that. So I sort of understand his frustration, but he also needs to know the audience. Sometimes you're talking to people like I was when I was a kid, just dumb as dirt. And don't, rage at them because they don't understand, or because you have to tell them something one day and then tell them the same thing the next day. All that to say, that will make a really good server where we can get involved in good conversations and have people come in and not think that they're just going to get smashed over the head with stuff. Thank you for your forbearance here.
I'm back to learning now.
What you learning, man?
I can't tell you.
Right, I got my words out for today.
It's not exactly Baywatch, let's put it that way. No, I'll just do a lifeguard thing.
Why?
That is a C1. So you have to be like quite a strong swimmer.
Are you a lifeguard at sea parks?
No, like on the beach.
Oh.
It's a little bit more.
Right, so have you ever been to...
tested.
I'm being funny, this is not a serious question. Have you ever been to sea parks? Does anyone know that reference? This is because you got TV shows and they can't say the brand name, so they have to say another name. So this one was Sea Parks, and the other one was Friend Face. I thought it was very clever. Did anyone see a show where they mentioned Friend Face?
What's that in the IT Crowd or something?
There you go.
Is it?
He's got it. Yes, he was IT Crowd.
I think I remembered that weird looking fucking guy. The computer nerd, isn't it?
Well, so Jen's like, here you go. Here's my new contact thing, and he goes, "What, Jenny Wenny at Friend Face? Oh, you're not on Friend Face, are you?" She goes, "Yeah, it's great." It's so funny. Friend Face. The other one was Sea Parks, where the Irish guy, I've forgotten his name. He was like, "Yes, my girlfriend. She told me the story about her parents. Her parents died in a fire." "Oh no, that's terrible." "Yeah, it was a fire at a sea parks." Of course, he's meaning SeaWorld. A fire, yeah, at sea parks. It was really funny little segment. Look it up on YouTube.
IT Crowd is hilarious. I wish they make. I mean, okay, I guess they did the American version, which is the Big Bang Theory, but it's.
It was the American. Yeah, it was a bit Big Bang Theory because.
Bunch of nerds, awkward, and
Moss.
Yeah.
Moss is like Sheldon.
That is the English version, isn't it?
Yeah, Moss is the English version of Sheldon.
People shit on Big Bang Theory, but I love it.
Why do they?
Or at least I loved it. I never watched it since. First, the Penny is hot. Yeah, that's one.
Yeah, that's
and
a
so
bonus.
is the short one who married
Bernadette?
Yeah.
He married
Big titties.
what's his name? Who's
Yeah,
she married? Bernadette and
well,
Why can't- so
the mechanical
Sheldon?
engineer Jewish guy. No.
Yeah, Leonard,
No.
Sheldon, Amy, Bernadette, Raj.
They have Raj.
Howard.
Ah.
Got too much time.
Howard Wolowitz. Took me a second to
Wolowitz.
remember his name.
And his
Too
mom,
much
right?
time.
His mom is like always like you never saw her mom, right? But she's like yelling,
Howard, I'm stuck in the broth. I'll be right there, Mom.
Up, and the first thing I heard when I got back was big old titties.
Talk about Bernadette. Pew pew.
Not wrong.
Get that guy! Get that guy! Pew pew!
Yeah, I don't
Dr.
know if those
Roskinkowski.
are worth the
Dr.
watch.
Roskinkowski, it may interest you know that saying pew 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 is not nearly as effective as pressing your blaster key any more than saying wee makes the land speeder go.
Well, you know, they're all named after like famous scientists. Those guys, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, Leonard. I forgot which one.
who's Sheldon named after? Dr. Sheldon Cooper. Applied physics. We watched that. We watched every episode of that show. It's very rare for me to watch every episode of a show, and
it was good.
Not every show was amazing, but every show was good.
Yeah, yeah. And did you notice? I don't know if you remember, but the first season, maybe even the second. No, the first season, the dynamic was different because they planned for the characters to be differently interacting. Leonard was the one who was originally supposed to be like Sheldon, like the coolest, nerdy guy, because he was dating like this Chinese chick, right?
Yes,
And,
she's
and this,
Korea from
yeah,
North
and this,
Korea.
yeah, oh yeah, and he was completely oblivious that she was actually a spy, right? Or something. And also in the interactions between the characters, Sheldon in the first season was actually um oh fuck, they reversed basically.
The
With
reverse
the,
roles.
yeah, with Leonard, yeah. Because Leonard is like the guy who knows like the proper way of interacting, and he tells off sort of Sheldon for being like awkward and like silly and naive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Leonard was originally that. Leonard was originally Sheldon.
Yeah. Well, they'll often do that with TV shows. Where they'll have a first season, particularly if a show goes long, and when you first watch the first season, you'll go, "Oh, they feel a bit different because they're not really getting into their characters yet." And then they establish their characters. Like Amy was different when she first appeared, and if you watch when she first appeared and went in the last season, it's almost not completely different, but it's a very different character. Very
I
different
haven't watched
person.
the last season. No spoilers. I haven't watched. I
Oh,
think
no,
the
I'm
last
not.
two, maybe.
Okay, I'm not going to mention anything then. But the other one was Bernadette. The biggest change was Bernadette, because she started all meek and mousy, and then they turned her into a little witch, and her voice was when she first appeared was not all squeaky, and then she got all squeaky. So her character changed quite a lot. I noticed that. I've forgotten the actress's name, but I noticed that quite a lot. But the biggest challenge for anyone to play or to learn the lines and all the rest of it's got to be what's his face playing Sheldon. So there's stuff you have to remember.
No, I forgot his name. No. He's great. He's great. But I think dude. Like if you like Big Bang Theory, what is it? Home, the animated thing that.
Oh, I haven't seen Home.
Yo, wait, I think it's Home. It's about
My boys are
aliens.
into anime. I'm not too much.
No, it's not anime. It's animated.
No?
It's Western animated.
Animated. Okay, Western animated. Sorry, I haven't seen Home.
It's it's about so aliens kick like land on Earth, but they're like these like kind of cute but naive, like strange little alien creatures, and they just like move all of humans to I forgot where, but like some place on Earth, and they build a utopia for all of humans. Yeah. But they keep all the homes, right? So they live in homes, right? And they're like escaping like this evil, alien race who's trying to exterminate them. And and Sheldon. No. It's just a movie. It's an animated Western movie, and
I've seen
the
it.
guy,
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
Sheldon.
name of the
Yeah,
movie you're thinking of is called Titan AE.
No.
No. That's it.
I know what you mean.
No.
I
Yeah,
know what
it's
you mean.
Go Home. It's Go Home with the guy who plays Sheldon
What's
Cooper
his name? Who
voices.
plays Sheldon?
Jim Parsons.
Jim Parsons. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did the voice for the lead character.
Yeah, and he's
I remember
great.
that now.
He's even better. He's even better. I think he's a better Sheldon at voicing that alien guy.
When they're on the train and Sheldon needs Penny to open a
In that case,
box.
I don't know which one you're talking about. I apologize.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
it was
Yeah,
home.
the movie's
I'll
called
post
Home.
them. It's really good.
Sheldon's on the train trying to get Penny to find a box in his room. And he's like, just so you know, this doesn't create a permanent easement because I'm letting you into my room just this one occasion. And she goes, easement? He has to explain what easement means. Anyway, so she finally finds the little box that's got the key, whatever it is in it that he needs. And he says, what you're holding is a Japanese puzzle box. What you need to do is you need to find the edge at the top right and press it. You will hear a click when you depress it 2 millimeters, and then slide the other piece 1 millimeter to, and Penny's like, wait. Okay, hold on. Hey, Sheldon, does this little box have any value to you? Sentimental value? And he goes, no. It's just a cheap thing I got on Amazon. She says, okay, and she puts it on the floor as he's explaining. Yes, and you move this 2 millimeters, you'll hear a click, and she stamps on the box and smashes it.
Yeah,
She goes, oh yeah, I heard the click.
Yeah.
Box.
Can't
That was
remember.
really funny. Or where Leonard tells Penny that Amy has been conducting experiments on her to compare her performance with the chimpanzees in her lab for a human base, measurement of the performance. And she's like, no, she's not doing that to me. And then she remembers, and then it flashes back, and Amy's like, here, Penny, I've got something in my eye, and I need to sort these coins by size. Could you help me?
Oh wait, Sheldon is using Penny, right? Right? This is like a
In that instance, it was Amy using
with chocolate.
Penny. Yes, training.
Oh no, I remember that. Yeah, and when she does
Yes.
something wrong, he would like had the water
Chocolate? Oh, thanks.
miss. No, but when she did something wrong, he would
sprayed
go
it with
like,
water.
Yeah, sprayed it with the like Pavlovian fucking.
It's Pavlovian training, and he's like, Sheldon, you cannot use Pavlovian training to train my girlfriend. And Sheldon's like, oh, as it turns out, I can.
Oh yeah, because she did actually respond to the training. Actually,
yes, she responds to the training. I'm just sort of sanding off her rough edges. So you're not sanding my girlfriend.
It's a good show. People think
like
unreasonably hate it. I think.
I don't know why that's the case. Yeah, I don't know why. I mean, he had a friend. He isolated a formula to create friends. Remember that? I found a formula to create friends. It's all distilled in this book I discovered at the library, which is called Stu the Cockatoo is New at the Zoo. And he says, that's ridiculous. You can't make a formula to make friends. And Howard is like, hold on. He may be onto something. We can set up a booth at Comic-Con and make a fortune.
Oh yeah.
He had a flow chart. He's got this flow chart.
Yeah.
He's like, Barry Kripke, this is Sheldon Cooper. Wondering if you would like to be my friend. Would you like to? Perhaps we share a common interest. Would you like to go, and discuss the matter further, or would you like to participate in this common interest with me? And he gets stuck in a loop. Oh, that part, he gets stuck in a loop. Maybe there's another common interest. No, I don't want to do that. Is there another common interest? And he's stuck in a loop. So Howard is like creates he creates an exception with a counter to give him a way out so he can select the least objectionable option. And so he does that. And after he's done with the phone call with Kripke, he's like, Howard, that's genius. I'm surprised you saw that. You're just an engineer. I'm surprised you could see that. It's like, gee, why can't Sheldon make friends? I watched so many of those clips.
Yeah, I like fell asleep to that, man, for years. So.
The other character difference was at the beginning, Raj couldn't talk to women.
That's right. Yeah, because he had need a bottle of beer or something.
You need a glass. It was the episode. I can't remember the name of the episode, but they're in Penny's apartment, and of course Raj is mute, selective mutism. Anyway, so he's mute, and then she's got to practice being a bartender because she's getting a job as a bartender, and so she makes a grasshopper, I think it is, and gives it to Raj, and then Raj takes a sip of the grasshopper, and then he goes, "Penny, what happened to my life?" You know. He goes, "What? You talking to me?" That's so good. And then they realize it was his drink that allows him to talk to women. That's so funny.
Well, I think there was the episode on the train as well, where they meet that actress, Summer something.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's the one where they had to call Penny to get the puzzle box.
Right. But then the Howard and Raj are trying to like hitch her up, you know.
Yeah.
Like, you know, thinking how to like introduce themselves, like pick up lines, right? And and Howard tricks, I think, Raj, right? Gives him non-alcoholic beer.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, and so
Yes.
Raj, you know, drinks the beer and is like all fucking, you know, charismatic, right? He goes talk to her, right? And Howard then comes up and, you know, some conversation, and Raj is trying to like, like respond wittedly, right? And then Howard points out, "Hey, that's a non-alcoholic beer," and Raj immediately mutes up. But just
It was like at the restaurant, the Chinese restaurant. You know, I know there are starving people in India, but there's a starving Indian right here. Before we order our food, no substitutions. With Howard here, we can't order. It's not possible. We always get the same order. There's 4 dumplings, and what are we going to do with the other dumpling? So,
yeah, I think I should. Listen, but I think we're boring people here. I think we need
yeah,
to.
I think we are. I've been boring
I'm
people
curious.
for the
Can I
last
pick your
3
brain?
hours.
Can I pick your brain, man? What's your view on like the whole LA riots now?
I've been not following the news. I'll be honest, man. I've got stuff going on that I need to sort of pay attention to.
Oh, you have a
In
life.
my
Oh, I see.
personal life.
You're in the wrong
and
place.
So I've just been hearing riots because it seems some people are really, really desperate to keep illegal aliens in the country, and I don't understand that. So yeah, and then some people are being feel as if the people who are being kicked out don't deserve to be kicked out, and so yeah. And the media, basically, it's what's happening. The mainstream media is whipping people up into frenzy. That's what it's basically what it is. Because Obama, if you read the numbers, Obama kicked out lots and lots of illegal aliens, and no one rioted because the media didn't report on it.
But they did it the right way. No, the problem is they did it the right way. I think if ever there was a time to push back against government overreach, this is it. I think a lot of those are perfectly justified.
I think the biggest thing they're pushing back against is due process. Suspension of habeas corpus and stuff like that. That's very big. That's not a minor issue. And if you're willing to treat any one of the citizens that way, any citizen can be treated that way.
What about people who aren't citizens?
They're still people in this country,
No, it
and they
applies
still get
to
due
them, too.
process. Yeah, they still get due
Listen.
process.
Right. So, okay.
The criminals.
Because imagine you take someone who's, that's to be determined though, that's the issue. Imagine you take someone off the street, right? And this guy's pleading with you, says, I'm a U.S. citizen, I shouldn't get deported. Who does he plead his case to? Like, they he shows an ID. He's like, oh, that's a fake ID. Like, there's no. That's why we have due process. It protects citizens and non-citizens equally.
Well, it's think of it in
Anyone
this way.
can just be black vanned and taken off.
Think of it in this way, and this may help you perhaps understand a little bit more. Not necessarily agree, but understand. If you look at the numbers, if you look at the number of people who were crossing the border illegally, it was completely out of control. And then
How
you
much?
had I don't know what the numbers are. I haven't got my computer in front of me, but the number of people crossing the border, the border police, what I've heard them saying is it was just they had these processing centers in Texas and other places, in New Mexico, wherever, where they would process all these people, and it was thousands and thousands of people just walking over the border. There's one point they stormed one of the border areas to get in, and the police and the cops just had to let them in. So that was going on. So that is kind of like really, really bad. And I think what's happening now is perhaps an overreaction to that. And so you have one thing that happened that was wrong, and then you have an overreaction, possibly an overreaction. I'm not saying there is an overreaction necessarily, but you have what some people would think of as an overreaction to that. But this situation didn't just appear out of nowhere. Trump isn't just like saying, I don't like brown people, and I just want them out of my country. That's not what's going on. And people are portraying it as if it's just brown people being pulled off the street and sent to prison.
I have
He
a
did
question.
had a Muslim ban though before. So
Do you think that
Yeah.
there is a genocide going on in South Africa?
Well, that's just the thing, isn't it? So people are okay with tens and hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants coming. And it's not just Mexicans or South Americans. It's also Chinese. It's also Indians. It's all sorts of nations coming through the southern border. But then they have a problem with 50 South Africans coming over.
But do you think that there's a genocide that they're escaping?
Don't know. Yeah, it's a good question. It is a very good question. I'm not diminishing the validity of the question at all. It is a good question. I just don't have the facts. So, but I just heard that people were reacting to that, and, because 50 Afrikaans people were coming over. It's like, okay, well,
it is an overreaction. But I think the border is
there you go.
actually the issue.
Perhaps it is an overreaction.
The problem was the asylum process, which is absolutely fucked. But there were solutions to that were proposed still under Biden that were refused by the right for political reasons. And this is the absolute wrong approach to fixing that.
Well, okay, that's not necessarily unfair, but they were fixing a solution. They were creating a problem and then making a solution to a problem that they themselves created, which didn't rectify the problem. The problem was an open southern border, and so having a process where you
problem
could.
was the asylum process.
No, it's not. That's not the problem. The problem is the open southern border. That is not the problem.
So there's two problems, right? The border is only problematic insofar as once you come over the border, you can apply for asylum, and now you get to stay until your trial, right? That's why the border was a problem. It's the asylum is the fundamental problem, not the border. But the second issue are overstayed visas, which are the majority of illegal immigrants who came legally, did everything they were supposed to, and then their visas got they overstayed their visas. So to fix all of that was an issue of administration, to get more people looking over these cases, to get more people, or modify the asylum process so that it's more stringent on the onset. I don't know if that second part was in the bill, but the first certainly was to have more judges on these cases and not have the system so backed up that these things are taking years where these people are just hanging around. And that was proposed, but they shot it down. And then they went and just black bagged everyone and shot them out of the country without due process, which is, I think,
but here's the problem.
than whatever problem we were trying to solve.
I understand that completely. I understand completely. But if you are in politics, and what you're doing is you're given the option to help the opposite party that created a problem, politically you're not going to do that, and it's naive to think that the opposite party would aid
They did that.
the opposition in trying to solve a problem they created.
Yeah, but what are you
politics.
saying though? It's not about really the border. It's not about the people. It's legitimately the government's ability to pull you off the street and send you to a black site based upon the color of your skin.
No, see, that's the racist comment.
like-
I don't think that's true in any way. I think that's just that is. I don't want to be critical of you, man, because it's a good conversation. But let me push back really hard on that, because that's just basically saying that Trump and his supporters, including me, in a lot of ways, not always, we can talk about that, but in a lot of ways, the supporters, and you just say it's just because racism. And you're just saying he's a racist.
I
He's a
didn't
racist
say
or because of brown
racist.
people.
I didn't say race. I said the color of your skin.
Yeah.
I didn't say race.
Right, but you know what I'm saying, though. It's that thing again.
It does kind of mean the same thing.
But what I'm saying in regard to this is someone like Diego Garcia, someone like a Hispanic individual, like someone that's in that genre of skin tone could literally just be pulled off the street and sent to a black site as an American citizen.
But by the same token, I agree. I don't disagree. I hear what you're saying. I don't disagree entirely.
But you can go to Mexico and have the same happen to you. Believe me.
I know. I've been to Mexico. I've dealt with the federales. They're not fun.
They're terrible, aren't they?
But the thing is, that's the thing. It's that because of the suspension of habeas corpus and not giving someone due process.
And it does sound a little like you're proposing just shutting down of any kind of bipartisanship. We're not expecting bipartisanship. Like they should have. I don't know what would have been unreasonable to expect them to pass that bill and then run on whatever else platform they had. I mean, that shouldn't be their one sticking point unless they're trying to win just through fear. Like that's the only reason I can justify that tactic. If you genuinely have the country at heart, the good of the country at heart, there's no excuse for not passing that bill.
So I understand, but I'll say one little trite thing. It is trite, but I'm going to say it anyway. Migration without justification is invasion. Mass migration without justification is an invasion. And we can consider the outrageous methods and excuses that I've heard for why we should put up with hundreds of thousands of people just flooding over the southern border for no reason. I don't think it's unreasonable to overreact to that or unjustified necessarily, because
it's not
it does. If you look well.
That's a commonly exaggerated thing. What you're referring to there is encounters, not people who've actually went through.
Okay, so that's it. I mean, we're all going from what we're being told, and what I am paying attention to in the media right now is a little lacking, because, like I said, I haven't been able to pay such close attention to it.
So currently, right now, the U.S., you're talking about mass migration without whatever. So I have a lot of interest, a lot of different little stupid little businesses all across. It's impossible to staff the majority of our lawn care companies because people are afraid to work. Our roofing companies are finding staffing issues because people are afraid to work. They're afraid because a lot of them are being picked up at those at work and taken and things like that. People are afraid. Yeah.
Why are they afraid?
ICE raids. They're illegals. They're illegal citizens.
Okay, well, so here's the thing. I'm going to. I have a little bit more of an interest in this because I am myself an alien. So.
What? You're
they've
illegal
been
too?
given. No.
Wait,
But
what did
they
you say,
have been.
sir?
I am.
I got eyes on him right now.
He's an
British.
expat.
I'm an expat. I have never in my life experienced such broad incompetence as when I'm dealing with USCIS. And if you've never heard USCIS before, it's because you don't know because you're not an immigrant. But I'm quite familiar with the USCIS, and they are unbelievably incompetent people. And I'm not going to go into any more detail than that. But yeah, so it has been a big problem. So that's kind of where I'm coming from on that. But to
against
think,
like the official source for this, that's fucking crazy.
But to think, for me, I'm gonna, yeah, it's kind of personal for me to think that all I would have to do is just fly to Mexico City and then just walk over the border and be given free healthcare and whatever
You
else.
don't get free healthcare. You
credit
can't.
card
You literally
and whatever
can't.
else.
No, you
Yes,
can't.
You can.
Because all you need
At
to do is
state-
walk
at
in.
state level.
Dude,
At the
walk
state level,
into,
you can.
walk into your
No,
local
you
emergency
can't get
room.
Medicare and Medicaid. You literally can't. What do you mean? What's the fucking
If
mean?
you
This is
walk into any hospital and say, I've got a broken arm, they won't turn you away. That's free healthcare. Don't
Yeah,
say
most
they
countries
can't
are
because
that.
they can.
They actually can't turn people away in
just
America
ER.
either.
No, they're
If
not. They're
you can't
legally
turn people away
bound.
for a broken arm.
Yep. This
But they will charge you.
Legally,
designed
they
for
charge
them
you,
to do that.
but you don't have any money. They can't make you pay. You can't be imprisoned for not paying a medical bill.
I think that's a stretch of the definition of free healthcare.
That is.
I mean, at that point, you're just stealing it, right?
But yeah. So in effect, what is it?
Like,
when you steal something, what do? You get it for free.
Yeah, but that's like saying the U.S. has free cars because I can just walk off the lot with like a car, and if they never catch me, the U.S. has free cars.
What if they allowed it? If they allowed anyone to steal cars, then it would be free cars in America. Why do you think they come into America? Because they get free stuff and they get word. The word gets out. America gives away free stuff. That's why
No, they come here to
in the
work.
numbers.
They come here to work.
Very much.
They don't come there to work.
America has committed financial warfare upon the world and absolutely degraded all of the other economies and then caused this influx.
Yeah, I don't disagree with
Dude,
that.
that's what the CIA is literally
that
there
is
to
true.
disrupt
No, that is actually
and upset other economies, man. And
Every
like,
banana
so
republic.
it's the biggest self-owned, but I kind of get where everyone's coming from. I mean, I don't agree with the free immigration coming into any country and whatnot, but like the cause of it, it's not the shitty countries, man. It's the CIA like performing their operations.
Yeah, and every banana republic from that region.
It's Spartacus. Spartacus, are you here?
I hope bastards.
It's we basically attacked every communist country and we caused these issues. That's like
nothing to do with it. Nothing
At
to
a
do
human
with
level, at a human level for me, I hope the panel is sympathetic to what I said before. This, for me, going through the crap that USCIS have put me through for the last freaking decade, and then to think that I could just have walked over the Mexican border and had none of it, and there are just chaps my hide. So I am a little bit of a.
Let's just say you get picked up, right? In America, starting to deport other people who overstayed their visas, Canadians, British nationals, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they pick you up, you speak to Haji and Paji, and they just throw you on a plane and they send you to a black site. That's what we're talking about. That's what's being spoken about. Getting into the if they're supposed to be here or not part of it, it was kind of not even what was being brought up. We're strictly speaking about the suspension of due process. You say, are they really citizens? The answer is yes. We don't know it until they have due process, just like with you. We wouldn't know if just based upon, hey, like where were you born? That'd be the first question asked, you know? Like all these things, and you're at a black site now. You know,
how would you do that though? How would you do that? Given like the amount of paperwork that Red Cloud's just outlaid, and you've got hundreds of thousands of people spilling over the border, how do you expect them to run through the rigor? What language is that, sir?
Due process
Administration.
doesn't mean
Oh,
due
English.
process doesn't mean everybody gets like a trial by jury, right? Like
Yes.
the most important thing is if there's an order to deport someone, there's a judge's signature at the bottom of that page, right? Same with a warrant, right? Warrants still go through due process before it's issued, even before a person is arrested or anything like that. Like there's all you need are more judges going through the paperwork, and you would have the system cleared up a lot faster than it was prior.
To my mind, the system is broken in that people are allowed to come here illegally and then stay illegally in the country, and then they have like a court date, and then sometimes they won't show up for the court date, and then it's decided what's decided because they don't
But
come here with any vetting.
They don't have the easiest of opportunities when they're here. So I mean, for all the paperwork that you've filled out, at least you don't have to look over your shoulder constantly. Like, I mean, it's not like it's all sunshines and rainbows once they get here, dude. They got to work shitty jobs. They got to work like
They also have to walk through a desert.
If they've overstayed there,
Yeah, that's true.
if I went to Australia and overstayed my visa, they would deport me and I'd be banned for 10 years. So what's changed? Why are these illegal people who have broken into the country in the first place are not banned for 10 years?
Well, that's due process. That's what we're talking about. That could be the outcome of the due process.
Yeah, but
you can ban them, Schlitzy. They're not coming in through the door, mate. They're coming in through the back end, right? And
that's what I'm going to say.
You can ban them for 10 years. They just show up again.
No,
Like,
what you do is
happening. They're not going in through the front door.
The first thing you do is close the border. The second thing you do is get out anyone who is here illegally. The third thing you do, the second thing you do is tell people that you're going to do that. That's the second thing you do. Right? Hold on. The second thing you do is tell people that you're going to kick out anyone here illegally. And then what you do is you give them an opportunity to tell you that they're here illegally. And even if they do get kicked out, then they can apply to come back in. But if they are found in the street and have to go get picked up, then there's no way to get back. You give people that option. I don't think.
Hold on, I don't know whether I might be outspoken here, but he did say that he was going to close the borders. He did say that he was going to stop.
He did say this months before the election,
and he did say that he was going to send them back. So you voted for him. So he's doing exactly what you voted for. So why would anyone be moaning?
Look at the videos of these things happening. You'll see comment after comment after comment in the comments. People saying, "This is what I voted for."
It's exactly right.
And that's what's terrifying.
We should be down at the beach. We should be down at the beach.
I'm an immigrant.
We should be down at the beach, fucking defending our shores, saying you're not coming here.
Nope.
Period.
The same thing is happening in England. The boats
defending the Constitution
from Africa? The Constitution was broken when they broke into the country. It
very much was not. The Constitution was broken when they got rid of due process. Without due process, all the rights disappear. They're gone out the window.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Would you let a criminal break into your house, and then would you give him one of your bedrooms until the cops arrive? And if, say, the cops said we can't come until tomorrow afternoon, you're going to let him eat your food and sleep in your bed until the cops arrive, or are you going to kick him out of your house?
It's not the same question.
The entire question depends on the premise that person is a criminal. How do we decide
the
that?
Criminal. It depends.
Okay, what about your country?
Do you care that if someone comes in illegally to your house, you're going to do the first thing, which is call the cops, and you get to get them out.
How do we know they can? How do we know this person came illegally?
Because they fucking walked over the border. Oh my
goodness.
Well, no.
That's the whole point. That's the point of due process. Innocent until proven guilty. That is the law.
Not even when you've broken the law anyway. They're not fucking.
How do we decide they've broken the law?
Americans. They're not Americans. That's how
do we decide that?
Manufacturer, how do we deal with the problem? How do we deal with the
Americans? They're not Americans.
Like changing the law. Like changing the law. The law allows you to walk over the border, claim asylum, and now you can stay as long as your court trial, and even disappear in the crowd once that happens. Then that's the law that needs to be addressed. But you don't address it.
Hold on. Tell me the war.
And taking rights away from every American citizen.
hold on. Tell me the war. What's going on in Mexico, for instance? Tell me that war. What are they fleeing for?
It's not just Mexicans. It's all across the region, and it's like it's gang warfare, like cartel violence.
They are the gangs who are coming because they want free money. They want free money, and they want to.
Rixky had a question. Rixky had a question.
Oh, I'm just pointing out due process time. We're talking about mass immigration here, like lots and lots of numbers, and I'm just wondering how the administration would deal with due process in that situation. Like, what is this idea of closing the borders as well? Does that mean like not even American citizens can travel through the borders, or what's the situation when you say close the borders? What does that mean?
Borders, you just can't walk straight over. The numbers went down from a lot to quite a lot, and now to 0. So that's the first thing you do is you close your borders. And what that basically does is send a message to people. First of all, don't try to come in here. You'll get kicked out immediately. It's no longer free lunch for everyone. And then what are they going to do? They're going to find somewhere else to mooch off of. Probably some other South American country.
Are they walking over a bridge or through a gate somewhere that you can just close off? I thought they had walls and stuff for this, or what's the go?
They had evil cars down it. They had evil cars.
So
they were
how
coming
it
across
works?
the river, fucking willy-nilly, and they
So
were
how it
bringing
works is
aid in.
like in the high population areas they have high walls, but in the areas where there's fucking no one, like the desert and shit, the walls are lower.
Yeah.
There's private property gaps. Like it's.
So how do we man? How do we?
It's almost impossible. It's almost.
How do you set it all up? Do you have to have?
literally
Do you have to have mobile vehicles, like more mobile vehicles, go on the long terrain or something?
You've got border force down there 24/7.
Shitty had a good question. And dude, please change your name to something we can pronounce without sounding like we're saying something bad. So he had a question, and that was, "What's the war in Mexico?" And I get what the but that's half of the thing. Mexico is half out of control as it is. But the point is that a lot of people are coming from China and Pakistan and India and all over the place because they knew they could get in through the southern border. Why didn't they stay in somewhere in South America? Why did they have to come to America? The reason they have to come to America is because they heard that we were giving away free lunches. Why didn't they stay?
Why did they leave their own country?
Yeah, listen.
Yes.
So first of all,
definitely the thing that America is known about is to give out free stuff. Yeah, definitely.
They're funded by NGOs.
Well, one of the problems, real quick, one of the problems,
especially to Israel,
that Mexico was so fucked up in the first place, is their guns come from the U.S. Like, we are the biggest importer of guns to Mexico. We're part of that problem. So the border issue is kind of a two-way thing.
We're like Stark
changing the
Industries.
argument now. What's the argument?
I just thought it merited being said.
Yeah. Iron Man wasn't written like that for no reason.
They pay you back with all the drugs that they bring over for you.
We've already
Anyone
done
seen
that
Sicario?
once.
Anyone seen Sicario?
Your entire
the
Hollywood
Sicario
is
movies?
based on this drug.
They're doing exactly
like
what
drug
Castro
themed.
did, though. They're doing exactly what Castro did in the 70s. When he said that, oh, you want to go to America? We fucking get out the jails, clear out the jails, clear out the mental institutions. There you go. Have it.
Did you know that Mexico produced a pamphlet instructing citizens how to cross the southern border safely and live in America without being detected? Did you know that?
Sorry, Mexico, the government did this?
Mexico, the government did this. Mexico, the government produced a pamphlet.
Have you got a copy of it?
One of the pieces of advice was how to cross the border, and then once here, they were told advice such as, don't get involved in a domestic dispute where police can be called, don't break traffic laws so police can stop you and you'll be discovered, and then there's other pieces of advice like that. That was literally a pamphlet produced by the Mexican government.
Oh, they're telling. Can you show that? Can you cite this, please?
I can, it does exist.
When you go visit another country, you're told to obey the rules.
Sorry, Rixie. One second, Rixie. I'm really sorry. Trust me when I say it does exist. I've seen a PDF of the pamphlet. I can't put my hand on it right now because I'm not in front of my computer.
Right, but did it come from the government?
That's a very good question. The last information I had was yes, it did, but I may be wrong. But a pamphlet was produced.
Where did you hear it?
Bet you it came from a cartel. I bet you.
Where did you hear it?
Well, there's
It's one of the cartels, like releasing pamphlets, man.
2015.
Listen, man. No. Look, I mean, look, no shade on you, but this is a debate server, right? Also,
Yeah, I know.
right?
I know.
So, look, if you're gonna make claims without evidence, claims
I
made
know.
without evidence can be
I know.
dismissed without evidence.
But
That's Hitchens' razor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you post the study, please?
And I commend. Let me do this. And sound like a sycophant, and I'm sorry, but commendation to everyone in the chat, guys. This hasn't devolved into a shouting match, and that's really
Fuck you,
appreciated.
motherfucker! Fuck you! Fuck.
Yeah,
Until now.
I doubt that
Until
would
now.
come from their government because they have so much funding from America that they wouldn't dare do that. They
we'll
would
find
just
that.
stop their funding.
I don't know what you could type. Mexican pamphlet. Just type in instructing illegals how to remain in America undetected. I think those are the words you'd have to find, and just type in PDF.
It does sound like something that is made as a joke and people fell for.
I know.
Oh,
look,
you think
I
it may be a
know-
prank?
I know.
I
I
don't know. It reminds me a little bit of Riggs's what was it? Fun Vax.
Oh gosh, what? By the way, Eggs, welcome.
Look, I know a pamphlet too.
No,
made
just
by
no,
the
just
US
no screaming.
government, though.
Eggs, no screaming. This is what we can do without someone like Jin or without
The power of being able to have meaningful discussions.
Yeah, we're not talking
Go ahead,
about
sorry, Spartacus.
global.
Well, I had
Global.
like one thing.
What do you think?
Kinda-
Eggs, do you think I'm a good mod? You think you can make me a mod? I can. keep
Oh,
control?
please. Yeah, sure. Actually, I would vote for you.
do
Yeah,
pretty well,
but,
Brian.
but even if you only if you reciprocate, to be mod. Let's vote ourselves each other to be mod.
That's it. We can mod
I
each
think
other.
we need DMOC to do.
You can make Dima a mod.
How big
Okay,
is this server?
2004 pamphlet.
It's very
Oh,
active.
yeah, Red
though,
Cloud.
like, it's
Risky,
very
you found
active.
it?
This is a guide to Mexican migrants. In 2004 December, the Mexico's Ministry of Foreign Affairs published a pamphlet. 32 pages, included advice on how to stay safe during your journey. Border offered advice, included tips as to avoid dangerous terrain, stay hydrated, how to interact with US authorities if apprehended.
Post it, please.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, one sec.
2004?
National Review.
Yeah, because I found something similar, but it was paywalled. Fucking
Well,
paywalls.
pay the money.
I don't mind them, but I feel like Google should just not show me shit.
Hey,
it just encourages them.
Hey, you're supporting capitalism, right, X? Well,
Yeah.
there we go.
Eggs, yeah, don't
Yeah,
pay.
I like
it
a
just
bit of
encourages
capitalism.
them. Just
Don't
encourage
pay it.
Well,
more
then do it.
paywalls.
Don't
Yeah, no, what I
dare
mean is
don't
I-
dare
I-
even find a workaround. Pay them.
I complain. I just go, don't show me this shit in future.
Yes.
Mexican
Don't send me
and-
internet banality. Don't send me links that require pay are behind paywalls.
No, but look, I
God,
was going to mention, by the way,
Mexican
before
And I
this,
don't know if you
know-
could or could not count this as internet banality.
As a what?
I was being funny. I was saying, don't send me internet banality, and I'm not sure if this conversation could be qualified or classified as internet banality.
No,
So
we're having
apparently it
serious
seems like it's
conversation
mostly
here,
right.
man.
It seems like it's mostly right. It's a 32-page booklet titled "The Guide for the Mexican Migrant," and it includes stuff like carrying salt and water to prevent dehydration in the desert and advice on how to avoid dangerous river currents.
Source, please. Source.
Yeah, look, manual
You're saying
para los
George Soros?
No,
Soros?
I gave you
Soros?
the guide.
Yeah, I heard that
funded.
guy.
Guía de
Soros funded.
It's definitely
Mexicante
Soros.
Migrante
Yeah, look,
Mexicano.
publicado por la Comisión Nacional de la Democracia.
Spartacus. I put the link in the
Derechos.
chat.
Human
Thank you.
rights.
Put it, please. We are, Omni.
Sweet legal
Omni
immigrants.
passive
That's
text
out-
chat.
I think
We
I've
don't
got
we don't do side chat here. Or
think
wrong
That's
with
got it.
that.
outlandish.
It's not in side chat,
It
it's
is,
in text chat.
it's
I've
You
put it in the text chat.
outrageous.
Omni- where is
Outrageous
it?
that they should publish a pamphlet like that.
Dude, I added
Is it-
you. I even
How
gave
to
you
live.
a little shout out.
No wait, by the
Don't tell
way, I
me you
thought
can't
we were
find
in an Omni passive text chat. That's the text chat for.
Yeah, they've got
this room, no?
they've got stuff around their necks and everything. They aren't fucking about. This
Where's
is
this
pretty funny.
suggested? Where's this, man? There's just
Yeah,
I
but
put
I've
the
got
link
the
in the chat
original
at
one.
13 minutes past
I've
the
got
hour.
the I got the original one in Spanish, and it ain't
It's
got none of that.
omnipresence. Sorry.
Well, this one I'm seeing is in Spanish. I haven't confirmed that it's true. It looks janky as fuck.
I
but
got
it
the
does look
original. Yeah, I got the original one here.
The Mexicans made it.
Please post in omnipassive text chat. It's
omnipresence text chat.
So
It's omnipresence text chat. Where's
This is a
omnipassive?
2004 pamphlet, and it was reported on in 2017.
Oh,
So-
my bad. It is
Omni-
omnipresence.
is
I'm
Omni
sorry.
here at the moment?
Jesus Christ. There's a
Rookie.
This
alert.
was
Absolutely
done.
outrageous.
What? This
No wonder
is
you
done
couldn't find
by.
the info, Spartacus. Couldn't
This
find your way
one's done.
home, mate.
Yeah, I've been putting it there for ages, and you're like,
fucking
show me.
arbitrary rules,
Couldn't find
man.
your way home.
Arbitrary rules, man.
You couldn't find your socks.
Yeah, what to do if the border security come up
Hey,
and try to
what
fuck with you?
matters is that I can find your mama.
Yeah. So
It's
what
very
was that?
funny, but
Eggs?
true.
Was I right? Was it saying don't drive wrong or don't hit your wife?
Wait,
No,
what is this
seems like
cliff.org with CSFIF? What is CSI.F? What is this?
USCIS is the immigration.
Use your inside voice.
Citizenship.
Use your inside voice, buddy.
United States Citizenship, Immigration and Immigration Services, USCIS.
That's the
.org.
US one.
.gov. Yeah, but that's not that. This is not that.
Okay, something else. Okay, wait.
If
National
you're
reviews.
Don't
is that
lie.
the-
Don't hand in forged documents. I mean, I don't see anything saying like how to hide or.
I would say
Okay,
that.
now it's
in the
surfacing.
chat?
Okay, wait. Where's
Are you
the
seeing my
actual?
pictures in the chat?
Where's the original source?
There's a link in
I'm
the
just putting
thing.
Mexican booklet. I've got a link to the full thing. Here's a
To the New
Reuters.
York
it is.
Times, and then
Oh, do you?
Oh gosh, that is just how to cross the border illegally. That's outrageous.
I mean, I would say that book gives better moral prescriptions than the Bible does.
Who is that written by?
Just to, that
So that
It
makes
was
it
written by a
jacked.
fallible human, not an all-knowing, all-powerful
it's
God.
it looks like it was done by one of the cartoonists from Mad magazine.
Oh, it's just terrible, isn't it? Just this
Has it got-
absolute
has it got a name?
bloodbath of design.
These twisted
Pink
people, yeah.
Blue and
Does it have
blonde
any
like
name?
the
well, so
website.
it does link
authentically
to like a
Mexican.
video, right? There's a link to a video, but it's in fucking Mexican, right?
So here we go. Here's
He's racist.
so here we go. Here's an
So I
article from
can't
back on
really
the first.
confirm because I don't speak Mexican.
Just make sure it's not in Brazilian.
Here's an article from when it first released. The Mexico is defending the government-published guide for immigrants who want to enter. The immigration control groups have said that they're encouraging or promoting illegal immigration, but the government's just saying it's keeping people safer.
I mean, yeah. I mean, look. I mean,
It's always
encouraging.
for your safety,
Like,
man.
I kind of agree. It's like when you see government ads for like how to use condoms safely, how to use needles safely if you're doing drugs, right? That doesn't mean they're promoting drug use, right? They're trying to
Come
reduce.
on.
They're telling you how to.
It's
They're telling you how to avoid
exactly like that.
authorities.
That's
I
Right?
think it's
how-
It's
how-
because
it's a
you know the
reasonable
government
comparison.
because the government knows that this is gonna happen anyway, right? So
How
at
to
least let's
dispose
try
of a
to
dead body safely.
let's try to
Come on.
inform the public. No, wait, you're stupid, man. Okay, wait, okay, so sorry.
Where does
Okay,
where does
sorry,
where does
sorry,
it
sorry,
say that it's
sorry,
discouraging
sorry,
this,
sorry.
this
Wait,
activity?
let me
That's
say.
okay.
Okay, wait. Should our governments teach teenagers how to do safe sex with condoms, or should we just like wave our hands and say, well, they're gonna fuck, so what we're gonna do about this? Nothing, I guess, right? And is the government like releasing pamphlets to like teenagers how to do sex
You should
safely?
start off. Yeah, you should start
Right,
off
like
with
using
this week,
condoms,
like-
but like using condoms, that's like promoting, child sex, right?
I
And the
don't think
government
those are analogous, mate. I don't think.
Come
those are
on, man.
analogous.
This is exactly the same thing. No, I think it's stretching. I mean, it's kind of like you guys are. Oh my God! Look, the Mexican government is like telling people, right?
How to do
Educating
something illegal.
people.
Yeah,
How
exactly.
to? Yeah, right. Sure. Well, hey, if illegality is the problem, that's easily fixed. You can just make all of the illegals legal.
Oh,
literally,
the border.
just like Reagan did, right? If it was in the 80s, right? He
make
made
it.
all of the illegals in America now legal.
Yeah, look how that.
I'm already
You should work on making your country better before you
Yeah.
start like sort of providing reasons why they should go.
Yeah, I agree, but it ain't gonna
precinct.
happen. It ain't gonna look. Like
it
to
talks
me,
about
This is what they
travelling
put
on the
money into,
train.
dude. This is where they put their money and investment and time into, like producing this
dude,
sort
they
of
put like
pamphlets.
0.0 something budget of the U.S. government.
Wait, this is
into it, man.
2004.
Much more
Was
money
it?
goes into like supporting capitalist firms, right? Than like your whole fucking stupid capitalist economy, right?
I'm aware of the farce. I know it's nonsense.
I mean, if you're really for putting money of the government to the people, you should want to nationalize like every natural resource that America has, right? Sell it on a market, and then from the revenue of these resources, you invest these that money, right?
Into bombs
In a
for Israel?
in an ever growing account, right? And you invest it into some projects,
Okay.
right? And then from the
Sure.
interest,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
To that,
dude.
yeah,
But
sure.
how many trillions of dollars are they in debt?
What's like
How many trillions?
this is what Norway does, for example. Yeah, it would be a couple of trillion for America, couple of trillion, maybe at least one at least. Of natural resources revenue being sold if you nationalize all the natural resources like what Norway did, right? And then sell them in put the revenue of selling this into an account and use this account as an investment portfolio, and from the interest, right, only from the interest you pay for
Okay,
like
man,
social
but
spending, right? It
I
works
get
very
it, but
well. It's just insanely well. Like
none of
imagine.
this was on the ticket. None of this was on the
But I'm
presidential
saying,
ticket. Neither Democrats or
yeah,
Republicans were offering to
because they're all
nationalize stuff,
fucking,
dude.
because they're all controlled by capitalists,
Yeah,
man.
we know. We know.
Because they
Tell
don't
these
want
guys it's
this.
not a. Tell these
Because
guys it's not a bloody theater show.
no,
Are they just
I
actors?
think a lot of people would agree. I mean, at least the common people, right? A lot of people here are actually probably like well off, and they own capital, and they don't want to like lose it, right? Or they think they're gonna lose it, which they won't.
Donald Trump was literally a game show host or something, like a reality TV game show host, and he just
I
took
know.
it to the to the big screen.
Oh, well, he's more than that. That's like him being anyway.
Don't you remember when everyone
like
wanted him in
migrants.
the videos, though?
Huh? What was that? Sorry.
Everyone wanted Trump in the rap videos, in their music videos. It was only when he changed from Democrat to Republic the problem occurred.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a rich person and you don't care about poor people, if you don't care about Americans, right? Yeah, you probably need to join the Republican Party, not the Democrat Party, because even though both of them are corporatists and actually are representing the interest of the same group, actually, which is the the richest people in America, the business class, the capitalist class, slash capitalist class. But the Democrats, at least, are trying to pander to.
They pander.
Yeah,
They
they
pander.
pander to
They do
like.
a lot of pandering. What they
Yeah,
don't
because
do is a lot of doing.
Yeah,
The number of billionaires that support the Democrat Party are multiple times the number of billionaires that support the Republican Party. That should tell you something.
yeah. And look again, like we have examples of how to do even capitalism, right? Like I'm a anti-capitalist, I'm for left, but for fuck's sake, why haven't America adopted the more wiser ways of doing capitalism, like what Norway does, right? Like what many other European countries do, right? In Norway's example, it is the National Sovereign Fund for their oil, right?
Yes.
In resource, right? And you guys have to. It just requires It's hard to explain for me, right? But it's just such a brilliant idea if you think about it, right? So what you're doing when you nationalize the oil resource into a sovereign fund, meaning that you're extracting it with private firms, which are competing for it, how to best extract it. The government is the client, right? They're paying these companies to extract the oil, right? The government sells the oil and puts the money from the sales into an account. So what you're doing is that you're transferring the value of that natural resource in the ground that you're extracting into money in your account. You're not losing the value. So the genius thing here is that you're not losing the value of your natural resource.
Dude, they got the petrodollar.
You're just wait.
They got this whole economy
you,
thing hemmed up.
no,
Don't
no, no,
worry.
wait, wait. You're converting the value of the resource into money in your account, right? You never lose the value of the resource. Now, if it was privatized, if like private people who own that resource, they would have spent it, right? That money, right? That money would not go back to your citizens, right? The citizens would have not access to this, right?
It's shared out by the CEO.
Right, right, exactly right, and that's their private money, right? In this model, you are just converting the value of the natural resource into money, but you don't spend that money; you invest it, right? And from the interest, you're then paying off the things that the citizens need. So you're constantly growing that account, right, of the natural resource, while you're losing the resource, but you're not actually losing the value. Right? It's brilliant. Genius. Like every country should do that.
It sounds really good.
Yeah, and it
Leaders,
works.
U.S.
And it
leaders
works.
need to take
Like
note.
the average Norwegian has like $100,000. Right. Like if you divide the value there, right, that the government can spend on them theoretically, right, if they wanted to.
Remind me, Norway is a very homogeneous nation, is it not?
Sure. What does it have to do with anything?
Just noting. Just
It has
taking
nothing
that,
to do with anything.
Yeah, just
I mean,
no,
this,
no,
unfortunately, this is like look okay. I'm gonna give you credit and say,
There's a
Imagine
reason why the media's like they're focused on like cars, like police cars getting lit on fire right now. They're not really going to talk about this Norway project. They got too much attention, man. They got fireworks over there. You got a boring Norway story. Why
That's
isn't the
what
media
this-
paying any attention?
That's what
When
they
you
say
can-
in the
when you
media.
go
If
in-
it bleeds, it leads.
When you can go
Yeah,
and drop
man.
the money.
It's a distraction device, right? It's a magic trick.
Go and rob a money. YouTube.
The powers that be have all that stuff hemmed up. There's no way. I mean, they literally, in my interpretation, they provide this distraction for the media to hype up.
The media are playing
Very intentional.
They're
It's our
saying already
surprises.
peaceful riots. Mainly peaceful. You see that before, didn't you?
but no. So what I was talking about before, right? But it's too red. Like migration, right? Illegal immigrants moving into a country. It's not the issue you should be focusing on. Really, like they take like 0 point, like nothing. They're like not even fucking worth mentioning. Like in a graph in a pie chart, the cost of like these migrants going to a country, right? Just in terms of costs, would be just combined into like the all the other costs, small portion like 0 point something percent, right? Like migrants are not the problem, my guy.
It's actually worse than that because the cost of what they're doing now is actually going to be greater than whatever they think they're saving. Same with all the Doge stuff that they tried doing, that they're still doing.
Yeah, and also
No, they
we have
just stole our
we have like
information. They didn't do anything. They just like cost us a lot of money and stole our information. That's all Doge did.
Stole your information and did what with it?
yeah. I mean, and look, you there's so many.
Foreign people got it. Like foreign nations that we're like not friends with got it. This is in the news recently. Like holy shit. Like, did you actually believe anything they were doing? Like, come on.
Solid argument,
They just
that one.
randomly fired people. It was so fucking stupid.
It's not a solid argument.
It is a solid argument. It is an absolute solid argument that they destroyed the federal government. Like,
Oh,
what
yeah,
do you
the
mean?
Doge-
You haven't made
Doge
an
is-
argument for that. You've just said it's preposterous to think otherwise.
No, I did.
But eggs, you really defend Doge and the hell should
This
come?
is so fucking dumb. This is
I'm
actually
keen to
like
hear
my
arguments
idea right
against
now.
it. I'm there for it. I just want to hear good ones.
I would say Doge was a way for Elon Musk to shut down organizations that were investigating his company.
But I can see, I think that's the
That-
case.
yeah,
But I can
yeah,
also
that
see
actually-
how somebody would
Oh, that's
see
the
that
prey.
as you're right, Olang. How somebody who's far right wing, far on that extreme of low regulation, does think he's getting the things out of the way of his own companies, but doesn't see that necessarily as a bad thing. It's like these fucking bureaucrats don't know how to make a safe car.
You can't cut funding without Congress. It's unconstitutional, but you probably don't give a shit. That's the thing.
I wasn't even talking on that point. That was just a total change of topic. We
That's
can
the
talk about
main
that
thing.
too.
It's against the
Okay,
law.
let's change to that topic then. If
And
it's so
everyone
important.
should be against that.
Oh, should we?
That's
How
the
did you
argument.
decide that?
Yeah, man, they're
You don't want to be against illegal
Constitution,
immigrants.
That if it's against the Constitution.
But you don't want to be against the illegal immigrants. That's
I don't think
What?
anyone's not against illegal immigrants. I think the issue I was
They don't
raising, the issue I was raising was due process. I don't think anyone has said. I don't think anyone has said they're not against illegal immigration. I think people have said that they are against the terms like mass immigration, and things like that. But I don't think anyone's arguing for illegal immigration. I may be wrong though.
Exactly. Like I think there are sort of groups who think like, oh, anybody should be able to move anywhere, and who are we to stop people? But I think those people are nutty, and I'm not sure there's any here. Almost everybody agrees in migration control at some point, and obviously anybody who's breaking your migration control is illegal. And yeah, I agree with you, Renee. It would be weird to say I'm for illegal immigrants, because it's like saying I think that crimes aren't criminal crimes.
There was a classic yesterday where a woman from California, a spokeswoman for California, was saying that, it's atrocious what's happening. These illegals are here, they pay their taxes, and they're working, and the authorities are they're taking them, because they've got kids and that, but they're illegal.
Yeah.
No matter if they're working, then most probably if they're working, they're not paying taxes. That's for sure.
Well, they are
It's like-
directly. So, like in America, we do payroll taxes. So, like literally, that you get your taxes taken before you even get your money most of the time.
Yeah, but how do you work without the green card? That's impossible.
ITINs. There's a literal thing you can get.
Yeah, there's different ways to go about it, but yeah, I mean they do pay taxes. They do. Some companies will pay cash under the table and shit like that. But at the same time, the majority of them definitely do pay taxes.
I mean, how on earth would we have anyone pick our fruit and pick our vegetables before all these hundreds of thousands of illegals came in here? It's truly baffling.
Well, that's what's going on right now. Shit's rotting in fields, like legitimately.
There's also
the question was, how do we do it before?
A lot's changed over
Black
the last
people.
few years, right? I think that having migrants back not that long ago, because it's also about which migrants you get, but if you had migrants even 30, 40 years ago, there was still existing manufacturing sectors, so really lowly skilled people very quickly integrate. You know, the whole point at the, what does it say at the foot of the that woman, you know,
Statue of
the
Liberty. Give
Statue
us
of Liberty,
your,
bring me your
you
sick
know,
and
your
whatever.
huddled masses. Yeah. Give us your
Yeah,
poor,
like,
give us your tired, bring us your
give us
hungry.
your shit ones. We don't care because they'll get here, we'll feed them a bit, then they'll be clever and do work. And the
And they
work
can
you
work
don't
on the
do till
railroads.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
But there aren't
Massive.
any railroads.
Boom.
There aren't any
Yeah,
factories.
so now there's no more manufacturing. You can't have dumb ones anymore. You can't just take them, you're poor and you're huddled. You got to like grind that back and say, send me your engineers.
Give us your best and your brightest. Like, I think that's what
Yeah,
Harvard
fuck you
says.
people.
Well, that's what I mean.
'Cause
That's
I think
I mean, isn't that kind of what the Ivy League system in America tries to do? You know what I mean? But yeah, I'm sorry for cutting in.
No.
It's a
You got
very,
it.
very
You
good
were
point,
joining in.
Eggs. It's a very, very good point. When I came here legally, my in-law family had to provide evidence to the immigration people that I was not going to become a burden on the state. Can you believe that? That's what they had to do. So I actually saw my father-in-law's W-2, whatever it is, the pay thing. I saw how much money he earned. Roughly 4 times what my dad was earning at the time. But I had to come here, and they had to provide that documentation so I could prove I wasn't just going to come in here and schlep off the country. Sorry, I take exception to the idea that you just waltz across the border and expect to get whatever it is. No, you're here illegally. Get out. And if you don't get out, you could expect to be rounded up and be forced to leave. I don't think that's unreasonable. You're here illegally.
And like I said, I don't think anyone is arguing against illegal immigration. I think the major contention. Yeah, I think the major contention is one, the way they're doing it. It is a direct violation of due process, and due process is a major key to just being an American citizen.
You can't use it's illegal as a argument if you don't give the person a chance to defend themselves.
Well, how do you
You can say suspicion of being illegal. Then you're saying what we're doing is we're kicking out people we suspect might be illegal immigrants, but it doesn't make sense to say I'm against illegal migration, but I have no interest in proving whether it is actually illegal before I turf somebody out of the country.
The process should happen at the border. That's what happened with me. The process happened in the process where it should happen.
80% in Australia and United States. Oh no, it's higher in Australia, but 80% of visa overstayers that come there legally.
So the question I had about Norway is how many hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants are flooding into Norway, and how long would they put up with it?
I think that's completely different. Everything, you know, I think so. I mean, you look at the countries around Norway. How many people have flooded over since the Russian thing? I think a lot of people have, and I think they put up with it because they have a cultural. There's a big synergy of culture up there. I don't think it's like if you do know American history, you have to realize that used to be Mexico that they're trying to run themselves back into. So there's a lot. It's a different scenario. I see why you're using that region. But at the same time, I don't think it's the same. I don't think you can say this is like it may be like oranges to tangerines, but like I don't think it's apples to apples for sure.
It's Golden Delicious to Granny Smith's, perhaps.
I like Granny Smith's.
Poland and Hungary defend their borders.
I like Golden Delicious.
What the thing is, it's what I think. Like this, the statement isn't against. I understand you went through a process, and I respect the fact that you went through that process. But you had a father-in-law to say you have that burden, and you won't be that burden. You had those advantages that these people do not. They don't have the access to resources for asylum. They're literally running for their lives. I'm truly not a bleeding liberal. But at the same time, it's almost just like what we did after 9/11, the Patriot Act. Everyone was like, yeah, if you're not a patriot, you're not voting for it. But if you read it, you would be a patriot not to vote for it. You know, it's like you can't just throw out they take things from us in these moments. And one of the things that has directly been assaulted is due process. And that's a major part of the American system.
I appreciate the respectful conversation. This has been good. Eggs, when Mr. Jin CBR1 returns, can you please point out the fact that we managed to have this quite contentious conversation without it resulting in screaming? Thank you.
I might sound like a absolute bigot, but I have no faith in some people, and I just sort of forge on as best I can while they're around.
Well,
there are many people I have that I think they have some very sharp flat earthers, for example.
I remember one of the conversations that you were in when he was talking about the 400 buckles and everything else like that, and you were managing him really well. You know, he's presenting data and talking about stuff. But it's interesting in here how one side will start yelling, the other side starts yelling. I kind of just sit back and put it on mute and laugh and do other things throughout the day.
It is good, funny background chatter while emptying out the car or something. I sit there or sometimes join in while still muted. Yeah, it's weird. It's funny.
The way I handle it is this, that I think, Tony, if you're listening, try this. Put yourself on mute, shout and scream, stupid effing son of a flank. Okay, do all that. Then unmute yourself and then start talking.
Yeah.
You'll get that release without you release all that weight without smashing other people over the head with it.
What he said earlier that he's a teacher and he's coming to educate, and I respect that. I get that aspect of it, and I get why he gets a bit frustrated. What frustrates me is if you're having a conversation and then you say you make a statement and then what they're saying back in their summation is basically ad homs, straw mans, or trying to poison the well, and that's when interjections start happening a lot. And at those points and things like that, when the person in an actual debate is trying to keep the debate intellectually honest, that's where I think that's when moderators are always called.
Yeah, I keep saying I would love to give a go at moderating some debates where you do really heavy-handed moderation without taking over the discussion, but you hold people to a point because people skitter away and just suddenly start talking about something else, and then somebody else in the room's like, "Okay, we'll talk about gas pressure." And you're like, "Oh God," where if you had a moderator, it's 2 people.
Eggs, I think you would make an excellent formal debate moderator.
I'd love to give it a go. We should have a chat with Omni about doing some
Yeah, that's a great idea. Have debates.
Have you ever been deposed? Have either of you ever been deposed?
I would love to do that. No, have you?
Yes, I've been deposed. Unfortunately, many times. It is like if you could have in a debate cross-examination, the ability to treat people hostile, which is basically forcing yes or no questions. But you have the answer. You have a choice. You can say yes, but no, but if the first word is not out of your mouth, it's either yes or no, you're in trouble, but at the same time, just being able to take people through, the problem is someone's trying to create a logical syllogism or something like that, and just trying to create it is It's where's the proof? Where's the evidence? There's no, you know what I mean? It's like that. That's the difference. But a deposition, they're not fun. They're fun if you're they're fun if you know you're not in trouble.
That yes or no is
Yeah,
it?
yeah, I bet.
I remember hearing that yes or no is a part of a. It's like they teach you in military. If you there was a documentary about SAS who was who dares to win. Season 1 or 2 at the very beginning, where they were talking about how SSA training is done and whatnot. One of them was a psychological training. One of the things they would do is they would put them into a room. Of course, there was a document, a bit of what you call a show involved. But one of the things they would do is basically they would say, okay, is your name John? And the whole goal would be not say, oh no, try to divert and just try to change subject, or avoid saying yes or no. That was very interesting. It's name a pure example, but it turns out it's actually part of their training. They do go through that process in real life.
Well, like they're literally like when you get deposed, you get trained to only ask the question that they answered. So even like when the lawyer comes up and says good morning, like you shouldn't respond. it's literally if they don't ask a question, don't answer. Don't offer information. Don't. It's like literally a training you have to go through. It sucks, but it's
Why have you
interesting.
been
It's really-
exposed so many times?
One was very public. Other times there's like I was at a financial firm, so like when it like what ends up happening is like especially with inheritance, kids start fighting over money, and you're their financial advisor essentially, and you're just in there answering questions based upon like, did Sally ask for this? Was it authorized? Who authorized it? You know what I mean? That was the majority of it, but once was for a Supreme Court case actually, and then the second time was for a very public altercation.
That would be hefty. I imagine your heart rate would be fairly high for parts of that.
The one when the Supreme Court case was I was a kid, and I kind of didn't even realize what was going on. But the second one, it was it was it was. Have you ever seen the movie Fun with Tom and Jane or something? It has Jim Carrey in it, and they rob banks. Fun with Dick and Jane, I think is the name of the movie. But there's a scene in there where he finds out that he got indicted, and he starts like running around and screaming, and that's exactly what happened when I found out that I was going to end up being involved.
Yeah, fair enough. Right.
Yeah, it's in the beginning. The beginning, it's kind of like I said, I knew what was going on, so I wasn't really concerned. But it's you want to protect your interests, and that's kind of why you make sure that you just don't answer questions you weren't asked, and like don't answer questions like one of the questions they would always ask is like, did you see him rush into this area? Did you see him storm? And you know what I mean? And you answer those questions with no, I saw him go there. You know, you know what I mean? Like you don't and you can't. It's a big process. You can't agree to their semantics essentially.
I really like that. That's exactly what I'm been trying to find. Who was it the other day that recommended E Prime? I started getting into that, which is like a similar but different idea where you're taking sort of judgments out of something, right? Was somebody so and so rude? It's like, well, voices were raised. Get into like what's factual rather than an interpretation between like rushing and barging.
Precisely, and then it's like then upon like depositions, sometimes we're allowed to be read, especially in civil suits, and so when they're read third party, it's just the question and then a blatant maybe potential yes or no answer. So if they choose to read it now they have to. It's called read to completion. They can't just like cherry pick little parts. But if they choose to read it, they can't like make that like that indicting type statement with a solitary yes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
It's like if someone were to read the transcript of this and just have it third party and be able to snip it, you could make anyone say anything. You know what I mean? And then like if you don't get it the full context of it, you could utilize that meaning to incriminate someone or to alter the visualization of their character to the jury and things like that. But like you literally sit in a class, like it's a class. It took like a week to go through the class about how to learn how to be deposed. It was interesting.
Yeah, right.
He just basically teaches you how to be a dick. I thought. Don't
It
answer
is good
questions
though. Like, yeah,
directly.
just answer questions really precisely and directly.
Answer, and you can structure it to where you answer the question you want to answer essentially by making them rephrase, reframe, state understandings of parts of set. You know, it's just like I said, it's a whole process. Most people don't know how to do it. They just go in there and they'll just talk, and
Why don't we
that's
try,
not good.
Maddie? Are you here, Maddie Yahoo? Maddie Yahoo? Because I was gonna. Oh yeah, you are. Why don't you try and what is it? Deposing one another.
On
In
what?
the globe shape. Do deposition questions about globe shape.
Oh.
Or some religious topic. I don't know what Maddie's into. I think he likes the religion stuff.
I definitely believe in creation. I'm Torah observant, Sabbath keeper, flat earther.
How seriously do you take
Not
the Sabbath?
Matthias. For anyone who thinks I'm Matthias, I'm not.
No. Sound good. So you how strict are you on the Sabbath?
I don't work. I don't shop. I don't do chores. I will pick up the house, do dishes and stuff, because like last weekend was Shavuot and the Sabbath back to back. So if you don't do dishes, you know, they really start to pile up, especially on feast days. We do cook. I have a gas stove and I light it. There's a lot of Jews that think electric stoves are okay, but gas stoves are out because you're not supposed to kindle a fire. So I'm not extreme like that. So we appreciate the day and try to enjoy it, not try to have the day hinder us. You know, like some of the Jews do, or little hat people. I'm not sure if I'm.
So that's your rule then, is whether it hinders you, is your rule.
Well, I try to go by the scriptures, and for example, where there's a story in the Bible where they were collecting manna, and then they were supposed to collect twice as much on Friday and cook it so that they wouldn't have to on the Sabbath. And if they didn't cook it during the week, it turned into worms. So there's literally a commandment that says don't have sex with your aunt, but there's not one that says do not cook. They take this story, and I think it's about preservation, and they make it about cooking. The other one that they use is thou shalt not kindle a fire in any of your dwellings on the Sabbath. But if you read that's at the very end of a chapter, and if you read that chapter, it's all about metalwork in the tabernacle. It's all about work. It's not about eating cold leftovers, or you know, we used to be like that when I first started observing the Sabbath. We wouldn't cook or anything. We'd make everything the day before, and we'd eat cold leftovers, and it got to be silly, in my opinion, and so we kind of just relaxed a bit, and yeah. So thank you for asking.
No, it's cool. It's very interesting to get to understand, because yeah, I always just start chortling when it's suddenly getting more difficult than not to live. And I'm like, it's meant to be a rest day, surely. Like,
Yes, exactly. I think nap is inherently built into the Sabbath. Almost every Sabbath I take a short little nap in the afternoon, and yeah, it's definitely a day of rest and rejuvenation.
yeah, I like it. I was hoping that Rene was going to ask you, what are they? Depose you on it.
Well, it would be a position essentially. So if you are you like, are you Jewish by birth or by choice or both?
I'm neither. I consider myself from part of the tribe of Ephraim, which consists of 10 tribes that were scattered. And I don't know if I'm native born or not, if I have any original Hebrew blood. I don't think I'm Jewish, but I believe that those of us that aren't native born Israelites, we get grafted in, like it describes in the book of Revelation, getting grafted into the tree of Israel or in the tree of Yehuda, Judah. So, and yeah, which tribe I'll end up in, I have no idea.
So, did you grow up in a Christian household?
No. When I was very young, 5 maybe, I have no idea how old I was. We were going to a Lutheran church, and the pastor told my sister that my cousins were going to go to hell because they listened to Kiss. And my parents tried to talk to him and say, she's freaking out. Can you like talk to her? And he's like, nope, that's how I feel. And we quit going to church. And that was the last time I ever saw my parents go to church.
And
so in my 20s, I ruled out evolution, just studying it and looking at it. I ruled it out, and it kind of turned me to the Bible. And I was a lukewarm Christian for quite a while. And then I was carpooling for work and discovered that the earth was flat, watching the moon out in my driveway. It's like, something's wrong with the moon. So I started researching it, came to the conclusion that the earth was flat. That turned me to the Bible hardcore. And I quit worrying about church. I started studying the word. I discovered what the Torah was, discovered what the Sabbath was. And yeah, it's been an adventure since.
So
what denomination?
Lutheran, I think.
That's what my parents were when I was growing up. After I became a Christian, I bounced around to several non-denominationals. I went to the Kingdom Hall with the Jehovah's Witnesses a few times. I visited the Mormons. I bounced trying to find the truth, but it was you're not going to find it in a brick and mortar building like that. At least your chances are really slim. You actually have to go to the book to find the truth.
Okay, so you said you studied evolution, and that's what led you to the Bible for the truth of I guess creation. I guess, would that be correct?
Well, I ruled out evolution, so then the only alternative at the time I had was the Bible. So I didn't agree with it. I was kind of on the fence with it because it didn't have the creation story right. At that time, I thought we lived on a globe hurtling through a vacuum, just that silliness. And so it really bothered me that I had it wrong. So then when I discovered that the earth is truly flat and we do live in his snow globe, then that's what turned me to the Bible. Before that, it is just kind of, I was like all the other Christians, where I was like just lip service. I never read my Bible. Every once in a while I go to church. I wasn't serious until I discovered that we live in an enclosed system.
So, what if? No, I won't go that route. What about evolution not being true led you to the Bible?
Oh, that was good. That was good. He played back
Thanks,
the
you
words
eggs.
exactly. It was good. It was good. You played back the words exactly. It was fucking awesome. Sorry.
Okay, so if I'm understanding the question, you're asking what the holes I found in evolution? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, yes, yeah. What about what you learned from evolution turned you to the Bible for the answers to that question, essentially? But I think that's a better one. Like, what holes did you find in evolution?
Well, that all the mutations were non-beneficial. They were deleterious. They you know, they've done experiments over fruit flies that breed every 8 hours over 10 years, changing the conditions of their environment, and they lost their wings, they got deformities, but there was no beneficial mutations. We've never seen a beneficial mutation in the history of science.
If
And
I
by
were
now we should have. That's the
and so you realize the danger of saying all and nothing, right? Like, but at the same time, if I were to show you a beneficial mutation, would it now I have to show you a high percentage of beneficial mutations, or would you just accept a beneficial mutation that 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 led to the arising of our species with the theory of evolution in mind? Would that be sufficient evidence? One, or do you need many?
I don't think one would be enough, because I mean, I see all the evidence of the flat earth. I see all the evidence of them trying to hide it, and all the evidence of the adversary, you know, twisting and manipulating our society. So I mean, I see so much evidence that confirms the Bible for me, that for one thing, it wouldn't be enough to discredit all those facts. I would, you know, you'd have to. I mean, I would really want to see, like, okay, here's a salamander, or here's a fish, and here's the 30 species in between the fish and the salamander, and here's the you know, and here's the evolutionary chain in fossil record, hard evidence, not theoretical. You know, that would be a lot more than just one beneficial mutation, where you could actually.
Precisely. And so the burden of proof with that comes with a vast field of scientific study, from genomics all the way to geography. But you can find species with, they're called transitional forms. And like first, really quick, do you think there are more or less species on the earth today than there were in the past?
Well, less. I mean, we've killed a few off. I believe that there were some of the dinosaurs were here, and that they weren't selected to survive the flood. So I do believe that there were species that were here before the flood that aren't here now. And then I do believe, like, humans have extincted animals. I don't believe that's made up or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. So over the course of that time, things die off. And do you understand the fossilization process? Like, how rare it is for that to occur?
Yes, I do, but I also realize that it doesn't necessarily take millions of years either. It can happen rather quickly in the right conditions. Similarly, you know, they tell us that diamonds take millions of years to make, but then they can make them in a laboratory in a couple hours. And so it's like, well, that could happen.
So yeah, on average though, like when you have fossils that start forming, there's a process, and that process takes a long time. We won't put a time frame on it, but it takes a very long time. But it's very rare for it to occur, because the creature has to be like completely covered, and like there's just it's a rare occurrence. So of all that random rare occurrences and all of those species that existed in the past, there has been findings of fossils that show those transitions that you're talking about, all from beneficial mutation, gene selection, genetic drift, things like that. All those things occur. It's not just one thing in evolution. It's multiple different factors to create a creature that was more successful to pass its genes down to the next generation. And then that generation potentially had other naturalistic issues and other genes and other mutations were selected for. And that's essentially what evolution is, and what the fossil record, what the genetic record, and all these other things truly show. So both things parallel each other, and you can even like co-indate times, and you can like match these times with branches from our DNA to other creatures and things like that. It's very interesting. What it all shows. It's a complete picture. It's like a big book. But if you understand that there's not many fossils made, there were more species in the past than there are today. The fact that we have the number of transitional fossils that we do have, would that suffice for evidence?
Well, I would have to see it, study it. I would have to be presented with and have time to go over it. But from if I'm understanding you correctly, though, you're talking about natural selection, right?
That's the part of evolution. Yes, that's a concept of. It's kind of like with physics. You have Newtonian, you have Einsteinian. You know what I mean? It's a broad concept. That's a part of it. You're 100% correct.
Yeah. So, but from what I understand about natural selection, and I'm not a scientist. I've graduated high school and that's it. I've never gone to college or anything like that. So everything I do, I study on my own. But from what I understand, natural selection selects properties that will continue to go forward, and then it selects them that these ones aren't necessary anymore. But it doesn't ever create anything new. It selects things that don't continue on, and it selects the attributes of the animal that do continue on. But I've never heard of it creating anything.
And so you essentially you're correct in the regards of natural selection. So with what it does, so do you think the conditions of the Earth are what they were today since the beginning of the formation of the Earth?
I have some really out there ideas on that. I believe that the tribulation has already happened, and that the great earth before the tribulation, I believe it happened around 70 AD when the temple was destroyed. I believe that before that we were living on Pangea, most likely. I'm not 100%, of course, I wasn't there, but I believe after the tribulation and the great earthquake that moved every mountain from its place, that's when Pangea split apart and that we became. So I believe that there's been a lot of change over the last. I believe the Earth is only 6,000 years, and I believe there's a flood, there's a great earthquake that rearranged everything. I believe there's been a lot of change.
Okay, so we'll take the Pangea to like where the continents are today, right? So in the middle of Pangea, you probably didn't find many animals that would be coastal, but on the rims of it, you did. You know what I mean? But if you were to look at like after the flood and those animals that existed there, if they after that earthquake that you're talking about, I'm sorry, and those animals that existed there are still there, they would have to adapt to a new environment. Would you agree to that?
There would be, and I believe that we can adapt. I believe, but adaptation is, your snout growing a little longer so you can reach into a hole versus growing wings, something just completely new. And I think that that's a lot different. I believe,
it is. It is.
The pigs into the wild, their snouts grow longer, they grow tusks, they change to adapt to their environment. So I do believe that our creator did give us that ability, but I don't think a pig is ever going to grow wings.
And so one, it's 100% possible for anything to happen. I would say that it's highly improbable to ever occur. But at the same time, there is a relative that a pig and a bat has, and you can find that with genetics. So there are points of evolution to where you're never going to exceed your parent group. But at the same time,
mode.
yeah.
I dare you.
Okay, so with like I said, so you would agree that those creatures that were in the center of Pangea would have to adapt to a new environment, right?
Potentially. I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe the environment killed them off. You know, it's hard to say. I wasn't there.
Yeah, but the ones that survived, the ones that lived, they were once in the middle of a supercontinent. Now they're on the coast of an ocean. You know, now they have a different food source of fish. Now there's different plantation that's going to be growing. Trees that were higher, maybe not there. There could just be bushes, like, you know what I mean, like all those environmental changes. And over that time, there's going to be mutations. There's going to be like we were talking about of that adaptation. That is natural selection, and that is exactly the process of evolution.
Yeah, and like I said, I do believe that we can adapt somewhat, but like I said, I don't think that, you know, a squirrel that, like, we know a squirrel, not a flying squirrel, but a squirrel is going to grow wings and be able to start flying around, you know, like a bird. I don't believe I don't believe in that type of evolution. No, like I said, you know, like, okay, a sloth's finger is growing a little longer, so he can reach up a little higher to reach the fruit of a taller tree. That could probably happen. And we've witnessed it. Like I said, with the pigs, you take domesticated pigs and you release them into the wild, their snouts grow longer. We've seen that. So, I mean, we know we can adapt, but that's not any new information being presented. I've never seen information create itself.
So that's kind of like when you look at the replication process of DNA. When there are genes that are passed down, do you know how that process occurs? I mean, I'm not talking about like the nitty gritty, but like, you don't like there's like the mom and dad, they produce it and they produce that's new information right there.
Well, it's not new information. It's
Yes, it is.
recycled information. Well, no, because the mom has her DNA and the dad has his DNA, and then they
Is it the same? I'm sorry, is the mother's DNA the same as the father's DNA?
No, and neither the child's DNA is not identical to either one of the parents. It's a combination of both of the information. But that's not new information. It's still
Yes, it is new information.
They got the genetic information from the mom, and they got the genetic information from the. So, like, for example, if my dogs have sex, they're never going to produce a cat. They're never going to produce anything but a dog. You can take a shepherd and a poodle and mix them together and get some kind of, you know, abomination. But that doesn't make it new information. It's still the information from the mom and the dad. It got passed down. The information was there to begin with.
And it does. So I understand what you're saying. It's you're basically saying that I have subset A, and all I could create a subset A, but that's so with this situation, like there's never going to be a human being that gives birth to to someone that's not a human. It's a process of what we were talking about, of those mutations and those selections and these things over a very long period of time. So no one would expect for a dog to give birth to a cat. And evolution doesn't say that's even possible. Do you understand that?
Right. Yes. And I was using it as an extreme example. But my dogs, they're never going to have a dog with wings or with nubs of a wing, the starts of wings. You know, they're not, even if I like make them live on a roof where they have to jump far distances to get to their food, you know, and over generations and generations and generations, they're still never going to form wings.
But we were talking about
You heard
squirrels
of a
earlier.
sugar glider, Matty-O?
Yeah,
A sugar
yeah,
glider?
we were talking about squirrels earlier, exactly,
Yeah.
and that's the exact situation that you were talking about. Yes, they would never form wings, but you see how traits that the species could form to provide the task in which you're describing ends up appearing. So yes, like someone's not going to grow a set of wings and stuff like that. Like that's not and honestly, like I said, anything's possible, but that's not highly probable. It's very, very, very highly unlikely. But
dude, all I hear is double speak from you, dude.
What do you mean?
Like you say one thing, and then you say another thing. Like you say this is not what evolution says. Then you say this is what evolution says.
I said evolution's never said that the next generation you're going to have another species. That's what I said. The direct next generation, the dog and cat,
Right,
your dog.
and,
yes,
right.
that's
Neither
what I
is
said.
he, and neither is he. But even with small modifications over time, you're not gonna get a cat, dude, from a dog. And that's just it might be a crude analogy, but that's essentially what's going on with evolution. When you go back in the evolutionary lineage, we all came from source. We all came from a primordial soup. Yeah, it is. You guys say this, and then when you get pushed,
let him go.
and when you look it up, like right here, I posted this human evolution, bro. Look where we all came from, dude.
Dogs don't produce cats.
Literally look at the chat, dude.
Okay, so
Right.
This is what I'm trying to say. You guys double speak. You guys say, "Oh, that's not what evolution says," and then when you literally look it up, that's what evolution says.
Okay,
Not that specific. It's an analogy, bro.
Ryan, will you listen? Will you listen? Ryan, will
it's
you
an
listen? I
analogy.
listen to you. I listen to you. So dogs do not produce cats, but there is what evolution says is that there is a creature at one point that both dogs and cats were both related to. That's what we're saying. And as you're saying, will a dog, and the question I directly answered that you accused me of doublespeak on was, will a dog, and if my dogs have sex, they won't produce a cat. And I said yes, and that's not what evolution says. And I'm telling you what evolution says. Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah, but you're ignoring his point.
No.
And you're trying to catch him on a technicality when that was simply an analogy. Hold on, dude. That was simply an analogy. The point is that if you look at the evolutionary lineage, we came from something completely abstracted. Nothing even close to Homo sapien, right? And if you look, if you're going to be intellectually honest, protocells turn to people. Right, protocells turn to people. Yes, eventually, but the point is that you, in his worldview, you can't get that even with small modifications over billions of years. That's never going to happen, dude. Give it a trillion years, it's never going to happen.
So now you've made different claims, and one of them is fallacious, and the other one prior to that is exactly here to your point. A protozoa will never have a human as a child.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody is saying that. He simply used an analogy to convey a point, and you're trying to catch him on a technicality when it was simply an analogy. We're not saying nobody's saying that cats are coming from dogs right away, dude. Nobody's saying that. The point is that
no one's saying that happens
give
at
it
all.
Give it a billion years, it's still not going to happen.
Right, I agree.
Fine. Next point. Right. Evolution states that there was a creature that was related to a cat and a dog, and it is its ancestor. And over time, it is broken off in these different families and clades. Do you understand that aspect of what I'm saying currently, Lion, or whoever?
Yes, that's how you get people from protocells, dude, protozoa and amoebas.
Yes.
But when you look at the evolutionary lineage, it's retarded, dude. You get things that came from the waters, they grow legs, then they become upright, dude. Like, that's never going to happen. Give it a trillion years. It's not.
Why is that retarded, though? Like, that seems to me like you got no use for legs in the ocean. As soon as you get out, you want to grow some. Even if God was going to do it, that's exactly how they'd do it, surely.
No, because that's when you get into irreducible complexity. Why the fuck would somebody start developing? Why the fuck would somebody start developing an organ that essentially is useless until a million years later?
Okay,
so you've run from the point that was just being made to make.
No, I answered the point, and you guys always hand wave dismiss what I say. So, irreducible complexity states. What is the advantage in the organism developing organs, right? Appendages that are essentially useless until millions of years later.
Irreducible complexity is not real because
here we go. Here goes the hand wave dismiss.
It discounts other uses of those organelles over time, and that's the problem with this entire equation. Is that you don't want to grant the time of evolution because it destroys your biblical worldview.
Okay, it doesn't destroy my biblical worldview. It challenges my biblical worldview. But when you try to challenge the biblical worldview, you can't come up with a coherent argument. It's illogical. It's irrational. You can critique my worldview, but my worldview actually has coherency. A divine architect. Your worldview, you're trying to come up with life without a divine architect any way possible, and you can't come up with a coherent argument.
So this is the greatest thing. It's one of the coolest things about even technology. You can model a lot of digital assets on the way genetics works and how you evolve ownership over time and how you can trace and source and track it. But like, that's one of the coolest things that has come from this, because I use it. But like, in your worldview, the world is 6,000 years old. Am I correct in assuming that?
6,000 to 13,000 years old.
Okay, so in the worldview that I'm presenting, the world is around 4.5 billion years old. And over those 4.5 billion of years, all of those little micro changes that you were talking about, you're like, what grew legs? There is a transitional fossil that grew legs. It didn't grow legs. It developed it over time. And the reason why it did it was probably to either mate better or get more food. That's the reason why. It's that simple. But at the same time, I can answer every question you ask me about this. I don't have a college degree. I didn't study this, but at the same time, I read it, and I read the exact same book that you read. And there is no way that there is no person who could create this as a human. I'm just saying at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who did it. It doesn't matter if God did it. This is the evidence God left us to discover with the tools he gave us. That's what I don't think you realize.
Yeah, I just put in the chat, Lion, that the signature in our genomes between species is pretty irrefutable for common descent. Either you have a deceptive God, or common descent's true.
Yeah,
or a load of people a long time ago didn't know very much at all, wrote a reasonably short and highly unimaginative narrative about how the entire universe started.
Yeah.
And it stuck.
And there's so many bits of it that end up being like, all right, it's flat, but it does look curved. The moon's not physical, but it does look physical. The animals aren't all related and laid down reliably and predictably in the fossil record, but they appeared like that is what happens.
I know lots of Christians who crusade in a very purposeful way in the world. They're demonstrably trying to enact all the parts of the Bible that are actually useful.
Mm. Yeah, they end up going and like curing vision in Africa or something.
Yeah, the Christians who spend their time bloviating about the flatness of it because some Bronze Age sheep herder said it was, are wasting their time, and frankly, they're wasting their God's time. And they know it deep down.
You saying sheep herders?
Pejorative way to describe them.
It's so silly. Like, they're doing more than herding sheep, dude.
They did build pyramid-shaped buildings.
Like,
I don't
much-
think anybody who wrote. I don't. There's no evidence that anybody who wrote any of the scriptures were from academia, and certainly none of them were intellectual luminaries.
Why do you think is it that this story of the Christ-like figure keeps iterating itself throughout all of our media? Like, if you just consider the Matrix for a second, absolute cultural phenomenon in storytelling, right? Christ-like figure. Why is it that story is the baseline, and they did it so long ago and used pejoratives such as like sheep herders, and we're still telling those same stories to ourselves?
Well, the narrative of in the Bible of divinity, of immortality, of demigod betrothal of us, of a sentient being of our nature, but not quite of our nature, to reveal the truth, permeates through many religions and fables and the like, and myths, because it's.
Can you tell a better story?
Profound.
Can you tell a better story? What's a better story that you can think of than that one?
What difference does it make if I can't?
I think it's like human beings communicate through storytelling, and I find it very fascinating. This is the story that we've arrived at. That seems to be sort of, we just keep repeating it to ourselves, seemingly.
Well, that's
like
because,
even Julius Caesar, the play was like Julius Caesar was basically Jesus Christ. Judas was whoever the other guy is that betrayed him. Brutus.
Well, no. Well, it's a pretty what you're saying. Someone came along who had something to say, and someone else killed him. I mean, that's a highly tenuous link between the two.
No, it was a betrayal.
Did we move on from the evolutionary topic that we were on already? Like,
no,
I got a phone call.
You guys can go back.
Well, I thought we've just done that.
I just didn't like the sheep herder comment. I thought it needed to be responded to, and I just find it interesting that story keeps being said. But go ahead, man.
Well, they weren't physicists, were they?
Oh, is that the pinnacle of human achievement? Is it?
No, it's not. It's not.
We found the thing that you need to be in the world.
That's it, Rixie.
You have to be.
You don't actually want to. Rixie's now blustering through. He's going to be discourteous because he doesn't like one word.
I just think it's pretty funny.
I wouldn't. I don't mind this topic either. If we want to have it, like I just had a lot to say about the evolutionary stuff.
No, let's hit the evolution stuff, man.
So I have here from Hashem Al-Ghali. I don't know if you guys know who that is. This guy on Facebook, but he's all into the evolutionary timeline. He's always posting about it. But it says here, over time, increasingly complex systems such as bilateral symmetry. Bilateral symmetry is about how you have symmetry between left and right. You have a lot of creatures that have the symmetry between, well, not perfectly symmetrical, but for the most part symmetrical, right? You got nervous systems, eye spots developed leading to the first vertebrates. Fish emerged as the first vertebrates, followed by the transition from sea to land with the evolution of tetrapods, which ultimately led to amphibians, reptiles, and then mammals, in that order. Around 200 million years ago, mammals evolved with small shrew-like creatures emerging alongside the dinosaurs. Over time, mammals developed traits like hair, mammary glands, and more efficient circulatory systems. And then we get apes that appeared 7 million years ago. This is the story, guys.
Maybe that's a better story. Maybe that's a better story than the Christ story. Hell, here we go.
It's not a story.
It is a story.
It is a story.
No, it's a narrative. It's not a story. It's not just a load of things written down, made up by someone's imagination.
Okay, all right.
You know, it's funny.
Well, they strung together a bunch of vastly different ideas, and hodgepodged it, and I did it all together. But billions and billions of years is the thing that they sort of claim without proof.
In fact, it doesn't really matter whether you call it a story in the same way as you're trying to denigrate the Harry Potter. It doesn't matter because the whole world will carry on as it is with you just denigrating it pointlessly.
Well, think about it like this. So, like, if like one, I wrote these. Like, it's kind of funny. This story has been told for a very long time, and there's been different names and different casts and different characters. It's a very interesting concept. But when you look at this iteration of it and how it's gone out, you look at evolution, right? You look at the story of biogenesis. A creationist could argue the statement "Let there be light" was the Big Bang. You could argue the curse of man having to put clothes on and childbirth being more painful for women. Do you realize that as we stood upright and started walking, childbirth became more painful for women? I read the Bible sometimes, and it's almost as if I was to have to describe this to a child. So there is you can try to play the symmetry games and all this other stuff, but you can actually know what actually happened and still apply it to the Bible. Like,
well, the modern world finds the modern world finds the nuance and detail, and then you back propagate it onto a very much more
but then
blunt
you
narrative.
spend your time
Then it's not. Then the
blustering
original
about shepherds and denigrating shepherds and stuff. Like people.
No,
I
wasn't denigrating.
Your bias.
I wasn't denigrating. Rexy, I wasn't denigrating shepherds, you buffoon.
Sheep herders, whatever you said.
I wasn't denigrating them. I was merely outlining the fact that the people who wrote the scriptures had an understanding of the world more akin to them than the modern narrative presented by science. That's the difference.
And I just told you.
You saw it as a denigration. You saw it as a denigration.
Okay, I just told you that we just recently, blockbuster movie trilogy. I think they're coming out with a 6th one sometime soon. Matrix. We keep telling ourselves the same story. Why haven't we got any better stories?
There are better stories.
Story apparently we can tell.
No, it's not. Jesus Christ isn't the best story you've ever written. We should say that.
I think it might be. It's like all about the chosen one and something.
No,
So
the scriptures tell us that he created the world, right, by his word.
Okay.
Through his word, the heavens were established.
Right.
Like he perturbated existence into reality. There's a lot more in the scriptures than you would like to admit, bro.
That has nothing to do with evolution being real.
Well, don't they say with string theory,
because
it's sort of like the vibrations of the strings, and all they're saying is like with his word, with his voice. I mean,
the
these
Spirit
things
of God
kind of correlate
hovered.
quite well.
The Spirit of God hovered over the waters of the deep, right? And when you look up that word "hovered" in Hebrew, it's vibrated, perturbated.
Okay.
So there's a lot more in there than you got what you're willing to admit. You guys are trying to reduce it to some type of allegory or like metaphor. It's not all metaphor. It's not all allegory. Like it's literally what happened.
Some of it is, though, isn't it?
Spoke reality into existence. Yeah.
Some of it is metaphor, though. But then how do you know which bits aren't and which bits are?
Because it tells you, dude.
Yes. Is that an answer to a question? How do you know which bits are and which bits aren't?
The same reason.
Yes,
the same way. It takes reading comprehension. And if you don't have that, it's not my fault, bro.
Right.
It's not something that you can just teach somebody.
No, yes,
something that you learn over time.
Yeah, that's right. The pinnacle of reading comprehension is the Bible. Yeah, of course it is.
No, even with an English author, you have to understand the context to be able to comprehend what's being said. Even with English, and if you don't have the reading comprehension needed to discern between hyperbole, metaphor, allegory, simile, parallelism, right? And literalism, you need to learn that and acquire that over time and obtain that type of knowledge. This isn't going to happen.
Give it a rest. What you're saying is what you've built is a little model of what's real, what's not real, what's allegory, what's metaphor, what's literal in the Bible. It's down to you and you only where you draw those boundaries. And you then expect everyone to think that you've got the definitive navigation through this piece of very old script, which has been translated loads of times, had bits chopped out, had bits put in or adjusted for political or geopolitical reasons or religious demagoguery, or all the kinds of nonsense that led us through Christianity, where it was at one point an utterly psychopathic fascist regime of controlling Europe, and you're going to pretend that this is the inerrant word of God. You're a buffoon.
Whatever.
Yeah, and we've just seen
whatever.
we've seen what science can do, man, with its philosophy and the way it
We heard
approaches
your story,
things.
dude.
So, Lion, so you said the Earth is 6,000 to 14,000 years old.
Around 13,000 years, around there. Yeah.
So you'd say every rock layer formed within that time frame?
Yes.
Do you know what happens when limestone forms?
Are you going to bring up how it traps certain type of gases?
It's an exothermic reaction. It produces heat.
Yeah, I hear this argument all the time with the radium, not radium.
This is limestone.
Plutonium, lead.
Radioactive decay.
Yeah, I know, but I tried to explain this before. So with the isotopes, you guys presuppose that all daughter isotopes are a byproduct of mother isotopes through radioactive decay, all of them. And what I tell you guys, not necessarily the creator could have created both mother and daughter isotopes at the same time, not due to any type of radioactive decay whatsoever over millions of years. But you guys presuppose that all daughter isotopes are directly created through radioactive decay, which, yes, would lead to heat, especially in the concentrations that we find in nature. If it happened in 6,000 years, it would lead to the melting of the cosmos. But that's under the presupposition, the premise that all daughter isotopes are a direct creation or a byproduct of mother isotopes.
That would be under the presupposition that things in the past happened as if they do today. More than that, I guess. But this is about the formation of limestone. That's about radiocarbon dating, about other aspects. So when limestone forms, it produces a lot of heat. And with the amount of limestone that's on the Earth currently, if it formed within that period of time, we would be standing on lava.
Yeah, I just explained that to you. But I do have evidence to suggest that initially when things were created, there was a lot of heat, but it cooled off really quickly, almost supernaturally. And they're still trying to figure out a natural mechanism that would have cooled off the crust in such a rate that it would have frozen the palladium halos.
Yeah, of course. Why not do that? Why not just look at the world and just, because it doesn't comport to your time frame, just pretend that other supernatural things cause it to do that, so that the evidence that's left behind about the formation and what we can evaluate in the real world is just a nefarious deception by God to make it, to actually reveal the fact it happened more quickly than it did. Brilliant.
We have evidence suggesting that this is what happened. There's evidence.
Well, you don't have any evidence. No, you don't.
What evidence do you have? I'm sorry, but what evidence do you have that the world formed? So, I'm sorry. What evidence do you have other than the Bible? What evidence is there?
I brought up the polonium halos, dude. Can you not hear me?
I don't understand that evidence. Can you explain it to me, please?
Yeah, sure. Let me pull up the. Okay, here we go. There's a specific website just dedicated to this called halos.com, dude. Okay. And I tried, I brought this up before, but I guess I'll have to read it again. A good way to convey this is it says here, a speck of polonium in molten rock can be compared to an Alka-Seltzer dropped into a glass of water. The beginning of effervescence is equated to the moment that polonium atoms began to emit radioactive particles in molten rock. The traces of those radioactive particles would disappear as quickly as the Alka-Seltzer bubbles in water. But if the water were instantly frozen, the bubbles would be preserved. Likewise, polonium halos could have formed only if the rapidly effervescing specks of polonium had been instantly encased in solid rock. And this is what we see in all the granite in the world, which is there's a huge amount of granite in the Earth's crust. An exceedingly large number of polonium halos are embedded in granites around the world, just as frozen Alka-Seltzer bubbles would be clear evidence of quick freezing of the water. And there's no naturalistic explanation for how this could have happened.
So that means the Earth is 6,000 years old?
No, this is evidence supporting that there was freezing of the crust of the magma.
Over the time, I mean, that process could have happened over the billions of years in which I insist the Earth has been alive. So I really don't know much about that field, but I asked specifically for evidence outside of one source.
Dude, I just no. Hold on, dude. You're hand waving, dismissing what I'm saying, dude. It says here, this is clear evidence of the quick freezing of the water. For example, Alka-Seltzer. In this case, it would be magma. These many polonium halos, undeniable evidence that a sea of primordial matter quickly froze into solid granite. The occurrence of these polonium halos then distinctly implies that our Earth was formed in a very short time in complete harmony with the biblical record of creation. This is now it's not 100% proof, but it is evidence, and this is peer reviewed.
Well, it depends who you ask. Looking at polonium halos online, it says, in summary, polonium halos are a fascinating scientific phenomenon that has been used to support different interpretations of geological history. While some interpret them as evidence of a rapid geological processes, the majority of the scientific community views them as a result of the normal decay of polonium isotopes within granite.
All right, so I have here, academia has vehemently opposed creation science, even claiming that the evidence for creation has been scientifically invalidated. We have repeatedly challenged the academia to publicly explain where the polonium halo evidence for creation has ever been scientifically invalidated. For over 15 years, they have refused to even try, for they know that their statement is unsupportable when it comes to polonium halo evidence. They've actually posted and had it published, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. And most of the polonium halo stuff, the radio halos, has come from a guy called Robert V. Gentry, who, as well as being a nuclear physicist, is a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, and it's not just one guy. It's not just one guy.
No, it's not just one. It's not just one guy, but what it is it's all the people that believe this tend to be young Earth creationists, and all the people who aren't young Earth creationists think this is a load of poo-poo.
So Pazza, so really quick. So right now, Lion has the Bible and this polonium thing. Do you believe? Oh, okay. Well, I was just. This will be quick. I really think it will be. Do you believe the Earth is older than Lion claims?
Yes.
How many different fields of study could you verify that claim with?
Off the top of my head, not many. But if I want to go online, and the thing is, I don't form my worldview off the top of my head.
I understand. What I'm saying is, would you say that a geologist would verify your view? Would you say an astrologist would verify your view? Would you say a genealogist would? That's kind of the question.
Yeah, not just a geologist or a geologist with a particularly vehement perspective on religion. I'm talking about the collaborative and corroborative, systematic work of virtually everybody who's pursued this with the passion and as a career and as a lifetime of endeavor, pretty much align themselves all to a generalized core narrative about the fact that the Earth is probably older than 6,000 years old.
Would you say that there's geologists that believe in God that still would make that same claim?
There are evolutionary biologists that believe in God, and there are cosmologists that believe in God, and a lot of them also believe it. And there are ones that believe it. To more to the point, there are all of those people involved in all of those scientific endeavors that create a particular narrative about Earth constructed, who believe in lots of different gods.
Right.
There's there's nothing unique or special about a fundamentalist Christian evolutionary biologist than there is a Muslim evolutionary biologist, or for that matter, an atheist evolutionary biologist. Because irrespective of what they actually believe and what little nuances they try and kludge into science, which usually gets peer reviewed to a certain extent and then just taken as their personal narratives. Yeah, the basic mainline core understanding of how things work and the evidence is associated with them remains consistent and points in one generalized direction. And it's not the narrative of Genesis. And it's not the narrative that's in the Talmud or the Quran or any other ancient piece of literature, which has been butchered countless times during history, and frankly comes from an intellectual and psychological understanding of the way the world works and the way humanity works, which has long since become really purposeful if you're trying to explain the full detailed narrative of how the world works.
So real quick, so there's plenty of doctors in this peer-reviewed journal. You got Dr. Walker, Dr. Taylor, Dr. Brent. Many of these doctors signed off on this. Yes, they're Christians. Hey, yes, doesn't matter. The point is here, it says, every question regarding the validity or implications of the polonium halo evidence for creation has been systematically dealt with in our published reports. Every proposal for an evolutionary origin of polonium radio halos has been systematically and experimentally falsified. No hypothetical naturalistic scenario has yet been suggested that can account for creation's tiny mystery of the polonium halos. Even right now, you have not provided a naturalistic explanation for how these halos could have been formed.
Okay, so outside of polonium halos, so say there's no way currently to describe that. What if there are 100 ways to describe the age of the Earth that are verified against different levels of peer review across different strata of scientists that are Christians and aren't Christians? That would be a more non-biased viewpoint. Would you not agree?
No, but can you respond to this directly? Don't deflect into some other shit.
I'm not
Do you
deflecting.
have a naturalistic explanation for the radio halos being trapped in the granite?
I do not, but I guarantee you that the answer to the question is not that the world is 6,000 to 14,000 years old.
That's logically that's not a, bro. Like I'm not forcing my beliefs, right?
I understand
but I'm
that.
asking you.
I said
So
I
I'm
told
not
you
trying.
I don't.
I don't even. I'm not even here to try to convert you to Christianity. It's not my point. I'm simply defending my worldview. I'm asking you for a naturalistic explanation for radioisotopes, radio halos being trapped in magma.
I do not.
Yeah, there is one. There's the fact that on all kinds of radioisotope analysis like this, you're not actually dealing with polonium in its transition. You're not dealing with the fact that polonium is a transitional across a whole radioactive decay strata. So, for example, things like uranium will radioactively decay into lesser elements, won't it? And there's plenty of, if I go and look online, production of them, the summary on Wikipedia is uranium-238 follows a sequence of decay through thorium, radium, radon, and polonium, and lead. These are all alpha-emitting isotopes in the sequence. Because of the continuous energy distribution in the large data, beta particles cannot form distinct rings. Final characteristics of the pleiothoric halo depends upon the initial isotope, and the size of each ring of halo depends on the alpha decay. There seems to be a very, very clear explanation of this. And if I look at the references, there's the Principles of Isotopic Geology by Gunther Feuer. There's a quantitative study of paleochronic halos by Bates and Henderson, G.H. Henderson and Bates from the 1930s. Weber in 2010 come back to it in Germany. There's a whole absolute list here, and I'm sure if I went onto ResearchGate, which I use regularly, and put in radiometric halos, there'll be an absolute plethora of papers on it. And I would wager right now that the summary in all of those is not at the bottom. We haven't got a clue how this works. We haven't got a clue. It's an absolute blusterous piece of misinformation to try and pretend that this is a complete mystery to science, because it isn't.
So I already brought up the decay chain, right? Uranium to lead, or potassium to argon. What's the other one? You got and radiocarbon 14 and radiocarbon 12, right? When it comes to the radioactive isotopes, the decay chain, pretty lengthy. Right? You get, like you mentioned, thorium. Thorium comes from uranium. Eventually, you get down to lead, right? And the way that you guys do radiocarbon dating or radiometric dating is you guys presuppose a decay chain, right? Which is logically possible. We see it happen. We can demonstrate this possibility. We can accelerate the decay process experimentally, and we can see lead being formed, right? But this is under the presupposition that all daughter isotopes are a direct byproduct of radioactive decay. That you need that axiom in radiometric dating.
What makes you say that? Where are you getting that from?
You have to presuppose that all the elements that the elements all came from a primordial element.
No, where are you getting this from?
This is literally your model, bro. I'm teaching you your model.
No, you're not. You're just making an assertion about the model. Where's your evidence for this? Where are you citing for this?
You literally just that's what you just read, dude. I don't know if you realize this.
No,
that's what you did. The decay. It's called the decay chain, bro. I spent I'm not a complete expert on nuclear physics, but what I'm trying to explain to you that this is the decay chain. That's how it works. The daughter, so the daughter isotopes, right, are contingent on the mother isotopes, just like you're contingent on your mother. You're a byproduct of your ancestors. The daughter isotopes have common ancestors, dude. Just like in evolution, everything came from like a primordial, primordial entity. So all the elements came from a primordial entity.
Well, sorry. So you've got a decay chain. What about it?
You have to presuppose that chain, that link, right? That chain gang.
What do you mean we have to presuppose it? We haven't presupposed anything. We've determined that that's what happens.
Yes, that can happen, right? But what else can happen? You can get the creation of all the elements simultaneously at the same time. It doesn't have to be a direct byproduct. It doesn't have to be a direct byproduct of decay.
Well, where does it come? What's the? Can you name an alternative mechanism by which, for example, radium-222 occurs naturally?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I believe in intelligent design, right, and a divine architect. That's my instead of infinite regression, with the contingency problem. I end with intelligent design of creating everything harmoniously, whole, right, in the beginning. Like he created all the proper ratios, all the elements in correct proportions with the daughter isotopes, all at the same time. Not because of radioactive
and
decay.
You get all the you create all the light in all the photons in transit from all the distant stars and everything all at the same time. So you create a world where all the stars move in a celestial sphere, even though they're moving over a plane, just by some mechanism of overly complex deception. God creates an entire universe that looks like it's very small, hasn't been around very long, and the surface we're on is flat. What's the point in all the deception?
I don't know. I wouldn't call it deception, dude. It's just interpretation. You have your own interpretation of the data and of the cosmos.
But do you interpret reality? How do you interpret reality when you deny the Earth is a orbiting, rotating globe?
I interpret it through a biblical lens. So I try to.
What about reality? How do you interpret reality, or how do you square the fact that we're on a globe that rotates and orbits around the sun, along with 6 or 7 other planets? Yeah, how do you reckon that against? Well, Bible doesn't say that, therefore reality doesn't exist.
The way that I look at reality, right? I see it that it was impossible to have it have come forth through random chance over billions of years from a quantum fluctuation at the beginning of time. Instead, the creator created everything in working order, harmoniously in working order.
And we've proven that we're not on a globe.
It was fully functional from the very beginning. It's not something that had to evolve to become functional.
Is it a globe?
I don't believe it's a globe. No, I do not.
You see, that's the problem. That's the problem. We can tread upon it. We can measure it. We can utilize it. You benefit from the technologies of satellite navigation, satellite communication, satellite weather forecasting. You benefit from all these things. You get on 10-hour plane flights that you know damn well is great circle navigated and GPS guided. You know this.
Why you guys love bringing it to flat Earth, bro? We're talking about creationism right now, dude, and evolution. Why do you got to bring
Yeah,
it to
okay.
flat Earth?
God created a globe. How's that a problem?
But
Fine,
line, it's
I mean,
haplessly intertwined. If you try look for the world through a coloured lens, you're only going to see the world in that colour. There's the fact that there are loads and loads and loads of deeply religious, deeply spiritual people amongst the many, many millions of Christians who are completely happy to embrace the idea that we've collected a load of evidence and a load of evaluations and measurements which go way beyond any scripture or any divinely attributed literature from the past doesn't mean that the world isn't complex, huge, beautiful, almost unfeasibly, breathtakingly awesome, and still not attribute to God with it, and their God with it, and say that their God within a moment and a blink of a thought created a billion-year-long progressive, beautiful piece of clockwork which we observe every day, and he wants us to look at it, he wants us to find it, and he wants us to be held it breathtakingly dumbfounded and just at the majesty of it all, and which would further attribute to the idea that we are just a tiny part of this, and his might and his majesty and his capabilities are well beyond everything. Is all reinforced by that, rather than spending your time trying to shoehorn everything into a literal interpretation of what is ultimately 2,000-year-old parable, which in and of itself is purposeful and as a piece of literature is a fundamental construct for a lot of what we attribute to the benefits and beauty of our civilizations now, but shouldn't be held as a piece of literal understanding.
No, so you can have evolution of the cosmos and still believe in God, but the timeline, the time frame was extended to billions of years to make it even possible to have reality exist without a creator, right? You guys need the time factor, the time variable, to be billions of years to make any of this rational.
It's not what we need, Lion. It's not what we need. It's what we surmise from evidence, from what we see, the way the things mechanically work. And the point is, there isn't fundamentally a clearly defined timeline in the Bible. Genesis is a description where days could be eons, and like someone was saying, this could be the let there be light could be the Big Bang. It is literally just someone's at some points imagination, or someone's thinking about how the enormity of everything around them could be the construct, but that nobody was there. Nobody can write it down from a position of a deistic construct, and a deistic and a deity wouldn't be able to describe to you in a way that you could write down in 10 minutes or 10 hours or 10 years what went through his mind in the construction of it. You can only look at it from within ever-increasing detail and depth and distance, and trying with ever-increasingly accurate tools and an understanding of how the basic constructs of what was the materials of the world around us work, and try and surmise. And we aren't guessing. We're guessing all the time, and we will never know the truth, because if it was created by God, he has a vision and a perspective which we will never reach. But we as a species, we have to ourselves a responsibility to look and learn.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to explain to you, bro, is that the reason that you guys came up with evolution in the 13.4 billion year timeline, and then granted, you tried measuring the observable universe with the CMB and all of that. But put that aside for a second. You guys need this to do away with intelligent design, to do away with a divine architect. You need Chronos. Time becomes your God. It justifies reality's existence through a different process altogether.
No. Listen, as I've just said to you, there is for the vast majority of religious people, evolution and the cosmological chronology given by science doesn't mean they lose their God. It means they reevaluate the perspective they have with the scripture, which people do every day, and they do it themselves on a personal
I know
level
that.
every day. So the point is that there are some people who will insist that anything we learn about the world which doesn't fit into this narrative, which frankly is crude and blunt, the evaluation of Genesis and as a literal interpretation of how things were constructed. The vast majority of Christians understand that that's more parable, it's more poetic than it is anything else. But the key is that if you're going to stick with the notion that you have to fit the world into that framework as if it's a piece of science rather than a piece of scripture, then you're going to be continuously stuck in this loop where every effort you make is to massage what is reality into something which isn't a construct of reality.
No, the scriptures are very clear. He created existence. He established the heavens with his word. It didn't take, the scriptures don't say it took billions of years. It took 7 days, dude.
Right. So days is a literal translation, is it?
Well,
what's a day? What's a day to God before he creates the sun and the moon? What's a day?
So the sun and the moon were given for us to keep track of days, not for him. Right? So time is not contingent on the sun and the moon.
For the eternity that God lived for, God existed before he decided in his divinity to create the universe. In the eternity before he lived for, what was a day to him?
So the scriptures, that's why I say the earth is anywhere between 6,000 and 13,000 years old, because a day to the creator is 1,000 years. So that's why I say up to 13,000 years. If you think a day was 1,000 years.
You didn't get I don't think you got the question I was asking you.
I'm telling you, it's anywhere between a day, like a 24-hour period, and 1,000 years, because a day to the creator is 1,000 years, the scriptures say.
Our day but what was his reference for time before he created the universe?
What we experience today, right? 24 hours on the earth. That's would have been a day for him, even without the sun or the moon in orbit.
Well,
because
where are you getting that from?
The scriptures, because if you understand the Levitical priesthood, they were the ones that were responsible for appointed times, right? Sacred time. And according to their own words, according to their literature, God appointed the sun and the moon on the fourth day of creation. Yet you already had light before then, and you already had days before then. The reckoning of the day already existed. The sun and the moon were created to give man the ability to account for days. Days were already being accounted for in the heavenlies before the sun and the moon were created. How were they being accounted for? Time is fixed according to it's anchored to the creator's breath, right? The creator sets time in motion, right? And he created the sun and the moon to give us the ability to track time, but time isn't contingent on the sun and the moon, it's contingent on the creator.
The creator couldn't have set time in motion when he created the earth.
There's the way that I can explain it to you is that there's this cosmic pendulum, right? This cosmic breath of inhalation and exhalation, right? And it's cyclical and it oscillates. It's predictable, and that breath, the whole cosmos seems to be breathing in and out at a very it's like a quantifiable rate that the ancient Hebrews were aware of, and the sun and the moon, the sun and the moon were created to keep track of that cosmic breath that's not easily observable. So the creator created the sun and the moon so that we could keep track of that cosmic breath.
But that's what you're doing there is you're attributing some temporal oscillation with the cosmos. So before the cosmos, that temporal oscillation wasn't there.
No, it was the creator. It's all fixed to the creator, the creator's breath.
Right.
So it's all time is contingent on the creator. The creator fixed time. It's all anchored to the creator. Contrary to popular belief, it's not arbitrary. It's not a human construct. Calendars today are arbitrary, but there's sacred time that's not arbitrary, that's anchored on the creator, his breath, right? The sun and the moon simply keep track of that breath, right? The way when he set them in motion in their orbits, he created them in such a way that to be able to keep track of that cosmic breath.
Why does a non-corporeal deity, supernatural deity that doesn't need or have lungs need to breathe?
No, he does breathe, and whether he has lungs or not is logically irrelevant. The fact is that he does breathe.
Well,
as the moon's orbit expands, is his breath getting longer, or like how's that work?
Yeah. What's he breathing exactly? What was he breathing before the cosmos?
It's not, dude. The point is, bro, breath is in the Hebrew, ruach, has to do with expansion and contraction or an exertion of force. And there are forces, right? Like we ask ourselves, what is energy? Where does energy come from?
Wait. Wait, he said the moon keeps track of God's breath. So we know that the moon is moving away from the earth. So what's happening there? If it's keeping track of God's breath, like what is God's breath changing? Like what's happening? Explain that.
Yeah, so I'm using terms to convey this cosmic pendulum. Right? It's an expansion and contraction. Now you're asking me, what is his breath, dude? I don't know what his breath is.
So how do you know the moon is keeping track of it?
So according to the ancients, right, the scriptures, the Zadok priests, the Dead Sea Scrolls, right, the sun and the moon were appointed on day 4 of creation. They were appointed for man to keep track of time. Time already existed before the creation of the sun and the moon. You guys think that you couldn't have time until the creation of the sun and the moon. That's not the case scripturally. So if you're going to do an internal critique, understand that time already existed.
Yeah, I don't know.
It doesn't mean that it's that. No, because you guys think that.
We didn't say that. No, we didn't say that.
Yeah, I don't know anyone that has said that.
Calm down.
So
the question I asked you was, what does a day mean? Not time. What does a day mean as a unit of time before the sun and the moon? That's what I asked
you. Take a deep breath.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it to you, bro.
Well, I'll give him all the time he needs if he doesn't misrepresent what I said.
Dude, I already explained it to you, bro. There's a cosmic pendulum, dude. Right? So the sun and the moon, right, are able to keep track of that cosmic pendulum. But that's so man can keep track of sacred time. God doesn't need the sun and the moon to exist for time to exist. And time has a specific quantifiable perturbation, oscillation. It's not contingent on the sun and the moon.
Yeah, I don't think a day necessarily means like... I think a day kind of means like a time period, because there were days before the sun and the moon. You know, on the first day.
What's the time period of a day?
You can ask God that question, bro.
No, because our day changes. Like, there was that freaking giant dam that, there was that giant dam that the Chinese built that, slowed down the rotation of the Earth, so the time for the day changed. I mean, you can laugh at it.
All right.
I mean, you can laugh
don't
at
get
it,
mad at
but
us for believing in God, bro.
It's funny. It's funny you laugh, but what's you laughing exactly at? But the rotation got slower.
It's all good.
Is that funny, or I don't understand?
That was funny. That was fun. That did
Which part of it is funny?
made me laugh.
Which part of it is funny?
Every part of it.
Which part of it exactly?
The whole thing.
So instead of just laughing at it,
I'm sorry.
What else has she got? What else has she got, frankly?
Exactly.
I mean, are you laughing at that? I think that the Earth is spinning. Are you laughing at the fact that I think the Earth's spin can slow down or speed up? Like, what are you laughing about?
I'm trying to explain it to you, bro. But you're not. You're just saying we've dismissed what I'm saying. Like,
carry
you're
on.
Incredulous.
Let's cut out the giggling buffoonery. Get back to Lion. Go on,
So remember, I keep bringing up this cosmic pendulum, this cosmic oscillation. The sun and the moon simply gave man the ability to keep track of this cosmic oscillation. That cosmic oscillation already existed before the sun and the moon. There was already light. There was already darkness before the sun was created. On the first day he created the heavens, which are above the earth, dark, and this is from Jubilees, darkness, eventide, light, dawn, and day. So you actually had eventide, you had light, dawn, and day. So this oscillation between light and darkness already existed before the creation of the sun. Second Ezra says, I said, O Lord, you spoke at the beginning of creation and said on the first day, let heaven and earth be made, and your word accomplished the work. Then the Spirit was blowing, and darkness and silence embraced everything. The sound of man's voices was not yet there. Then you commanded a ray of light to be brought forth out from your store chambers so that your works could be seen. This is on the first day. He allowed light to be brought forth to shine upon his creation.